Here. There's a flashlight on the wall.
All right.
Oh, poor thing.
2 horses died. Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company brings to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs. Pat Novak, For Hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire.
That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. You gotta put it in block letters because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, there's a price tag on everything. You gotta do that or marry a rich widow. I don't like to work that hard, so I rent boats and do anything else that's cash and carry. Oh, it's all right if you don't mind trouble, because that's one thing you can't duck. It's like trying to dance the minuet in skis. And the best trouble always looks good from the outside. You're all smiles and feel like a kid opening a hand grenade under the Christmas tree. I found that out Tuesday night. It was around 7 o'clock. I was getting ready to close the office when this little guy showed up. He was about the size of a golf bag with arms. And if he had a cigar box, he could see over a pool table. He walked up to the desk and started talking in a voice that made you think he was trying to put Lily Pons out of work.
Hello, you Novak?
You're doing all right so far. What's on your mind?
I'm Jackie Gregg. You heard of me, huh?
You're the shy type, I know.
I'm Jackie Gregg, the jockey. You heard of me, huh?
All right, now I heard of you. Put the show on the road.
I'm looking for a horse. You want to find me a horse?
Yeah, I breed him in the back room. What color do you want?
You're so tough I gotta take that from you?
Calm down before you wind up in a boys' choir. If you got anything to sell, put it on the line or beat it.
I'm riding a horse tomorrow called Fleet Lady. She's disappeared.
She's not here.
I'm supposed to ride the 6th race with her tomorrow, the Bonanza Handicap, and she's gone.
All right, she's gone. Maybe your horse likes to go out at night. I haven't seen her. Get to the point.
I'll give you $200 to find that horse. Somebody took her in a van. I trailed her down here at the waterfront.
But you lost him up at the ferry building.
That's right. Something funny's going on. My mount disappeared, and you gotta find her.
This is a big waterfront, and where's the $200?
You'll get that all right. Down by Pier 19. The van turned in. Think you can find Fleet Lady?
I don't know. Who owns her?
Woman named Sybil Thornton. She's mixed up, I think.
Yeah. Why steal your own horse?
I don't know. Run a ringer, maybe.
That's a tough trick.
This woman's got some good ones. You want the $200?
Yeah. How are the odds?
What's the difference? You gonna open a book? You better take the $200 now.
Yeah, the dough will keep. You sound frightened, Junior.
And you sound nosy. Here's the $200. I want you to find the horse. You let me know at the Kingston Hotel, huh?
Sure.
And if you don't find anything around the waterfront, maybe you better try the track. Ask around there.
Yeah. By the way, how do you fit in? How come you got $200 interest in that horse?
Maybe I love horses. What do you care if maybe I love horses?
I don't. A guy like you's got to love something. Oh, yeah, it was a sweet proposition. A jockey in search of a horse. There's something phony about the whole thing. I had the $200, but I didn't feel good. It was like a guy stealing a murder gun to help out on a scrap metal drive. Well, after the little guy left, I closed the office and started to hit the docks, but it didn't work out. You know, you can buy good whiskey these days, so you feel funny walking up to some guy on the pier and asking, "Have you seen a racehorse around here, mister?" By 9, I was sure the horse wasn't around, so I borrowed a car and drove out to the track. I found out where Sybil Thornton's horses were quartered and headed down that way. It was pretty dark, so when I bumped into her, all I got was a vague outline. She had a good-looking vague outline.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I'm full of regrets, too. Shall we try it again?
But you're a little mixed up in your animals. They keep horses here.
You don't seem to mind.
No, you lean nicely, but you'd probably feel safer with a platform.
Yeah. Well, we try this again when I've had 3 good meals. That's a horse.
Yes, I know. In fact, I own her.
I see. That'd make you Sybil Thornton.
Yes, what would it make you?
A guy named Pat Novak looking for your horse. I was hired in the waterfront to find her.
My, they grow big on the waterfront. You must get a lot of sun. By the way, is Fleet Lady missing?
Your jockey says she is. That's why I'm snooping around.
Didn't know he had any friends.
She's got a checkbook. How about Fleet Lady? Is she tucked in bed?
Yes.
Well, let's take a look, huh?
Find it very dull, Mr. Novak.
Yeah, that's what they said to Anthony. Let's see the horse.
Suit yourself. She's down this way.
Okay.
I'm doing this out of the bigness of my heart. I think you're wasting my generosity, Mr. Novak.
I don't use it all this trip.
It's from the stable. Come on. Down about here. Fleet Lady's stall. Here. There's a flashlight on the wall.
All right.
Oh, poor thing.
Do horses die broke, too? Who is it? Fleet Lady?
Yes, are you satisfied?
No, I'm going to ring up headquarters.
You crazy.
Then I'm going to call Jackie Gregg and tell him his hunch paid off.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Novak.
Stop kidding me, sweetheart. She didn't get killed in a fight with another horse. Gregg figured somebody was tilting the machine. That's why Fleet Lady's dead. That's why I'm going to call headquarters.
Suit yourself, but remember what happened to Fleet Lady.
You getting tough, Angel.
No. You just wouldn't look good with a saddle, Mr. Novak.
Well, I watched her as she turned and walked out of there. It was the kind of a walk that makes you flip the calendar and find out how far away spring is. I looked around a while, but it didn't do any good. The place was full of doors, so whoever killed Fleet Lady got out easy, like a rumor at a church picnic. I closed the door and went down the line to call headquarters. As I stood in there talking, I saw Sybil Thornton drive away. It was a long convertible with red asbestos seat covers. After I called headquarters, I went back and waited near the stable. About a half hour later, a police car pulled up, and when I saw who got out, I began to get unhappy like a three-legged man in a ballet school. It was Hellman from Homicide, and he had a squad with him.
All right, I'll talk to him. Hello, Novak. Where's your trainer?
Your boys get paid to laugh at you, Hellman. I don't.
Yeah, where's the horse?
What are you doing on the case?
I came for the ride. You mind, Novak?
No, I just wondered if they wised up downtown.
Huh?
Because you could find a dead horse, Hellman. If they staked it out in the middle of Market Street, you'd find it before long.
I'll try this time. Where is it?
Stall 18 over there.
Keep an eye on him, boys. I'll be back in a minute. In here, Novak?
Yeah, the one with the teeth like yours.
You better shut up, Novak.
Don't get jumpy. You haven't seen the horse.
Just shut up, huh?
It wasn't going to be much of a conversation anyway.
What color horse was that, Novak?
What do you mean? Take a look at it.
Yeah, I did. I just took a look. It's a smart horse, Novak.
What?
That's right. That dead horse in there is wearing a double-breasted suit.
Hellman got the message straight. I walked in and took a look. Jackie Gregg was lying there on the floor as dead as last year's love. The sickness didn't show until we rolled him over on his stomach. Somebody had gone duck hunting in the middle of his back. I began to feel a little sick myself, and I was ready to send out for the same gun when Hellman started to talk.
You forgot to mention the guy when you phoned headquarters.
He wasn't there. I was in here before, and the guy wasn't around.
What was he doing under the horse?
I don't know. Hellman, maybe he crawled out of a crack. I don't know. There were 2 shots. I came in and found the horse.
Yeah?
Check the horse.
You're trying to tell me the horse shot back? Who is he?
A guy by the name of Jackie Gregg. He gave me $200 to find a missing horse.
Yeah?
A horse called Fleet Lady running in tomorrow's handicap. This is the end of the line.
How do you know it's the same one?
I don't. Maybe you got to be a horse to tell. Why don't you ask one of your boys? Yeah, your boy's real tough. Call him off, Hellman.
He's nasty. We all hate him, Novak.
It's all right. I'll put it on your bill, Hellman.
That's good. You can write it up at headquarters.
Hellman, you ought to rent an idiot. The heavy thinking's too much for you.
I can piece this together. We come out here and find a dead man with you kicking up dust 40 feet away.
Look, Hellman, I didn't kill the guy and call up headquarters. I know they're bad in homicide, but I'm not that big-hearted.
We got a spare hook for you, Novak. That's where you stay until somebody gets you off.
Well, you can start out with Sybil Thornton.
Another horse?
She's got the speed for it. Look her up. She owns Fleet Lady, and she was dashing around in the dark here playing easy to get.
I'll look her up.
You better leave the boys behind, after all. She's only a woman. When you see her, ask her about that van down on the waterfront and what she was doing before I made that phone call.
I'll tag all the bases. Don't worry, Junior. And if things fit together, you'll both be in the jug. I'll see you later. I got work to do.
Yeah, it's getting late. You better put the boys back in the cage. I began to worry after Hellman left. There was no murder gun, and he didn't have too much to go on, but there was no one else wanted my job. Oh, I knew the girl was going to have an alibi, and I was the last guy that Jackie Gregg had seen. I had about as much chance as a fat girl at a Princeton prom. Hellman didn't like me, and he was a smart cop with a disposition like a ton of rhubarb. Well, I had to start right from scratch. I felt like Adam the first morning he woke up. So I looked up a guy named Jocko Madigan, an ex-doctor and a boozer who will give you a lift if you show him where the stirrups are. He's a good guy, but he thinks all food makes a gurgle. I hit all the bars and finally found him up at Maggie Nielsen's apartment. She's a good-looking voice that lives up on the hill, and Jocko was working his way into her liquor supply.
Hello, Patsy. You're just in time to join me for my first drink of the evening, or one of my first at least.
Yeah, I see.
Maggie's not here, but I found her whiskey. It was in plain sight, locked in the closet under some newspapers.
All right, Jocko, when are you going to sober up?
Oh, I'd planned to do it briefly on April 1st, when the rest of the world plays the fool also.
Look, I'm in trouble, Jocko. You got to help me.
Good. I've a special bottle I use to forget your troubles.
Now, look, stop caressing that jug and listen to me. I'm in a jam.
Patsy, there's nothing in nature so sad as a half-empty bottle. It's like a broken vow or an unfulfilled promise in the skies. A falling star, almost.
All right, Jocko.
A falling star, and you shrug it off, never realizing that a whole world is ended at that moment.
Yeah.
100 million dreams, maybe, and you watch it fall and make an asinine wish. That's all the good it does a star to fall. It gives some kid a chance to wish for a bicycle.
You all finished now, Jocko?
Yes. What kind of trouble? Anything I could aggravate?
I'm mixed up out at the track. A guy by the name of Jackie Gregg is dead, and I don't look good.
Oh, Hellman?
Yeah. The guy's a jockey, and he hired me to find a horse named Fleet Lady.
Did you?
The horse and the jockey ran a dead heat, but there's something funny about the whole deal.
Did you talk to the jockey?
No, not enough.
Oh, Patsy, you've got to break yourself of the habit of waiting until people are dead before you think of a question.
Jocko, I want you to hit all the horse rooms. Find out what you can about the 6th race tomorrow. It's the Bonanza Handicap. Now, hurry up, will you?
Well, if it's the 6th race, why can't we wait a while?
Start now. Get everything you can and call me. I'll leave a message at your place.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe up to see the girl.
Oh, Patsy, you're going to be waving at the hangman's wife when they spring the trap door.
I gotta see her. She owns Fleet Lady.
Well, why don't I see her?
She's got a stake somewhere, and I got a lot of questions. What could you do up there?
Ah, yes. If it weren't an academic question, I'd argue the point.
Oh, it looked like a bum deal right from the start.
Patsy, you have the instinct for recognizing trouble, but not the intelligence to duck it.
Save your breath, will you?
You're like a man walking under a scaffold on a building. You realize it may crash down and kill you, but instead of hugging the building where you can't get hurt, like every other dope, you scurry for the edge of the sidewalk where you're bound to get hit if it falls.
Jocko, will you get out to those horse parlors? I need facts, not fables. Now, give me a hand.
All right. Give my love to Fleet Lady.
Her name's Sybil Thornton.
I'll bet I'm not far wrong. Good night, lover.
After I left Jocko, I went to the Chronicle morgue and looked up the NBC program director, Paul Stengel. We pulled out the clips on Sybil Thornton. They were nice and fat because she'd been to Reno 4 times and hadn't broke training for years. She'd been traded around more than a Red Sox pitcher. The clipping said she was 32. Well, there were a lot of pictures. And from her eyes, you got the idea she was around 35. But there were arguments the other way, too. Well, there weren't any stories on her for the last few months, just a few items from the columns. They all said the same thing. She was hitting the night spots with a gambler named Rudy Hauser. There were pictures of him, too. Now, he would look good in a cave with heavy curtains. I asked Paul. He said Hauser had a gambling place out on Geary, so I took a cab out there. For $10, the guy at the door said Sybil Thornton had left the place an hour ago. That made me feel good. When Hauser opened the door to his office, I lost the glow.
Yeah? What's with you?
I got a problem.
You got the wrong door.
Well, you can't get any tougher, so I'm coming in.
Yeah, suit yourself. I never throw anybody out until I'm sure they've lost all their money. What's on your mind?
A horse named Fleet Lady. She disappeared at 7 o'clock tonight.
You check under the rug, I'll try the cabin.
She got back just in time to greet somebody's gunsel.
If I say no, will you go out and lose your money like a good boy?
Fleet Lady was owned by a gal named Sybil Thornton. The columns say you're number 5 on her list.
Well, they never lie. The whiskey's too good.
Also, a little bird says she was in your office an hour ago.
That's right. She said your name's NOVAK.
Yeah.
Next time you got a bombshell, give it a test run.
With Fleet Lady dead, your money's going to look real good in the 6th tomorrow.
Well, it makes you think the gal would throw a race.
For the same reason she goes out with you?
Huh?
When a gal takes a Great Dane like you out in public, it generally means the guy's a few bucks ahead of her.
You want to fight the team now, NOVAK? And just remember, sometimes you can't be right and a gentleman, too.
Yeah. I hope that's the way you feel when they pick you up for Jackie Gregg's murder.
Huh?
Oh, you do a real nice double take, mister. The jockey checked out with a horse.
I didn't know that, Novak.
Yeah, with no brains, you built this gambling club.
I didn't know he was dead. If I told you that, Novak, I'd meant it. He's all right for a little punk. I'm sorry he's dead.
So's he. I'll see you later, Hauser. I gotta nose around and find out where you were tonight.
Yeah. You seem all right, Novak. So I'll tell you. If you got any dough left when you leave my tables, bet it on a horse named Fleet Lady in the 6th race tomorrow.
Do you always bet on a dead horse?
You got the tip. Use it or bury it, but don't loan it out.
Oh, the case was a regular grab bag when I walked out of Hauser's office. I began to tick off the things that didn't add up. First on the list was that van down on the waterfront. If it was Fleet Lady, who got shot in the stable? If it was the ringer, that meant Fleet Lady would run tomorrow. Oh, I couldn't figure out why Hauser was so sure she'd win. An idea kept racing around in the back of my mind like an ant in a cookie factory. Jackie Gregg lied about that van down on the waterfront, but why? Not to bail me out of the poorhouse with $200. Oh, I got part of the answer when I stopped with the pay telephone and called Hellman.
Yeah, Hellman talking.
This is Novak. I got some news.
You'll have to put it on the back page.
What do you got?
Your friend Jackie Gray had some love life.
Well, there's a chance for you, Hellman. Who's the girl, Sybil Thornton?
Yeah, we found her picture in his wallet, the gooey kind.
I bet you stole it for long train rides. What time did he die?
The right fit for you between 9 and 10 o'clock. 2 shots from a 32 caliber pistol.
How about the horse?
45 caliber.
2 people. It's getting involved.
Maybe, maybe not. You got 2 hands, Novak.
Look up a guy named Rudy Hauser. He's got a joint out on Geary Street.
I got enough friends. You look him up.
I did. He's still talking about Fleet Lady and tomorrow's race.
All right, maybe he's sentimental. Look, Novak, I'll pick out my own work. I don't need free help from you. Jackie Gregg paid $200 and look what he got.
That suits yourself, but Rudy Hauser and that gal are close friends.
Yeah?
Like 2-part harmony in a telephone booth. Get off the dime, Hellman. Hauser's got that gal in his hip pocket. She owns Fleet Lady, and he's betting her to win.
You're trying hard, Novak.
It's got to be a slow field to lose to a dead horse. Wake up, Hellman. You couldn't smell a rat in a basement full of cheese.
I did all right in your apartment.
Huh?
That 32 caliber pistol, we found it in your place. See you later.
Well, I wasn't too worried about that. Hellman's smart enough to know a phony plant. I began to think about that 32 caliber pistol. It's a woman's weapon. Well, that doesn't prove anything. So's a bread knife if she's in a bad mood. Must have been about midnight when I got to Sybil Thornton's place. She was wearing black lounging pajamas tied tight around a slim waist. She looked like a wasp with a nice sting, and she had company.
Come in, Mr. Novak.
Yeah?
Mr. Novak, this is Ronnie Stark.
Hello, Novak.
Yeah.
Well, he's not very friendly, Sybil.
He's just parting because they're going to arrest him for Jackie's murder.
How do you like Hellman?
You've known him longer.
Yeah. Somebody left the murder gun up at my place. Where you been all night?
Please, Mr. Novak, you're embarrassing Ronnie.
That's right. I'm blushing, and it's not the whiskey, Novak.
I see.
You must stay longer, Ronnie.
She's persuasive, huh, Novak? See you tomorrow.
You won't forget, Ronnie.
No, I won't forget. I'm betting on you, Novak.
What won't he forget?
Mr. Novak, I hope nobody ever asks you that question.
You don't want to talk about putting that gun in my apartment?
No.
Let's talk about Rudy Hauser, then. Your meat grinder friend. We just had a good talk, and he opened up a new road.
What'd you tell him?
Don't break a spring. He's all right.
Will you do me a favor, Patsy?
Like not talking to Hauser anymore? Huh?
That's right. Won't do you any good, Patsy. It'll do me a lot of good.
How's he going to know which horse got killed? I'll bet you lied to him, Angel.
It's my apple cart, Patsy. Leave it alone.
Sure. But play your hand right, baby. Because I'm going to watch your cards. And if you got one that says Jackie Gregg, I'm going to call you the hard way.
Patsy, you nice beast. I really think you would. Sit down.
Yeah.
A drink?
No,
Do you good.
not right now.
Well, you've read the book.
Just a couple of chapters.
I bet they're the right ones.
You better watch out, baby. I may be a long shot.
Well, you care as long as I bet.
I don't.
That's good. I didn't think you'd mind.
Aren't you beginning to crowd the beachhead?
Don't be a sissy, Patsy. You can't live forever.
All right, Angel. It's time to wire the folks.
Mr. Novak, just wait until you know me better.
That's for me. I left the number.
It's your fault, then.
Yeah.
Hello, Patsy.
What'd you find out, Jocko?
Not much. Nobody seems to care about the sixth race.
I care about it.
Oh, that's because you killed one of the jockeys. The rest of the people have a more casual interest.
How do the odds run?
Oh, no heavy favorites. Vinair and Sleepy Time Gal figure to be the best at around 5 to 1.
What about Fleet Lady?
Down the line somewhere. I talked to one fellow. He says she's a dog and couldn't beat a paralytic goose over 100 yards.
Yeah, what else?
Well, that's all.
What do you mean, that's all? Start digging, Jocko. We're not getting any place.
Not even at your end?
Huh?
Well, I counted on you to do better than that. Good night, lover.
On the way home, I bought the morning papers. There was no story on Jackie Gregg, no details, and most of the story was a statement by Hellman on Hellman. There was no mention of Fleet Lady, and at 1 o'clock in the morning, there was nothing I could do but roll into bed. I woke up about 9, called Jocko. It was like sending a message out to the Farallones by Indian Runner. He just muttered and said he'd meet me out at the track. Well, I had to have some more dope, so I called Ira Snow. He calls the races and bets on them. The way he does it, a horse is a real beast of burden. He was playing elf when I got him on the wire.
Yeah?
Ira, this is NOVAK. What do you know about the Bonanza handicap?
It's a horse race.
Now, you're funny. What about the field? Are the horses any good?
For hamburgers, maybe. Nothing else.
How about Fleet Lady?
Eastern track. Nobody knows.
Would she be worth a heavy plunge?
Yeah, if you want to be a monk. What's this all about?
Ira, I'm in trouble. How about a fix? Could they run a ringer in on Fleet Lady?
Yeah, it's been done before, but it ain't easy.
That's what I figured. How's Rudy Hauser on horses?
He ain't. He got burned a long time ago. He never bets.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Look, NOVAK, I know every guy in town that's got the itch. Rudy Hauser, no.
You know a guy named Ronnie Stark?
Sure, he runs a book. Why?
Nothing. May see you at the track. I'm going to make a bet.
Yeah, I'll tell the horses.
Well, that left me in a hole. If Ira was right, Rudy Hauser on Fleet Lady didn't make a bit of sense. I got out to the track about 2:30. Jocko was there, and Hellman was wandering around up in the grandstand where they couldn't push him into a starting gate. Sybil Thornton waved from her box as I walked by to get a better shot at the starting line for the 6th. They were almost at the post when Jocko came back from the betting window.
Well, Patsy, I bet $2 on a horse called Scotch Victory. It seemed like a good omen.
Yeah.
I saw your friend Rudy Hauser at the window.
Huh?
He was pouring money down on the favorites to win.
Well, that's why the odds have gone down on Vinair and Sleepy Time Gal. Look at that board, will you?
Yeah, Fleet Lady's gone all the way up to 12 to 1.
Yeah, from 8 to 1. All the way up.
Maybe the word got around she's dead.
No, that's the funny part. She's down there. See, number 3 on the rail. Not a peep out of anybody.
Weather is going to the front by 1 length. Sleepy Time Gal by a head. Fleet Lady between horses is running third by 1 length. On the outside, it's Vinair and Old Soldier. Going into the clubhouse turn, it's Hot Weather by 2 lengths. Sleepy Time Gal by a half length. Fleet Lady is moving up on the outside. It's Vinair fourth by 1 length. And Old Soldier. Down the back stretch, it's Hot Weather by 2 lengths. Fleet Lady moving up on the outside is now second by 1 length.
She runs well for a ghost.
Yeah.
Rudy Hauser'd better hurry up or he won't see much.
What?
He better hurry. He left the track 10 minutes ago.
Huh? Are you sure, Jocko?
Yes, I heard him tell someone he had to make a phone call just before the betting closed.
Well, Jocko, you're a sweetheart.
Oh, I like to think
Come on, let's go to that stable.
The race isn't over.
It was over 5 minutes ago.
Well, how about my $2?
Come on, will you? There's only one person who will try to fix a horse race. That's a horse. Well, I knew there was going to be trouble fast. The horses were just coming under the wire when I waved to Hellman and started for the stable. When we got there, Sybil Thornton was clearing out like a fire sale.
I'm in a hurry, Patsy, darling. Let me by.
Now, you made a bad play, Angel. Stick around.
Let me by, Patsy.
You heard him, lady. Stick around. Thanks, copper. I'll take charge.
That's a big gun, Hauser.
I got a big beef. You let me drop $100,000, Sybil.
It's your idea, Rudy.
Not this way. You let me drop $100,000 because you ran Fleet Lady.
The program said Fleet Lady, and that's who ran.
I brought those odds into line at the window. My other idea looked bad on Fleet Lady. You didn't stay to watch her trail the field.
All right, I didn't stay. You lost your $100,000. You killed the ringer. You were a smart big shot who was going to sew up the race.
You ran Fleet Lady and cost me $100,000. All right, cop, I'll move away from her. Over this way, Sybil.
No. Don't let him do it, Patsy.
I want to see how tough you are.
Come on, Sybil. Let you and me move against the stall.
Watch out, Hauser.
You're backing into the horse. Grab the horse, Novak. He's going to trample him.
You grab him. It's your idea.
See, Dan?
Yeah. You should have learned the first time you can't beat the horses.
That's a bum joke, Novak.
I guess it is.
Now that we're all here, who do we book for Jackie Gregg's murder?
I'll answer that, friend.
Who's this guy?
It's one you missed, Hellman. Hello, Stark.
Hiya, Novak. Well, what are you waiting for, Sybil? Tell the man you killed Jackie Gregg.
Had enough trouble today, Ronnie.
Now, you got more coming. Well, you figured it out yet, Novak?
Hauser dumped his $80,000 on you.
That's right. It's a lot of spending money.
Wait a minute. Ronnie, I don't like this.
Well, you'll get your half, baby. I'm going to write out an IOU. When they book you for murder and the vote's in, you can't use it.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, Ronnie.
A dead girl can't spend $40,000. She killed your guy, copper, and tried to palm it off on Novak. I was there, so I'll testify.
Ronnie, you're a no-good guy.
Ah, don't be silly. I love justice. A booker for murder, copper. I want to tear up that IOU.
Well, Hellman finally worked it out. It started out as a fixed race, and when they were all through, it was up to the horse. Rudy Hauser put the squeeze on Sybil for some dough. She offered to run a fast ringer in place of Fleet Lady, so Hauser could pick up a bag full. Rudy just wanted to make sure, so he sent one of his boys around to knock off Fleet Lady. Only the guy killed the ringer instead. Well, that was a break for Sybil. She made a deal with a bookie named Ronnie Stark to take all of Hauser's bets and guarantee him that Fleet Lady couldn't win because she wasn't that good a horse. It panned out that way. She let Hauser think Fleet Lady was dead. He spent the $20,000 at the window pushing up the odds on Fleet Lady and dumped another $80 on her to win. The moving van? Well, that was a phony story Gregg used to get me to scare Sybil. He wanted in on the deal. He went back to the stable that night, got in a beef, and she killed him. She had him out in her car. When I went to make that phone call, she figured it was a good way to pass the buck. Well, Hellman asked only one question. Why would a nice, tame horse go crazy and trample a guy to death? Jocko had the answer. The horse that killed Hauser was a filly.
Broadcasting Company has just brought you the fourth of a new series, Pat Novak, for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced and directed by William P. Rousseau. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. In our cast were Virginia Gregg, Tal Avery, Stacey Harris, Hugh Thomas, and Carlisle Bibbers. This program is being released to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Be with us again next week when over most of these same ABC stations we will bring you Pat Novak for Hire. This program came to you from Hollywood. Now, a listening reminder. Tonight, don't miss Jane Wyman when she guest stars and explains how she created her unforgettable role as the deaf mute in Johnny Belinda. Hear Jane Wyman tonight on this ABC station. This is ABC, the national broadcasting company.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time, a friend with millions, a myopic chemist, and a long-haired piano player were thrown into panic because a brilliant young lady with a gun was taking a big step in the wrong direction. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Big Step.
Yes, sir, Mr. Marlowe. I always figure shoes are just like faces.
How's that, champ?
Well, they make it old and they make it wrinkled, but they're still okay as long as they got a shine on them.
Yeah, it keeps that right in condition, huh, champ?
Yes, sir. Hey, let me just spank up this one again, huh?
Sure. Oh, come in.
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah?
Busy.
That's all right. Okay, champ, I guess that does it. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Marlowe. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Well, now that my shoes have a new lease on life, won't you sit down? Miss,
Cantor. Mrs. Betty Cantor.
Oh.
I'm a waitress at the Shelton Cafe. I need your help, Mr. Marlowe. There's something you could do for me. You free to take a case?
Well, I'm free, depending on the case. What is it?
Well, today, this friend of mine, Shirley Vitello, comes into the restaurant where I work.
Yeah.
She takes her usual table, and while she's waiting for her order, she starts reading the paper.
Well, it's all quiet so far, Betty.
Yeah, but just when I'm bringing in the tomato juice, it happens. She sees something in the paper that scares her. Scares her bad.
What was it, Betty? Do you know?
I don't know. She mutters something, and then she runs out of the place. Her face was gray like ashes. Later, I got to worrying. I called her at home, then at the lab where she works, even her husband's studio. No luck.
Now, wait a minute, Betty. I don't quite get the connection. You and Shirley Vitello, I mean.
Oh, I don't know her social. We're only chummy at the restaurant. She's been eating there for years.
Well, that's a basis for friendship.
Well, about 6 months ago, I was in bad trouble. And Shirley came through with $200 when it seemed like more money than I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
It kept me and my husband together. So, you see, she means a lot to me.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, look, Bet, what was this about a lab?
Well, Shirley's a technician. She works as an assistant to a chemist named Softman. Abraham Softman, out on Melrose someplace.
Mm-hmm. What about Shirley's husband? Do you know him?
Gilbert? Oh, yeah. He comes in with her a lot. He's a piano composer and a real nice guy.
Mm.
He lives for his work. He's unknown now, but he's a real genius,
Oh,
Shirley
sure,
says.
sure.
She'd do anything to keep him and his music going.
Yeah, well, tell me, this friend of yours saw something in a paper you said that scared her. Now, that's all you know, huh?
Yeah. And I want you to find out why and help her. Here's $50, Mr. Marlowe. That's what you charge, ain't it?
More or less, yeah. By the way, Mrs. Cantor, where's your ring?
I sometimes take it off when I'm working.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Or perhaps when you hock it to raise $50? Look, Betty, I'm a careless guy. You better hold the money, huh?
Oh, but Mr. Marlowe...
Where do the Vitellos live?
But Mr.
We're in
Marlowe...
a hurry, Betty, remember? Where's the address?
Well, it's 3140 Veteran Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And in case you want it, Gilbert's studio is Benedict Canyon, 510. Thanks, Mr. Marlowe. You call me at Empire 17087, huh?
When Betty Cantor was gone, I got in my car and drove out to Veteran Avenue. You know, she was a pathetic little creature. And with a little effort, she could have that touch and glow look. Oh, well. 3140 was one of those small but neat houses that grow like mushrooms overnight on a post-war California landscape. And it was locked, dark, and quiet. I went around to the back and started on the windows. The third one opened when I tried it. I climbed in, turned on some lights, and made the grand tour, then entered in the den. The only indication that anyone had been there all day was a current issue of the L.A. Star crumpled in the wastebasket. I pulled it out and started through it. On page 5, I found the hole where a 2-column story had been clipped out. And then somebody was at the front door. I started toward it, but changed my mind at the sound of the key in the lock. And instead moved back into the den and watched. A head that belonged on a gopher wearing a battered fedora and inch-thick glasses above a fur-collared coat peeked in. Gave the place a myopic once-over and headed straight for the den. So I stepped out where he could see me.
I have never seen you before. What are you doing here?
You tell me first, Pop. I'm bigger than you are.
I'm Dr. Abraham Softman.
Softman? Oh, the chemist Shirley Vitello works for. Is that why you have the key?
Yes, she leaves unfinished. She leaves work here for me to pick up. It's a convenience for both of us. But now you can also explain, maybe?
Well, a friend thinks your assistant's in trouble. I'm trying to find out. The name's Marlowe.
Aha. I suspected now I'm right.
What?
Shirley came to the laboratory late from lunch today and very much upset. She left again soon, right in the middle of our most important crimson test.
Your what?
Our crimson test.
Oh, yes.
Without one word to me, she left. Never does this happen before. In all the 5 years, she has been my loyal right hand.
Well, tell me, what's the nature of your research, Dr. Softman?
We are developing new commercial dyes. Oh, such a beautiful crimson we have now.
Really?
Shirley knows as much as I do about all of it. Mr. Marlowe. Was it you who opened the desk drawer there?
No. I didn't notice it till now. 2 boxes of 32 caliber ammunition. 9 shells gone from the top one.
She kept a gun there. I've seen it before. That's gone, too. What kind of trouble needs a gun, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, I could think of a few. And they all say we better locate Shirley and soon. Now, look, Doc, I want to ask you...
Just one moment,
what?
Please. Maybe you will know if this means anything. I found this under her work table after she left this afternoon. Is it maybe something?
I don't know. Let me see. Empty reservation envelope from Federal Airlines, L.A. to New York, departure 11:35 tonight. Made out to Ruth Britton. Ruth Britton? Who's that?
Well, I don't know her, but she must be something to Shirley. Perhaps this Ruth Britton is the trouble.
Well, the airline number's here. Where's the phone?
It's out there in the other room, there on the table.
Yeah, I got it. Hudson 28610.
Good evening, Federal Airlines. Agent Frederick Stowe speaking.
Frederick, do you have a Ruth Britton listed on your 11:35 flight to New York?
Oh, just one moment now, sir. I'll check.
Oh, no.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, well, I've got to locate it. Do you have an address or a phone number there?
Oh, no, sir, I do not. And even if I did, I'm afraid I couldn't.
Freddie boy, this is important. I need that information. Now, describe it to me. What does she look like?
Oh, dear, I'm afraid I can't. I must have sold the ticket. I'm the only agent on duty, but I just can't seem to think where
Try, will you think?
I am. How do you expect me to remember
awful?
75 or 80 faces every day?
Now, listen,
Good heavens, don't you think I get confused?
Yes, I
every
do.
Time
Now
9 or 10 jerks come in here at once, all wanting tickets at the
Never
same
mind.
time. Don't you think I have the
Skip
right
it.
to...
Frederickson. Now, look, Doc. Now, look, do me a favor, will you?
What is it?
Stay right here and wait for Shirley. If she comes back, hold her. I'm going to look up her husband, Gilbert. The first stop was a newsstand. I bought an L.A. Star, turned to page 5, and found that the missing story was on a man identified only as Denneker, who'd been hit by a taxi on Temple Street at 8 a.m. The only reason it rated 2 columns was that before he lapsed into unconsciousness, he told the ambulance crew from the Citizens Emergency Hospital that he knew he was going to die and wanted to clear his conscience by confessing a crime he'd committed. It ended with police standing by. I drove on into Benedict Canyon, wondering what kind of a bridge it was going to take to span the gap between a female chemist and a downtown traffic accident. I was still wondering when I got the number 510. All I could see of Gilbert Vitello's studio over the brush around it was something pseudo-Spanish that had been stuck onto a piece of vertical real estate by an optimist in the early 20s. A path had been opened from the driveway to the house, and as I walked to the door, the piano music from inside got louder, but not better. Even in the long-haired circle, that stuff needed a haircut. Hey! Vitello, break it up a minute, will you?
What's the meaning of this outburst? I'm working and I won't be interrupted. Who are you? What do you want anyway?
Take it easy, Mr. Vitello. My name is Marlowe. Betty Cantor sent me here because she's worried about your wife.
The waitress worried about Shirley. Why?
Well, she's in some kind of trouble. Have you seen her tonight?
No, not since this morning, but that's not unusual. I often work late. My music is very demanding. Now, what gives that waitress the idea that Shirley's in trouble?
Your wife's reaction to a newspaper story. It scared the wits out of her. About a taxi hitting a man named Denneker. Mean anything to you?
Denneker? Shirley worked with a fellow by that name once, I believe, but why would that story frighten her?
Well, I was hoping you'd tell me. Do you have a gun?
A little .32 pistol is at home. Why?
It's gone.
See here, what's this all about? Tell me the truth and be quick about it.
Oh, shut up.
Answer my question.
All right. My wife was shocked by that item on Denneker. She isn't at home, she isn't at Selfman's lab, and hasn't been all afternoon. And what's more, she's got a gun. That's all I know, except for one thing. Who's Ruth Britton?
She's a friend of Shirley's from the East. She's been visiting relatives out here. Why?
Nothing. Maybe Shirley's got a plane reservation for her, that's all.
Mr. Marlowe, if that's all you have to offer, why don't you get out of here so I can go to work? I'm quite certain if Shirley were actually in trouble, she'd come to me for help. And incidentally, tell Betty Cantor to take some vitamins or something. She's becoming a meddlesome busybody.
You know, there was a quality about Gilbert Vitello that made me want to sock him on the temperament with the heavy end of his grand piano. When I started down the path to the driveway, I forgot about him. Because a pair of headlights slashed through the foliage like a giant scythe. I ran to where I could see and watched the girl in a brown suit get out of a sleek new Hudson and start toward the house. Then she saw me. She backed away, then threw me one scared look and darted into a side path like a jittery cottontail. I followed as fast as I could, but it was home ground to her, and in 20 yards I was outclassed. I lost her at the corner of a sagging shed and stopped to listen for her footsteps. I heard something else, but not in time to duck. Oh!
Marlowe, is that you, Marlowe? Marlowe, what happened, Marlowe? I heard a car come in with a car.
Who was it? Shut up. It was Shirley. She slugged me.
I don't believe it. You're lying.
Okay, I'm lying. For what it's worth to you, Die Hard, your wife isn't kidding. She told me personally with a blunt instrument. Play that knee flat, Jack.
Mr. Marlowe, did you get something?
Lumps.
Oh, look at...
How about you, Dr. Softman?
No, nothing. Come in.
Yeah.
No one has come here. You found out something?
Ever hear of a guy named Denneker, Doc?
Me? Hear of Morris Denneker? 5 times in the past 3 years, Morris Denneker in Chicago has beaten me by introducing a new dye substance or a new process just days ahead of me. 5 times this happened.
He's a dye chemist, too.
A brilliant one. I admire him. But why do you
Listen, this
me?
is beginning to fit like a rubber glove. Denneker's in a hospital right here in L.A. He may not live, and he wants to confess to a crime. Here, look.
What?
Now, read it yourself. When Shirley saw that story, it threw her into a panic, and now it only figures one way. Your assistant has been selling your new developments to Denneker before you released them.
No, it is not true. Shirley would not do this thing, not to me.
Okay, Doc, we'll see. Now, look, why don't you go back to your lab and wait? I'm going to the hospital now and do some more fast addition. If it comes right, just don't forget you're a scientist, will you?
Oh, I would not forget. Now, you remember something, Mr. Marlowe. 2 + 2 does not always make 4, especially when you are adding up human halves.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Wednesday's Wonderful on CBS, with Dr. Christian, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen all coming your way over most of these same CBS stations. This Wednesday, Brother Bob Crosby visits Bing. Gracie Allen stumps the income tax experts. Groucho will be on hand with his ad-libs and teams of opposition. And Dr. Christian makes a wily grandmother stick to the truth for once. So be listening this Wednesday, won't you? Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Big Step.
It was 20 stop-and-go minutes through the snarled early evening traffic over to the Citizens Emergency Hospital. All the way, I kept hoping that Denneker's confession wasn't going to have anything to do with Shirley Vitello. But when I was there, standing next to Detective Lieutenant Matthews and filling him in to date, I racked that hope up under wishful thinking. Morris Denick had already come, too.
Yeah, Marlowe, about a half hour ago. He didn't say too much.
How much?
Only something about this woman you mentioned, this Shirley Vitello, and
Yeah?
the formula for some kind of a bleaching agent. Then he went out again. Hey, look, this Vitello girl who currently adds up to something very dishonest, what does she look like?
Oh, blonde, about 5'4", maybe 30.
Wearing a dark brown suit, no hat?
That's right. She been around?
Yeah, I spotted her here in the hall about 45 minutes ago. Claimed
Oh.
she was a reporter, but she didn't make any small talk with the other news hands. I got a little suspicious. Just then Deniker came too, so I went in there. When I came back out, she was gone. Hey, Marlowe, you know where we can pick her up?
No, I don't, Lieutenant.
Doesn't look so good for her. She could be pretty desperate right now. Like a quick trip to the country.
Or like worse, she's got a gun, Matthews. And now with Deniker starting to talk, very little hope left. I better be going.
Where?
Just going, Matthews.
Hey, wait
I'll
a
keep
minute.
in touch.
Wait a minute. Look, we have a big organization, Mr. Marlowe. We're equipped to handle all kinds. We could do almost as good a job as you. Just keep that in mind, will you?
Yeah. And I'm glad you said almost. So long. I got back into my car and pointed it toward the Vitello place on Veteran Avenue again. Because I didn't know where else I could possibly pick up Shirley's trail. I felt like an uncomfortable emptiness was in the pit of my stomach. You know, like the guy who stands on a street corner and watches an ambulance intern scrape up a traffic victim. He knows he didn't have anything to do with it, but that knowledge doesn't make him feel any better. Shirley Vitello was headed for trouble, bad trouble. And the pathetic little kid, Betty Cantor, who came into my office and started the whole thing, could get hurt in the process. Well, I parked in front of the place, which from inside, a desk lamp showed a circle of light the size and color of a lemon lifesaver, and the front door was open inches, as though somebody had left in a big hurry. I walked on eggs as far as the door and nudged it. And I saw it. On the table in the far corner of the room, a note propped up against the lamp and nothing else. I started toward it.
Don't move. I'm behind you, and I've got a gun.
Oh, fine. .32 caliber out of the desk drawer, no doubt.
No doubt. Marlowe, why are you mixing into something that's no business of yours?
I'm a private detective working for your friend Betty Cantor. She's worried about you, Shirley.
Marlowe, what's done is done. Betty can't help me. You can't help me. Nobody can help me. I stole Softman's work, and I sold it to Morris Deniker. I didn't count on a deathbed confession.
Why'd you do it?
I love my husband, and he needs money to go on with his work.
No. Gilbert's in on this with you, huh?
Oh, no. No, he isn't. He thought my wages were high, that's all. The note I left there on the table makes that clear. Also,
Also what?
it's high. I love him, Marlowe. When I'm gone, he'll have enough money to carry on. Keep the studio that means so much to him. And nothing can be taken away from him. I've seen to that, legal-like.
Just what do you mean gone, Shirley? How far is gone?
A long way, Marlowe. All the way.
Suicide? Oh, no, Shirley, you
Marlowe,
can't
let's
mean
not
that.
talk anymore. And don't bother about that phone. It's only Gilbert.
How do you know?
Well, when I pulled up outside here after I came from the hospital, he was home. I didn't want to speak to him, so I drove on until I came to a phone booth. And then I called here and told him to meet me at the Saffron Bar. It's an old hangout of ours.
You wanted to leave a note for him, but didn't want to face him, is that it?
Yeah. You keep calling on and off for quite a while before he comes back here. I figured it would be better that way. I didn't want him chasing me. The sea air might give the big lug a cold. It always did. Well, Marlowe, it looks like it's about time to put you away for safekeeping.
I don't think so, Shirley. I think the phone is about...
No! Next time, Marlowe, it'll be more than a vase, but just as fragile. Now, the closet cedar lined and strong. It should hold you long enough. Get in, Marlowe. Go on.
Okay. And it is, baby. But first...
What?
The step you're about to take, Shirley,
Yeah,
listen...
I know all about it. It's a big step, isn't it, Marlowe? We'll save your breath. I wouldn't be any happier in prison or running away, believe me. Not a bit happier. So long, Marlowe.
Nobody's home. Shirley Vitello was mixed up about a lot of things in life, but that doesn't include closets because the one she put me in was strong. The lining she called cedar must have been hand-me-down armor plate from a retired battle wagon. So all in all, I was 45 minutes alternately kicking and resting while the insistent telephone marked the 5-minute intervals for me. But finally, it was the wood around the lock that gave way. I was out. Hello?
Hello, sir. Who's this?
Marlowe Vitello, and save your questions till you hear what I have to say.
Marlowe, where's my wife? She was supposed to meet me here at the Saffron Bar.
I said save it. Now listen. Your wife's out to kill herself.
No, Marlowe, no.
Yes, tell me, did you two have a favorite spot out near the ocean?
I don't see what
I don't care whether you see or not, did you or didn't you?
Yes, the Redondo fishing pier below Santa Monica.
Good. Now keep listening, Vitello, and do as I say. Come straight home.
But, Marlowe, it surely...
Do as I say, Vitello. Come back here and sit tight with fingers crossed. I'll worry about the pier. Goodbye. Broken. I picked up the phone again, dialed 116, got through to police emergency operator, and from there to Matthews, who was still at the Citizens Hospital. I told him to pick me up in a squad car and get ready for a fast 10-mile drive to the Redondo fishing pier, where Shirley Vitello was going to kill herself. Then I got outside and waited the 4 longest minutes of my life, until finally Matthews screeched up to a halt. When I piled in, we took off, siren wide open.
Less than a minute now, Marlowe. Pier's only a couple of blocks away.
Good. Better have Mooney kill that siren, Lieutenant.
Jack, we want to come in quiet, Mooney.
Okay, Lieutenant. There she is. That tower's out on the pier.
Yeah, Mooney, pull up here, will you? We don't want to scare her into something.
Matthews.
What?
That crowd there, halfway out on the pier.
There's a cop with them.
Yes, so there is. You better drive right up, Mooney. Looks like we're too late, Phil.
We were too late. At the center of a circle of the morbidly curious who always stand and gape, we found her lying face down on the greasy planks of the pier, dead. She shot herself through the heart, and the gun, the same .32 she'd used on me, was lying next to her. 2 bullets gone. I explained the extra shot to Matthews.
Uh-huh. Okay, 1 bullet fired up at her place and the other one here. Well, I hope you're satisfied, Marlowe.
What do you mean, satisfied?
I mean single-handed. You had to leave the cops out of it, didn't you? You had to go up to Veteran Avenue all by your lonesome, didn't you?
Now, you wait a minute, Matthews. I was only trying to...
nuts. Hey, Mooney, where's the nearest phone?
Over there, Lieutenant, across the street, the Triple Eagle Cafe. The patrolman here's already called an ambulance.
All right, tell him she can be moved. Come on, Marlowe. I want to turn in a first report on this. Mooney, pick us up at the cafe.
Right, Lieutenant. Okay, boss. Okay, let's go.
So Shirley Vitello was stealing formulas for those dyes from her boss and selling them to this Morris Denneker.
Yeah. All was rosy until Denneker walked out in front of a taxi early this morning.
That put him close to death and in the mood to talk.
Also put Shirley Vitello on the spot. Hey, is that the place you want to phone from?
Yeah. Look, one thing more, Marlowe. The girl's motive all the way through.
She loved her husband. He loved his work.
Yeah? Her, too?
Yeah, after his work. So since he didn't make any dough, she stole to keep him going and close to her.
There's the phone, Phil. Come on, will you? I may need you to fill in the blanks for me. Marlowe, I said
I heard you. The phone can wait, Lieutenant. Come on over here.
What?
I want to talk to that piano player.
Piano player? What about?
The tricky way he has of playing Blue Skies.
What?
Yeah. Hey, Bud, that's all right. You got a mean left hand there.
Yeah, I open in Carnegie Hall next week. Don't miss me.
I'll try not to. It's just terrific what you do with that tune, you know?
My own particular arrangement.
Nobody else's, huh?
Oh, nobody's. I've been working on this arrangement for a week.
That's all I wanted to know.
Hey, Marlowe, what are you getting at?
The phone, I've heard enough. Where'd you say it was, Matthews?
Over there, at the left of the bar. But, Phil, what
time is it, Lieutenant?
5 after 12. Marlowe, what is it?
A switch, Matthews.
A switch?
Yeah, one that'll knock your badge off. Will you get a load of this?
I'll listen.
Good evening, Federal Airwaves. Agent Hedrick Stoll.
Listen, Frederick, I'm the party who called before about the reservations for Ruth Britton on the 11:35 for New York.
Oh, yes, I remember you. I'll probably...
Never mind, it's police business, Freddie. Did the plane leave on schedule?
Of course it did. But Miss Britton didn't make it, and she didn't bother to call and cancel her reservation.
Thanks, I've heard enough. So far, so good, Matthews.
Yeah, which means what?
The Saffron Bar in Hollywood.
Which means what?
Shirley Vitello didn't commit suicide, Matthews. She was murdered.
Okay, Phil. With?
Right there. That table against the wall.
Oh.
Come on, Matthews.
Hawaiian music. Sentimental rocks. Degradation.
Abomination.
Oh, I don't think it's as bad as all that, Gilbert, old boy.
Marlowe, you a cop, the most insensitive of all people. What would you know about music?
Just for the record, he's not a cop.
My question still stands. What do you know about music?
As a matter of fact, not much. But you know, I'm fascinated by what they're doing with instruments these days.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing that might fascinate you?
Well, for example, take that picture where the score is done by only one instrument, a zither. What's more, it doesn't sound like a zither.
To a trained ear, a zither is a zither.
You mean you can't make one instrument sound like another? Well, for example, a guitar like a piano?
Don't be ridiculous.
Now, wait a minute. Not so ridiculous. Why, only tonight I heard a guitar that sounded just like a piano. Real tricky arrangement it was, too.
Sounded... You're joking.
Oh, no. Oh, you must have heard it, too. It was while we were talking on the telephone.
The telephone? I talked to you?
Sure you did. You remember?
Mom...
You said you were calling from here, the Saffron Bar, but the conversation was being scored by the pianist at the Triple Eagle Cafe at Redondo Beach. A real tricky arrangement in more ways than one.
I didn't mean it. I didn't really want to.
All right, what's the rest of it, Phil?
He didn't want to quit his work and spend the rest of his life hiding in some forgotten corner of the globe.
Which was her plan?
Yeah. As I figure it, once Shirley knew she was finished, she decided they should both run for it. He was in on what she was doing all along.
And the suicide note?
That was part of her plan.
Oh.
Leave hubby here and innocent with the money she got for her shenanigans. Then frame her own suicide, a trail that would lead us to the Redondo Pier, her hat and coat floating in the drink.
Uh-huh. And after a couple of days of searching, we say the tide probably carried the body out to sea. Closed case.
That's right. In the meantime, she's flown to New York as Ruth Britton and is heading on from there. Hubby here to join her at a later date.
Yeah, fine. Only hubby double-crossed her and shot her, so he can sit tight with the money right here.
That's it, Matthews.
Please, give me another chance.
Oh, shut up. Wipe and dry, Matthews, and take him away. I didn't go along with Matthews. I didn't even bother about my car, which I'd left in front of the Vitello place. I'd had enough for one night. Not the kind of person who'd hitch his wagon to a star, only the twinkle he saw on the horizon was the reflection of a dollar sign. Oh, yeah, they were a pair, all right, the Vitellos. A pair who finally canceled each other out. You know what? I'm glad of it.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Paul Dubov, Vivi Janis, Edgar Berrier, and Peter Leeds. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard O'Runt. Be sure to be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I tangled with a mad Scotchman, a phony English lord, and a beautiful blonde corpse in a freight house. All because of a butler who walked on his knuckles.
How about tying a mental string around your finger today to remind yourself to file your 1949 income tax return as soon as possible? The 15th of March isn't several miles down the road the way it used to be. It's almost at your front door. And you'd certainly get a scare if you came home one evening to find it sitting right smack in your living room saying smugly, "Well, you forgot to file your income tax return. What now, little man?" So why not set aside tonight as income tax night and file your 1949 return? This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Extra, extra, hero about the crooked eye. Blackmailer slays accomplice. Extra, big town, extra.
I want a $2,000 payoff.
Here's your payoff.
I won't leave big town for peanuts.
Get out of big town or you'll go in a box. Lay off, Wilson. I got nothing to lose drilling you.
So your shakedown included murder. Okay, let's play it out.
Yes, listen to this headline story of the Crooked Eye, brought to you by Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Hear this exciting story of fighting editor Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper Creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and the case of the Crooked Eye. This is the timely and dramatic expose of the dangerous and growing fake detective racket, and had its beginning in a quiet corner of a clip joint, as a young man unknowingly kept a rendezvous with a so-called private detective, and with death.
Hello, Carter. So you decided to meet me?
Yes. What do you want, Denver?
Oh, so you know who I am?
I know my wife hired you to get something on me.
That's right, Carter.
And you haven't been able to get a thing.
That's right.
Because there isn't anything to get. All my wife wants is her freedom and plenty of alimony.
And that's what I'm hired to fix.
How? How are you going to manage that?
I'll show you. Hey, Ruthie, come here.
Sure, Steve. Why, hello, Jimmy, darling. I just knew you'd come back to little Ruthie.
Hey, what's the idea? Get away from me. I don't know you.
Why, darling, come on, hug me tight, kiss me.
Get away from me.
Hold that pose, Ruthie.
Lay off with that camera, Denver.
Okay, break the clinch, Ruthie. I got all on you.
Yes, get away from me, you little fool.
Okay, handsome. I got to get ready for my chorus routine. Don't think it wasn't fun.
All right, you slimy Seamus. What do you think you're going to gain by this frame-up?
About $2,000, Carter.
What makes you think I'd give you $2,000 if I had it?
Because it'll cost you plenty more if your wife gets a fat alimony settlement.
Why, you dirty blackmailer.
No, you got me wrong, Carter. I'm just selling you a very valuable camera.
You're not selling me anything.
Got a swell flash attachment, good fast lens, takes perfect pictures, never misses.
Neither do I.
Oh, don't telegraph your punches, sucker. Oh, come on, Carter, straighten up. I used to train pugs before I got in the detective racket. Let me show you how. Oh. Okay, sucker. Here's my card and address. When you come out of that slugging and raise the dough to buy this camera.
Hey, mister. The managements of this joint don't like fist fighting so early in the evening.
Get back on the door, you big comic.
Nothing's doing because besides being doorman, I am likewise the bouncer.
Beat it or I'll bounce you off the wall.
Uh-huh. Tough guy.
Yeah, take a look at that dope on the floor and beat it or I'll give you some of the same.
Uh-huh. Two other fellas we both think we are. Let's take a look.
Lay off. Let go.
Hey. How do you like this Russian bear hug?
Well, lay off, will you? You'll crack my ribs.
Yes, rib cracking is a specialty with Boris Godunov, who forsook the ballet for making with wrestling grunts.
So you put me down, you crazy slug.
Sure. First I raise you up high and toss you like a bull. How you like some encores, maybe?
I'll get you a job for this. I'll sue this stub. You tell that Carter dope he better see me tonight.
Hi, Steve. Got a minute to look at a batch of reactions to our safe driving campaign?
Sure thing, Lorelei.
Golly, look at these letters. There are hundreds of them.
Good. We'll publish some of them. When the public takes over a campaign, we owe it to them to keep it rolling.
Yes, you can't have a safe driving week and then forget it the rest of the year. I'll pick out the best letters and give them to Fletcher on City Desk.
Do that. And what about that upriver pollution scandal?
I'm checking on that, Steve, but some upstate politicians are sitting on the lid.
Well, they better do something before public indignation blows the lid off.
and some of them out of office.
Or into jail. Uh-oh. Your private line to your so-called underworld listening post.
Yes, I'm expecting a tip on the new racket in our own big-town backyard, Lorelei. Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Mr. Wilson, this is Boris Goodenough, Nijinsky Pavlovich speaking in person.
Hello, Boris. How's the doorman business?
Confidentially, Mr. Wilson, it is like something from nothing good, which is why I'm calling you.
What's the trouble, Boris?
Here in the checks room of the big town parrot's cage, I have got a beat-up nice young fella who's got plenty of trouble, Mr. Wilson.
Is he badly hurt, Boris?
Not much yet, but soon, maybe.
Why was he beaten up, Boris?
Blackmails he won't pay, I think.
Blackmail? Who beat him up?
One very tough private detective fella, but I am tougher, and him I bounce out.
Nice going, Boris, but are you sure the man was a private detective?
Absolutely, positively, Mr. Wilson. On account of with this young Carter fella, he leaves a card along with a couple of black eyes.
Now, wait a minute, Boris. Any real private detective would lose his license for that. What's the name on the card?
On the card, it says, Seeds, Denver.
Denver. Yes, I've heard about him. His license was revoked 6 months ago, Boris. Can you keep young Carter there a few minutes?
Sure, easy, Mr. Wilson. He don't feel like standing up much yet, let alone go any places in a hurry.
Well, take good care of him, Boris. We'll be over at the parrot cage in 10 minutes flat. Come on, Lorelei. Another dirty racket. Go get your coat and so-called hat.
Yeah?
That you said, honey?
Who else would be answering my phone, Featherbrain?
Oh, honey.
Save the Scarlett O'Hara Act. What's the idea of phoning me at my office?
Well, I thought I'd better tell you what happened after you left the club.
Don't tell me that punk complained to the cops.
Oh, no. He's still half out on his feet from that beating you gave him. But that crazy Russian doorman called somebody.
Who did he call?
Some newspaper guy named Wilson.
Wilson. Steve Wilson, the racket-busting newsie of the press?
Yeah, and he's coming right over.
Where are you, Ruthie?
Back in the chorus dressing room.
Well, get out of there, quick.
But, honey, I've dressed for my act.
Well, get out of there. Go to your apartment and pack your stuff.
But why, honey?
You're getting out of Big Town to where Wilson can't find you and quiz you.
But I don't want to leave Big Town. I got a contract.
You'll have a busted head if you don't do like I say.
But, honey, I ain't got any money.
Hey, get your money. Get out of there. Go pack your stuff, but quick.
Thus, dangerous cross complications are developing as Steve Wilson moves into this vicious shakedown racket. And we'll rejoin Steve and Lorelei in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Keeps you fresh and attractive. Protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and tonight's headline story of the Crooked Eye, as Steve Wilson and Lorelei approach a notorious Big Town nightclub in the cab of their loquacious friend and companion, Harry the Hack.
Say, boss, Miss Kilpine.
Say it, Harry.
But get us to the parrot cage intact.
Oh, fear not, Miss Kilpine. I have been reading them safe driving articles of yours in the press, and whilst I have always thought I was a pretty careful driver, I have come to the conclusion none of us cannot be a little more careful, if you get what I mean.
We get it, Harry. What were you going to say?
I was just about to offer the services of me and my trusty knock in the event of any eventualities with this crooked eye with whom you are about to tangle.
Thanks, Harry, but I hope we can settle this without any more violence. Just stop at the parrot cage and wait a few minutes.
I may want to have you hack me to Denver's so-called office.
The first is as good as done, and the second will be a pleasure.
All right, Lorelei. Let's go get this Carter boy's story.
Oh, wait a minute, Steve. There's Boris coming out of the club, half carrying somebody.
Holy moly, the guy's lugging looks out on his feet.
Yes, Boris must have a good reason for moving him.
Mr. Wilson, maybe you better get this fellow away from here and to some doctor quick.
Good grief. He's unconscious.
Yes. And when I'm phoning you, he acts like he's getting better. Then he goes out like a light.
Boris, you shouldn't have moved him. He may be suffering from concussion. Get him in the cab here.
Yes. Let me give you a hand, Boris. We better get him to a hospital.
Just hold the hexicab door open, Mr. Wilson. Him, I handle like a baby.
Well, get here in the back with him, Boris. I'll sit on the jump seat.
Yes, I hold him, and you see if there is anything you can do, Miss Killiburn.
Oh, Steve, his head's cut. There's blood behind his ear.
Yes, drive to the general hospital, hurry.
Check force on a double-double.
Maybe I should not have moved him, Miss Killiburn, but after I make with the telephone to you, something else happens, which makes me think maybe this feller, I should get him out of the parrot cages before something worse happens to him.
What happened, Boris?
After I'm talking to you, Mr. Wilson, I find a hoof dancer called Ruthie eavesdropping, and in the dressing room she makes phone calls to this Denver feller who wants her to get out of Big Town quick like rabbit.
That means she's mixed up in this shakedown racket.
Nah. And she dressed quick and runs to her apartments to pack some things.
That fits. You know where she lives, Boris?
At the Big Town Arm.
Harry, stop the cab.
Check force, but how come?
Let us out. Come on, Riley.
Well, what about this boy,
Boris
Steve?
and Harry can take him to the hospital. I think we can take care of the rest of his troubles. We'll pick up another cab to the Big Town Arms. Let's go.
Come on in, Sid. The door isn't locked.
Hey, what's the idea of wasting time? Why ain't you packed and ready to go?
Oh, I'm ready, honey. I just packed a few things.
Well, pack all your duds. You're clearing out.
Oh, I don't want all that worn old stuff on the bed. I told the maid she could have it. I'll be getting a whole new outfit.
With what?
Why, with the money you're going to give me for getting out of Big Town and keeping you out of trouble.
Listen, Ruthie, quit kidding yourself. Where you're going, those duds will be plenty good enough. Now, pack 'em.
I will not. I wouldn't be seen dead in those old rags in Mexico City.
You ain't going anywhere near Mexico City.
All right, then. Get me a plane ticket to Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Okay, Florida. I can get a chlorine job down there. And the place is simply crawling with sugar daddy.
Now, listen, Featherbrain, you're going to a hideout, a boarding house upstate about 50 miles from here.
I am not. I'm not going to go twiddle my thumbs in some cheap dump to keep you out of a jam.
Listen, you...
Stop it, Sid. You're hurting my arm.
I'll wring your neck if you don't do like I tell you. Pack that stuff quick.
Sid, I won't give up my job at that parrot cage. My nice gentleman friends. But for you or anybody else, you tin-horn shamus.
Oh, so now I'm a tin-horn shamus. Am I?
You keep away from me, Sid. If you beat me up like you did that Carter kid, I'll tell that guy Wilson everything I know about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Keep away from me, Sid. I'll tell all about the guys and dames I helped you frame for shakedowns.
You've dropped your southern accent, honey child. Stop backing away from me. You'll fall out that window.
Keep away from me, Sid. Don't you dare hit me.
Well, you're going to talk. You're going to squawk.
Oh, no, I won't, Sid. I didn't mean it. I was only kidding.
I don't go for kidding.
I didn't mean it, Sid. You can't blame a gal for trying to make a good deal. I didn't really mean it. I'll go any way you say.
I'll say you will, you double-crossing, two-timing little twist.
Sid, let go. I'll go to that dump. I'll stay there.
I've changed my mind.
Why? What's happened to Carter? Is he dead? He was out cold when I left the club.
It don't matter. You'd cross me up. You'd shake me down if you got a chance.
Oh, no.
Sell me out.
No.
Turn state's evidence if that dope dies.
Oh, no, I won't, Sid. Please let me go.
I ain't gonna chance it. Hold still.
Sid, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna make sure you don't squawk to Wilson or anybody else.
Thanks, Robert. Keep the change. Come on, Lorelei.
Okay, Steve. You know, I've been thinking...
We may not have much time to think if we're going to question that girl before she skips town,
Well, that's what I've been thinking about. If we both go barging in on her, she may shut up like a clam.
Well, in that case, she'll talk to the police as soon as they picked up Sid Denver.
Well, hadn't you better notify them to grab Denver at his office before he hears young Carter is too badly hurt to meet him there?
Yes, I'm going to phone Callahan from the lobby.
Callahan? Homicide? Do you think Carter's so badly hurt he may die?
He might. But whether he does or not, his bruises and cuts have all the trademarks of brass knuckles, Lorelei, and Denver's attack can be assault with a deadly weapon, and the charge can be manslaughter.
Then it's more important than ever to get that girl to talk.
Yes, let's get in there before she slips out a back exit of the Big Town Arms.
Steve, let me go up and try to get in her apartment and talk to her while you're phoning
No,
Callahan.
Lorelei, it'll only take a few seconds, and that girl may think Carter is dead if you go up there and start pumping her.
But, Steve, she may get away. Now, please, let me try.
Absolutely not, Lorelei. I'd rather let her get away than risk your neck. Now, come on inside and wait while I make that call to Callahan of homicide.
Doggone Steve Wilson. Always trying to keep me from doing my reporter job because I happen to be a female. Oh, this must be Ruthie's apartment. As a female, I think I can handle her better than he can. Golly, I hope we haven't missed her.
Yeah?
Oh. Hello.
What do you want?
I want to see Ruthie.
Who wants to see Ruthie?
I'm a friend of hers. Is she here?
What do you want to see her about?
It's personal.
See her at the Parrot Cage tomorrow.
Sorry, I heard she was leaving town tonight.
Oh, you did? Who told you?
None of your business.
I'm making it my business. Come in here, sweetheart.
Oh, you must be Sid Denver.
That's right.
Oh, don't bother to lock that door.
Why not?
It'll be broken down in a few minutes.
Who by?
Steve Wilson.
Wilson of the press?
Yes.
So you're that dame crime reporter that tags around with them, huh?
That's right. Only this time, because I foolishly disobeyed orders, he's going to be tagging around after me.
Where is the slug now?
He's downstairs phoning Callahan of homicide.
Homicide?
Yes, we thought it might be handy to have him around in case young Carter dies of that beating you gave him.
Who says I beat him?
We have one good witness, and Ruthie will make two. Where is she?
She's gone. She beat it out of town.
Without any street clothes?
Yeah.
Kind of sudden, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awful. What are you gaping at?
That piece of black crepe dress material caught in the crack of that closed closet door over there.
So what?
Black crepe could be so appropriate for some things.
Wait, don't go away, beautiful.
Looks like I walked in on something.
You sure have. Since you're so curious, come on. You're going in that closet for a better look.
All right, Sergeant. Since you can't locate Inspector Callahan, you better pick up Sid Denver at his office. Carter's at General Hospital, and I'm sure he'll sign the complaint when or if he regains consciousness. And tell Callahan I'm at the Big Town Arms, checking on an accomplice and come-on girl called Ruthie.
Hey, boss.
Harry, what are you doing here?
The Carter guy started snapping out that slug, and so I left Boris with him at the hospital and hightailed over here to see if I could be of some assistance. Where's Miss Kilpine?
She's over at the switchboard getting the lowdown on that girl, Ruthie, from the operator. Come on, we'll see how she's made out.
You called a lawyer on this yet?
Yes, they're going to pick up Denver at his office. I tried to get in touch with Callahan of homicide. That's what took me so long on the phone,
Well,
Harry.
there's a switchboard operator, but I don't see Miss Kilpine.
I'm sorry, madam, but Mr. Jones does not answer. Is there any message? Very well, madam.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Oh, good evening, sir. What can I do for you?
Where is the young lady who just inquired about one of your tenants called Ruthie?
Oh, her? Well, as soon as I gave her Ruthie's apartment number, she went right upstairs.
Upstairs? Good grief.
Uh-huh.
Doggone that girl.
Oh, was there anything the matter?
I hope not. What is Ruthie's apartment number?
Oh, golly, mister, what is the matter? You know, you're the second man looking for Ruthie.
The second man.
That's right.
Holy moly, boss. Maybe Denver's here.
What's that apartment number, miss?
Oh, why, it's apartment 11A, but what's the trouble, mister?
There's liable to be all kinds of trouble if we don't get up there on the double. Come on, Harry. Let's go.
Golly, Golly, but these automatic elevators are slow, boss.
Even so, it's quicker than climbing 11 flights of stairs.
Say nothing of the shape we'd be in when we got up. Oh, this is it.
Yes, come on, but wait in the hall. Denver may be carrying a gun.
There's 11A just across the... Boss, door is opening.
Against the wall, Harry.
Check, boss. Watch your step.
Oh, wait a minute, Denver.
Wilson.
Yes? Why aren't you at your office waiting for your dirty shakedown payoff?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's go to the apartment and ask your girlfriend, Ruthie.
She's gone. She left town.
Where's Miss Kilburn?
You mean that lippy reporter dame that tags around with you?
Yes, I mean Lorelei Kilburn.
She ain't sure.
You're a liar. She came up here a few moments ago. Now, get out of the way. Lorelei. Lorelei.
All right, you nosy newspaper slug. Shut up. Turn around.
Oh. So now it comes to guns.
Yeah.
Your shakedown has turned to murder. Okay. Let's play this out.
Thus, a swift chain of events has developed into a deadly climax. And for the surprising and ironic payoff, we'll return in just a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
And the cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. So remember, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes it more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that brings on BO.
Lifebuoy's milder, too. Safe, even for baby's tender skin.
And you'll like the way Lifebuoy, made with costly coconut oil, bursts into quick white lather even in hard water.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, keeps you fresh and attractive, protects you as no other leading soap can. Bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and Steve Wilson's deadly showdown with a blackmailing private detective in tonight's story of The Crooked Eye.
Clam up, Wilson. Stay put while I give with the frisk.
You're wasting time, Denver. I don't carry a gun. And even if you haven't committed a murder, you're risking a long jail term for possession of that one in your hand.
I got a permit for this run.
Your permit was revoked when you lost your private operator's license for being a crooked eye. And a disgrace to your profession.
Keep talking and I'll knock your teeth in.
Put down that gun and I'll give you a chance.
Clam.
Oh. So Lorelei Kilburn didn't come here? Isn't in this room?
Clam up and quit bunching yourself to get this gun or I'll let you have it right now.
And your girlfriend, Ruthie, isn't here? She left town?
Get away from that hall door. Get over there against the wall.
All right. But those taps tell me Ruthie is in that clothes closet dead. You murdered her to shut her up about the Carter shakedown.
So what? You shut up. I'm getting out of here.
Let him come, boy.
Stay out in the hall, Harry. Keep out of sight.
Okay. Let him come out through the doorway.
Don't show yourself, Harry. He's armed. Killed his girlfriend. Has nothing to lose by shooting his way out.
You get a skin full of Tommy slugs if he comes this way. On account of the homicide, boys are coming up the elevator and the stairs.
Oh, so you did call in the cops on this,
If you
huh?
played according to that rule, you wouldn't have lost your license. Turned crooked, committed murder to cover up, and now find yourself caught like a rat in a trap.
Oh, yeah? And I know my way around in and out of dumps like this.
Don't try breaking for it. Not out that window, Denver.
Stay put, Wilson. I ought to plug you for messing in this. I may need all the shells I got in this gun going down the fire escape. Stay put.
Don't be a fool, Denver. Don't step out of that window. There is no fire escape in that court.
Don't kid me, Wilson.
Look. Look behind you, you crazy fool.
And take my eyes off you for even a minute, I would be a fool.
You will be a fool. It's only 11 stories to the pavement. Don't back out of that window, Denver.
Shut up. Stay put.
Don't crowd 'em, boss. Elevator coming up.
Don't do it, Denver.
Keep away from this window. I'm leaving.
Boss.
Come on in, Harry. He's gone. Finished. The law won't have to take him for his folly.
You warned him, boss. You tried your best to stop him.
Oh, yes, Harry, but even so.
How did you know there wasn't no fire escape outside of that window?
I noticed when he came in through the court. What's keeping those homicide men, Harry?
Oh, that was my bluff, boss. I don't know if they're coming or not.
Steve, get me out of here.
Oh, good grief, Lorelei. In that closet with Ruthie. I've forgotten. Just a minute, Lorelei. I'll unlock the door.
Oh, Steve, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I could hear what happened, heard that awful falling cry.
What about Ruthie? Is there any chance?
No, Steve, I tried to revive her. She's been strangled.
Good grief. That poor kid. Nothing more than a stooge. Come on, girl.
What did she get out of it, even in life?
Won't they never learn, boss?
Some do before it's too late, Harry, but not enough. Get on the phone, Lorelei. Call Fletch on City Desk. That, ladies and gentlemen, was just another story from the front pages of the Illustrated Press. Young Carter recovered, and we played up Ruthie's angle because I honestly feel it may help convince youngsters like her that you can't fool around the fringe of crime without the fatal risk of drowning in its whirlpool.
And incidentally, Steve, wasn't Sid Denver, the Crooked Eye, an exception to the general run of private investigators?
Yes, Farley. There are good and bad in every profession.
How about next week, Steve?
Well, next week we're going to dramatize a hard-hitting story of juvenile tragedy and parent delinquency, and headline The Shiny Gun. But right now you seem to have something immediate on your mind, Lorelei.
Yes, Steve. Friends, you've heard tonight how Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner in your daily bath, keeps you fresh and attractive 24 hours a day. Now, I'd like to suggest that you try Lifebuoy Health Soap in the big new bath size. Bath size Lifebuoy is generous and luxurious. And that lather, it's so mild and refreshing. I love it, and I know you'll love it, too. Just ask for the new bath size Lifebuoy. Thank you, and good night.
It's opportunity unlimited. Enlistment in America's armed forces today. For America's armed forces now constitute the greatest scientific enterprise in the world. Trained in the best technical schools, working with advanced techniques and equipment, today's serviceman is a skilled professional with a bright future in civilian or military life. Investigate the opportunities offered in the armed forces now. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilburn, and is written and produced by Jerry McGill.
Lever Brothers Company have amazing news. New 1950 Rinso with Solium. It's here a year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. The sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets white clothes whiter than new, washable colors brighter than new, and keeps them whiter, brighter than any other soap. Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Get new 1950 Rinso at your dealers now.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at this same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weiss, bidding you good night. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Broadway's My Beats, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. It's not a street, it's a merry-go-round. Where you can't tell whether that man in front of you is thinking about a milkshake or murder. Well, that's the street I'm walking. It's around 4 on a Saturday afternoon when I get to Times Square. I'm standing by the police information center there, thinking how cute the pretty kids, all dolled up and out with their boyfriends. I'm talking to the cop on duty when...
Excuse me, officer.
Just a second, a nervous young doll, looks like from the 3-Eye League. A cinch she's from out of town, comes up to the duty sergeant.
What can I do for you? Well, I know this is going to sound silly, but my husband...
Yes?
Well, I don't know what's happened to him.
You mean he's lost?
Well, I hope so.
Huh?
That is, I'd rather he was lost than run over or...
Take it, Danny.
Detective Clover, ma'am. Broadway squad. Maybe I can help you.
Well, I hate to bother you, and I know it's probably all a mistake, but...
Yeah?
Well, Andy, that's my husband.
Uh-huh.
He left the hotel just before dinner time, about noon it was, and he said he'd be right back. But now it's after 4, and he's not... Yes, the Astor right across the street over there. And he's never done anything like this before. And it's our first trip to New York, so I'm scared, maybe. Oh, I know he's probably all right.
What's his name?
Andrew Jenkins. He had his billfold with him with his name in it, so if
Well, that's a help, man.
And all our money in it, too.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Hey, call the precinct. Tell him to check the hospital. Man named Andrew Jenkins.
Jenkins.
Andrew Jenkins, age...
27.
You got that?
Right, Danny. Hello? Connor had the information center.
Come on inside and sit down, Mrs. Jenkins.
Oh, thank you. I'm really embarrassed to come here with this story, but I don't...
that's perfectly okay. It happens all the time.
And they always show up after, don't they?
Sure. Say, where was your husband going when he left you around noon?
Well, I don't know exactly. That's the trouble.
Well, didn't he say anything that would give you an idea?
Well, he just said he was going out on a mysterious errand.
Huh?
But that was just to tease me. You see, today is our wedding anniversary, and but I'm sure he was just going out to get me a surprise present.
Yeah, sure. Any word yet?
They're checking.
How long you been in town, Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, we got here yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, any friends, relatives in town?
No.
I mean, no place you can think of where he might have gone.
No.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you do that. Nobody by that name has been received at 3 o'clock, Danny.
Oh, can't you help me?
Look, lady, the best thing for you to do is to go back to your...
No, please, don't tell me to go back to my hotel room. I've been sitting there all alone for more than 4 hours.
Yeah. Hey, Sergeant, call the Astor. Any messages for Mrs. Jenkins, you pick them up. I'm going to take her walking.
Walking?
Yeah, sure. Come on. Yeah, a little outdoors is very helpful. Oh, it's maybe not so good as the outdoors in Omaha or Idaho or one of them states like where you come from.
We're from Indiana.
Well, that's just as I figured. And you get to town yesterday.
Yes.
Now, what's the first thing you do?
The first thing, we checked in at the hotel.
Uh-huh. No phone calls to anybody?
No.
Well, then what did you do?
Well, we went out to have a look at Broadway, just a couple of hicks.
Uh-huh.
No waiting for seats, seating on all floors immediately. No waiting for seats anywhere in the house.
Well, which way did you walk?
Well, from the hotel, just where we're walking now.
Good. Now, you make like I'm your husband, and you try to remember everything you said to each other. You know what you looked at, the stores, the people, the movie houses, everything like that.
Yes, but...
Yeah, now, he went out to buy you a present, didn't he? He's never been in town before. The only stores he sees are these stores along here. Well, which one did he go to? That's what we want to know. So think.
Well, we didn't want to go to a movie, not the first night in town.
Yeah, so?
And then, well, I remember this nut store, and he said he didn't like the smell of nuts roasting.
Yeah, well, that's 2 of us.
And there, we stopped in and looked at this window at the little turtle.
Turtles?
Yes.
10 cents a turtle. Write your name on it and send it home. Hey, would he have come back here to buy you a turtle?
No.
Now think, Mrs. Jenkins.
Yes.
Wasn't there something you told your husband you wanted? Something that gave him the idea he should sneak out and buy it?
I can't think, Lieutenant. I can't think of anything except where is Andy.
Yeah, but you've got to
I know. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's no good, Lieutenant. Everything I see reminds me of him. Yesterday, I remember how we stopped and looked at this window, all the jewelry they were auctioning off. Lieutenant, what's happened to him? Why can't you do something?
Did you look at anything particular in this window?
Well, what difference does it make? Wait, yes, there was something. An old-fashioned gold watch.
Is it still there?
Hmm?
Now, do you see it anywhere in the window?
No, it's gone.
Come on. Let's go in.
All right, $6.50 once. We'll make it $6.75. Another 2 bits for the selling and pen and pencil set. Do I hear $6.75? Going twice at $6.50. This is 18-karat gold watch, ladies and gentlemen. Guaranteed a lifetime of distinguished use. Do I hear? Sold for $6.50.
Hi, Eddie.
How's it, Lieutenant?
Hey, could I speak to you a minute?
Be right down.
Now, don't worry, miss. We'll find out if he's been in here.
I hope so.
Anything itching?
Well, it could be. Hey, tell your boy to take over a minute, will you? I want to talk to you.
Anything for you, sweetheart. Arnie, take it. Okay, Danny, follow me. What do you want I should be on the lookout for this time, sweetheart? A hot ferry boat?
It's nothing like that, Eddie. Hey, meet Mr. Jenkins.
Oh, a pleasure.
We're trying to get a line on a young guy who would have come in here about noon today, Eddie. Describe him, will you, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, he's about your height, only heavier, bigger.
He'd make him about 27, Eddie. From Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Yeah.
Yes, he has brown hair, straight, and hazel eyes.
Hayes, you had an old-fashioned gold watch in your window yesterday, Eddie. It's not there now. Well, maybe he came...
I make him.
Huh?
That did it. Sure. I make him now. A light gray suit and a green hat.
Yes, that's it.
It's a screwy thing, Danny.
What?
This guy, your husband, lady?
Yes, do you know where he
He
is?
come in around noon and he asks about that watch. And just 2 minutes before, a couple of guys are in asking about the same watch. 2 minutes. Less.
Yeah, so what?
Sure. I got him tapped. Indiana. Nice-looking young guy.
Oh, the watch.
Yeah. So, both these parties want I should knock the watch down. A real coincidence. So? So I knock it down. They're bidding against each other. They both want it real bad. Your husband? A stubborn character, lady.
Yes, well, if he wants something...
They bid this watch up.
Yeah.
I get $62 for it. It's weight. I got news for you. It's weight maybe 25, the outside.
Huh? How come?
Beats me, sweetheart. The bidding's up higher than a cat's back.
Yeah, but who got it?
The young guy. Your husband, lady. He got it. Takes it away from me with a grin. If it had been any bigger, his face would have split. He goes out. The other 2 guys, the guys who's bidding against him, they go out, too. Looking pretty sore at each other. They didn't have any more ready cash with them.
Then where did he go? Which way did he go?
Which way?
Yeah.
Who looks? I seen the 3 of them standing out on the sidewalk for a few seconds. All the time I'm trying to figure what's with this watch. They should get so grabby for it. Then all 3 of them head up Broadway together.
Together?
The young guy, your husband, lady, in the middle.
But I don't understand. Why should
Is all this around noon, Eddie?
Give or take 20 minutes.
But I know he doesn't know anybody in New York.
The watch, Eddie. Where'd it come from?
Routine, sweetheart. In a consignment from one of the upstate pawnbrokers. You want I should look it up, maybe?
You tell me. Was there nothing special?
You mean, was it hot?
Uh-huh.
I give you my word,
But
Andy.
why should Andy go with these men? Those men, maybe they killed him or kidnapped him.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Now count to 10.
But
lady.
you don't do anything. Where is
Oh,
he?
look, I'll tell you how it was. He came in here to buy you this watch for your anniversary, right? Yes, he's feeling good because he got it, right? Now, like Eddie said, he's grinning. He goes out on the street. Probably he says to these other 2, come on. Come on, he says to them, I'll stand your drink. I'd celebrate. It's his anniversary, too, remember?
A very reasonable story.
Yes.
Yeah, but 6'2" and even, he's standing in a saloon right now having a friendly dram with his 2 new friends.
But then why didn't he at least call me?
Well, that's a question to ask him when he shows up. But don't let it louse up your holiday to New York.
Sure, and don't stay sore at him, lady. Remember, he bought it for you.
Come on. I'll walk you back to your hotel.
I just hope that you're right. But I'm scared. I'm all alone. I'm frightened. Any phone messages from Mrs. Jenkins, room 1526, please? No, nothing.
Oh, now just don't get rattled, Mrs. Jenkins. Look, just get used to the idea he's got this one wild oat he wants to stick in the ground, okay?
Well, you'll let me know if you hear anything, won't you, Lieutenant? If there's any report.
Yeah, I'll call you before 6, and that's a promise.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Are you leaving now?
Just over to get a cigar, Mrs. Jenkins, but, yeah, then I gotta get back to station house. Don't worry, I'll call you.
All right. Goodbye.
And just for now.
Lieutenant Clover, who's the lady I see you with?
Hiya, lover. A couple of perfectos. If you can stop buffing your nails long enough.
What'd you do to her? She don't look happy.
Well, you can take warning, Sally. She had a husband, but she let him get away. Hey, let me use your phone to check in, will you?
It's all yours.
This is Clover, baby. Give me the precinct. What do you know for sure, Sally?
The most exciting thing that's happened around here all day is I got a run in my stocking. Like a cemetery.
Yeah?
I take my ossified oath. Nobody's even come around to try to get 2 on the aisle for Kiss Me Kate.
Hiya, Sergeant. Lieutenant Clover.
Oh, business must be tough. Did you see the fight at the garden last night, Danny?
Hold it a second, lover. Homicide? What'd you say, Sergeant?
Get the bloodhound.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get right over.
Did I hear you say homicide, Danny?
Some guy got the business in a hotel basement on 45th Street.
Anybody we know?
Well, if we don't, it's too late for an introduction.
Hello, Danny. You got here quick enough.
Hi, Doc. Hi, Tom.
Good to see you, Danny. Hey, you guys got all the pictures you need. I want to lug this body out of here.
Don't bust your buttons, Junior.
Hey, is this the fella?
Yeah, stab, Danny. Very sharp knife, a stiletto, probably. At least 8 inches long. Very neat, professional job.
Not much blood.
Oh, very little, eh? You just left him here, leaning back against the wall.
Who found it, Tom? Porter?
Yeah, that's right.
How long ago was he stabbed, Doc?
An hour at the outside, Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still a little warm. Hey, Doc.
What is it?
I know this guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, you remember about 10, 11 years ago, the bank messenger who was robbed right here in the district? Right here on 46th Street it was, remember?
Yeah, sure.
And we got the 2 guys who did it but never found the money. This is one of them. Wait a minute. Schultz or Schwartz or something.
Chance was his name. Tout Chance.
That's it, Chance. How about that? He gets it right back here on 45th. Hey, what was with his sidekick, the other guy? Druckman, wasn't it?
You remember. It took you fellows a week to pick them both up. They were sent up the river, and Druckman died in the pen a couple of years ago.
That's right. And this baby must have just gotten out, paroled. Am I right?
You're right.
All adds up, Danny.
What do you got on him so far, Tom?
Well, the clerk said that he and 2 other men checked in here earlier today, room 503. I've been waiting for you.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
These pass keys. Yeah, this is the one.
What have we got here? Hey, cut those ropes off, will you, Tom?
All right.
Get him some water, Tom.
Oh, wait till I get my hands on those.
You talk fast, mister. Who gave it a chance, you or your pal?
Chance? Gave what? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me get to a phone.
Yeah, drink this water.
You'll get to a phone when I'm good and ready to let you. What's your name?
Just a minute.
No, just a minute, Jack. You listen to me.
Listen to me if you're a cop. I was practically kidnapped, drugged, tied up, and gagged, and I had a gold watch stolen from me. So don't you get tough with me. I'm going to make a phone call to my wife or else.
Say, is your name by any chance Jenkins from Iowa?
Jenkins from Indiana.
Well, how do you do? You go right ahead and make the phone call, Mr. Jenkins. Coffee make you feel any better, Jenkins?
Well, this is more like it.
That's good. Now, look, I'd like to let you get upstairs and see your wife as quick as possible. I know you want to go, but first...
What happened?
Yeah.
You want to know, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not too sure myself. I know I bid against those 2 men for the watch that Grace had said she liked.
Yeah?
And after, on the street, they suggested they buy me a drink.
Yeah, well, then what happened?
Well, we went to a bar up the street, and they started to get tough. Oh, shucks, I'd have given them the watch for what I paid for it if I knew they wanted it that bad, but they got tough with me, and I don't like that.
That I learned.
So when I said no, I guess then's when they doped one of my drinks. Next thing I know, I'm in that hotel room all tied up like you saw me.
Now think. Did you hear them talk at all?
Talk?
Yeah.
Yes, they talked. The younger one, he was laughing at something the older man said.
Uh-huh.
Something about how it had been right under their noses all along.
The younger one?
Yes, and I remember his name, too. The older man called him, Druckman.
Druckman?
What?
Never mind. Go on. What else did they say?
Well, then there was something about some gold or something. I think they were figuring on getting some money or some gold or something that had been hidden. It had something to do with the watch.
Words. Remember their words.
This gold they were looking for, somebody had scratched where the hiding place was on the inside cover of the watch.
Well, now, once they knew where that was, why didn't they take off right away?
Well, they said they couldn't right away. They said they had to wait for some reason.
Yeah, but what they said, the words, what was the reason?
I just remember the young guy laughing and saying something about gold and golden. It was ironical, he said, about the gold and the golden.
What was ironical?
I don't know, Lieutenant. I was still pretty dopey, I guess. Hey, what was this gold, do you know?
Yeah, it was the haul on a robbery. $40,000 worth of gold certificates. It was hidden somewhere. Somewhere near here, I'm sure. If only...
Anyway, they left me my money.
Yeah, I got the checks. Give it.
Oh, well, okay, thanks. The thing that gets me sore, though, is today's my wedding anniversary, and Grace wanted that watch.
Yeah, I got to get along. Hey, you better get upstairs to your wife. Here, let's cut through the lobby. I'll look at the elevators.
Yeah, I guess I better. I phoned her I was all right, but I didn't mention all this. She worries. If only...
Yeah?
Well, it's just that I want that watch back.
If all I had to worry about was a watch.
Grace said she liked it.
Yeah. Hey, your elevators are over there.
I know. I want to get some cigarettes first.
Oh.
So, Lieutenant? Yes.
2 packs, please.
I hear it was the guy who pulled that robbery back in 38.
That's right, Sally.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Who killed him, Danny?
Well, there were these 2 guys, lover, and looks like one of them didn't want to go splits on the loot.
Greedy man.
Yeah.
Who was he?
From what Jenkins here says, it sounds like it must have been Druckman's son.
Druckman? Who's he?
Oh, Chance's original partner on the stick-up. Oh, by the way, meet Andrew Jenkins. This is Sally.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Excuse me. Hotel Astor Smoke Shop, good evening. For tonight? 2 tickets? Well, I'll see. For which...
A cigarette, Lieutenant?
No, I never use them, thanks.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, sir. Well, if you'll just stop by on your way out, I'm sure I'll be able to arrange it for you.
You sure gave him the brush.
Big spenders. He wanted free tickets to the New Yorker Theater tonight.
Free?
Mm-hmm.
A New Yorker? Hey, there's no New Yorker theater anymore, is there?
Oh, I know. It's one of those radio theaters now. I can't start trying to remember the new names they give those theaters. To me, the New Yorker is still the New Yorker. The Hammerstein is still the Hammerstein, and the Golden will always be the Golden, and the...
Sally.
What?
The Golden. That's on 45th Street. So was that stick-up.
So what?
You remember, kid?
Yeah, the Golden. Gold in the Golden.
No wonder they couldn't go right away. No wonder they had to wait. Today's a matinee day. The theater was full. Oh, what time is it?
Not quite 5:30.
Hey, what's with you 2 guys anyway?
The matinee crowd will just about be out. Now, you wait in your room, Jenkins, and I'll say... Hey, where do you think you're going?
With you, Lieutenant. I'm going to get my watch.
But I told
Let's
you...
go. We haven't got all day.
Now, listen, kid. I'm letting you stick around, but don't go getting any ideas you're going to be a hero.
Don't worry, Lieutenant.
Hey, you! Where do you think you're going, mister?
Is that you, Rosie? Danny Clover.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
For a minute there, I thought maybe you were...
Hey, you've been on the stage door all afternoon, Rosie.
All afternoon, Lieutenant. You think I'm crazy? Stay on the job all the time? No, sir. When the curtain goes up, I'm downstairs taking the little off of those stagehands at gin.
How about when the curtain comes down again?
Oh, then Then I'm right back here on the job, Lieutenant. $6 richer.
You see anybody you didn't recognize around here? I mean, anybody had no business being here.
Huh?
Yeah, well, where'd he go?
Well, he stood around for a while until finally his girl come out, and then they went...
Oh, Rosie, cut the routine. I'm serious. You see anybody around here who didn't belong?
Yes, I did, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Matter of fact, first I saw you, I thought it was this guy come back again. There was a young fella by here maybe 15 minutes ago, just when the house was letting out. Tried to slip by me on the stairs down to the cellar.
The cellar?
Sure. There's a basement here in the Golden. Runs right under the whole orchestra.
Lieutenant, because this guy had slipped by in the last 15 minutes.
No. Wait a minute. I had to answer the phone in the office a couple of minutes ago. He could have sneaked down.
Why, he must still be down there. How many ways to get in the cellar, Rosie?
Well, one door back here under the stage. Another door up front in the downstairs lounge, but it's locked. But why should anyone want to get down there? There's nothing but steam pipes, furnace, and all things like that.
Show me where the door is under the stage, Rosie. And quick. Is this it?
Yeah. But here, let me open the door.
Close it! Never open a door with a big light on back of you.
Yeah.
You might as well send the guy in there a special delivery telegram.
Yeah, but who...
Never mind. Turn the light off. Jenkins, get back there by the stairs. You too, Rosie.
But listen, Lieutenant,
You save it. The light. Turn it out, Rosie. Thanks.
But we can't see...
Yes, you're catching on now. And neither can he. Getting nervous in the dark, Buster? That's 4. How many you got left? That makes 6. No, you don't. All right, come back.
Lieutenant, what happened? Are you okay?
I should have remembered he had a knife. He'd used one already today. Hey, where's the light, Rosie? Come on, get up, you punk. You're not hurt bad.
Did he hurt you, Lieutenant?
Not a chance, Rosie.
What'd he do? Oh, stole that gold watch off of somebody, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Stole this gold watch off of this fella here. Hey, look. Look, have a look, Jenkins.
Huh?
See? Scratched on the inside cover.
Back of steam pipes, north side of Golden.
Yeah. Here.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just getting a peek at your wallet, Junior. Oh, I'll take charge of this 40 grand, too. Yeah. Yeah, it's like we thought. Her name is Druckman.
So what?
It was your old man that died in stir.
It's no secret.
I get it now. Before we picked him up for that stick-up, your old man hid the dough and scratched where he hid it inside the watch, but he wouldn't tell Shantz, right? They wouldn't trust him.
You're telling it.
He wanted to wait till they were both out of stir. Then your old man dies, and the prison sends the watch they've been holding to your family. And you're such a bright boy. You pawn the watch. You never knew what it said there. It took Shantz to tell you.
He wasn't very grateful to Shantz. A knife in the back.
Well, but the state will take care of that. Here. Let's get this guy to the station house. And then get you back to your wife. I got a surprise for you, Mrs. Jenkins.
Andy, darling, where have you been?
Happy anniversary, Grace. Here's the watch you said you liked.
Andy, but where have you been? I knew you were all right.
I had a little more trouble getting the watch than I thought I would.
Lieutenant, where did you find him?
Oh, I walked into a room, and he happened to be there.
And the man said you paid $62 for the watch, Andy. He said it wasn't worth any more than $25. No,
I know, honey, but
you're going to find out that watch is worth a lot more than $62, Mrs. Jenkins. I mean, when the insurance company cuts your husband in on the reward.
Reward? What reward? For what? Andy, where have you been?
No, it beats me, Jenkins.
What does?
Here's the whole police force, and especially the Broadway squad, has been trying to run those 40 G's down for the last 11 years.
Yes? 40 G's?
And you should excuse the expression. An apple knocker hits town from Iowa for the first time in his life, and in 24 hours he's done the job.
Listen, Lieutenant, we're from... Oh, never mind.
Indiana, Iowa. Anyway, they're both in the 3I League. Oh, the sidewalks are really crowded now. It's 6 o'clock. For me, the day is just beginning. The bright lights reflect green and white and red on the faces of the people. The people laughing, talking, hurrying by, on their way to what, I don't know. But chances are I'll have to make it my business when it happens. On the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Columbia has brought you Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover in Broadway's My Beat. With him were Charlotte Holland as Grace, Jean Carson as Sally, Frank Butler as Andy, and John Forsythe as Tom. Others in the cast were Maurice Gottsfield and Tom Hoyer. Broadway's My Beat is written by Peter Lyon. It is produced and directed by John Dietz, and the musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Stringer. This is Vern Bennett speaking. Now stay tuned for the Family Hour of Stars, starring Gregory Peck, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to a robbery detail. A doctor is severely beaten, robbed, and left in critical condition. Suspicion points to a narcotics addict. Your job? Get him. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, August 7th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 1:15 p.m. when I got to 4656 Collis Avenue. The front door.
you, Joseph?
Yeah, Ma, it's me.
I didn't expect you so soon.
Well, I'm off for lunch, and Ben and I were in the neighborhood, so...
Oh, well, I'll get the telegram.
Thank you.
I must say, I'm glad you could get home. Telegrams always make me nervous. Nobody ever sends a telegram unless it's important here, son.
Thank you. Yes, they do, Ma. Some people send wires to invite you to lunch or to a reception or something like that.
Is that so?
Sure. You've just forgotten, haven't you? I've gotten them before like that.
Oh, it's no way to do, anyhow.
Why not?
People always associate frightening things with telegrams. Well, aren't you going to open it?
Oh, yeah, sure. You know, if you were worried, you could open it, Ma. It'd been all right.
Well, you know I never open anything addressed to you, Joseph. Anything important?
It's from Belmont, my old high school.
Oh, yeah.
They want me to come up next week. They're having some sort of assembly up there. Want me to talk to the student body.
Well, that's nice. You going to go?
Yeah, I think I better, don't you? I'll have to clear it through Captain Sheldon, though.
No, I think it's awfully nice for them to remember you. What are you going to talk on, to say?
Yeah, police work, it says here. I'll have to think of something to base it on, though, won't I?
Well, you'll have to memorize it, Joseph. Doesn't look well for a man to stand up on a platform and read a prepared talk.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's Ben. I gotta go, Ma.
Would you and Ben like some lunch? I can fix you something in about a minute.
No, we haven't got time, dear. I'll see you later.
I don't know why they couldn't have written a letter instead.
What's that, Ma?
I said they could have written you a letter. Besides, it's much cheaper than a telegram.
Yeah, Ma. I'll see you later.
Bye, Joseph.
Bye.
Just got a call, Joe. They want us to call the office.
Oh, well, I might as well do it from the house, huh?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Right.
It's just me again, Ma. Came back to use the phone.
You're all right, Joseph.
Hello?
2511, please.
2511? Robbery, Chandler.
This is Friday, Glenn.
Got one for you, Joe.
What? I can't hear you, Glenn.
Got one for you.
Wait a minute. I can't hear you. Hey, Ma, would you hold that vacuum for a minute, please? I can't hear.
Oh, all right, Joseph.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Glenn. What'd you say again?
That's right. That young kid hit again, doctor's office.
Yeah?
It's that same kid, only this time he got a little rough. Victim's at Georgia Street. He's still carrying that gun.
Did he use the gun?
To beat the man with. Victim's a 55-year-old doctor. No reason for it, Joe.
All right, we'll get right on it.
Right, bye.
Yeah, bye. Okay, Ma, I'm all through.
All right, son.
Anything?
Yeah. That young hype hit again. Doctor's office beat him up pretty bad. He's down at Georgia.
Great combination, isn't it, Joe?
What's that?
Arm full of narcotics and a loaded gun.
Monday, August 7th. Since June 27th, Ben and I had been assigned to a case involving a young narcotics thief. For 7 weeks now, he'd been robbing every possible source available to him of narcotics. Since the inception of the investigation, we'd seen this young criminal develop from a small-time sneak thief to a full-fledged armed and vicious thug. The descriptions of the young thief, taken from his various victims, tallied almost to the letter. Blonde, light complexion, small stature, 5'7" to 5'10", nervous and unusually juvenile in appearance. Everything possible was being done for his quick apprehension. Hundreds of mug shots were screened and shown to victims. No identification. 3:30 p.m. We checked back in at the office. Went to see Sergeant Ed Hall, Narcotics Division.
Chandler said you went over to Georgia Street to see that doctor. Yeah, that's right, Ed. Short visit. Poor guy.
Pretty bad, huh? No, the guy's really a mess. Kid must have worked overtime on him.
And what's his condition? Still critical when we left. They wouldn't let us stay long. We got a description. It's the same kid.
Doctor's name was Gannon, huh? 55 years old.
Yeah, pistol whipped him. Knocked out 7 of his teeth, fractured his jaw. Doctor was wearing glasses. They don't know if he'll see out of his right eye anymore.
Well, this puts Junior in the big leagues now.
Yeah, it sure does. We got out a supplementary all points on him. Here's a list of the junk that he got. It's quite a haul here.
Yeah. Morphine, quarter grain, 30 vials. 5 vials, half grain codeine. Dolphin, quarter grain, 6 vials. Yeah, you did all right. Long list here.
We got that from the nurse. She was out to lunch when it happened. It's a small office out there, and the doctor closes up at noon. Nurse goes out to lunch, and he eats in the office. That's when the kid got to him.
He knew when to hit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Our boys haven't been able to turn up a thing for you. Nobody seems to know the kid.
Well, the amount of stuff he hauled out of that doctor's office, something ought to show, shouldn't it?
Should, yeah, with a haul like that. You got anything at all to work on?
Yeah, that car that was used on the job. Still got it staked out.
Well, we just picked this up from the report counter.
Yeah.
Car was reported stolen 2 hours after the robbery. It's a little bit of a break, huh?
The report was taken out at the Wilshire station. Mrs. Irving Adams states that her husband had notified her that the car was stolen from him while he was at work today. Said he always parks it out in front on the street.
We haven't checked it out yet, but we figured it was a good place to start, maybe.
Wait a minute. What'd you say that name was?
Irving Adams.
No, let me see that report. Well, this Adams is a user. He's up in county now, waiting trial.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, Walker and I picked him up. I just talked to Adams up in the county jail this morning.
How long's he been in?
Let's see. It was last Tuesday, July 30th.
The car couldn't have been stolen from Adams today if he's been in jail for a week.
Well, there's one guy can figure it out for you. Adams.
4:05 p.m. We went up to the 10th floor of the county jail, the interview room. We talked to Irving Adams for an hour. He said he wanted to cooperate, but he couldn't explain his wife's action in reporting the car stolen from him. He kept repeating that he knew his wife was not involved in anything, that she was innocent of any complicity in the case of the youthful gunman. He could give us no information on anyone fitting the gunman's description. He insisted that the entire matter was a mistake and that his wife could clear everything up if we just talked to her. 5:20 p.m. Ben and I drove out to 239 West 92nd Street, the Adams residence. It was a small white bungalow trimmed in red. The front lawn needed cutting and care. There were 4 bottles of soured milk on the front porch, along with several old newspapers. The front blinds were down, and although it was still early, the front porch light was burning. The other homes in the neighborhood appeared to be neat and well kept. The screen door was ajar and supported by one rusty hinge. 5:21 p.m.
Looks like nobody's home.
Well, let's give it a try, huh?
Give me a minute, I'll cover the back.
Right.
Yes?
Police officer, my name's Friday. You're Mrs. Irving Adams?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about your stolen car.
Have you found it?
Yes, we have. Can I come in?
Place is in such a mess. Can't we talk here?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather come inside.
All right. Don't look at the house. I've been kind of sick. Haven't felt much like cleaning up.
All right. You alone here, are you?
Right now, my husband's at work.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I go through the house?
You mean search it? You got a warrant?
No, I just want to go to the back door.
What for?
Well, my partner's around back there. This the way to the back door here?
That's right.
This it?
It's locked. Keys in the door.
All right. Hey, Ben?
Yeah, everything all right?
Yeah, fine.
Is he a police officer, too?
Yeah, that's right. This all there is to the house here?
What do you mean?
Well, just these 3 rooms here.
Yes, that's all.
I thought you said you were alone here.
I am.
Well, who's that woman lying down in the other room?
That's Catherine. I didn't want you bothering her. She's been sick, too. She sleeps most of the time. I just forgot about her.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else around?
No, nobody.
No, I mean anybody sick or otherwise. Anyone besides you and this girl in there?
Well, you've been in every room in the house except the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. This it here?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand all this. I reported my car stolen, and you come out here and search my house. If I did steal my car, I wouldn't hide it in here.
Yeah. Ben, want to come in?
Yeah.
Could you tell me something?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Well, I told you we found your car. This is Sergeant Romero.
How do you do?
What's the trouble? Anything wrong?
Who'd you say your car was stolen from?
From me. It was my car.
Is that the way you made the report, Mrs. Adams? It was stolen from you?
I think so, yes.
Ms. Adams, according to the report that you made out this morning, you stated that the car was stolen from your husband, isn't that right?
Is that what I said?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
I don't remember. We both used the car so much. I forgot.
Well, now, which is it, you or your husband?
I'm not sure.
You been drinking, have you?
A little bit, just to ease my nerves. I haven't been feeling well.
Well, it's obvious you're not drunk, Mrs. Adams. Why don't you keep your story straight?
Well, officers, I am telling the truth.
Well, your husband's in the county jail. He's been there for a week. The car couldn't have been stolen from him. Now, could it?
I didn't say it was stolen from him.
Is this your signature, Mrs. Adams?
Yes, sir.
This is a copy of the auto theft report that you made at the Wilshire Division.
Yes.
Well, now, is this report a true one or a false one? There's a penalty for making a false report, Ms. Adams. I'm sure you're aware of that.
I only want my car back.
Who was it stolen from?
Whatever it says there, my husband.
Mm-hmm. Now, we just told you that he's in jail. He's still in there. We just talked to him. The car couldn't have been stolen from him. Have you got anything to say to that?
No.
Well, I think we better go downtown where you can sit and straighten yourself out and give us some right answers.
I don't want to go to jail.
Well, that's just where you're going if you don't snap out of it and come up with the truth.
I know who you want. It's Rex Burley, isn't it?
Who's Rex Burley?
A young kid, blonde, small. He told me he was in some kind of trouble with the car. Said if I told the police it was stolen, it'd be all right that way.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where he is now?
No, I don't.
You sure about that?
That's the truth.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Catherine's awful sick.
Mm-hmm.
She always sleep this heavy?
Only when she's sick.
She's really out, isn't she?
Yeah.
Look at her leg.
Yeah. She's a user.
Say, this girl's on narcotics, Ms. Adams. Are you a user?
No, I'm not. I don't know where Catherine gets it.
How about Rex Burley?
He's on it, too. Maybe she gets it from him.
Is there any stuff in the house now?
Not that I know of.
You want to tell us where Rex Burley is?
I don't know. He called here about an hour ago. Catherine talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
Did he tell her where he was?
Yes, he did. She wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Where's that paper?
Under her pillow.
You are listening to Dragnet. From beginning to end, Dragnet is the authentic story of your police force in action.
Now, from beginning to end, the Fatima story. Actual convincing proof that in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more long cigarette smokers are now insisting on Fatima than ever before.
So if you smoke a long cigarette, compare Fatima. You'll find they now cost the same. But your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Insist on Fatima. Start enjoying the quality king-size cigarette. Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
Monday, August 7th, 6:30 p.m. The young girl who was identified as Catherine Dorrance was awakened, and she produced Rex Burley's address. She stated that she'd known him for the past year. She had just graduated from high school and gave her age as 18. In talking further with both Iris Adams and Catherine Dorrance, we found that the description of Rex Burley checked out with that given us from the suspect's victims. They both stated that, as far as they knew, it was his true name, that he had no friends or associates known to them. A check with R&I showed no record on the name Rex Burley. At 6:37 p.m., Sergeants Hall and Walker from Narcotics Division arrived and continued the investigation of the 2 female suspects. A stakeout was placed on the house at 239 West 92nd Street. The address we got from Catherine Dorrance was a hotel on Washington Boulevard. We drove out and checked with the clerk. We asked if he had anyone registered under the name of Rex Burley, and he told us no. We gave him Burley's description, and he said that a young man similar to that had registered and was in room 210. We got a pass key from the clerk. We walked up to the 2nd floor.
This is it.
Lights on under the door.
Yeah. Careful, huh?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Open up. We want to talk to you.
What about?
Is the key in the door?
Yeah, pass key's no good.
All right, come on. Open up. Police officers.
Isn't gonna open.
All right. Let's hit it. Right again. Once more. Yep.
Windows open. Up the fire escape, Joe. Police officers, hold it up.
Watch it. You all right? Yeah. All right, come on. Let's go. All right, hold it up there. He doesn't want to stop.
He's over the side, under the roof.
All right, come on. All right, easy.
See him?
No, it's pretty dark. All right, come on. Easy now. All right, easy.
Over there on that side. Can you see him?
No, it's too dark.
Watch that skyline. He's over there in that corner. See him?
Yeah, now he's gone.
Must have ducked back down. Well, he's in that corner.
All right, let's take him. Now keep down. You circle around from that side. I'll go around this way.
Right.
Be careful. Keep down.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I quit. Please don't shoot!
All right, throw that gun out and get your hands in the air. Walk toward the middle of the roof.
All right. All right, here's the gun.
I see him, Joe. I got him covered. You all right?
Yeah.
All right, keep those hands up.
All right, stand still.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, get your hands behind you. Ben?
Let's go, Burley.
I didn't mean to do it. I was wrong. I know I was wrong.
Should have thought about that a long time ago.
How old are you, Burley?
20.
You're living pretty high, aren't you?
I had to have this stuff. I needed it. How else could I get it? I didn't have the money to buy it.
You didn't have to get started on it. Come on, let's go.
I didn't want to get started. All of a sudden, I was just on it. I couldn't do anything about it. You don't understand. There was just somebody else to explain it to.
There is, but they won't understand it either. Monday, August 7th, 8:40 p.m. Rex Burley was taken downtown to the robbery division for further interrogation. He told us that he was in his senior year in high school when he got started on narcotics. He kept repeating that he didn't mean to get started. He readily admitted his participation in 6 narcotics robberies. He told us that he got Catherine Dorrance, his 18-year-old girlfriend, started on dope. Gene Bechtel took his statement and a complete report was made. A partial recovery of the stolen narcotics was made from his hotel room. The remainder had been found at Irving Adams' residence on 92nd Street. Both female suspects, Iris Adams and Catherine Dorrance, were filed on for violation of the State Narcotics Act. A show-up was scheduled for August 8th to allow a positive identification from Rex Burley's victims. We received word from Georgia Street that Dr. Gannon's condition was improved. The suspect was transported to the main jail where he was booked. It was 10:38 p.m. when I got to 1456 Collis Avenue, the front door.
Joseph, is that you?
Yeah, Ma.
Oh, have you had your dinner?
No, I'm not hungry.
We'll have to eat. I'll fix you something.
Oh, I'm kind of tired. I just like to sit down for a minute.
All right. There's the evening paper.
Oh, thank you.
Well, what'd you do to the sleeve of your coat?
Oh, where? Oh, guess I must have ripped it, huh?
You slip it off, I'll mend it after I fix you some dinner.
Well, why don't you sit down and work on it now if you want to? I've got something I'd kind of like to go over with you.
All right.
You remember that telegram from Belmont this morning?
Yeah, your old high school.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I got an idea for a speech, maybe. Just made a few notes here.
Mm-hmm.
Wrote down some of it. You think you feel like listening to it? See if it's okay?
All right. Did you write the speech today?
Well, just parts of it. I hadn't written it clear out yet. I just got a few notes. I want to see what you thought of it.
All right. Well, let me have your coat, son.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, let's hear you talk.
Well, now remember, it's not written down yet. It's just kind of hit and miss as I go along. But I think I can get the thought across, and then I'll put it all down on paper.
All right.
Mr. Fisher, that's the principal up there, you know.
Yes.
Mr. Fisher, members of the faculty and students. I'd like to tell you about a young boy who started out in high school and ended up on the roof of a downtown hotel dodging police bullets. I'd like to tell you about his girlfriend, 18 years old and a dope addict. This young fella started out on narcotics in search of a new thrill, something new that he hadn't experienced in his young life. He was still in high school when a group of the more high-living youngsters used to congregate at the local malt shop. Well, that's not so good, is it?
No.
Well, maybe it sounds better this way. There was a malt shop on the corner where some of the youngsters used to get together after school. Kind of a place where, if you had the right connections, and our young boy and girl did, you could get a drink of liquor in the back room. Well, the high school faculty knows all about this local malt shop, and they inform the authorities, and pressure is brought to bear. But the man who operates the place is clever, if you can call the operations of a man like this clever. He knows how to cover up, how to keep the front room legitimate and the back room a spawning place for juvenile delinquency. And the students don't help much. There seems to be something during the formation of a juvenile mind that when his teachers or his parents catch him doing wrong or they try to tell him it's bad, he prides himself in seeing how long he can get away with it under cover. Seems to be the stylish thing to do to outwit your parents and teachers. As the youngsters grow older, they invariably find out how infantile and stupid this is, but sometimes it's too late. Does that sound kind of stuffy, Ma? What do you think?
Sounds like the truth. Let me hear the rest of it.
Well, you know how kids are. Sometimes they resent it if they think you're lecturing them. Maybe if they could have been with Ben and I tonight, it might make a difference. Well, I don't want to make this too long, Ma. I think maybe I ought to finish up something like this. From this malt shop on the corner and that back room, our young boy gets a good shove down the road of self-degradation. He has the right connections, and it isn't too long before he graduates the liquor in the back room for something he thinks it's far better, narcotics. He's heard that, unlike liquor, you can't smell it on his breath, and he's a real veteran now. He has hangovers. He's heard that narcotics doesn't leave you with a hangover. So it doesn't take too long before, in police parlance, he's hooked. Living in this day and age, he thought that they taught him well in his economics and civics classes. He thought he knew what post-war inflation was all about. He didn't have the vaguest notion of the cost of his daily supply of narcotics once he was hooked on it. He found that before long he had to have his daily dosage. In no time at all, he found that it was all he could do to get by on $30 a day. That's what it cost, Ma. $30 each and every day, or he became violently ill, so sick that he couldn't seem to function properly. Well, in order to maintain his daily needs, he got a gun, and he robbed, and he beat people, and he stole. He shared with his girlfriend, and he dragged her down with him. He ended up on the roof of a hotel trying to shoot his way out. Well, the boy was 20 years old. His girlfriend was 18. 2 years ago, they both sat out there in a high school auditorium during an assembly. He went a long way, didn't he, in his 2 years out of high school? He was taken into custody on the night of August 7th. He was crying when we put the handcuffs on him. He was crying when we left him in his cell at the county jail. I guess he's still crying. Now, what do you think, Ma? That's just rough. I haven't...
Oh, will they believe it? You think it'll do any good?
Well, I don't know, Ma. It's up to them.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 83, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there are many cases on record of two people, not related, looking so much alike it's hard to tell them apart. A quick check of fingerprints, however, easily proves who's who. Now, at first sight, you could just as easily be fooled by king-size cigarettes. If you were to place a Fatima and any other king-size cigarette side by side, you'd find they look identical. But believe me, there's a real difference. In Fatima, that difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness, a much better flavor and aroma. Compare Fatima with any king-size cigarette. The size is the same, now the price is the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy a pack tomorrow.
Rex Martin Burley was found guilty of 3 counts of robbery in the first degree and was sentenced to the state penitentiary where he is now serving his term. First-degree robbery is punishable by imprisonment from 5 years to life.
The Federal Civil Defense Administration will send you an air raid instruction sheet if you will write the Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C., enclosing 5 cents in coin or stamps.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over many NBC stations.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linx home brighteners, Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Death Behind the Scenes, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Persecuted Actor.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the persecuted actor and prevented death behind the scenes from becoming a grim reality. But now, a word to the women. Millions of homemakers can't be wrong. For example, the millions who have learned what wonders Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, can do. And those same homemakers are now discovering the modern way to new beauty for their floors, woodwork, and furniture. The 3 great Linx home brighteners. Linx Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough, no-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linx Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As today's story begins, we're backstage at the Republic Theater, where Charles Forrest is directing a rehearsal of his new play, Lord Byron.
But it will not be possible for us to live our lives as we want to. We must live for those nearest and dearest to us.
You're right, my darling. I see it all now. Nothing that may happen to us can ever change the fact that I love you. Love you with every fiber of my being. Love you with a depth I'd never thought possible. Nothing will ever change that.
And I feel the same way, Robert. And I always...
Well, go on, Miss Davis.
She can't go on, Mr. Forrest. That's Weimar's cue to enter. And as usual, he isn't here.
Paul, that's your cue.
I don't see why we always have to wait until Paul Weimar condescends to honor us with his presence. We spend more time waiting for him to pick up his cues than we do rehearsing.
Take it easy, Dick. You don't have to go griping about Weimar all the time. Paul, on stage, please. We're waiting for you.
Coming, Mr. Forrest. Just a moment. Coming, Mr. Forrest. Why can't he stay here the way the rest of us do?
You forget, Dick. Mr. Paul Weimar is a great foreign star.
Hooey!
You coming, Paul? Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Forrest. Oh! Paul, what's happened?
It's happened again. It's happened again. I can't go on.
What is it, Paul?
Another accident. Again, someone tried to kill me. This time it's a sandbag that drops almost on my head.
Bradley, what's going on up there?
Sorry, Mr. Forrest. Line holding the sandbag must have come untied. I'll take care of it.
I'm through. I give up. Things break when I sit in them. Things fall over on me, and now this bag drops on my head.
I'm sure it was an accident, Paul. Come on, let's get on with this scene. We open in 3 days,
No, I do not open in 3 days or ever. I'm through.
Look, Paul, you can't quit on me now. It's too late. We're almost ready to open.
I will not stay here and get killed.
Paul, suppose I get Nick Carter to come down here and find out what's going on. He can stop all these accidents you've been having. Will that satisfy you?
You will get the great Nick Carter to make an investigation?
I will if you'll stay with me. He'll see that nothing more happens to you.
Yes, Mr. Weimar. Mr. Carter will protect you.
Oh, shut up, Dick. This is serious. Will you get to work if I get Carter down here, Paul?
Very well. I will try it once more. But if there are any more of these accidents that nearly kill me, I shall go home and stay there, Carter or no Carter.
All right. Betty, take over the rehearsal. I'm going to get Nick Carter right now.
You say you're having trouble with your new play, Forrest?
I certainly am, Carter. It's supposed to be the life of Lord Byron, the poet. So to play the lead, I brought an actor over from Paris, a man named Paul Weimar. He looks almost exactly like Byron, and he's a good actor.
Doesn't sound like trouble so far.
Wait. Ever since we started rehearsals, one accident after another has happened to Weimar. So that by this time, he's getting so jittery that I'm afraid he won't be able to go on with the play.
Well, what kind of accidents, Forrest?
Well, one time a heavy door almost fell on him. Just missed him. Another time, a chair he was sitting in collapsed under him and sent him to the hospital for 3 days with a wrenched back, and so on. Today, the final straw, a heavy sandbag counterweight, fell and almost on top of him as he crossed the stage.
I don't blame him for being jittery.
Any idea what's behind all these things?
Either one of two things. Either somebody's trying to kill Paul, or they're trying to scare him out of the show. And there's only one person, as far as I know, who'd profit by getting rid of Paul.
And who's that?
Richard Rowland, my American star. He was so upset at not being given the part of Byron that he swore he'd never act for me again. And suddenly he agreed to play the second lead, which surprised me, even though it is a pretty fat role.
Then if Paul Weimar had to give up the role for any reason, I suppose Roland would automatically step into the part?
Yes, of course.
Well, it certainly gives Roland a motive, doesn't it?
Will you take the case, Nick? If you don't, I'm afraid Weimar will walk out on me, contract or no contract.
When do you have your next rehearsal?
Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, if the rest of the scenery is hung and ready.
All right. I'll be there at 10:30 to look over the ground. Will you see to it that every...
I'll take it, Nick. Nicholas Carter's office. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Forrest.
For me? Oh, thanks. Hello? What? No, don't let anybody get away. Keep everything just as it is till we get there. Yes, I'm bringing him with me. Yes, right away. Goodbye. That was Barry, my assistant stage manager. Roland is supposed to fire a shot at Paul in the second act. But when he fired just now, it wasn't a blank. It was real.
Was Weimar hurt?
No, fortunately, the bullet missed him.
Another accident, huh?
Yes, another one. Heaven only knows what Weimar will do now.
Let's get down there immediately. I want to start working on this before it's too late.
Say you're doing, Mr. Forrest?
One of the best-known writers, Bert Levant.
Oh.
A very rich man, a successful playwright. Writes for his own amusement.
Didn't I read somewhere that he doesn't smoke or drink and that he never married?
That's right. He's a peculiar duck.
What? No weaknesses?
No. There's a reason for that, Carter. He had a younger brother who went to Paris for training in art. He met a wild crew there, got to drinking and carrying on, and ended up in an insane asylum, where he died a year or two later. Levant has never touched liquor or tobacco from that day to this.
Well, I've enjoyed life for many years without smoking or drinking. Oh, this is theater?
Yes, and there's Fred, my doorman, waiting for us. Fred, this is Mr. Carter. He's in charge now.
Hello. Hello, Fred. Has anybody left here since the shooting?
No, Mr. Carter. Nobody been out or in. Through this way, Mr. Carter. Quiet, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge here now, and whatever he says goes. That's Paul Weimer over there, Mr. Carter, and Richard Rowland next to him.
How do you do? Now, first, let me get the facts. Oh, Roland, suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, in the second scene in the second act, Lord Byron is threatened by the husband of a lady to whom Byron's making love. I play the husband, and I'm supposed to shoot him. Instead of the old-fashioned pistol we'll actually use in the play, we've been using a small automatic with blanks. When I fired it just now, it wasn't a blank, but a real bullet. Fortunately, it missed Weimar, but I'm sorry to say it struck a stagehand who just happened to be in the line of fire.
Was he badly hurt?
No, it just scratched his cheek.
Where's the gun you used?
Oh, right here on the table.
32 Colt. Only one shell in it, and that's been fired. Roland, who has charge of this gun before it's given to you?
Rogers, the property man.
Get him, please.
Rogers, on stage.
Will everybody please take the same positions now that you were in when the shot was fired?
This is about the way we were, Mr. Carter.
Good. Is everybody here now?
Where's Batty?
Batty!
Right here. I was off stage making a phone call when Roland fired, so I'm staying out of sight now.
Okay, stay there for now.
Where's the property man?
Rogers, where are you?
Here I am,
Rogers, where were you when the gun was fired?
in my property room.
What can you tell us about this?
Nothing. I loaded the gun, same as usual, with the blank.
Anybody see you do it?
Sure, Bradley, the stagehand, was with me. Then I left the gun on the table and went out to talk to Fred, the doorman.
And while you were gone, someone took out the blank and put in a real bullet.
Could be. I wouldn't know.
Anybody see anyone near the property room while Rogers was not there? Oh, come on, speak up. Did you see anyone near the gun after it was loaded? Now listen, if you know something, speak up. This isn't acting, it's murder.
Mr. Carter.
Did you see anyone near the property room after the gun was loaded?
Well, yes, I did. My girlfriend and I were having a smoke behind one of the wings, and we saw.
Well, go on. Who went in there?
Well,
It was I, Carter. I went in there to find a match, but I didn't touch the gun.
Oh, you did it on purpose, you jealous.
Careful, Weimar. Don't start calling names.
You shot at me on purpose. You want to play the leading role, which I play.
Of course.
Do you think Roland could have done it, Nick?
No, it's too obvious, Patsy. Right now, I'd like to have a look at the bullet that was fired from the gun.
How could you find it? It could be anywhere in here.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Look here. It started from where Roland is standing. Went across the stage to where the stagehand is standing. Must have gone through those two flats behind him and into the wall. Come on.
Okay.
Now, if we line up Roland at the holes in these flats, we should find...
Sure, Nick, there it is. In that big wooden post.
Ah, yes. Right, let me get my tweezers. I'll have that bullet out of there before you can see. There.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Patsy, look here. This bullet is a 38. The stage gun is a 32.
You mean that bullet didn't come from Roland's gun?
No, Patsy. Whoever fired this bullet stood off stage and used the sound of Roland's gun to cover his own shot.
But that would be murder.
Yes, Patsy. Cold-blooded, deliberate murder.
How much longer do you want these people, Mr. Carter?
Oh, they can go. I'm through with them for now.
That's all for today, everyone. Tomorrow morning at 11 sharp.
Mr. Carter, do you think I'll be safe now?
Yes, you're safe enough for now, Weimar. But I suggest you go to your hotel. I'll see you there later.
I shall do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Before you go, Carter, I'd like to have you meet our author.
All right, Forrest. Was he the one in the stage box on the other side?
Yes, come on over. You'll like him. Mr. Levan,
Yes?
I'd like you to meet Mr. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, Mr. Levan.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Have you learned anything, Mr. Carter?
Yes. The gun Roland used was not the gun that fired the bullet. That I know definitely.
What? That means the shooting wasn't an accident?
It means if the one who did the shooting had been a better marksman, Weimar would be dead right now.
What's your next step, Mr. Carter?
I think I'll go back to the office for a while and do a little thinking. Then I'll drop in on Paul Weimar and see what his side of the story is. Shall we have dinner first?
An excellent idea, Carter. I'll pick up my coat and hat and be right with you.
I left my things in the box I was sitting in. I'll get them and join you in just a minute.
I'll see you outside, Nick. I want to powder my nose.
All right, Patsy. Just have a look around while I wait.
Carter, what is it?
What's the trouble, Carter? Fall over something?
No. Something fell over me. I started to cross stage and something knocked me over. Almost knocked me out.
What's going on in here?
Mr. Carter's had an accident.
Wait, another of them accidents?
That flower pot was on top of that pedestal. For some reason, the whole thing fell over on him.
You all right, Carter?
Yes, I guess so. But let's get out of here before the roof falls in on us. So you see, Patsy, it has to be that way.
You say every member of the cast was on stage when the shot was fired.
Yes, and they're all in plain sight of each other. That leaves only 4 persons, as far as we know, who were backstage and who could have fired the offstage gun. Rogers, the property man, Fred, the doorman, Barry, the stage manager, and the stagehand, Bradley.
And Fred says Rogers was talking to him near the entrance, which gives both of them an alibi.
Apparently. And Barry says he was telephoning, and we found that a call was made from that phone at that time, which seems to let him out.
And Bradley was shot by the bullet, so he couldn't have fired it.
No.
Which accounts for all 4 of them.
Which means there's something somewhere we don't know yet. That's one reason I want to talk to Weimar. He may be able to throw some light on the subject. Oh, here you are, driver. Come on, Betsy.
All right.
Clerk. Paul Weimar is in 279, isn't he?
Yes, sir. Who shall I say is calling?
Oh, never mind announcing us. We're expected.
Well, what's the name, please? You must be announced.
The name is Nick Carter, and don't announce it.
But it's a rule to announce all guests.
We can walk, Patsy. It's only the 2nd floor.
Why didn't you want to be announced, Nick?
Just second nature. They don't know I'm coming to see them. They can't get ready to receive me. I like the element of surprise when I go calling officially.
Room 279. That must be right here in...
You get it.
Well, Paul Weimar seems to attract trouble as honey attracts a bee. What has happened now? Are his unfortunate accidents not confined to the theater after all? How is Nick going to unravel this tangled thread and reach a solution? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever your family's preference may be, in home decoration, your home is bound to be more beautiful when its floors are well kept and shining. And with Linex self-polishing wax, floors always look their very best without tiresome rubbing or polishing. Yes, with Linex self-polishing wax, which is simply wiped on, your floors are handsome for a long time because Linex self-polishing wax dries to a rich, satiny finish that really lasts, thanks to its high content of genuine carnauba wax. And the finish may be renewed wherever and whenever you like, without re-waxing the whole floor. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for you whisk surface dirt away in a twinkling with a damp cloth. And Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-skid floor finish, for the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that wood, linoleum, and rubber tile floors are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Be sure to ask for Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy racing toward Paul Weimar's hotel room, from which are coming cries for help.
Oh, Nick, we've got to get in there. He's in trouble.
I know. Let's see if I can open this door.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry.
You told me I wouldn't be safe here.
What's happened?
A man broke in through the window, tried to strangle me.
Where's he now?
He heard you at the door. He ran into the bedroom window out by the fire escape.
In here? Oh, there's no one in here now.
Oh, fine thing. Even in my hotel, I'm not safe.
You ever seen him before? Can you describe him?
No. It was all too sudden. How long is this going on? I can stand it no more. Every day it is something.
You say you never saw the man who...
Oh, what's that?
That's only the telephone, Mr. Weimar.
I won't answer it. I won't. It might be trouble.
You better answer, Patsy. Take the message.
Certainly, Nick. Hello, Mr. Weimar's room.
Is Mr. Weimar there?
Yes, but he can't answer the phone just now. May I take a message?
Yes. Tell him Mr. Forrest called and wants Mr. Weimar to meet him in Mr. Weimar's dressing room at the theater at 8:30 tonight.
Tonight? Are you sure of that?
Yes, he was very specific. Said something about some revisions in the play that had to be made tonight to be ready for rehearsal tomorrow.
All right, I'll tell him. Thank you.
Was it bad news quick?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Weimar. That was the clerk downstairs.
Oh.
She said Mr. Forrest wants to see you in your dressing room tonight at 8:30. Something to do with revisions in the play. And it must be tonight.
Oh, that is a relief. I must prepare myself to leave. You will excuse me.
That's quite all right, Mr. Weimer. Patsy and I must be running along anyway. See you tomorrow at rehearsal. Good night.
Good night, and thank you.
Good night.
Oh, splendid, splendid. I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Nick, are you feeling all right?
Oh, never better, Patsy, never better.
But why all the unconcealed joy?
I'd expected this case would come to a head faster now that I was in it, but I hadn't hoped it would come quite so fast. The end is now in sight, Patsy. You go back to the office and wait for me.
Where are you going?
To the theater. And I must get there before Weimar does, if his life is to be safeguarded. Here you are, driver. Keep the chain.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Why, Fred, what are you doing here at this time of night? You have to guard the door 24 hours a day?
Well, no, sir. Mr. Forrest said he was expecting some crops about supper time, but they ain't come yet. Told me to wait for 'em, and I'm waiting.
I see. Good. Oh, has anybody been here recently?
Why, no. Brad was here about a half hour ago, but he only stayed a couple of minutes, long enough to get something he forgot, that's all.
Mr. Forrest hasn't come down yet?
No, he hasn't. Was he coming back tonight?
I understood so, but I may be wrong. Oh, is it okay to go in? I want to have a look at something.
Oh, sure thing. You want some lights?
No, thanks. I have my flash.
Okay, watch yourself, though.
This ought to be Weimar's dressing room. Ah, yes. It's the cane he was carrying in rehearsal this afternoon. Uh-huh. Seems to be no concealed bombs. No booby traps. Well, okay for now. Nothing to do now but wait until he arrives.
Oh, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I'm here protecting your life, Mr. Weimar, whether you know it or not.
But Mr. Forrest was...
Mr. Forrest knows nothing about this. The call you got came from the would-be murderer. He wanted to get you down here so he could finish his job tonight.
Finish his job? How? What do you mean?
That's what I want you to tell me. Oh, before you touch anything or sit down, look around this dressing room. What do you see that doesn't look natural in here?
Not look natural? What do you mean?
Oh, anything out of place. Something here that shouldn't be here. Something missing.
Oh, I see. Now, oh, yes. Someone has been smoking my cigarettes. I left nearly a fresh pack here, I remember. Now, look, there are only 2 cigarettes left.
Yes. I might have expected that.
Will you have one?
No, neither will you. Unless you want to die fast.
I don't understand.
Wait. Yes. These cigarettes have been treated with a deadly drug. One so rare that he could only get enough for 2 cigarettes. That's why the rest of the pack is missing, so you'd be sure to be killed almost at once. That, Mr. Weimer, was why you received the message to beat Mr. Forrest in your dressing room. You'd smoke at least 1 cigarette while you waited. And that one would be your finish.
But who wants to do this to me, and why?
I know the answer now, but I'd rather not say until I can produce the killer himself. As soon as I can,
You interfering meddler! You'll never live!
Sorry, I had to shoot out the lights, but I didn't want him to hit you.
Mr. Carter, are you there? What is it that has happened?
Stay here, Weimer. You're safe for the moment. I want to stop that man who just ran off. Your life's in danger as long as he's loose.
Where are you going, Mr. Carter?
Sit tight. I'll be right back. Fred!
Yes, Mr. Carter? Did I hear some shooting?
You did. Who was it just ran out here?
Nobody.
But he went out some way. I heard him slam the door.
He must have gone out that little back door out behind the dressing room.
You mean this isn't the only way out of this theater backstage?
Oh, no, there's that other little door, but that's supposed to be kept locked all the time. That leads out to the other street.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, where's your telephone?
Right there in the office, Mr. Carter.
Good. Let me make one phone call, and I'll show you a would-be killer.
But I tell you, you can't do this to me.
Maybe we can't, but we are, so just pipe down.
Why won't you tell me what I'm accused of?
Because I don't know. I'm acting under orders from... That is, I'm doing what Nick Carter suggested. And Nick's a pretty clever guy, if I do say so.
Well,
so
thanks
you just...
for those kind words, Riley.
Well, where the deuce have you been? We've been waiting here in my office since...
Yes, I know. I came as soon as I could. I got in a little traffic jam.
Well, there he is. We picked him up just as he came in his hotel lobby, just like you said. Now, what do we do with him?
He's the man who's been trying to kill Paul Weimer, and who almost succeeded tonight.
That's a lie.
Is it? What did he have in his pockets, Riley?
Oh, well, here it is, Nick. It's the usual stuff.
Ah, yes. The usual stuff. But not with the usual implications.
Now, never mind those $2 words here. What do you see there that's so interesting?
These loose cigarettes, for instance. There must be about 10 or 12 there, about half a pack. And they're Paul Weimer's brand.
So what?
And this little box, Riley.
Huh?
If you'll have your chemist examine these 2 cigarettes that were left in Weimer's dressing room, I believe you'll find them full of the same drug that was in this box. What? You'll undoubtedly find traces of it there now.
So, well, now you begin to make sense.
This is all a pack of lies, a frame-up.
It isn't either, and you know it. I am willing to bet that your fingerprints are on the doorknob of the little back door where you made your hasty exit from the theater tonight.
What's that?
Together with a few prints belonging to your assistant Bradley, the stagehand. And I imagine that Bradley will be very willing to talk when he finds he's up on an attempted murder charge.
All right, Carter. You win. I did it. I hate that man, Weimar.
But why should you hate him so, Mr. Levant?
Because he was the leader of the gang in Paris who helped my brother drink himself into the insane asylum in the grave. He was more to blame than my poor brother, who knew no better. I wrote this play, Lord Byron, just to get him over here where I could work on him. I suggested him to Forrest as the man for the part, and Forrest fell for it.
Why didn't you kill him and be done with it?
I wanted him to suffer as my brother suffered. But when you got into the case, Carter, I knew I had to finish it up quick or be caught.
Bradley let you into the theater tonight through the little back door, didn't he?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who phoned the message to Weimer to get him to come down to the theater tonight, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was Bradley who worked the backstage accidents after you had planned them, wasn't it?
Yes. But he thought it was all part of a practical joke. He didn't know I intended to kill that.
All right. Watch your language now. There's a lady present here.
I thought everybody had forgotten about me being over here in the corner. I was just sitting here listening.
You fired that shot during the rehearsal, didn't you, Levant?
Yes, and I wished I had aimed straighter.
How come you hit the stagehand?
Pure accident. I didn't even see him until after I'd fired.
And in a way, it saved us from suspecting he had a hand in these things because it didn't make sense that he should get shot if he was in it. But after a while, when I began to see things the way they were going, I saw it could be nobody but you working with his help.
Well, Nick.
Yes, Patsy?
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes, Patsy. One little one.
Did you see who shot at Weimar in the theater tonight?
No, it was all too fast.
Then how did you know it was Mr. Levan?
Well, even before I got to Weimar's dressing room tonight, I felt quite sure that Levan was guilty. And then when I entered the room and found that it smelled very strongly of that highly scented eau de cologne that Levan uses, I was positive.
By golly, you're right there, Nick. Sure, he smells like a perfume counter at the 5 and dime.
Decidedly. That was the first thing I noticed about him when I met him earlier today.
That was his only weakness, wasn't it? His excessive use of that scented eau de cologne.
Well, maybe so, Patsy, but as far as I'm concerned, attempted murder is also a weakness. One that has to be punished.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. You want to take it a little easier? Then listen. Everybody's days are busy. We've all filled our daily schedules full to overflowing, doing our own home front jobs and helping with the all-out effort toward victory in every way we know how. So we appreciate more than ever before what it means to relax and how much easier it is to relax when a home is pleasant and inviting. American homemakers are learning how much easier it is to keep a home that way with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. For example, they're learning that Linex cream polish restores the original handsomeness of fine furniture in one quick, easy application. Vanishes messy finger marks, helps conceal scratches, does away with cloudy old polish and dust. You see, Linex cream polish for fine furniture actually cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in the cleaning day routine of busy homemakers, cutting their work in half. Let your fine furniture regain its loveliness with Linex cream polish. Remember always to ask your dealer for Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes. It's the streamlined way to furniture care. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what's your story about next week?
Next time, Ken, I'm going to tell you about an experience that Patsy and I had in one of the great movie studios. Started out very simply when the studio lost a reference book containing information about all kinds of poisons.
You could look in that book and find out just what poisons to use for anything you wanted. It was much too dangerous a book to be at large.
The unfortunate part of it was that I was called in too late to save the man whose body we found a few minutes later.
Oh, but we did save the old man, Nick. If it hadn't been for you, he'd certainly have been killed.
That's true enough, Patsy.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Death at the Studio.
Or The Mystery of the Murder Book.
That's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you until next week. We'll look forward to seeing you then, same as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death at the Studio. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Book.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Gallon Camps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this in Gallon Camp she'll raid.
4 miles to a Gallon Camp. Yes, Gallon Camps, the family shoe stores with the yellow fronts, the largest shoe chain in the West with stores from Canada to Mexico to serve the West. GALLENKAMPS, Gallon Camps present Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says, Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you don't get prizes for being subtle. If you want to make a living down here, you got to get your hand in the till any way you can. You rob Peter to pay Paul, and then you put it on the cuff. It's a happy life if you don't mind looking up at a headstone, because sooner or later you draw trouble a size too big. I found that out Tuesday night. It was about 11 o'clock when I came out of the office, and I started down the waterfront. It was raining, and the street was as deserted as a warm bottle of beer. As I got near the corner, an old man stepped out of the darkness and started across the street. It was a short trip because the car started up down the street, and the old man couldn't have made it with a pocket full of aces. Well, I started over to him. The car slowed down for a moment and then turned the corner and disappeared. As it passed under the streetlight, I caught a glimpse of the license plate in a dull, surprised way, the way you'd grab a feather out of an angel's wing. I bent over the old man and I rolled him on his back. He was breathing hard as I cushioned his head.
Please help me. Can you please help me?
Well, that's a big order, mister.
I must talk to you.
Well, if you got any good quotes, you better get them off your chest fast.
My pocket. Inside my pocket. Please put your hand.
In here?
Yeah.
Sure. 2 envelopes. What about them?
One is money for you. You have the other one.
So far.
The other one, please keep sealed. And you will give it to John St. John.
John St. John?
Yeah.
Well, where does he live?
You don't understand. It's not... I want to tell you. You don't understand.
Well, he was right on that one. I didn't understand a thing except he slipped out of my arms and stopped paying taxes. I dragged him over to the side and I went through his stuff. There was nothing there, no identification, just a card with an address on the other side of town. I opened the envelope and $300 tumbled into my breast pocket. The other one was sealed. There was no name on it, but up in the corner there was some kind of marking. It looked like 2 crosses spliced together. There wasn't anything I could do for him except pray, and I owe some back dues, so I went over to my office and called police headquarters. I told them where the old man was, and then I checked in the phone book. There was no John St. John listed. Well, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good guy, but to him, a hangover is the price of being sober. I finally found him singing in a Mason Street bar.
Dinky, dinky, derbyshire, dinky, dinky, day.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time for the counterpoint. I'm singing a song, a little sentimental thing from my childhood.
It'll keep. I got a problem, Jocko.
You'll always have a problem, Patsy, because you can't keep out of trouble. You know that, don't you? You have no self-control.
Yeah, all right, Jocko.
You have no more self-control than a bucket of mercury dumped in a marble staircase.
All right, Jocko, check the bright talk. I just saw a guy get killed.
You're like some violent disorder in nature, some large but unprofitable storm.
Yeah.
You keep whirling in circles, Patsy. And if you ever go more than 10 feet in one direction, it's because some woman is 9 feet away. Then
Yeah.
it begins all over again.
Are you all through?
Yes, get to the point. That's another of your troubles. You never get to the point.
Some old guy was killed down on the Embarcadero. He checked out 50 feet away from me.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
And why do you care? Professional jealousy?
Some car came out of nowhere and clipped him.
You're sure it wasn't an accident?
Yeah, just like the fall of France. Will you stop needling me, Jocko? I told you the guy got killed. He was murdered right in front of me. I gotta find a guy called John St. John.
How, St. John?
John St. John. I don't feel like vaudeville tonight, Jocko. The old man gave me $300 to deliver a letter. I made him a promise.
Well, you can break it now with only the slightest risk.
I got the license number of the car. I want you to hop down and look it up. Then check at headquarters to see if the guy's got a record.
I don't like policemen. They depress me.
Check it. I gotta go out here to this address. Here.
Uh-huh.
Well, what kind of neighborhood is it?
Well, it's not exactly a neighborhood. It's more like an architectural afterthought, a lingering defense against the early California bear.
All right. No speeches. Just check on that license plate. Now, if I'm not at my place, try this address here.
Yes, that's always very interesting at this time of night. Goodbye, lover.
Well, Jocko was right about the neighborhood. When I left him, I doubled by my place and I left the envelope. I put it in another envelope and stashed it behind some books. Then I headed out to look up John St. John. It must have been about midnight when I got there, and it was the kind of a neighborhood where a for rent sign reads like a ransom note. I found the place, though. It was an old rooming house, a third-floor apartment. I knocked at the door, and when she opened it, I knew it was time to wire home for money. If they pick a Miss Blowtorch of 1946, she'll be right up there in the running. A tall, blonde blister with lots of Fahrenheit. She stood there leaning against the door, smiling and looking at you as if you had gold-plated muscles. Gave you a weak feeling where your dinner ought to be. And her voice came right out of the oven.
Well, you're out kind of late.
Yeah. I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
Oh? Won't you come into my cobweb?
Sure. For a spider, you're nice and chubby.
Well, a Spider-Man. My name's Lee Norton. You want to write it down?
I'm Pat NOVAK, and I'm looking for a guy named John St. John.
You seem to be running a temperature on the subject. I don't know a John St. John.
Well, I found a dead man lugging around your address. Why?
I don't know. Perhaps he admired me from afar. Like a sunset or something.
No, he stopped admiring sunsets about 20 years ago.
I see. What are you, the avenging angel?
He gave me a sealed envelope.
And you were supposed to give it to a man named John St. John.
That's right. He gave me $300 to ease the pain.
Yeah, I figured that. You don't look like the charitable type.
He was a nice old guy, so I'm going to find his boy.
Perhaps I could help you.
You got a clear, fast track. Let's see you go.
I told you I don't know John St. John, but I'll do this much.
Yeah, I know. You're going to be big-hearted and offer to take that letter just in case you ever meet someone named John St. John. How did you pay the rent this month?
Keep the kettle on. I'll only be a moment.
Lee, if we're early, just give us a magazine.
No. Come on in. Well, just enough for bridge.
You're right. You're only gone a moment. Who are your friends?
Don't sulk.
Did they lock the manhole before they left home?
His name's NOVAK.
Yeah, that's a pretty name. Don't rhyme with anything, but it's pretty, huh, Joe?
Yeah, it's all right.
Let's have the letter, Novak.
You got hold of a bad rumor, fella.
The one I got's good. Let's have it.
I don't want to strain your mind, Junior, but try to understand. I don't have a letter.
Ask him again.
Go on home, mister. You're not going to get anything out of me except a small tip. Now, if you're a good boy, I'll give you a nickel for your friend, too.
All right, Joe. Now, hold him up.
Yeah, just a minute.
He's got a head of hair. Hold him up.
All right, Mike. That's enough. Well, that's enough.
All right, baby. Don't look so sorry. You can't have everything.
We'll be back to Pat Novak in just a moment. Have you ever worn uncomfortable shoes? Perhaps the size was wrong or the shoe was the wrong shape for your foot. But no matter why, there's nothing more uncomfortable than shoes that don't fit. The more you're on your feet, the more you know it. Gallencamps specialize in properly fitting shoes for the whole family, right from the toddler's first important step. And Gallencamp's good shoes are built to give support to active feet. Listen to an authority on shoes. He's Mr. John F. Stahl, 64 years young, a retired postman with a hobby. You guessed it, he likes to walk. He says,
I've been on my feet most of my life. Since 1935, when I retired as a letter carrier, I walked 10,000 miles. I just walked to San Francisco from Trinity Center, California. That was 410 miles. Walking is fun, but take it from me, you must have good shoes. That's why I stick to Gallencamps. Gallencamps are good shoes.
And there you have it from a man who knows. Gallencamps are good shoes. That's why Gallencamps are the West's favorite shoes, and Gallencamp's tremendous volume makes possible Gallencamp's reasonable prices. For style, for quality, for reasonable price, for good shoes for the entire family, visit the stores with the yellow fronts. Mr. Stahl walked 410 miles to shop at Gallencamps, but there's a store in your neighborhood. And now back to Pat Novak for hire.
You know, it's easy to sleep if you got the right friends. When those two gon-ups were through, I hit the floor and made Rip Van Winkle look like an insomnia victim. I didn't like the floor, but it was in better shape than my face. I don't know how long I was there, but it must have been a couple of hours. I rolled over once and tried to get up, but it was like trying to barbecue a cake of ice. There was a sick, sweet smell in the room. I tried to place it, but my nose was out on strike, so I went to sleep again. Next thing I knew, it sounded like New Year's Eve.
Here you go, Patsy. Now, up on the couch.
What's the matter?
Nothing. If you're a kitchen stove, the room's full of gas.
Oh, some of my playmates, I guess.
Well, you weren't at the apartment, so I tried here.
Yeah? What time is it?
2:00. Who got the quaint idea of the gas chamber?
A girlfriend. It was love at first sight.
Did she get the letter?
I left it home.
Yeah, getting smart.
Yeah, $300 worth. They lifted my dough.
You couldn't use it where you were going. I checked on that hit-and-run car. It's listed under the name of Sidney Bronson.
Has he got a record?
No.
Well, everybody's a beginner. Well, let's go home.
It'll be dull, but you'll get used to it. Wait until I wash my hands.
Sure.
Patsy.
Yeah?
What did your girlfriend look like? Was she the lively type?
Yeah. Why? What's the matter?
Because she's not anymore.
Yeah. Those gunsels play rough.
She's kind of pretty. What did she do besides send out vibration?
I don't know. But she knew all about John St. John.
Yeah?
She picked up a bait like a hungry bass. Also, look at that ring.
How did you get around to that?
The insignia on it. It's the same one that's on the envelope. Spliced crosses.
Let's go home, Patsy. The police will be here.
Yeah. Even Hellman will know she's dead. Come on, On your way out the door, Jocko, try it sideways because I think it's blocked.
Hello, Novak. You look pale.
It's my color scheme. What do you care, Hellman?
None. She looks peaceful.
Yeah. Be quiet or you'll wake her up.
I'll tiptoe. She always cut her throat before she goes to sleep?
Who is she, Novak?
I don't know.
It's awful cozy here for a bunch of perfect strangers.
I don't know every dead girl in town, Hellman. You'll have to check.
You can still write, can't you, Novak?
Huh?
That's all you'll need down at headquarters. Come on.
Get out of the haze, Hellman. You don't know who's dead yet, but you're going to book somebody.
Yeah. What are you doing up here, praising the joint?
I came up to find a guy named John St. John.
She doesn't look like a guy named John St. John.
She was my lead. I came up here to smell out a rat. She had a half Nelson on me when 2 Gunsels walked in.
They came up to fix the gas meter, I think.
You stay out of this.
I'll make every effort.
Now, if you're smart, you'll fingerprint this place, Hellman. Those boys were cute. They've been in somebody's jail.
I'll handle my job. You stick to murder.
It'll go a long way to pin this on me, Hellman.
I can go a long way, Novak.
Not with what you got to drag.
We get a call in the middle of the night, come up here and find you standing over that dead girl.
That's right.
And you want me to sprinkle powder all over. Back up and take a better look, Novak.
The view's fine, Hellman. And if you'll take a good look, you'll know why. You haven't got anything to give the DA except a slim lead and a fat hand. You're going to need help.
Not on this one.
You need help to find the street. Come on back to center, Hellman. Even with both hands, you couldn't...
Yeah.
Oh, forget it.
So take the medicine like a good boy. I'm not going to walk out and let the 2 of you tour the town. I'm going to book one or both of you on a murder charge.
All right. Book Jocko here, then.
I love you in a generous mood.
You got a string, then, Hellman. Somebody's got to find John St. John.
Who's going to find Jocko?
Stop worrying, I'll bail you out.
You haven't got the right size heart, Novak. You'll let him die on the vine.
Helm, sometimes you're guilty of unexpected wisdom. I know it's reflex action, but it's consoling anyway.
I want you, Novak. I want you bad. I'll take this guy as a down payment, but I'm going to close out with you. Remember that.
I will.
All right. Come on, mister.
Wait a minute. Patsy, you're not going to let him lug me off like this?
What else can I do? The guy likes you. No, it was a bum curve to throw Jocko, but somebody had to dig us out of a hole, and Jocko wasn't the boy. You can't shovel dirt with a bar rag. I had no idea where to start. There were 2 murders, and they were both tied up with John St. John. He didn't look like a good guy to know. There was that insignia, too. The one on the letter, and the girl's ring. Oh, sure, it could be coincidence, but that's what they said about Bluebeard. The only thing I could do was open that letter, so I went back to the apartment. I didn't have to turn on the light. They were running in pairs tonight. She was sitting there on the couch, proud of a pair of long silk legs and smiling like a guy who knows he's got $1 million in the bank. She was blonde, too. A little more lemon juice, maybe, but blonde anyway. She was nice and comfortable, and I got the idea she'd just signed a lease.
Good evening. How do you do?
Not very well so far.
A sly remark, Mr. Novak?
No, I'm just bringing you up to date. Your girlfriend's dead.
Yes?
Yeah. I just want to let you know the gas jet's out in the kitchen.
Oh, don't shout. I'd like you better if you purred.
I don't need your vote. Who's John St. John?
I don't know John St. John. Is he worth breaking your heart over?
There's a good guy down on the clink sweating out a murder rap for me, so I want John St. John.
You've got nice friends.
Who's Sidney Bronson?
How does that fit into the picture?
This started with a waterfront corpse. The leftovers belonged to an old guy that was hit by a car. The car's registered in the name of Sidney Bronson.
Mr. Novak, you seem so intense. It's a pity to waste it on random speculation.
I told you. I got a friend in the jug.
Loyalty's a nice trait. One of your nicest.
Yeah.
You're a pretty thing, Patsy.
Well, don't get fooled by the rapper.
I'll take a chair.
Anybody ever brief you on trouble?
You're hard to see that far away. Come on over into focus, Patsy.
Yeah.
You're pretty, Patsy.
You look like you want to bill a sale.
I'm the gentle kind, Novak. I'd just like to break your ribs.
Go ahead. I can get a brace.
Come here. Mr. Novak, I'll bet you do a swell rumba.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
What you're going to say when you find out about this gun.
Huh?
That's right, sweetheart. My finger isn't hollow. Back up and take a look at the gun.
Well, you got to that purse, huh?
That's right.
Well, you've ruined my confidence.
Now I'll give you a testimonial. In the meantime, I want the letter.
You go after everything the same way.
I want the letter.
It's in the desk. Come on. Right here in the top drawer.
Oh, let go. Stay away from me.
I'm already here, lady. Come on, all right. Drop the gun, sis. Drop it.
Well, you can let go of my arms now.
Well, that's your version.
Let go of me. Let go of me. What was that for?
A little something on the house. Now beat it.
Well,
You've ruined my confidence.
You're lucky. Go on home.
You won't change your mind about that letter?
No.
Suit yourself. I'll be going. Oh, Patsy.
Yeah?
I can't help you on John St. John, but I wouldn't worry about that fella, Sidney Bronson.
Huh? Why?
Because I'm Sidney Bronson. See you soon.
It began to look like a big, fat, well-fed double cross. I had to find out what was in that letter, so I made tracks for the bookcase. All I could do was browse because the letter was gone. Well, things didn't look rosy for me or Jocko. I was about to buy a file and bake a cake when the phone rang.
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
The coroner got a report on that dead girl. She died at 12:30.
Now, that's pretty close. What's he got, a stopwatch?
15 minutes either way. Those fingerprints panned out, too.
Yeah?
A couple of L.A. strong-arm men.
Well, that's new for L.A. You got a call out?
We already picked them up. Your favorite's named Welcome Dangliers.
I could make a joke.
I already got one. They're set up with a perfect alibi for 12:30.
That means I killed the girl.
Nobody's arguing. I got some more news.
Yeah?
I'm out at the Seal Rocks.
Well, you got the figure for it.
We just found an envelope floating around the water. It's one of yours. You better come on out.
You found an envelope, so what?
So the envelope turns out to be in some guy's pocket. Come on out.
Well, that only meant one thing. Whoever took the envelope out of my place got popular. It was getting late, so I grabbed a cab and rode out to the beach. When I got there, Hellman was standing down in the water. He had Jocko with him. The surf was rolling in, and Jocko wasn't much better.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Jocko. How's jail?
Dry.
Thanks for coming, Novak.
You're sweet.
Where's the envelope?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same one.
That makes you look good.
There was a letter in here. Did you take that with the guy's money, Hellman?
You got all there is.
This guy on the beach is the third one.
It's my opinion the case will solve itself. We're running out of people.
Who is the guy?
His name's Walter Avery. Here's his stuff.
Yeah, what's left? Well, the spliced cross really gets around.
Eh?
Keeps bobbing up. Here it is on this guy's fountain pen.
I'm going to run this guy through the morgue, and then I'm going to look you up, Novak.
Yeah?
Sure. We want you down with us.
That's right. I'll introduce you to all the best people. Good night, lover.
It was close to 5, so I tagged by my place for some sleep. I tossed around like a fish on the living room rug. Hellman called about 9 to throw more dust in my eyes. He said one of the airlines had a passenger to Portland named Walter Avery. Just to make it tough, the guy made the 12 o'clock plane and got off at Portland. I had left field all to myself. I got dressed and I looked up Sidney Bronson's number. There was no answer, so I went over. The place was locked, and I looked up the janitor. He wasn't going to let me in, but it turned out that his wife had a birthday coming up. Well, I found something in the apartment. It was a card, and it said Bellcrest Sanitarium. And down in the corner there was a guy's name. Dr. Emil Schoenig, psychiatrist. Vienna without the walls. The Bellcrest Sanitarium was down on the peninsula, so I borrowed a car and headed down that way. Everything was fine until I got in the front door. They didn't even let me register. I woke up on a couch in Schoenig's office. It was dark outside, and my left arm was throbbing like a love story in a woman's magazine. The radiator sitting beside me was Sidney.
You're a deep sleeper.
I think I got some help. What happened to my arm?
Hypodermic. You only need one arm anyway.
In your case, I need a spare. Who did it?
Dr. Schoenig.
Oh, he's a darling boy. Where is he?
Out on the phone trying to figure out what to do with you.
What's that make me, a patient?
That's one way of putting it. You made things easy. We were coming to you for the letter.
Do you want to try that over again?
We were on our way when you stumbled in.
You're wrong, Sid. Somebody's given you a fast pitch. That letter was gone when you were up at my place.
I don't want a bum rib, Patsy. I want that letter.
You're trailing the field angel. I told you. The letter's gone. A guy by the name of Walter Avery took it out of my place.
Walter Avery?
That's right, and somebody thanked him. They found him this morning making like a dead seal.
Walter Avery left for Portland last night.
A plant, sweetheart. You better read up on your friends.
Yeah. Thanks, Patsy.
I told you to watch him, Sid. You had more shots?
What's the difference?
Oh, none, I suppose. Why don't you mix us a drink while I talk to Mr. Novak?
I'll be right with you.
Well, Mr. Novak, you're one of my best patients.
Well, that's because I like your needles. You better go easy on that drink.
Yes? Why?
Well, you'll get drunk and run somebody down the way you did that guy on the waterfront.
Oh? A good guess. You should be proud. That's a good, sensible, final emotion.
Here's your drink, Emma.
Thank you, my dear. It's to you, Mr. Novak. Sorry, there's no drink for you, Mr. Novak.
He probably will be.
Huh?
Forget it.
Emma, I talked to Mr. Novak before you came in. He thinks you're a heel.
He does.
And so do I.
I can stand it.
He told me about Walter Avery.
I'm sorry about that.
Walter got that letter. You killed him and took it. I was supposed to blunder around until you got rid of me, too. That's a bum joke, Emma.
You're getting hysterical.
With laughter, Emma. You put one of your boys on the plane. Only Novak aired the wash too fast.
Suppose I did. Somebody ought to bring you up to date, Sidney. You've been hanging on too long. The free ride's over. I might as well tell you now you're all through. I carried the whole bunch along and... and I'm all through.
Steady, Emma.
What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me, Sid?
Give him a hand, Novak. He just had a bad drink.
You wouldn't do that, Sid.
I'm full of surprises. You got a stomach full of poison. You got a stomach full of poison in 15 seconds, Emma. Put down that gun, Emma.
I want you to, Sid.
Please, Emma, put down the gun.
I'm a selfish fellow. This happens kind of fast for you, fellow.
Lots of noise, huh, Patsy?
Yeah. I'll get you a pillow.
I'd rather have your lap.
You get mercy, not love, baby.
Yeah? Thanks for small favors. How do I look?
Not so good. That was the 3-2 pitch.
Yeah. I had it coming up. I'll tell you about John St. John.
I know. There was no such guy.
That's right. It was the name of the group.
Those spliced crosses?
Yes. You found out a little late, but it's always that way. That's the way I found out about you.
Yeah?
I had a funny little hunch about you and me. I found out a little late, but I know now, Patsy. Does that help?
Well, John St. John was the name of an organization buying and selling government information. That old man tried to tell me, but he checked out too fast. I began to figure something like that when those spliced crosses started showing up. Schoenig killed the old man in Sidney's car. He couldn't stop because I was around. The 2 girls and Walter Avery were both in on the deal. Schoenig knew who I was when he saw me go into my office. He trailed me to my place and left Avery there to look for the letter. He killed that girl up in the rooming house, and then he found out she didn't have the letter. When Avery showed up, he took it away from him, threw him to the fish. He was trying to shake Sidney by sending her up to my place after he had the letter. The scheme went haywire when I showed up at the sanitarium. He was trying to work himself out of that one when the payoff came. John St. John? Well, right from the start, Jocko said he was either dead or in the state pen because anybody with a name like John St. John would have killed his parents as soon as he got old enough to find out about it.
We'll return in a moment to find out what bothered Inspector Hellman. But now it's Cinderella time.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this. In gallant camp she'll raid.
A pretty face, a graceful figure, lovely shoes. That's a combination that no man can resist. What a delightful feeling to know that from the top of your head to the tip of your toes, you are the picture of glamorous perfection. Here's what Marilyn Buford, Miss America 1946, says.
Probably the most fun of being chosen Miss America is modeling the gorgeous clothes. What girl wouldn't be thrilled to select costume after costume from a collection of America's leading designers? And after seeing the importance they attach to the right shoes for every costume, I'm glad I learned about Gallencamps years ago.
Yes, Marilyn, there's magic in a pair of shoes, as every woman knows. And having the right shoes is no longer a luxury thanks to Gallencamps, the home of lovely shoes at reasonable prices. And that's why Miss America's favorite store is the favorite store of America's Misses.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. The modern miss has learned from this in Gallon Camp charade.
And now back to Pat Novak.
It worked out all right. They found the letter out at Shoney's place, and there were some plans for jet planes and a few other trifles. Hellman asked only one question. How come Shoney didn't kill me before I could talk to the girl? It's always that way with a guy who commits murder. Either he goes too far or he doesn't go far enough.
Be sure to join us next Sunday evening and every Sunday, same time, same station, for radio's newest show, Pat Novak for Hire. And don't forget the store with the yellow front is the Gallon Camp Shoe Store. Gallon Camp shoes are good shoes. There's something about them you'll like. Franklin Evans speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. Those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Quiet Magpie.
That's a lie! A deliberate, dirty lie!
Counsel, will you restrain the defendant, Mr. Calloway, from making another such outburst? Proceed, Mr. Deaton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, in further proof that Vincent Calloway murdered his father, Homer Calloway, in cold blood, the state has established that a violent hatred existed between them. A hatred that crystallized through the years as Vincent Calloway grew from a pampered, coddled, only child into an indolent wastrel of a man, content to lavish on himself the profits from the Calloway Oil Company, his father's business, without once lifting so much as a finger in the firm's behalf.
That's not true. I worked in the...
Counsel for the defense will advise his client that the court will not countenance another interruption of this sort.
Thank you, Your Honor. A hatred, ladies and gentlemen, that reached explosive proportions when Vincent Calloway recently took as his bride an ex-showgirl. A woman with a long and tarnished history of flagrant fortune hunting. A woman whom he flaunted in the face of his father's expressed wishes and deep desires to the contrary. Further, the state has proved that just 2 days prior to his murder, Homer Calloway had decided definitely to change his will. Why? Why, other than to eliminate his son from its benefit?
The court requests that the prosecution confine itself to the facts. Continue, Mr. Deaton.
Very well, Your Honor. The facts are eloquent enough. Homer Calloway was murdered before his desired changes in his will could be executed. Next, we learned that on the night of the murder, a desperate effort was made by the killer to cloud the real circumstances of the crime by setting the scene to look as though Homer Calloway had surprised a common thief, robbing his private office. This clumsy attempt was at once proved by police officers to be completely faked. The motive was robbery, all right, but on a grand scale. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to tighten this web of proof around Mr. Vincent Calloway. Let us show beyond any doubt that it was he.
There was no doubt about it. Vincent Calloway was losing the fight for his life. Deaty, the crisp tab-colored assistant DA, was cutting him to ribbons. When they called Felix Loman to the stand, I turned around and took a good look. Because it was Felix Lohman who had telephoned me earlier and hired me to come to the trial and be on hand when he testified. He was a tired little man with a jaded cherub face who got up and walked unsteadily down the aisle to the bailiff's table. He acted like a man on the verge of collapse.
Are you all right, Mr. Lohman?
Yes. Yes, I believe so.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Felix Lohman.
Please stand. Now, Mr. Lohman, will you please tell this court what your association with the late Homer Calloway was?
Why, yes, sir. I was Homer's best friend for many years. I was his personal advisor and confidant until I...
Mr. Lohman, the man's ill. Get a doctor.
No, that won't be necessary, sir. It's nothing. Really, I have a friend here. Mr. Marlowe. PHILLIP Marlowe. He'll help me.
Is there Mr. Marlowe here?
That's the way it played. My client was helped to his feet, and as I half carried him out of the room, I heard the judge adjourning court for the day. All the way down to my car, Felix Lohman stayed as limp as a damp bedsheet. But the minute we drove away, he began a recovery that couldn't be credited to the fresh air alone. When we got a few blocks west on Wilshire Boulevard, a smile spread over his Cupid-doll face like warm syrup over a waffle.
That's a good restaurant. Pull in there, Marlowe.
All right.
I feel like a piece of pie.
Now, look, Mr. Lohman, not 10 minutes ago you were dropping dead in a courtroom. Now you feel like a piece of pie. What is this?
Come on, let's go inside where we can talk.
All right.
My performance at the trial was a fake, a delaying action, Marlowe. A bit for time.
Oh?
And believe me, we need all the time we can get.
To do what?
To save young Vincent Calloway's life. How about this food?
Oh, yeah, sure. So you think he's innocent, is that it? Why?
I've known Vince since he was just a boy. He's no killer. Couldn't be. It's completely alien to his nature.
Oh, from what I heard in that hard-boiled court today, you'll need a little something more tangible than that, Mr. Lohman.
I've got something.
Care to see the dinner menu, gentlemen?
No, just a big piece of cherry pie and a glass of milk for me.
Just coffee, thanks. Now, Mr. Lohman, sell me. According to the DA, Vincent had plenty of motive.
Oh, he hated his father, all right. We all did, one time or another, Marlowe. And got hated right back, too. Homer was that kind. Dry, hard, lonely, lived on work and nothing else. But the rest of that motive stuff...
You mean about the will?
Exactly. Vince expected several years ago to be cut out of his father's will. He was resigned to it. So that's out as a motive for Vince.
Well, aren't you forgetting that was before Vince married a very expensive little plaything? Here, maybe she changed his economic philosophy.
Now you're getting warm, Marlowe. But you're still a little off.
How do you mean?
The girl's name is Joyce.
Yeah.
I'm sure she couldn't change Vince that much, not drive him to murder. But I'm also sure that Joyce herself would try anything. Well, that's where you come in, Marlowe. Something's fishy, my boy. Extremely fishy.
Yeah, well...
That's fine, thank you.
Now, tell me, what's fishy, Felix? Are you trying to say you think Joyce is a killer?
I don't know, but I do know that, item one, Vince was worried about her for some reason a few days before his father's death. So, when this mess broke, I checked up on her myself. Followed her home a few times. That's at 2313 North Ogden. And item two, I saw a man hanging around the place. A fellow with 2 gold teeth right in front. And dark, 5 o'clock shadow, kind of whiskers. I followed him once. Know where Angel's Flight is?
Sure.
That's where I lost him. But I learned that his name is Stoner.
Stoner, huh? What about item 3?
Blackmail. I don't know how or where, Marlowe, but it's there.
Oh. And Vincent's caught in the middle, and good and tight.
Yes. We've got to find out about this fast. I wish I could go along, but Joyce knows me too well, and that Stoner has spotted me also, I'm afraid. So I guess it's up to you.
Okay, I'll get started. I can reach you where?
Home. Gladstone 3962.
3962.
And Marlowe, I'm just an old fuddy-duddy. But that boy Vince means a lot to me. And time is awfully short. Give us your best, will you?
I left little Felix Loman ordering a big piece of cherry pie and went outside. It was almost dark. I decided to try Joyce Calloway on the North Ogden Drive sector first. I finally located number 2313, which was neatly hidden in a series of obtuse redwood angles surrounding the rose-tinted glass front door to an extravagant duplex. I was about to push the buzzer when the door closed at the side of the house. So instead, I stepped back into a dense clump of handy landscaping and waited. It was a man. And enough light filtered along the walk from the street lamp to show his heavy dark beard even after a fresh shave. The light also glittered off a pair of gold teeth front and center that he whistled through as he passed. Whatever had happened inside obviously hadn't worried Mr. Stoner much, but it began to worry me. I decided to take my chances on picking him up later. After he'd gone, I went up to the door again, and the girl who walked through the entrance hall and taught me looked as soft and as glossy as a well-brushed kitten. Maybe it was her yellow shoulder-length hair or the flowing folds of the black velvet hostess gown. In either case, it was even better with the rose-colored glass door out of the way and the unmistakable scent of taboo in its place.
Yes? What do you want?
You're Joyce Calloway?
That's right.
I'm Marlowe, Mrs. Calloway, Phil Marlowe. I'd like to come in and talk to you a minute about your husband.
Vince? What about him?
Well, it'll keep long enough for us to go inside, huh?
Well, all right. Come on in. This is my apartment. Now, what is it?
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you. The moral support you didn't give him today was real great. Too busy shopping to drop in at your husband's murder trial?
Why, you... Oh.
Okay, baby, I asked for it.
I didn't go because Vince said that he didn't want me to. Now get out. And the next time your lousy district attorney's office wants to find out something, you can tell him...
Just a minute. I'm not from the DA. I'm strictly freelance. At the moment, I'm interested in a small matter of blackmail and how a man named Stoner ties in.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better get out of here.
Now, listen, baby. I'm tired and it's late. I want to know about Stoner.
I don't know any Stoner.
Okay, let's make it easy. He's a bird with a heavy beard and 2 gold choppers, and I just saw him leave by your side door about 5 minutes ago. Does that help?
You're crazy. There's been nobody else in here tonight. Now, get out of here.
Sure. You know, Joyce, you're either awfully dumb or awfully scared. I don't know which. But neither one is going to pay off for you. I promised. Starting at Angel's Flight and working west, it took 3 solid hours of scraping through the scum on Bunker Hill before I got a lead on a guy named Stoner. And another hour went by before I actually found the sway-back 3-story rooming house he called home. The scaly front porch was a clutter of big, rusty bird cages, and the mangy inmates of which complained as I eased the rickety front door open and pushed my way into a moldy smell thick enough to chew. The ragged row of tin mailboxes said Stoner's room was second floor rear. So I started up. I got as far as the landing when I heard a voice in the hall above. I went on slowly until I could see. It was Stoner. He was back to me, talking on the whole phone. I got my .38 in hand and listened.
Yeah, listen, Joyce, don't worry. I'll take care of him. Yeah, I'll be watching for him. Yeah, I'll meet you just like I said. Only remember, it's not good for us to be seen together now. So be careful. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Joyce.
You didn't start watching fast enough, Stoner.
Who are you?
I'm Marlowe. The guy little cutie pie just tipped you off about. Don't move those hands, Stoner. I just left to collect that mouthful of old gold you're wearing.
You're no cop. What are you going to do with me? What's your angle?
I'm going to spill the truth out of you, Goldine. To keep an innocent guy from taking the rap for a murder you and his own charming wife cooked up.
What makes you think I'm connected with that?
Maybe I've got eyes in the back of my head.
That's so? You ain't got eyes in the back of your head. Because if you did, you'd duck. Oh! See what I mean, Marlowe? Thanks, pal. Let's get out of here.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, although the intention of the entire world is now focused on the critical situation in the Far East, there are still tragic remnants of another war in Europe. There are still hungry people, children who need clothes. There is still sickness and the ever-present misery and poverty. Now as before, it is your job to help these people. Help them through your generosity, through care. One $10 care package can feed and clothe an entire family in France, in Italy, in Germany. Send hope to these destitute peoples of Europe by showing you care through care. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Quiet Magpie.
The feeling of being hit from behind becomes more or less routine. There's an explosion against the back of your head. Your backbone is suddenly electrified and your legs melt. And a chunk of the floor rushes at you from a cockeyed angle. Where it connects, there's a second explosion and you start down that long black corridor. Very sick to your stomach. Yeah, it's routine, all right. But that doesn't make it any easier every time it happens. I rolled over onto my back in that musty hallway at Stoner's rooming house and forced my eyes open. As I did, I felt a stinging pain like a pinprick in the center of my spine. Then as things started back into focus, I saw a beer bottle gripped in a fat, freckled hand that belonged to a fat, freckled face that peered into mine. It started a conversation just before I could get the pinprick in my back.
Well, look what the cat has dragged in. And who are you, chum?
The Jewel T-Man. You need... Oh, my back.
Well, what's the matter, chum?
The little gold ornament.
Well, you must have rolled onto it, chum.
Yeah. Whoever slugged me must have dropped it.
What is it? It looks like a bird or something.
Yeah. A magpie. In flight.
Looks like it broke off or something. Probably a pin from some babe's handbag or bracelet or...
Or it's yours, maybe, huh?
Well, if it was alive, it might be. Birds are my speciality, or ain't you noticed?
Oh? You the landlord here?
That's right. So now back to you. Who are you, chum? And how come you're folded up in my hallway?
Well, it's a long story, and I won't keep you from your birds with it.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, don't let the Audubon pitch throw you, chum. I've got a couple of hobbies.
Like sticking your nose in other people's business?
Like bending noses that get stuck into my business. So clear out, chum, and stay out or you'll see what I mean.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, bird lover. After all, this is your nest. So long. I figured it would play smoother if I left my tail between my legs and waited for him to return to his birds and beer. So outside, I let 10 precious minutes go by before I made my move. Then it was around to the back up a lopsided, rusted fire escape and in through an open window to Stoner's room. There I hoped something would tell me where he was going to meet Joyce Calloway. But after wasting another 10 minutes, it turned up nothing more than the two words Gate L scribbled on the back of an old envelope, which could have meant airport, train station, or bus depot if they meant anything. I went for the hall phone I'd overheard Stoner use and put through a call to my client, Felix Lohman, to bring him up to date.
Marlowe, this is splendid. Why, from what you say, Vincent Calloway is practically a free man. Now, so I understand. Stoner and Joyce Calloway were going to blackmail Vincent, kill Vincent's father, so that Vincent would inherit a fortune, and thus be a more profitable target for blackmail. Is that it?
Yeah, more or less, with, of course, everything backfiring when Vincent was arrested for the murder. But look, Mr. Lohman, we'll add and subtract later, huh? Right now, we got to catch up to him.
Yes, but where? You said Stoner got away.
Yeah, that he was heading for a meeting with Joyce Calloway. See, I got one thing to go on. I found the words Gate L scribbled on an envelope. You have any idea if it would mean a train depot or a bus?
Gate L?
Yeah.
Marlowe, is that what you said, Gate L?
Yeah. Does it mean anything to you?
Of course, Gate L, Marlowe. This is at the oil refinery, the side entrance on Lafayette Street.
Holy smoke. Say, Lohman, what's the address of that place? It's East L.A., isn't it?
Yes, 1100 South Cooper between Kendall and Lafayette Streets. Covers the square block.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Lohman, do you have a gun there in your place, I mean?
A gun?
Yeah.
Why,
Well, good. Get it and go over to the refinery right away. I may need someone who knows the inside, the names and numbers of all doors, windows, and pipes. You got that?
Yes, but why not the police?
Because they come with bells on. We can't take a chance.
All right, just as you say. I'll be waiting for you.
Good.
I'm closer than you are there at Angel Flight. Goodbye, Marlowe, and a million thanks for what you've done already. Why, without you...
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Mr. Loman. Goodbye.
And for me, hello.
Oh, fine.
Now, don't move an inch, chum. You'll get this beer served, bottle and all. Now, Nosy, what made you come back?
Buried treasure. You see, it's up here, I know. One of your little birds
Now,
told me.
shut up. And remember, smart bloke, you're an housebreaker. And anything I do to you is okay with the law. Now, what's with you and Stoner?
Why, do you keep a diary?
No, a neat bank balance. And all of it comes from cutting in on the right thing at the right time. So once more, chum, what's with you and Stoner?
Well, you see, we went to the same prep school, and I promised the headmaster I'd always keep an eye on...
Okay, Snooper, you asked for it.
The light gun. I figured right, bird boy. Bum aim goes with a bum temper.
It's only just beginning, sweetheart. It's black in here like a pit. When I get my hands on you, you're going to be sorry. You hear that? Well, talk up. Talk up. Come on, Yellow Belly. Let's hear from you. Come on. Okay. So it's hide and seek, huh?
No, tag the game, bird boy, and you're it. Listen to the birdies sing, chum. It was a 20-minute drive from Angel's Flight to the Callaway Oil Refinery in East L.A. and all the way through the wide, deserted streets that the city's heavy industries called home. After 3 tries, I found the sliding gate marked L. On one side of it, and folded up like a marionette on his day off, was the night watchman. Unconscious, blood oozing from a small cut on the side of his head. And inside, thousands of square feet of pavement dotted with a dozen different kinds of massive black metal oil tanks that were ringed with fat pipes and skinny ladders. And in the pale glow of a half moon looked like the kind of distorted stuff bad dreams are made of. I slipped my .38 out of its shoulder holster, moved into the narrow shadow of a long, low building, and slid a careful step at a time toward a center structure. It was shaped like a giant fishbowl on stilts. And then I heard it. It had come from someplace just under the fishbowl. And as I ran toward it, I was ready for what would be left of Felix Lohman. And I started to curse myself for ever letting him come on ahead on his own. But when I was close enough to where I could see, I quit calling myself names. Felix Lohman was there all right, but very much alive. Alive and holding on tight to a smoking revolver that was still pointing down at the crumpled form of Stoner at his feet. Stoner, who was very dead.
Marlowe, she's up there. She has a gun, Marlowe. Look, up on that platform behind those pipes.
Hold it, Lohman. Get down.
But, Marlowe, you must...
Get down. She's got cover up there. We haven't.
I don't care. You rotten, scheming woman. You are going to pay for all this. You are going to die even as you killed Vincent's father.
No, please, I didn't.
Yes, Mrs. Calloway. There's no other way out for you. It's too late for you and your lives.
No.
It's your end, Joyce Calloway. An end you deserve.
Oh, she'll get you, Lohman. You louse.
My shoulder.
It'll be your life, Lohman, if you don't gun. Well, dear client, what's your answer? Do you drop it or do I shoot again?
No. I'll drop it. I'll do as you say.
Okay, Joyce, come on down. Get a good look at your husband's benefactor, who incidentally murdered Homer Calloway, murdered his accomplice Stoner here, and tried to murder you.
My shoulder.
You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty stupid, Lohman. You should take better care of your cufflinks. That gold magpie shines in the moonlight, especially when you extend your arm to shoot people.
Marlowe.
Here, Lohman's the mate, the one that broke off in the hallway at Stoner's place. That much of you can still be patched up.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. Now that Vincent's lawyer has heard it and the police have written it down, the press have printed it, how about me? I don't follow it.
For instance?
Well, Felix Lohman killed Homer because Homer no longer had any use for him. But with Homer out of the way...
And Vincent in his place, Felix would be set. Your husband he could fool.
Yes, but the way the whole thing boomeranged...
Oh, that was just bad luck. You see, he staged a robbery at Homer's office just to throw the law off. Oh. Well, it didn't. But more than that, it almost nailed Vincent. Still with me?
Uh-huh. Oh, the second house over there.
Oh, I see it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was the blackmail? How come?
Well, that was Felix again. And out of whole cloth. You see, if Vincent lost his trial, Felix lost everything he killed for. So using Stoner, he had me playing Follow the Leader.
Like Stoner pretending to have just left my place when you arrived.
That's right.
Oh.
That and Stoner setting everything up nice and neat. You see, he was on the phone all right, but when he knew that I was there, he pulled a switch. And very carefully planted the name Joyce.
He did?
Uh-huh. And last of all, Stoner being killed by Felix and no longer had any use for him and had a lot of reasons to fear him in what was supposed to be self-defense. Get it?
Get it.
Ah.
He gives you a little to go on and then a lot more each time you get there.
Yeah. At the right moment, he brings you in with a phone call that tells you to come at once to the refinery.
Oh, if you want to help Vincent. Ooh, how close I came.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Correction. Thank Mr. Magpie. He told me that Felix was the one who dropped me in the hallway at Stoner's, remember?
Oh, yes.
That made adding the rest easy.
Yes, but how fast you add when it counts. Well, good night, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks again.
By the time I pulled up in front of my apartment on Franklin, the black in the sky had started to melt into a slate gray. And my eyes ached with a long sleep that they had coming. Well, I sat there for a minute. I lit a cigarette and I thought about birds. Did you ever stop to think how some people remind you of birds? For instance, the landlord. If ever I saw a vulture in pants, he was it. And my client, Loman. A hawk with horn rims. And Joyce. A pouter pigeon. And then there's Marlowe. I wonder what kind of a bird I am. A dead pigeon.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were Harold Deerenforth, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Charles Lung, Bill Johnstone, and Ralph Moody. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, an eager young kid took a beating in an alley. A lobster face began to boil, and a pair of month-old corpses got together. All because a woman in a dark tunnel kept a secret that didn't belong to her.
Most of us approve of saving for a rainy day, but these days it's hard to have enough left over to save. It's easy to put off the saving until tomorrow, and that tomorrow never seems to come. The best way to make yourself save a little every payday is to join the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Money invested in United States savings bonds today will make possible many dreams for tomorrow. So arrange to save with United States savings bonds. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states with only the names changed. These stories give and detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show, and you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you find Song for Sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Makeup Man.
Be sure and buy a guidebook if you ever come to Cairo. It'll come in pretty handy. It'll tell you about the pyramids and the religion and the people, to drink plenty of boiled water and move slow, and the kind of clothes to wear so you'll be able to handle the heat. But the guy I met yesterday must have quit school early, or he didn't like guidebooks. He was standing at my door in a cutaway coat and pinstripe pants, derby hat, cane, gloves, elevator shoes, and a fistful of Egyptian pound notes.
You are Mr. Jordan, no? I, Max Vladny, have come to see you unappointed.
That's right, I'm Jordan.
Uh-huh. I come in.
Sure, why not?
You will do it?
Do what, Mr.
Max Vladny. Vladny Max 1642 Mulholland Drive, Hollywood 28, on Imperial Studio Payroll, Social Security 5248-1978. I am American like yourself.
You're a long way from home, Yankee. Sit down.
I do not have time, Mr. Jordan. I will not sit. However, I demonstrate. You see. This flower is wilted. I do not need it. This luggage check already lost. Also, I do not need. Cane. I place on desk. A gift from my grandfather. Very nice fellow. I keep. Also, gloves which I buy in Paris. Now, what I have left, Mr. Jordan?
About 200 pounds in Egyptian banknotes.
From bank I have just come. Also this I do not need. For you. All for you.
I don't have a nickel. Why do I win the jackpot?
Now what I have. I answer myself. Bullet hole in Derby, you see? He's not finished. 1, 2, 3.
Those look like 38 slugs. Where'd you get them?
Out of doorway to soundstage I dig them, where I am shot last night as I work.
Well, who's shooting at you?
If I know who shoot, I shoot back. I have no enemies. Everyone in picture company is mad in love with Max Vladny. I can buy new hat, but cannot buy new head. Mr. Jordan, please, you will stop my body from dying.
Well, you're at the wrong place. The police department's 8 blocks down the street.
I will explain. In Imperial Motion Picture Studio, where master of makeup Max Vladny is imported to Cairo, Egypt, with the entire cast and company of great desert epic Tie My Rope Tight to create beautiful faces from skinny skulls and fat necks is much newspaper. Free publicity sometimes for agents to press. Egyptian police think because I work for motion picture company is free trick for agents to press into newspaper. But it's not free, Mr. Jordan. To you, I come to take no chance.
All right, you made your point.
In I am, Mr. Jordan? You will accompany me, no?
I haven't seen a real movie set in a long time. Sure, why not?
Already better, I feel.
I kind of liked the little guy. I guess I believed his story. Sounded screwy enough to be the truth. Well, we went down and got a cab out to the location set, which was over in Giza, near the pyramids. I tried to get a little more information out of him, but it didn't come to much. He couldn't figure out why somebody was shooting at him or who was doing it. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we got to the place. He had one corner of a portable sound stage that he used for an apartment. We walked up on the ramp together, and he was pulling things out of his pockets, looking for his keys, when things began to happen real fast. Get down.
See, what I tell you. All the time someone shooting at Max.
All right, stay down.
Again, my hat is full of holes.
Oh, shut up. You won't hit.
Yes, but it's frightening.
Unless he's carrying a machine gun, he's through for the day. That was number 6.
Wait, where you go, Mr. Jordan? You leave Max all alone to be killed?
Stay right where you are. I'm going after him. White gun smoke was still hanging around a clump of date palms over an arc light. That's where I was headed. When I made it, nobody was there. But 100 feet away, I saw a gray-haired man, stocky build, glasses, running down the hill to the highway. I pounded out after him, but I might as well have tried to catch an elephant with a bullet in my net. He was quite an acrobat. He dived over a wooden road bracer and skidded down the embankment. He landed feet first in a Jeep he had waiting on the road. By the time I got to the place, he was a half-mile away. Well, when I got back to the stage, there was a black Nash convertible in the driveway and a blonde girl in the doorway. She had her hands full of Max. He had big tears in his eyes, and she was looking for a handkerchief.
Something like this happening to you. Max, why? Why anybody would want to do such a thing is beyond me.
Beyond me also is this Hilda. What enemy do I?
Max, darling, I don't know, I'm sure, but please, you must think.
Think? How can I think?
Max, how terrible. How do you do? You're Mr. Jordan. Did you kill him?
No, he got away.
Oh, and I am again to be shot at.
You say he got away?
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, beg my pardon. This is Hilda Graham. You have seen her in the movie pictures. Some actors they call the shape or the face. Hilda Graham we call the hair. She is my wife almost.
I heard shots as I drove up and found poor Max by the door.
Oh, it's got to be an end to this business, Mr. Jordan. It's got to end quickly. Next time, maybe I will be in the head.
Mr. Jordan, it certainly does have to stop. Why, Max Vladny is the finest makeup artist in the world.
From Hungary to the United States citizen.
And it'd be a great loss to the Imperial Motion Picture Studios. To the entire motion picture business if anything ever happened to Max.
See? I am valuable. Did I not tell you I am great always?
Yeah, sure. Got a phone strung in here?
In there. In my private workshop and study where I hope to work and live. Use it, please, Mr. Olden, before I am there.
Maxie, darling, this is all so terrible.
Yes, I know.
Now, for all you've done for me, now I should be able to help you, and I feel so helpless.
Oh, it's terrible for me.
Captain Sabaya speaking.
Sam, this is Jordan.
Yes, Jordan.
I'll give you the details later. I'm calling from the motion picture location. A little guy named Max Vladny isn't very popular.
What do you mean?
Somebody just threw some slugs at him.
Was anyone injured?
So far, no.
Thank you for calling, Jordan.
What do you mean, thank you for calling? Look, Sam, this little
guy...
You
are being made a fool of. I suppose you have been paid money to use your influence with me so that police will be called in and the newspapers will carry a story of intrigue and murder with the motion picture company.
Look, I tell you this
Jordan,
little...
that is all.
Listen, Sam,
You through phoning, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah. Want a drink?
No, thanks. I have a brand of something much better than that in my hotel room.
I'll bet you.
Location trips are often very arduous and rustic. But this time I have a lovely suite of rooms at Shepherd's. Do you know where it is?
I've been around.
And I'm all alone there.
Don't you think you ought to be in there holding hands with your boyfriend? He's had a hard day.
Max? Keep.
Then you're liable to burn up.
Mr. Jordan, who do you suppose is shooting at Max?
You tell me, lady. I just met him.
I thought you said you saw whoever it was.
I did.
A native?
Maybe.
Perhaps someone from the motion picture company.
Maybe.
You're sort of confused, aren't you? You don't really know whether it's just a trick or not, do you?
Oh, that isn't what I'm confused about.
Oh. Well, I have to be on the set early tomorrow morning. If there's anything I can do at all, I'd be only too happy to cooperate.
Why don't you start by telling me who handles your properties here? A .38 isn't very popular in this part of the world. It's an American gun, one you might be using in this movie. Any American gun is registered with customs.
Really?
And I have some slugs that Max gave me. Oh, I can dig some more out of the wall.
And then what?
Police ballistics will look into it from there.
If they want to look into it.
Yeah, if they want to look into it.
Well, Mr. Jordan, it's been very nice meeting you, and I know that you're going to take very good care of Max.
You were going to tell me the name of the prop man?
Isn't that funny? I really don't know, Mr. Jordan. I really don't know. But, if there's anything else I can do...
Yeah. I'll give you a ring.
Do that, Mr. Jordan.
I stood there and watched her walk through the front room. She looked like a leopard after a good breakfast. And she had a few nice spots, too. Well, she patted Max on the cheek and kissed him on the head and slid under the wheel of a convertible. That famous long golden hair was blowing behind her by the time she got out of the driveway. Max waved her goodbye.
Be careful, my darling. Careful. Lovely she is, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, Maxie, she's just fine.
For her, too, I must keep myself alive.
Gonna marry her?
But, of course, as soon as we finish this picture. She needs me.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Wait. Mr. Jordan, you called someone. What now happens?
We get some reinforcements.
Aha. Reinforcers. I like you, Mr. Jordan. You are good to me. Already better I feel.
I waited till Max went to bed, then I got on the phone and called one of my boys from the Tambourine. A big kid from Texas who was doubling as extra bartender until he made his fare back to San Antonio. He showed up in 20 minutes.
It's only me, Rock. Yeah, take it easy.
All right, Tex, come on in.
Where's our clay pigeon?
Roosting in there. Bring it?
Mm-hmm. One for you, one for me. Who we gonna shoot at?
I don't know. But the police aren't interested in finding out. I'm gonna have to find out.
This legal?
Worried?
If Sabaya doesn't like it, what makes you interested?
I don't know. Maybe I like the little guy in there.
Yeah, go on.
Maybe he's in a tough spot where somebody's trying to make it look like he isn't.
A lot of maybes.
Don't you like it?
Well, you run a cafe here, Rocky. You're getting pretty far from the cash register.
Oh, I can call somebody else, Tex.
What do I do?
Wait here till I get back. Keep your eyes open.
Anything else?
Somebody's a real good shot or a real bad shot. I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Sam Houston talked the same way.
Scared?
Well, take your time, Rocky. I'll be here.
Yeah. Already better, I feel. That was easier than I figured. Back in Cairo, a wire to the port authorities told me the motion picture company had brought in some small arms as props. 3 of them with .38s. The wire told me the consignment had been handled by a man named Pete Berger, head of the property department. And it gave a second-rate apartment address. There was a Jeep parked in front marked Property of Imperial Picture Studios. It could have been the one I saw that afternoon. And the girl who answered the door had a voice that sounded like an empty oil drum full of ball bearings.
What'll it be, buddy? Brahms or bebop?
Oh, neither one, lady.
Well, we ain't got either one for you.
How'd you get so nice?
I fished finishing school.
That guy at the piano, Pete Berger?
Who wants to know?
My name's Gordon. I'm looking for him.
Well, that ain't him, and goodbye. Wait!
I'll ask him myself.
He don't talk. Besides, his name's Valley, Richie Valley. What do you want?
Pete Berger. They tell me he lives here.
Richie and me ain't never heard of no Pete Berger, and he don't live here. Ain't that right, Richie? See? Richie says it's so.
Is, that door lead to rooms upstairs?
Yeah, that door leads to rooms upstairs.
Mind if I take a look?
I mind a lot of things, and taking a look is one of them.
And you're going to be real put out because I'm taking a look anyway.
Stop him, Richie! Don't let him go up there!
Bossy! I was only halfway up when a man in a sweatshirt backed over to the top stairs. There were 3 holes just about the center of his chest. He turned and tried to say something. I saw what was going to happen and hugged the banister. She was kneeling beside him, holding his head in her arms, rocking back and forth. Yeah, you guessed it. It was the same gray-haired man I chased that afternoon. He didn't live 5 seconds.
You are listening to The Makeup Man, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Monday night at 6, Irene Dunn and James Mason will take you into mysterious Siam for a great story of intrigue in the court of a young king. At last, the fine motion picture, Anna and the King of Siam, has come to CBS Radio Theater. Don't miss it. Tomorrow night at 6 over CBS. we return you to Cairo and Rocky Jordan for tonight's adventure, The Makeup Man.
How can you keep a straight face when a little guy in a cutaway coat comes to you and complains about the bullet holes in his derby and tells you that because he's a makeup man with a motion picture company, the police think it's a publicity gag? Well, the next thing you know, somebody is throwing 38 slugs, and even though nobody's hurt, it stops being funny. And if the head prop man, Pete Berger, who was throwing the slugs, does a Brody down a flight of stairs all loaded up with bullet holes without speaking his piece, then you start to make phone calls. His girlfriend's name turned out to be Flossie. She had a good cry over him while I called Sam Sabaya. Sam showed up 5 minutes later. He gathered everybody together, asked them all a lot of questions, then he began to look tired, like he'd never been to bed.
All right, Sergeant. Take them down and book them as material witnesses.
This way, please.
Just a minute, Flatty. I got my rights.
Oh, you were his wife?
You're darn right. Me and Pete been married since 1937.
My deepest sympathy, Mrs. Berger.
I don't know why anybody's put the quiet on poor old people. I know my rights, and I want to see the American consul.
One of my officers has already notified the American consul of tonight's occurrence. In all probability, a representative of the American consular office will be awaiting you at headquarters.
Well, okay then.
We will discuss it later.
Yeah, sure.
And you, Jordan.
Oh, I got one story.
And wish to hear it. This way. It seems that every time there is a disturbance of note in Cairo, you are involved.
It wasn't my idea, Sam.
I might be forced to book you on technical grounds.
Oh, stop it. You know I didn't have anything to do with Berger taking the long nap.
When a man from your hometown is shot in your presence...
My hometown?
Didn't you know, Jordan? Berger was from St. Louis. Passport office will tell you that much.
I didn't know anything about him.
But you did have enemies in St. Louis.
What are you getting at, Sam?
Jordan, I have known you for a long while. Our fortunes and misfortunes have a way of running parallel. Perhaps it is that we are born under the same star. Your past you have never disclosed, and I have never questioned.
What about that passport office of yours?
There is a great hurt. What else? I do not know.
Sam, you can deport me any time you want to. You can kick me out of Cairo, even out of Egypt.
All right, Jordan, it was a thought. The coincidence was extraordinary. I will listen.
All right. A little guy named Max Vladny came to me and told me somebody's been shooting at him. He said the police wouldn't listen.
Once before, when a motion picture company came Cairo on location, we were the victims of an overzealous publicity man.
Well, I might have had the same idea till I telephoned you this afternoon. Somebody really was shooting at Maxie.
Many men expert with firearms, able to cleave a button off a shirt at a long distance, are employed on the picture.
Well, that occurred to me, too. But I want to make sure, so I got a line on the one who was making the noise.
And you came to have a talk with him, only now he is dead.
Yeah, that's him on the floor in there.
The police did not totally ignore Max Vladny's request, nor do we allow a company of aliens to arrive in our city without proper credentials, and of course, we know their backgrounds. Pete Berger was an ex-convict.
Huh? Some people get caught, some get away with it.
Since his release from prison, he held many positions. As a stuntman, as an actor, and finally as a property man.
All right, what's this got to do with me?
Perhaps, Jordan, you are unwillingly an accomplice in a murder.
Got something to go on?
Well, someone in the motion picture company knew of Berger's background, and that someone was blackmailing him, forcing him to pay money to keep his position.
Sounds like an old fairy tale, Sam.
Now, one day Berger refused to pay and threatened this someone.
Also sounds a little backwards to me. Berger wound up dead.
Now my conjecture is no longer hypothetical. It becomes almost a theorem. Someone must rid himself of a threat. Positions are reversed.
You're sure making up a lot of questions.
Oh, no, Jordan. Answers. A complaint about being shot is unheeded. The complainant would not be suspected. But if he somehow arranges for an innocent witness to bear out his story...
Me?
And then waits his opportunity to rid himself of the threat...
You got a name?
Where is your friend Max Vladny now?
Out at his place. One of my boys, Tex, is keeping an eye on him.
To check the possibility, shall we make certain of that?
Sure, why not?
That is what I say, Jordan. Why not?
Sam didn't say a word on the way out to the place, but I knew he was thinking that little Maxie shot Pete Berger, and the way he'd put it made sense. Well, it was about 4 a.m. when we got there. The sun was just starting to make the sky look like a load of mud. When we pulled up in front, one light was still burning in the window. The rest of the place was dark. Everything was quiet. Come on, Sam.
All right, Jordan. Jordan.
Yeah. Cordite. The whole room's full of it. Guns have been fired. Come on, the bedroom.
Yeah.
This way. Max Vladney was lying face down, half on the floor and half on the table he used for a workshop. A bottle of spirit gum was spilled on the floor, along with some false blonde hair and a cracked wig block. He had one free arm around a white plaster cast of a head. He looked like a little wax dummy holding a doll. But the two blue holes in the middle of his head weren't planned.
I was mistaken, Jordan.
Here.
You said there was someone from your cafe watching him for you.
Yeah, I got the... What's that?
It's from over there by the bed.
It was Tex. He was lying over by the foot of the bed. There was a trickle coming out of one side of his mouth.
Oh, no, don't try to move me, Rocky. It's in my lungs somewhere. I don't think I got any blood to spare. I've been laying here waiting for you, Rocky. It happened about an hour ago. Noise in Max's room. Next thing I know, I'm taking a slug myself. Call me a doc, will you, Rocky? Call me a doc. Quick.
Well, Sam made a lot of phone calls before it was all over. An ambulance came by to pick up Tex and take him to the hospital. Then Sam got his crew in there to take pictures and look at Maxie. He didn't say a word to me, just went around sniffing things and looking. I kept thinking of Maxie and Tex, and part of it began to get hot inside of me.
Jordan!
Yeah?
Jordan, where do you think you're going?
I got some things to do.
So have I.
You aren't doing them fast enough for you.
Jordan, you aren't contemplating a foolish gesture.
Look, I've seen 2 dead tonight and a friend of mine all shot up.
The police will find out who is responsible.
They don't work fast enough for me.
Jordan!
Your guesses weren't very good, Sam. I got some of my own. I haven't got time.
This is a matter for the police to handle.
They could have stopped it if they listened to Maxie.
I warn you, Jordan. I will not tolerate any interference.
Look, I like Maxie, and Tex is my friend. He's lying in a hospital right now. We don't know whether he's going to live or die, and you're talking about interference.
That's enough!
That isn't half enough, Sam. Goodbye, I got business. I didn't know where to start or who to start with right then. It's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, but you're getting nowhere. Then it came to me that Maxie's girlfriend, the hair, didn't know about him yet, so I went over to tell her. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, but she was wearing a dress that was meant only for nighttime.
Well, Mr. Jordan, when I saw you at Max's yesterday, I didn't think you'd buy for that drink so soon. But come in. I was just having some coffee. I have to be on location early. I'm all dressed for the scene, but I have to have a makeup job.
Look all right to me the way you are.
You can be nice.
I have some tough news for you.
Max? Something's happened to Max.
He's dead.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not Max. Poor Maxie.
Somebody shot him 3 hours ago.
Why? Why would anybody want to kill Max?
I want to know, too.
Max expected me to marry him, and he had so many plans. Mr. Jordan, what can I do to help?
A smart cop named Sybil is going to be knocking on your door pretty soon. He'll want some answers. I want him first.
Would you mind terribly if we sat down? See, Max was all I had, and I want to be near someone.
Sure.
I know I'm not doing this scene very well. Mr. Jordan, what can I tell you?
Did Max ever mention a man named Pete Berger?
I never heard the name before.
He was the head of your property department. He was the one that shot at Max yesterday.
He killed Max?
No.
But...
Berger's dead, too. I was there when he got shot.
Look, I'm not very good at this sort of thing. What are you trying to find?
A reason? People kill for money or for love or just for the plain crazy feeling of blasting a gun at somebody.
This has been a lot for you. You liked Max, didn't you?
He was a nice little guy. But I got more than that. A friend of mine, he was shot, too.
Another death?
No, he's still alive in a hospital.
Oh.
So there's a reason.
Well, aren't the police looking?
I want to find out who.
I see.
What kind of work does a makeup man do with a plaster cast?
I don't know. I suppose he studies the contour of the face and familiarizes himself with his subject that way.
He'd have one of you?
I suppose so. He'd have one of every principal in the cast.
That's a nice face. Yeah, I've seen it in pictures.
My press agents think my hair is my fortune.
Yeah. Long, golden hair.
Does it feel soft and warm? The way you hoped it would feel?
Mm-hmm.
You've been wanting to hold me like this. To see me like this, haven't you? And my lips. How do you like them, Rocky? I never loved Max. I was indebted to him. See, I was terribly ill several years ago, and he helped me.
I can see why he felt the way he did about you.
Can you? I like the way you did that.
Max was working on something for you.
Really?
He had a plaster cast of your head in his arms when I found him. There was no hair on it, and it looked funny.
Don't say that. Don't ever say a thing like that.
Oh, it figures.
What are you talking about?
Murder, lady, and lots of it.
Get out of
You
here.
killed a poor ex-con because he bungled a scare job you blackmailed him into doing. Then you shot him last night because I was going to talk to him.
You're crazy.
You killed Max, and you thought you killed Tex.
You said yourself there's got to be a reason.
You got one. It's not money, or love, or anything else.
I hate you.
Every newspaper in the world's going to carry this story. Hilda Graham, the movie star with all the long golden hair, is really as bald as a boiled egg.
You shut up! Shut up! Don't you ever say anything like that. Don't ever say anything like that.
Pick up that bookend. I'd like to have a reason to break you in two.
What are you going to do?
I'm turning you over to the police.
No. No, you can't. You mustn't. They'll find out about my hair. Oh, please, please don't let them know. Look, Max was the only one who knew. Don't let them know, Rocky. Please, Rocky, please. I couldn't stand it. I had to kill all those people to make sure that they... Please, Rocky. Please. You know how nice I can be.
Lady, you're a bum. Sam got over being mad when I brought her in. We sat down and figured it out. Max had been trying to get her to marry him, but she didn't want to marry anybody. And she was afraid if she didn't marry Max, he'd tell what he knew, so she killed him. It was her hair. That famous long golden hair. Only it wasn't hers. She'd lost all hers when she was sick. She couldn't stand the thought of anybody going around knowing she wore a wig. A couple of days later, I saw Tex at the hospital. He had some transfusions and a couple of other things. He was coming out of it all right. You know, I think he summed it all up when he said,
You know, Rocky, I've been thinking. It's too bad they didn't take Hilda Graham's picture without that wig. Boy, that'd sure serve her right.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Café Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by E. Jack Newman, edited by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Don't forget, tomorrow night at 6, Irene Dunn and James Mason will take you into mysterious Siam for that great story of intrigue in the court of a young king. The fine motion picture Anna and the King of Siam comes to CBS Radio Theater tomorrow night at 6. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The fear you can hear. This is the story of a natural-born loser. Within the quietest and most retiring of the genus Homo sapiens, there lurks a tiger, as indeed it lurks in all of us. It takes only the right combination of intolerable pressures, unfulfilled dreams, and the opportunity to escape the first and realize the second to make even the worm turn, which is just what happened to Henry Green.
I do a lot of dreaming. When you're married to someone like Florence, you got to do something. But I never figured any of those dreams to come true. Revenge dreams, you know, like, it is the decision of this court that you, Florence Green, be removed to a suitable place and hanged by the neck until you are dead. Maybe it's hung. I never remember, or like, it's all right, Dr. Willoughby. I know you did your best to pull her through, but it's God's will that prevails in the end. Florence is gone forever. Someone yaks at you like Florence and steps on your toes everything you want to do and has to be on you every moment and won't let you out of the house alone. I'm telling you, it's simply murder. So I dream a lot about my wife just not being. But I never thought of actually causing her not to be. I never really meant to end up a murderer.
Our mystery drama, It's Simply Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jack Guilford. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the simplest and most fiendish devices to drive men mad is the Chinese water torture. The slow drip of water, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour on the forehead. Unending, inescapable, inexorable. Henry Green's life was like that, both in his work and at home.
Did you wash up all your breakfast dishes?
Yes, Florence.
You left the spoons up so they drain?
Yes.
Put out the garbage?
Yes.
And you cleaned out the sink?
Yes, Florence.
You wrung out the sponge?
Yes. Look, I just...
Don't you move until I'm finished talking to you. Now, look, I want you right straight home here after the bank closes tonight.
Well, some of the boys...
Oh, don't give me any some of the boys.
But just a drink to say bon voyage.
But you'll have all the bon voyage on the cruise when we leave tomorrow. Although don't think there'll be any drinking going on there either. There's enough money being spent on this vacation now.
It's the first real vacation we've taken since our honeymoon.
And we wouldn't be having it if I hadn't made you save for it.
I didn't start saving the money for the cruise.
I know. You wanted to save it for a smelly, dangerous, noisy old motorcycle. Well, I wasn't having any of that.
I always wanted one. All my life.
Oh, stop it. You're too old for one now anyway.
How do you know what?
What was that?
I said, now, do you know that I've got to leave or I'll be late for the bank?
Well, don't forget to pick up the suitcase.
What suitcase?
Your old one that Travers Luggage is repairing.
Oh, all right.
And mine to come right home after... Oh, watch out for the cat.
Ouch!
You clumsy fool, you stepped on him.
I didn't. He tried to run out of the door and he bit me.
Serves you right. He knows you don't like him.
Once I left the house, I always tried to put Florence out of my mind. And the best way to do that was to think about Sherry Woods. Not that I could do any more than think about her, because she was Mr. Mercer's day and night, if you know what I mean. But more and more, I guess I was getting to the dangerous age, because I sure did a lot of thinking about Sherry. That's 10, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 makes 50. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. See you next week.
You haven't any more customers, Henry. Close your window.
Why, Sherry, Mr. Mercer wants to see me?
I want to see you. Meet me in the conference room.
Of course, if you say so, but what's wrong?
Everything, as far as we're concerned. Unless maybe we have the nerve to try to put it right. Anyway, it's something we can't talk over here. Meet me where I said. What kept you so long?
Mr. Mercer, he stopped me.
You still think I'm attractive?
Well, Sherry, knowing how I felt for you all this time, you have to ask?
Yeah, I want to be quite sure. Come here, Henry.
Where?
Here. Right close against me. Put your arms around me.
Suppose someone should come in.
I slipped the automatic lock on the door before you came in. We're quite safe.
I don't feel that way.
I meant from being interrupted. Now kiss me.
Sherry, I'm a married man.
Oh, don't tell me you don't want to.
Sherry, you could make me do anything, but... Oh, make me do anything.
All right, that's enough.
Oh, I never kissed anyone like this.
It's a good thing you'd be arrested.
It'd be worth it. Let's do it again.
Well, we could do it forever, if you wanted to.
But I'm married.
Well, we could make a few changes. Henry, when you get back from your trip, are you still expected to be promoted?
Well, Mr. Mercer has practically promised me.
Yeah, forget Cy Mercer's promises. I ought to know how little they're worth. We, my darling, are out.
My darling?
Did you hear the other part?
What do you mean, we're out?
You know in your heart, you'll never be vice president. And I've been fired.
He can't do that to you.
Well, he already has.
You mean Mr. Mercer has, changed his affections?
I mean, that lousy, pot-bellied little two-timer has gone right off the deep end for Miss Fancy Pants.
Gosh, Sherry, I am sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Henry, love, there's plenty you can do to help. You and me are going to be rich. Together. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Look, I better get back to my cage.
Is that where you think you belong?
Well, I am head teller and...
In a cage? Oh, you're a man, not a mouse. Now's the time for you to prove it. Grab the world by the tail. How'd you like to travel the world, live like royalty, never have to punch a time clock, get away from handling other people's money, have it be your own? Both of us. Just you and me.
Us? But Sherry, I mean, even if there wasn't Florence, I don't have any money. She's got it all.
Oh, then that settles it. I'm going to remake your life.
How?
Well, why don't we have lunch together, and I'll tell you.
Where? The sandwich shop?
No. Let's make it the Gourmet. At 12:30?
But that's terribly expensive.
Oh, Henry, love, that's the way you and me are going from here on in. If you go along with me.
You know, I want to, but how?
I'll tell you that. After the second martini.
I don't think I've ever had 2 martinis in a row. Certainly not in the middle of the day.
Well, that's the whole trouble with you, Henry. You haven't really lived.
That's because I haven't wanted to.
Well, if you really want, you gotta take. I guess we both learned that today.
We sure did. The boat sailed for both of us.
Yeah, well, there's another boat sailing tomorrow that I'm more interested in. It's the one I wish I was taking with you.
Oh, but what could I do with Florence?
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to discuss.
We are?
The best way to get rid of your wife. It's what we both want, isn't it?
Florence would never give me a divorce. And even if she did, she'd want a big alimony. And I just couldn't afford you, Sherry.
Well, I won't deny I'm expensive, but you could easily afford me.
How?
Cy Mercer and his new lady love are leaving early for a weekend in Bermuda. Monday's a holiday. They won't be back till Tuesday morning. It won't be till then that they discover the money is missing.
What money?
The money in the teller's drawers. How much do you think it adds up to?
Well, it's the end of the month. Payday for most people. The deposits have been heavy, somewhere between $600,000 or $700,000. Why? What do you want to know?
I just wanted to know how much we're going to steal. It's all right, dear. No one's listening to us.
I'm not listening to. You must be mad. Steal it for what?
For us to enjoy the rest of our life together.
Together? What about Florence?
Yeah. What about Florence?
I just can't wish her dead, you know.
Well, I don't see why not.
You mean kill her?
How many times have you wanted to?
Almost every day. But that's different. I would never do anything about it.
Not even for me?
It isn't that. I wouldn't know how. Anyway, it's all impossible.
Why?
But it takes 2 keys to close and open the teller's vault. Mine and Mr. Mercer's.
Oh, you mean this one?
How did you?
Well, I told you he was leaving early. He gave me his key to close the vault tonight with Mr. Schaefer.
But Schaefer doesn't have the other key. I have.
Yeah, but Cy thinks Schaefer's going to have it because he's instructed me to tell you to give it to Schaefer and tell him we'd be locking up while you're gone.
So we have full access to the money.
Yeah, until the outer door is closed with the time lock.
And then the vault can't be opened until Tuesday. But I'd be trapped on the ship out at sea, and then
Henry, after you've taken the money, you never get on that ship.
I've always wanted to take a cruise, and Florence wouldn't.
There isn't going to be any Florence, Henry. Remember?
But where could we hide?
With enough money, you can hide anywhere. You'd shave off your mustache, get contacts instead of those wire-rimmed glasses, a mod wig. I'd cut my hair short, dye it blonde, and get a nose bob, and put on a little weight in the right places. We'd be new people.
I always wanted to have a beard.
So, all right, grow a beard.
Florence would never let me.
Listen, Florence won't be around to object.
Would I really have to kill her?
What other way around is there?
None. The trouble is, I wouldn't know how.
Well, I've thought of that, Henry. Here.
What is it?
It's a bottle of sleeping pills. Just dissolve them in a nice hot cup of tea for Florence. What more do you want?
I think I'll have another martini. I couldn't believe it was me sitting at an expensive restaurant, drinking in the middle of the day, and planning to murder my wife. Then I started in to think about the 20 years I'd already had with Florence, and the 20 or more I still might have to spend with her, and killing Florence began to make sense. Maybe. I stole a look at Sherry, who was powdering her nose. It looked pretty good to me like it was, and I didn't see where she didn't have enough in all the right places to start with. That's when I made up my mind. Florence had to go.
Henry Green, 5'9", 148 pounds, mouse-haired, mild, 45 years old, and safely mounted on a treadmill, running day by day to stand in the same place. A man in a cage, both at work and at home, but now in the grip of the mating urge, a tiger. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. There's one thing you can say for Henry Green. Once set loose, there's nothing small about his new way of life. Within one day, he is all set to break 3 of the major commandments, the 6th, 7th, and 8th, although not necessarily in that order. Murder and adultery will have to wait their turn. At the moment, he is occupied with the 8th, and grand larceny at that.
All right, Sherry. That was the last teller. Is she gone?
Yeah.
All right. Let's open up. There. That's mine. Now yours. That does it. Now get the suitcase from behind the desk while I open the vault.
Here it is, Henry.
Put it flat on the floor and open it.
You hand me the money, and I'll pack it in.
Hope there's enough room for all of it.
Just take out big bills and leave the chicken feed.
No. Better take everything. Empty drawers are easier to handle.
What is it?
Somebody's coming. Hide the suitcase.
Get the vault door.
Give me the bag. Oh, well, all closed up, Miss Woods. Time to go. Why, Miss Burpee? Forget something?
Oh, and Mr. Green, honest, I'm just so embarrassed. I sure hate to ask you, but...
But what?
Well, there's something I want to check in my teller's drawer. Would you please open up the vault?
What?
Yeah, but we just closed up. We can't.
Oh, you gotta. I have to know if it's missing.
Is what missing?
My engagement ring. You see, I usually take it off and put it in the drawer till I go home, and... Tonight, I forgot to take it out.
Well, can it wait till Monday?
Oh, we're off.
Well, Tuesday.
Oh, no, I got dates with Horace over the weekend, and he'd have a fit if I wasn't wearing it. Besides, I've got to be sure if it is there.
Well, maybe you put it in your handbag.
Oh, no, I looked there first thing because... Oh, now I remember. Yeah, right here in my jacket pocket. Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I guess I'll be getting along home. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the suitcase.
I was having the handle fixed before I packed it to go on my vacation.
Oh, gosh, you don't have to explain to me. I didn't think you were robbing the bank or nothing. Well, I gotta run. Well, one of the other girls is waiting for me.
Just let me make sure she's gone. And for God's sakes, let's pack up and get out of here. We were both shaking like we had a fever after that run-in with Bird Brain Burpee, but somehow we managed to pack the money in the bag and close the outside door with a time lock. Going home in the cab, the tension was so bad I was tempted to take one of the sleeping pills myself to calm me down, but I resisted that. One crime leads to another. I was committed. If I lost my wits now, I stood to lose everything.
Well, it's about time you got home.
I had to close up the bank.
At least I see you remember to bring the suitcase. I'll take that.
No, I mean, I'll do my own packing.
You can't even fold a bath towel.
Well, this time I'll show you. I want you to get a little rest, dear. I'll take care of myself.
No, I'm not going to argue. Go ahead. Throw everything in. Higgledy-piggledy. You've been drinking.
Well, just a sort of party because...
I hope you didn't get too giddy so you can't manage to take your dinner out of the oven.
Where are you going?
Over to Mama's to leave Pussy. She's going to take care of him until we get back.
Oh, okay. Will you be long?
I don't know. Why? I'm all packed. I have no problems.
I just thought you might be tired, Florence, dear, and I want to get to bed early.
I'm not even thinking about bed, and you'd better not either. We got a lot to do before tomorrow.
But don't I know it, Florence? Don't you worry. I'll be awake.
Hello?
Sherry?
Yeah? What's happened?
Oh, nothing yet. I just had dinner.
You mean to tell me you haven't got rid of Florence?
Oh, yes.
How?
Well, she just took the cat over to leave at her mother's.
Oh, you know that isn't what I meant.
I know. It's just I'm Sherry. I don't know.
Henry Green, you listen to me. It's now or never.
But I don't know how to.
Look, you take those capsules, empty the powder from them into a cup or mug or whatever, and coax Florence into having a nice relaxing drink before bed. What does she like?
A chocolate, but...
No buts, Henry. You can do it. Just put your mind to it and finish
I'm just sorry I ever started it.
Oh, Henry, when you know you're going to end up with me.
Oh, okay, Sherry. You can trust me. It took a couple of shots from the Christmas brandy bottle Florence kept hidden in among her foundation garments to keep me going till Florence got back from her mother's. Luckily, by that time, she seemed tired herself, and we were finally ready for bed.
Did you lock the front door and put out the lights?
Florence, how'd you like a nice cup of cocoa before you go to bed? Put you right off to sleep.
I'd love it.
I'll get it for you.
You can't. I used up the last yesterday.
But you got it. I mean, wouldn't you like something to drink?
Oh, well, I did get a little bit of a chill coming home. I'll take some hot tea.
Oh, yes. Hot tea will be just right. Here's your tea, Florence. Now drink it up.
In a minute, when I have my hair up. Meanwhile, I have a list of things for you to do.
Me?
Yes. I want you to put out the garbage, check all the outside door locks, bleed the hot water tank and make sure there's no rust, oil the garage doors, replace that burned-out bulb on the basement stairs. Well, here, it's all listed.
But this'll take hours.
Just do as I say.
Okay, most of this wait till we get back?
No.
Why not?
I'll tell you when you're finished. Now, on you go. Oh, don't look so pouty. It's something to keep you busy till I'm ready to go to sleep.
Yeah. Okay, Florence. Good idea. Something to keep me busy till... Goodbye, Florence.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Just goodbye. Florence?
What is it?
Oh, my God.
What is it, Henry?
Nothing. I just thought you were asleep.
No, I just can't relax somehow. Too many things on my mind.
What was it you were going to tell me?
Oh, that can wait. Oh, I wish I could sleep.
Wasn't the tea any help?
Oh, that. I poured it out. You forgot the sugar.
Poured it out?
I yelled and yelled for you, but you didn't answer.
I must have been outside.
Anyway, it tasted terrible, and it was cold, so I just poured it down the sink. Well, how'd you like to bring me another, but with sugar?
It's too late.
Why? It's only just after 10 o'clock.
Yes, I guess I'm so tired. Okay, Florence, I'll get you another cup.
All of the capsules.
Yes. Now, what do I do?
There's gotta be a way.
How? Tell me. I haven't got a gun. I wouldn't know how to use a knife. We haven't got a rope in the house. There isn't even any string. And I haven't got the courage to even consider a blunt weapon. Oh, why did I ever get into this?
Look, if you had a razor, couldn't you?
A razor? I don't even use a safety razor because blood makes me nauseous. Just electric.
That's it. Electricity. Take out a fuse and...
I wouldn't go near the fuse box. I'd probably electrocute myself.
Gas. Have you got a gas stove?
Oh, great. All I have to do is say, Florence, I just robbed the bank because I'm in love with Sherry Woods and we need you out of the way. So would you please just stick your head in the unlighted oven so I can smother you?
What's that?
The tea kettle. Blowing the whistle on me. I guess it's only the first.
Wait a minute. Smother. A pillow. Oh, Henry, that's it. A pillow.
A what?
You know, like Laurence Olivier in that picture where he had the black face and he held the pillow over his wife's face and then, it was by Shakespeare.
Yeah, Othello. Yeah. I might just be able to manage that.
The tea was too weak, but at least it had sugar. Henry, what are you doing standing there with that pillow?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting to come to bed.
Well, turn out the light, for heaven's sake. I'm almost asleep. Henry!
Yeah, sure.
Henry, what are you doing with the pillow? Come on, it's late.
Who's that?
I don't know. Turn on the light so I can answer it. I don't know what's wrong with you. You had that pillow right over my face. Hello? Oh, Mama. Yeah, what's the matter? Oh, just a minute. Henry, will you get that pillow out of the way so I can talk to my mother?
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mama. Yeah. Oh, Pussy wouldn't take his milk. Well, I can't understand. Oh, Mama, I forgot to tell you. Put a teaspoon of sugar in it. Yeah. I mean, he's used to it. Oh, no, Mama, you're not interrupting anything. I got all the time in the world. Oh, well, yes, he doesn't like his litter basket in the bathroom. Unless there's a rug.
I lay there listening to the voice droning on and on, the pillow in my hands, waiting for the moment that never came. 3 martinis, 2 brandies caught up with me, and the next thing I knew...
You fell asleep.
Sherry, I was bushed. I was just knocked out. And when Florence starts talking to her mother, you just don't know.
Oh, never mind that now, Henry. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Is Florence still in bed?
No, she got up before me. She's in the bathroom.
Oh, I tell you, Henry, I don't know what to say. I've been up all night, half out of my mind, waiting to hear.
Hold it.
Henry, where are you?
What is it?
It's Florence. She's yelling for me. I'll have to call you back.
Henry!
Okay, Florence. I'm coming.
Henry, I declare I could shout my lungs out and be dying and I couldn't get you to help.
I'm here, Florence. What is it?
Open the door and come in. Oh, come right over here to the end of the bathtub.
What's wrong?
I have this terrible cramp in my foot. Oh, it's killing me. Massage it quick, please.
Like that?
Not the left when you pull the right. That's it. Oh, grab it and rub. Oh, be careful, idiot. Don't pull it towards you. You almost had my head underwater. You want to drown me?
Suddenly, after all the trial and error, the hedging and the fudging, there it was. All I had to do was grab both feet, pull and lift up, and Florence was helpless and gone. Murder could never be made more simple.
The moment of truth at last. Does Henry have the courage to go through with it? And if he does, can Sherry and he get away with larceny and murder? And having broken the 6th and 8th commandments, will the 7th be worth it all? Those are questions to be answered shortly when I return with Act 3. I don't suppose you'd ever want to try it. But in case you do, if your bathtub has an open end, coax any obliging friend to lie in it. Seize him or her by the ankles. Repeat Henry's actions, and they are helpless. Even if they are not obliging, and no matter how strong they are. If there's water in the tub, of course, they would drown. that would be surely up to you, as it is this moment up to Henry.
How long I stood there frozen, unable to move, scarcely able to breathe. After I took the action, I'll never know. I suppose Florence must have thrashed and twisted. There must have been a sound of choking and bubbling as her head stayed beneath the water. I'll never know. I don't remember. All I do remember is what brought me out of my trance. Who's that? Doorbell. Who? Must be Sherry. Yeah, Sherry, you gotta answer.
Hey there. Are you Mr. Green?
Why, yes, I am.
Sal Basso here. Okay to move on in?
I beg your pardon?
Well, didn't the missus tell you about me?
Why, I don't, who?
I'm your new tenant. Short term, you know? Just while you're off on a cruise. And that's my family out there in the wagon.
My wife rented you our house?
Yeah. For the 3 weeks till our house is being painted. Just got the painter started today. Hey, wait a minute. Nothing wrong, huh? I mean, I paid in advance.
Mr. Basso. Yes, Basso. You're sure that...
Well, just let me talk to your wife a minute and we can get it all straightened out.
There's no need for that. It's just
I wouldn't want to have to kick up no fuss, you know? I mean, I got the painter started, my whole family and clothes moved out. I mean, I wouldn't want to drag no lawyer or like that into this, but...
No. There's no question of that. I'm sure if my wife, as a matter of fact, I do recall she said she had something to tell me.
You see, I got the receipt right here. That the missus' handwriting?
Yes, that's Florence's handwriting, all right. It's just we've been a little delayed in getting out of the house, and if you could give me a couple of hours...
Oh, sure. I am a bit early. Hey, I'll tell you what. There's a horror film in the shopping center movie house. Now, I'll take the family there and give them a thrill and come back in, say, a couple hours, okay? And tell the missus to have a good time on that cruise. And she shouldn't fall overboard or get drowned or nothing like that.
Hello? Henry. Oh, I thought you'd never call. Listen, baby, I'm all packed. I'll hop in a cab and come to your house. You better be ready with the bags and money, and we'll leave for the airport in the first plane. What? Why not? She what? Rented the house? Well, so what's the difference? Why can't... All right, Henry. All right. Don't get excited. Yeah. Not on the phone. I'll be right over. I won't. We'll figure out something.
After I hung up the phone, I went upstairs. There was something I had to do for Florence before Sherry got there. She was heavier than I thought, and it took me some time to dry her and get her dressed. It helped since she had all her traveling clothes lying on the bed. By the time I had her propped up in the slipper chair, I was soaking wet and shaking all over. By that time, I knew what I had to do. I opened the door to the basement, turned on the light, and went downstairs. Over in the back corner was what I was looking for. An old wardrobe trunk that used to belong to Florence's father. It was covered with dust and mildew, but I wiped it off with a rag and dragged it across the cellar and up the steps.
I can't. She's so heavy.
Just a few steps more. That's it. Now we can get her in the trunk.
I still think we should have cut and run.
Easy now. Get her so she's sitting on the stool inside. We wouldn't have had time to get away. The Basso's 6 or 7 kids, they'd have been all over this house. Nowhere to hide, Florence. That's it. Now, to get it closed.
I'll hold. You push.
There.
Henry, Are you sorry?
I don't know. I'm numb.
I'll try to make up to you for it.
I did it for you. The crazy things a man can do.
Well, at least you're free.
No, not yet. Florence may be dead, but we still haven't gotten rid of her.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah, so do I.
Just look at me. I'm an absolute frump.
Well, Florence was a bit bigger than you.
A bit? If I had a twin, she'd fit in here, too. I can't go out like this.
This'll cover you up.
What is it?
A raincoat. We're in luck. It started to rain. You can pull the hood over your head, and you look just like Florence.
Thanks a lot. Do we have to go through all this, Henry?
The neighbors might be looking out, and someone has got to get on the boat with me. They've got to think that Florence came aboard so she can fall overboard tonight.
And then I sneak off in my own clothes before the ship sails.
I wish I could have you with me, but I can't.
Oh, that's all right, Henry. I'll try to bear up.
There were just too many other things to think of just then. The first, getting a cab. The second, getting it loaded and away before Mr. Basso and his family returned from the horror movie. I envied him. He was just watching one. I was living it.
Okay, Mac. Now ready. Lift, eh?
Easy. Try to keep her upright.
Who?
The trunk.
Oh, what's the diff? You got a body in there?
A what?
I'm just giving you a rip. Feels heavy enough for one. That suit you?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Fine.
You got to be some kind of a nut to think you got to get some old trunk like that on any of today's cabs. Them trucks went out with Jimmy Walker.
Yeah, I'm just lucky you were nice enough to help out.
For 50 green ones, Mac, remember?
Oh, sure. Here.
Okay, climb in.
I have to make sure my wife will follow in the taxi.
Well, I'm sorry, I ain't got no room in the truck for 3.
I'll be right back.
I ain't going nowheres without you.
Well, we're all set, Sherry. You trail us to the pier. Here, I'll take the suitcase.
It's all right. Might as well leave it with me. Goodbye, Henry.
Well, goodbye for now. Anyway. Jouncing along in that miserable little pickup truck, that last goodbye seemed somehow so final. Could Sherry possibly... But I put that out of my mind as I told myself that everything was working out for the best. Just a few more hours and we'd be home free. What's the holdup?
Search me. This is the line for the pier. Hey, you want I should go find out why it's jammed up? Nothing moving?
No,
Hey, wait a minute. Here's a cop coming along your side.
Officer?
All right, knock off the horns.
Yeah, mister.
I'm trying to make a cruise ship that's sailing in about a half hour.
That's fine, citizen. Then you're right where you belong. Just stay in line.
But why? What's wrong?
Nothing for you to worry about, I'm sure. Just some nut phoned in a bomb scare. Now, we got to search all baggage going aboard. You want to really help out? You can. Open up that trunk you got so the bomb squad can check you out.
But I can't open that trunk. My wife has the keys.
Okay. So where's your wife?
Was she...
she's in a taxi right behind her. There wasn't room for her.
What taxi?
Oh, be a son of a gun. That one just pulled out making a U-turn.
Stop her.
Hold it, mister. What's going on
Hey, grab
here?
this little trum, officer. I should have known he was off his trolley right from the beginning.
Take it easy, mister. You ain't going
out
nowhere.
of here. I bet there's a bomb in that trunk.
A bomb?
Yeah.
There isn't any bomb. Let me go. Sherry! Sherry!
Henry, wake up.
What? Where? Florence, where am I?
Oh, I'm not surprised you don't know. Stumbling in drunk last night and waking up the first day of your vacation still calling for a drink.
A drink?
Well, you're not getting any. I hope you have a hangover big enough to make yourself properly ashamed of. Now, you get up out of bed and pull yourself together.
Oh, yes, Florence. Oh, my head. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, what's that?
Your suitcase. Right where you insisted on putting it last night, right next to the bed.
You didn't open it?
I did after you fell in the door with it when you brought it home, and I packed it for you. Now, you'll be on your feet and ready to go by the time I'm out of my bath.
My mind was reeling and splitting in two at the same time. I kneeled on the floor and opened the suitcase. It contained nothing but clothes. No money, just clothes. With a shaking hand, one ear on the rushing bath water, and an eye on the bathroom door, I dialed Sherry's number.
Yes?
Sherry?
Who's this?
Henry.
Henry who?
Henry Green.
Oh, hello, Mr. Green. I was going to call you a little later.
I should think so. What happened yesterday?
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about anything. You were kind of cute, really, when you left the party, if a bit wobbly.
Party? What party?
Well, the party that Mr. Mercer gave when you were named vice president.
I was named vice president?
You don't remember much, do you? You even went all for the vault key you were supposed to give to Mr. Schaefer. I have to arrange for you to get it to him today before you leave on the cruise.
Sherry, Miss Woods, did we have lunch together yesterday?
Why, no.
I didn't have 3 martinis with you?
Well, not at lunch. At the party. Well, I don't know how many you had, but you were pretty looped. I called you home last night, and your wife said you'd gone straight to bed without any dinner.
So, it was all a dream.
What did you say?
Nothing, Sherry. I just wish I'd been able to kiss you goodbye. I sit here hunched like a mouse, remembering the dream and facing the reality. And I wonder which is the real nightmare. I suppose I should be grateful it was only a dream. But on the other hand...
Henry! Henry! Come in here right away! I have a cramp in my foot! I need you!
Henry Green, paper tiger, as it turns out. Grand larcener, first-degree murderer, rapacious adulterer thirsting after a young woman's flesh, but all and only in the mind. And surely to have to go on living with someone like Florence is punishment enough to fit the crime. I'll be back shortly. The wish is father to the thought. The thought is father to the deed. Henry Green only got 2/3 of the way along that path. Even in dreams, he never managed to break the 7th commandment. Poor Henry. But, as I said in the beginning, this was the story of a natural-born loser. Our cast included Jack Guilford, Marion Haley, Bryna Rayburn, Dan Acco, Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you in a dramatic role and in a character different from those you are accustomed to seeing him portray, Mr. Charles Ruggles. But before we raise the curtain on this evening's suspense play, here is a message from your host, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Distance lends enchantment, says the old proverb. And it seems borne out in this little episode that we might see taking place at the smart and handsome Pan American Club, Havana, Cuba. An American visitor is amazed that his Cuban host can picture the marvelous climate and rich, fruitful soil of California without ever having been there. But the Cuban responds, "One sip alone of wonderful Roma wine tells me all that. Only true perfection of climate and soil could produce the perfection of your splendid California wine, Roma wine." That's so. And as Roma wines become available to wine connoisseurs of more and more lands, the chorus of praise grows for the truly superb quality of these good Roma wines. No wonder, then, these wine experts of other lands are so eager to import Roma wines, no matter what the distances from our own California. And no wonder, too, that these taste-delighting Roma wines, with no import duty to pay and without expensive shipping charges added to their cost here, are America's largest selling wines. With such richly rewarding enjoyment within your reach, why not get acquainted with your favorites among Roma wine's many different delightful wine types? Remember the name, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with Dorothy L. Sayers' story, Suspicion, and with the performance of Charles Ruggles as Mr. Hubert Mummery, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense. Mr. Mummery took the morning train down to business, as he always did. He opened the door of his office, much as he always opened it, and saw his partner, Brooks, sitting at his desk as he always sat. And the world seemed perfectly orderly and dependable and sane. And then it began, very simply, out of a few chance remarks. The terror took shape and grew until it was a black mountain of fear and suspicion.
Morning, Mummery. Pleasant morning, what?
Yeah? Oh, quite.
I've been looking through some bank accounts. I've an idea they're trying to put us off until... Hubert Mummery, what's the matter with you?
With me?
Well, you gave me a start. Why, man, you're as white as a sheet.
Oh, am I? Well, I'm not feeling quite myself this morning. Breakfast didn't agree with me. Didn't agree with me at all.
Well, you'd better look after yourself. We're none of us as young as we once were.
Yeah, always had a beastly stomach, always.
Well, I can't remember you having an attack like this in years, Mummery. Huh. That new missus of yours giving you proper food? Good, mild, digestible thing?
No, I'm afraid Ethel knows nothing at all about a kitchen.
Well, that's what you get for marrying a girl without showing it to a friend. Doing it in such a rush, 10-day courtship, and at your age, Mummery.
Well, you'll see why when you meet her. Besides, it doesn't matter in the least. After all, I was a bachelor up until a few weeks ago and rather used to taking care of myself, you know.
Oh, my dear man, you're not telling me that you manage the household.
Oh, hardly. No need for that. We've engaged a housekeeper who's a gem, really. Capable, motherly soul named Sutton. Ethel's delighted with her, and so am I. Exceptional cook and all that.
Well, that's excellent. We can all do that sort of thing, you know. I say you better take it easy and keep off your feet today. A man's health comes first, you know.
Thanks. I'll be all right. I took one of my tablets on the train.
Well, if you need anything, you let me know, huh?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mummery, I suppose your wife doesn't know another of those cooking gems, does she?
Well, I don't know. They aren't so easy to find nowadays. Don't tell me your cook is leaving you.
Oh, good Lord. No. Perish the thought. It's for the Phillipsons. Their girl is getting married.
Yeah, well, always said marriage is the graveyard of good cooks.
Positively. You know, I think it should be a criminal offense for cooks to feel the mating urge. Huh? Leaves the family high and dry. Yeah. You know, I said to Phillipson, you mind what you're doing, I said. You get somebody you know something about, or you may find yourself landed with this poisoning woman. What's her name? Mrs. Andrews, Carolyn Andrews. I don't want to be sending wreaths to your funeral yet a while, I said.
Wasn't that a dreadful thing, though, that Andrews case? Ethel read some of it to me out of the newspapers. My. Gave me the cold horrors.
Oh, it's a disgrace, I call it. 3 people dead of poisoning, falling ill one by one, gradually getting worse and worse, and suddenly dying off like flies after a month or so of her cooking.
My.
And all the police say is they think she's hanging around the neighborhood and may seek employment as a cook. As a cook. Now, I ask you. Puts us all in the shadow of the grave, doesn't it?
Well, rather.
Well, It's only to be hoped that they'll catch this charming Mrs. Andrews before she tries her arsenic seasoning on somebody else. And that's why I told Phillipson to be careful about hiring a strange woman.
Well, quite right, too. One can't be too careful about a thing like that. I'll ask Sutton if she knows of another cook as good as she is. You won't need worry about anyone she recommends.
Oh, excellent. I suppose she's worked for the right sort of people, Mummery.
Right sort? Well, I imagine so. I don't know.
Well, didn't she bring references?
Well, yes, she did. A great pile of them. Glowing ones, too. But I don't know. Ethel and I were so glad to get someone that we haven't bothered to look them up, really.
Oh. Well, it's 10:30. I must get back to work. Would you mind dictating a few letters, Mummery? Some dunners? I do it, but I've some bills to get out in the next room.
All right, I'm glad to.
Well, I'll have Penny take them down, huh? Miss Penny, will you step in here a moment, please?
Coming, Mr. Brooks.
Now, don't exert yourself, old man, because... Oh, Penny, Mr. Mummery will give you some letters for our forgetful customer.
Yes, sir.
And I'll be in the next office if I'm needed, Mummery. And do ask that sterling cook of yours to find someone for poor Phillipson, eh?
I'll speak to Sutton as soon as I get home.
Good man.
You're looking a bit pale this morning, Mr. Mummery.
Yes, I know. Let's get down to the letters, Penny, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Dear sirs, unless payment on your account is immediately forthcoming, we must institute proceedings which...
Yes, sir. Which, sir?
I was thinking. Wonderfully clever how that Mrs. Andrews manages to get positions with respectable families.
Wasn't nothing so clever about the last one, sir.
No?
No. She brought plenty of references. Glowing ones, too, the paper said.
Where in the world would such a woman come by honest references?
Oh, there wasn't no question of their honesty, Mr. Mummery.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, the poor deceased family was so glad to get someone that they never even bothered to look him up.
Oh.
Why, whatever is the matter, sir? Have I said something that I shouldn't?
No. I'm going to go home, Miss Penny. I don't feel well. Not at all well.
On the homeward-bound train, Mr. Mummery's mind kept up a continual flow of discomforting thoughts. Those references of Sutton's. How did he know, after all? Yes, Brooks was quite right. One can't be too careful. Be sure you get someone you know something about, or you may find yourself landed with this poisoning woman, this Mrs. Andrews. The pain in Mr. Mummery's stomach gave a sudden twinge. He gripped the edge of his seat. He had eaten too quickly. His breakfast had been too heavy. He must speak to Ethel about Sutton. Sutton! As he walked up the quiet street of the remote little country town, the well-known familiar landmarks looked somehow strange and menacing. He reached the house, walked up the path, and then something drew him round toward the back. Somehow, despite himself, he found himself opening the screen door of Sutton's kitchen. Miss Sutton.
Oh, Lord. Lord, sir. You did give me a turn, Mr. Mummery. I was so tightened up waiting for the potatoes to boil that I didn't hear the front door go at all, sir.
Well, I used my key, Sutton. Where is Mrs. Mummery?
Oh, the poor dear was feeling a bit sickish after breakfast this morning, and I might have lie down for a bit. She was looking so poorly.
Ethel sick? Ethel's never sick. I don't understand.
Oh, it was working about too much that done it, if you ask me. I told her to go light with it, but she's that restless she can't abide to be doing nothing.
Where is she now?
Well, that young Mr. Welbeck called by to get some flowers she'd promised his mother, and he cheered her up a bit. She needed cheering, too, by the look of her, poor lamb.
Where are they, Sutton?
They're having their tea in the garden. She's a deal better than she was, sir. A deal better.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'll step out and have a word with her.
Oh, Mr. Mummery.
Yes?
Before you go, I'd like to show you what I got for your dinner.
But I...
Just a moment, Mr. Mummery, sir. There. Have a look at that now.
That's steak and kidney pie, isn't it?
You'll find it beautiful and light, sir. It's made with butter, it is. So you'll have no trouble at all digesting it.
No, well, very good.
And it's seasoned something wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure it's excellent. Well, I'll wander out and see Mrs. Mummery now, if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means, sir. And try to get up a good appetite for your dinner, won't you, Mr. Mummery?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Thank you, certainly. Ethel. Oh, Ethel.
Who's that?
It's I, Tiddlywinks. Hubert.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you so early.
Oh, well, I quit before time. I didn't startle you, did I, Tess?
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry.
I thought something was wrong. I don't like to be startled.
Hello, Mummery.
Well, hello, Welbeck. I didn't see you. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right, thanks. But I'm afraid I found Ethel feeling rather badly.
Yes, Sutton told me. Are you better now, dearest?
I'm feeling dreadfully upset. Unsteady. I suppose I'll be all right by morning. Do sit down and have your tea, Hubert.
Well, thank you. I need it.
Biscuit?
Are they good?
Melt in your mouth. I'd devour the lot if I didn't have to be getting home to dinner.
Oh, you're leaving?
I must. Mother's waiting.
I'll have the gardener wrap her flowers. Give them to me.
Oh, no, don't bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Heaven knows he's paid enough for puttering about. Thomas! Thomas!
Coming, ma'am.
Is the tea still warm, dear?
Just right, thanks.
You was calling me, Mrs. Mummery?
Oh, Thomas, will you please wrap these flowers for me and bring them into the house?
Righto, ma'am.
I'll take Mr. Welbeck to the door. Oh, no, don't bother to get up, dear. Just tell Mr. Welbeck goodbye and finish your tea like a good boy.
Oh, yes, indeed. Keep your seat.
Well, do come and see us soon again, won't you, Welbeck?
Love to. But I can't leave Mother alone very often. She's extremely nervous lately. Terribly so.
Oh, that's too bad.
She's not really been herself since that Andrews poisoning business started in the newspapers. Alarmed her more than you believe.
Yes, well, it's rather unnerved everyone, if you ask me. I do hope they catch her soon.
They may.
What do you mean?
There were a couple of blokes from Scotland Yard in the village this morning. Rumor is they've got a new line on Mrs. Andrews. It's time they had. Think of it. That fiend has been on the loose for, well, let's see now. Exactly 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, almost 4 weeks to the day.
I'd rather not think about it if no one minds.
Quite right, my dear. Let's not.
Let's not. I have too many other things on my mind. Oh, by the way, Hubert. I forgot to tell you to bring some cash home from the city with you today.
I know you did, Diddlywings, but I remembered it all by myself.
Oh, a good thing, too. The greengrocer had a rather glum look on his face this morning.
Well, we'll be able to stare him in the eye tomorrow.
And then there's Sutton's salary.
Well, I'm not sure I brought enough for that.
Oh, that's too bad. I do so want to be prompt with her.
Prompt?
Yes, dear. Sutton's been with us exactly 1 month tonight.
I must drop along now. See you soon again, Mummery. I say thanks for the tea.
Hubert, what's the matter? Mr. Welbeck said thanks for tea. Didn't you hear?
Huh? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
You seem so far away, dear.
No, not at all, not at all. I was a bit tired, I suppose.
Let the old gent rest his weary bones.
He's worked much too hard lately. Come along, Mr. Welbeck. I'll do the honors for the family.
Coming.
4 weeks. Exactly 1 month.
Oh, sir, the missus wanted some zinnias for the bouquet, and I just found a little patch in the back bed. I thought they...
Thomas, do we have any old newspapers about?
Old newspapers? Why, yes, sir. There's a stack of them in the greenhouse. I was just going down to get some to wrap up this bouquet. What would you be needing them for, sir?
I want to look up some photographs, Thomas.
Photographs? Of who, sir?
Of Mrs. Andrews.
Here they be, sir. They go back about 20 days, these do. I always takes them out of the kitchen when the cook has finished with them.
I see. Now, let's have them, Thomas. Now then. June 15th, June 5th. Yes, that was just about the time. Should be an article about Mrs. Carolyn Andrews in this one. Of course, she'll have managed to change her appearance, but there should be a resemblance. Now, let's see. Ought to be about on... Thomas.
Yes, sir?
Where did you say you got these papers?
Out of the kitchen, sir. Why, what is it, Mr. Mummery?
Somebody's been through them with the scissors, Thomas. Every line about the Andrews case has been clipped out. Every line.
Mr. Mummery, sir.
Oh, now look for yourself. There.
But I don't understand it, do you, sir?
I'm afraid to try, Thomas. Are there any more papers about?
There's a few more under this shelf where I keep them. Oh, botheration. Look at that. Meddlers, that's what they are. Meddling with my things.
Don't waste time with that now, Thomas.
But look at it, sir. All spilled and wasted. It cost good money, too.
Well, all right, we'll buy more of whatever it is.
Only a bit left. And it ain't so easy to get, I'll tell you. It's just about the best weed killer there is. Them weeds just fold up and die the minute it touches them. If somebody hadn't tampered with the stopper, there wouldn't have been a drop lost.
Thomas.
Yes, sir?
Let me see that can.
Yes, sir.
Arsenical weed killer. Contains arsenic. Deadly poison.
Stopper was loose, sir. Somebody had it out. I never leaves like that, nothing like that.
Thomas.
Yes, sir, yes. Oh, good Lord, Mr. Mummery, what is it, sir?
I don't think I should have had that tea, Thomas.
I'll call the missus.
No. You mustn't alarm her, whatever you do. Don't alarm her. She's not to be excited. But get to the phone and call Dr. Maysby. I'm ill, Thomas. Tell him I'm terribly ill.
How is he, Dr. Maysby? How is he?
Now, then, Mrs. Mummery, he's not so bad as all that. He's really far better than he was last night. Decidedly. Yes, the patient is somewhat improved, aren't you, Mummery?
Well, I'm feeling quite all right, Ethel. I shouldn't be surprised if I lived after all.
My poor darling, you gave me such a fright.
Did I?
Little wonder. Symptoms were rather alarming.
Whatever on earth could it have been, Dr. Maysby? He was suffering so dreadfully last night. Of course, those powders you gave him quieted him a bit, but he did seem to be in such agony.
Well, I can't say precisely what it was. I could pretend to know, but frankly, I don't, Mrs. Mummery. I haven't the proper equipment here for a real diagnosis, but I'd venture an old-fashioned, non-scientific guess that it was a touch of common garden ptomaine.
Yes, that's what it was, Ethel. I'm sure of it.
Tomorrow or next day, when he's quite well, mind you, I'd like to have him come down to the office in Berwich for a thorough examination.
Do you hear that, dear? You must make him promise to come, Doctor. He's so very careless about himself.
He'll come. This episode gave him a bit of a start, I think. Nothing like a touch of ptomaine to make a man health conscious, eh, Mummery?
Well, you're right, Doctor. You'll see me very soon, I promise.
Excellent. And until then, you just continue the powders I gave you, one every hour.
Yes, Doctor.
And no solid foods. Have that cook of yours make you a nice, strong broth of some kind.
What?
And above all, stay in bed for the next 24 hours.
I'll see to that, Dr. Maysby.
I'm depending on you, Mrs. Mummery. And now, if you'll tell me where you put my hat...
I'll get it for you.
Oh, you needn't trouble. If you'll just tell me
no
where...
trouble at all. It's out on the stand porch.
So, Mummery, do try to take better care of yourself from now on, huh? We'll need to make Ethel a widow before her time.
Well, I'll do my best not to. Dr. Maysby.
What's that, Mummery?
Listen to me. I haven't time to explain now.
What are you talking about?
Keep your voice down, man. I don't want to frighten Ethel, but there's something very strange going on in this house.
You are delirious.
I may need your help soon. I'll phone you sometime today as soon as I can do it without alarming Ethel. Oh, she wouldn't be able to sleep for weeks if she had any inkling of what's going on.
You aren't imagining things, are you?
No, listen, Maysby. Last night, before I took sick, I found...
I beg pardon, sir.
Well, Sutton?
Yes, Sutton, what is it?
Mrs. Mumner sent me to tell you that your chauffeur's brought the car round, sir.
Oh, yes, good. I'll be getting along now, I think.
Oh, sir. If I'm not being too inquisitive, sir, how is the patient this morning?
Why, he's much better, Sutton, but he had a rather grim session of it just the same.
Oh, that's dreadful, ain't it, sir? We'll have to take better care of him, won't we, sir? Much better care.
Around my greenhouse, will they now? Upsetting my things. Oh, will they now? Not much they won't. I'll put a lock on this door that...
Thomas.
Who's that? Why, Mr. Mummer, you ain't supposed to be up and about, are you? You're supposed to be in your bed, ain't you, sir?
I want to get those papers we were looking at yesterday, Thomas.
Does the missus know you're walking around out here? Sir, I'll be bound the missus
We'll
don't...
keep this a secret from the missus, Thomas.
You'll get your death, Mr. Mummery.
If I lie upstairs in bed all day, the whole Mummery family will get its death. Now, where are those papers?
Well, they're just inside the door there, where you left them, sir. Just inside the door.
Now, let's see. Now, where was it?
Right about there, sir.
No, it wasn't.
In a little further. Now, to your left. All right. There they are, sir.
Well, if they are, I've been struck blind. There's nothing here but the stone floor and a box of tulip bulbs.
You must be wrong, sir.
All right, well, come and look and see here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mummery.
Well, they're gone.
What do you know?
I'm not at all sure what I know, but I'm going to find out. You come with me, Thomas.
You ought to be in your bed, sir.
All right, I ought to be in my bed, sir. Come along, will you?
Yes, sir.
Where is Sutton?
I don't know, sir. Oh, yes, on second thoughts, I do know. I saw her going down to the greengrocer's to pay the bill. When she passed me, I heard her muttering something about not wanting anybody to come prying about her kitchen. The missus is particular.
Yeah, doesn't want us in the kitchen, huh? No, I guess not. Well, that's where we're going right now.
I don't think she'd like it,
No,
sir.
I'm sure she wouldn't, Thomas. Come along in.
All right, sir, if you say to, sir.
Now let's see, where could they be?
You ain't expecting to find them papers in here, are you, sir?
I was, Thomas. Is it possible that I'm mistaken? No, I'm not. Now, where could... The stove. That's where they'd be. That's just where the... Just as I thought. Have a look inside, Thomas. There they are, or what's left of them. Somebody kindled quite a little blaze with your old newspapers, wouldn't you say?
No, sir, you should have been a detective.
Yes, I always rather thought so myself. Well, the papers are done for. By Jove, she's a clever one, all right. Doesn't miss a trick. We're dealing with a very cautious, very thorough woman, Thomas. And I shouldn't be a bit surprised if... Well, are you listening to me? Thomas, what are you staring at?
Mr. Mummery, what's that on the windowsill?
On the The weed killer. The arsenical weed killer. It's found its way into the kitchen.
The stopper's off again, ain't it, sir?
Right, the stopper's off and it's nearly empty. Thomas, what's in that pot on the stove?
I don't know, sir.
Well, look and see.
Yes, sir. It's chicken broth, sir. Real strong chicken broth.
Good. Here. Now take this empty medicine bottle and get as much broth into it as it'll hold.
What for, sir?
Just do it, Thomas, please.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Now then, get the car out of the garage.
Where are we going, sir?
We're going to Berwich.
But, Mr. Mummery, the doctor...
We're going to see the doctor, Thomas, before we're all beyond his help.
Sorry to kept you waiting so long, Mummery, but it's quite a lengthy process.
I don't mind the waiting, Doctor. It isn't that, but Ethel's there alone in the house with her, and I want to know.
I can tell you now.
You finished?
I've analyzed every drop of the contents. Used Marsh's test for arsenic. I'm able to tell you a very definite answer, my boy.
What is it, Maysby?
Yes.
You mean there is arsenic in that broth? And Sutton...
I mean that broth is chock full of arsenic. Mrs. Andrews is taking no chances this time. There's enough poison there to kill your entire household.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, look, you're hitting 70, you are. It ain't safe at all, sir.
I've got to get home. Lord knows what's happening there.
Oh, Mr. Mummery.
Shut up.
Ethel is poisoned, dying dead. Ethel is poisoned, dying dead.
I patched the front right tire myself, sir, and it's fearful weak it is.
Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews, Sutton, Mrs. Andrews.
Oh, thank the Lord, there's the house.
What's that car doing in front of it? What's it doing there?
I don't know, sir.
It's happened already. The doctor's there. It's happened already. The doctor's there. It's happened already.
There's
the doctor's there.
Standing out in front of the house, Mr. Mummery.
Oh, it's my fault. I did it. It's my fault. I left her here. I did it. I killed her.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, sir.
Oh, Ethel, where is she? Welbeck, what are you doing here?
I'm Scotland Yard, Mummery. Easy now. Take it easy.
Well, where is she? Tell me. I have a right to know.
Who is he, Inspector?
I'm Hubert Mummery. Where's my wife?
Now, try to be calm, Mummery, won't you? That's a good fellow.
What do you mean? Why are you sitting down here? Is she beyond help?
I'm afraid she is, sir.
Oh, Lord. Oh. Can I see her?
I'm afraid not, Mummery. It'd only be painful.
Oh, Lord. But that Mrs. Andrews, though, you've got her. She didn't get away.
No, we've got Mrs. Andrews right enough.
Oh, Ethel. You see, officer, we've only been married 10 weeks. 10 weeks yesterday. Sutton.
Yes, Mr. Mummery.
I'm very sorry about things. Sorry for you, sir.
Sorry for me. That's good. Well, it's too late now. Well, take her away. Take her away.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, I'm so
Take
sorry.
her away.
You'd better go, Sutton. Go ahead. He's upset, of course. Wants to be alone.
Oh, you see, Mrs. Mummery and I were in desperate need of a cook. But it's just as I said to Brooks. One can't be too careful about taking a strange person into the house. Why, I didn't even suspect her until yesterday. I had no idea there were... Go. Are you letting her go? Well, you can't let her go. That's Mrs. Andrews. Don't...
Oh, please,
This
sir.
broth, it's chock full of arsenic.
I didn't have no hand in that broth, sir. It was made while I was at the greengrocer.
You can't let her go. Why, this...
And I didn't make your tea yesterday, nor your breakfast yesterday morning. So help me, Mr. Mummery, sir. I didn't.
Ethel. Oh, Ethel, my darling. I thought you were... Oh, are you all right, Ethel? Ethel, dear, what is it?
I overheard what you said you told Brooks about taking a strange person into your house. You were right, you know, Hubert.
Well, I don't understand.
Ready?
Quite.
Come along, then.
Ethel.
Well, not Ethel, really, sir. Carolyn would be more like it.
Yes. And by the way, you're forgetting a rather important little formality, aren't you?
Eh? Oh, yes. Sorry, Mummery. Carolyn Andrews, I arrest you for murder in the name of the king.
And so closes Suspicion, presented by Roma Wines and starring Charles Ruggles. Tonight's tale of Suspense. In just a moment, we will hear again from Mr. Ruggles. First, a message from the sponsor of Suspense.
Why is the making of good wine like a proverb? Because both are based on long experience. For you to enjoy the many different taste-delighting Roma California wines, first there had to be long years of painstaking cultivation of some of the world's finest vineyards. Plus, year upon year of development of the art and skill that go into the making of these fine Roma wines. Your first sip of any of the good-tasting Roma wines will confirm the presence of these needed years of preparation, will tell you why Roma wines are America's largest-selling wines. Your taste will thrill to the superb quality and the downright satisfaction when you try, say, the tangy, delicious Roma Sherry, or the rich, hearty Roma Burgundy, or the sweeter, heavier Roma Port. You'll be thrilled, too, when you learn such great enjoyment costs so little, mere pennies a glass. You'll want to add your voice to the international praise of Roma wines now rising in many lands in these words: Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name: R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now here is Charles Ruggles.
Thank you. Well, it was a great pleasure for me to appear on Suspense this evening, and I'll be listening next week, as I hope you will, when Fay Bainter and a distinguished Hollywood cast will be starred. And one more word. As the enemy's desperate resistance grows greater, make sure that our fighting men suffer no lack in their need for more of the weapons of war. Buy more war bonds.
Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, Fay Bainter and other stars in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, what makes a murderer? I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Murder is a peculiar affair. All it needs in many cases is the right pressure, the right set of circumstances, the right opportunity. And an otherwise respectable member of the community becomes a killer. If you tried to explain that to Arthur Winslow, he wouldn't have understood. If you told him he was in a fair way to become a murderer in a few months, he would have looked at you strangely. For Arthur was respectable, solid, exactly like 100,000 other respectable, solid Jersey commuters. His life was a pretty drab affair. Part of it was the office, J. Simmons and Company, investment brokers.
Light 7 1/8, no change.
7 1/8, no change.
American Tell and Tell 179 1/8, off an 8.
AT&T 179 1/8, off an 8.
American Tobacco 77, up 1.
77, up 1. Better leave it there, Arthur. 5 o'clock. Got to make that 5:19.
Why? Why do we have to make the 5:19, Stanley?
Why, Arthur, because we always do.
Why is that a good reason?
What?
I mean, do you think because we've always made the 5:19 that we ought to keep on making it the rest of our lives?
Is something wrong, Arthur?
Maybe, I don't know. I've been thinking, Stanley. For 10 years now, you and I have been analyzing investment securities 8 hours a day, catching the 5:19 every night, arriving home in East Orange promptly at 6:22, kissing our wives at approximately 6:50, eating dinner at exactly 7, reading the evening paper, and then going to bed.
Well,
it's a little like death, isn't it, Stanley?
What in the world gotten into you, Arthur?
I've got a book here. Hey, take a look.
Book? It's a novel.
Got me to thinking.
Moon and Sixpence.
It's about a man like us, Stanley. A man who got fed up with the 5:19 and dished the whole works.
Well, what did he do?
Took a chance. He walked out, just picked up his hat, and went off to the South Sea.
You mean he just left his family?
They preferred the 5:19.
Well, I can't say that I approve.
No, I didn't think you would. Well, you better hurry along, Stanley. You'll miss your train.
Yes, but what about you?
Well, tonight, just for a change, I believe I'll catch the 5:55.
Just for a change, Arthur, after 10 years. You walk slowly down Broad Street, deliberately casual, noticing the swarms of hurrying commuters objectively, as if for the first time. It's pleasant strolling along like this, taking your time, stopping to look in a window now and then. Finally, you stop at a cigar stand.
Have you got a pack of cigarettes?
Well, if you can smoke them. Yeah, here. 18 cents. 25 and 50. Thanks.
Yeah. Say, what's that back there?
Oh, you interested in the bangtails?
What?
Bangtails, horses. Opening up Pimlico tomorrow. Hey, come here.
Sure.
Now, there's the board. Take your pick. Current odds in this column.
Pink Lady. Mike III. Big Bonanza. Moon and Sixpence. Hey, what's that, Moon and Sixpence?
Top horse in a parlay. Don't know nothing about them, though.
Parlay, what's that?
You don't know what a parlay is?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, okay. Well, in that parlay there, you got 3 horses, see?
Yeah.
Now, you put your dough on Blue Bonnet in the first. If he comes in, the dough goes on Glowworm in the second. If he comes in, the works rides on Moon and Sixpence in the third. Get it?
But that's almost a year's salary, and you're holding it right in your hand. You just walk the streets for an hour or two, thinking, gradually realizing what happened. It can mean a new car, new dresses for Ethel, and more of the same. Or it can mean, yes, Arthur, if you took a chance. It's crazy, it's wild, but if you act before you think. You walk into a phone booth in the financial center lobby. The South Seas, no more figures, no more 519.
Hello? Brighton Travel Agency? I'd like to inquire about a reservation to, to Florida. Yeah. The name? Oh, yes, the name is, Charles White.
There's good news for drivers in recent announcements that new cars are already in production. But there's bad news in the statement of Defense Transportation Director J. Monroe Johnson that it will be at least 3 years before all the people who want new cars can get them. 3 more years. That's a long time to make today's cars last, especially when the average car is already 7 years old. It means that now more than ever, your car needs the more thorough, more conscientious kind of service you'll find at Signal gasoline dealers. Yes, there's a very real difference in Signal service, and for 2 good reasons. You see, being in business for themselves, Signal dealers have made car care their specialty. Their experience, they know cars. And 2, because independent Signal dealers are in that business not just for today, but permanently. They're eager to please you so well, you'll come back regularly and be their steady customer. Added up, that assures you the kind of service that will keep your car happy and you satisfied. The kind of service that makes it well worth your while, getting acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler. Yes, murder can strike anywhere, even among quiet, drab little people like Arthur Winslow. He has no way of knowing it, of course, as he buys a first-class reservation on the train to Florida. His only thought now is that this will be escape at last. New clothes, new luggage, a new name, and a new life. No 5:19 tonight, Arthur. It's the 7:30 to Florida and Waypoint.
Last call for dinner. Oh, which way is the dining car, waiter?
Yes, sir. 3 cars back.
Oh, thank you.
Better hurry along.
Yes.
Last call for dinner.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right.
It isn't either. I wasn't looking.
Oh, neither was I.
Where is it?
What?
The book.
Book. Oh, yes, the book.
I knocked it out of your hand. Must be down here on the floor.
Oh, here, let me. It's probably down under the seat.
No, let me see. I can... Oh, I bumped my head.
Oh, too bad.
Look at the gum under here.
Did you get it?
Last year's timetable. I've wanted one for ages.
oh, wait a minute. There it is.
Where?
To the right, just a little under the seat. Here, let me...
No, let me get it. Here we are.
It's a fine thing getting yourself all dusty that way. Turn around.
Oh, thanks. Moon and Sixpence.
There we are. That's a little better anyway.
Wonderful, isn't it? Moon and Sixpence. I loved it.
Oh, yes, I haven't quite finished it, of course.
Do you believe it? I mean, do you think it's right?
You mean to toss everything over and take off for the South Seas?
If you don't mind, pal, while you're going to the South Seas, I'll go to dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Excuse me.
We seem to be holding up traffic.
We do, don't we? Matter of fact, I was just going into dinner myself.
So was I.
Well, would you consider...
Why not?
Yes, why not?
I think Moon and Sixpence was a wonderful story. Of course, I can't say it was very realistic.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I admit it was convincing, but when you stop to think about it, this running away business.
Oh, you don't believe in it, huh?
Well, after all, running away is no solution.
Well, sometimes there's nothing else to do.
He could have stuck it out.
You mean licked it if it took the rest of his life?
Yes.
Well, all right. All right, he licks it. He's found happiness at last, and he's 70. Is that all there is to life?
Well, I haven't seen too much of it yet.
I know it sounds cowardly, but I think there are times when sticking it out for 20 years is wrong. Time doesn't wait, you know. We beat our heads against a wall day in, day out. We're tied down to a deadly routine. And then the first thing you know, it's too late. No, I think running away is better than that, don't you?
I did once.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's all right. That's quite all right. You see, I did run away. It was just as you said. It was routine, a deadly routine. And when I couldn't stand it any longer, I ran away.
Well, what kind of routine was it?
Well, perhaps you've heard of my father, Edgar Brewster.
Edgar Brewster?
He's in Miami Beach now, waiting for me.
Oh, I see.
I'd finally decided to go back and face it, but, oh, dear. Now you've got me confused again.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've
don't
known
misunderstand. You've really helped me a lot.
How do you mean?
Well, you seem to know why I did it. It's a kind of moral support.
Oh.
You're going to Miami?
Yes. Oh, by the way, I'm Charles White.
I'm Vivian Brewster.
Well, perhaps I'll see you in Miami, huh?
I hope so.
Yes, so do I.
The daughter of Edgar Brewster. It's fantastic, isn't it, Arthur? You talked with her, had dinner with her. She even said she hoped you'd meet in Miami. But the first week goes by in the hotel, set on the shore looking across Biscayne Bay. It's beautiful. But you aren't conscious of anything except Vivian. You wait for a call, but it doesn't come. You begin to realize how ridiculous it is. Of course, she's forgotten about you. You were just someone to talk to, a traveling companion. You can't hide the Jersey commuter under that Palm Beach suit. And then...
Hello?
Oh, hello. I'd like to speak to Miss Vivian Brewster.
Speaking?
Oh, this is Charles White.
Well, hello, Mr. White. I thought you'd forgotten me by this time.
Oh, no, not at all. I thought we might have a drink together or something.
Well, why don't you come out?
You mean to your house?
Sure, of course. Father would love to meet you.
Your father?
Yes. What about it?
When?
Oh, tonight.
All right. Tonight.
Well, Arthur, you can hardly believe it, can you? A few days ago, an obscure clerk. Today, sitting with Edgar Brewster, drinking his bourbon.
That about right, Mr. White?
Father's a tightwad with his soda.
Outrageous way to treat good bourbon. What about it, White?
Oh, that looks about right, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing in Miami, White?
Why, I just got a little tired of New York.
Yeah, you got the right idea. I did the same thing myself 20 years ago. I never went back. What's your line?
Well, I was in the market, more or less.
Yeah, the less, the better these days. Nobody knows where it's going. Hard to figure these war babies. My broker and I were talking today about consolidated plastics. Know anything about it?
Yes, a little.
What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether I should say or
What's
not.
the matter with it?
After all, it's your business, Mr. Brewster. I don't think I'd kid off an opinion.
Oh, all right. I'll put it this way. What would you do if you were into it pretty heavily right now?
Well, I'd sell out.
When?
Right now.
Any particular reason?
Only that I happen to know that stock is being manipulated by an inside ring. That it'll take the Securities and Exchange Commission about 6 months to catch up with them.
Boy, that's unbelievable. My broker told...
I know. It's only my opinion, Mr. Brewster, but I happen to know that company's financial position. You asked me what I do, and I just told you.
You seem to know what you're talking about.
Investments are my hobby, you might say.
I see.
May I say something now?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I forgot you were still with us.
I thought so. Well, now that you've settled the stock market problem, suppose we get down to the club. The water should be beautiful tonight. What about it?
I'm afraid it's past my bedtime, dear. You two run along. No place for an old duck like me, anyhow.
Well, Mr. White?
Well, Miss Brewster?
Oh, what are you waiting for? Get out of here. I'm going to bed.
And that was the beginning, wasn't it, Arthur? That $1,800 was a magic door opening up a thrilling new life for you. And incidentally, bringing you closer to murder. The next 3 weeks passed like a dream. More nights at the beach club, dancing in the open under the stars, with Vivian in your arms.
Vivian?
Yes?
Vivian, why is it you've never asked me about myself, my background, where I came from?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't matter.
You know, I wasn't going to tell you, but I think perhaps I'd better.
Will it make any difference?
About us?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yes, it will make a difference. It'll make a lot of difference.
Well, then don't tell me. I really don't want to know.
No, but Vivian, you...
Please.
Oh, darling. Darling, did I ever tell you I like you very much?
I'm glad, Charles. I'm so glad.
You were in love, Arthur, and for the first time in your life, you knew what it really was. Mr. Brewster began to concern you. He'd never approve in a million years. Or you thought so until that evening he dropped up to your hotel room with a copy of the Financial Journal in his hand.
Look at that, Charles.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask silly questions. Look at it, man.
I thought so.
Consolidated Plastics note under and selling rush.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brewster.
I'm not.
Oh, what do you mean?
I took your advice. Sold out 3 weeks ago. I saved myself $100,000.
Oh, congratulations.
Don't congratulate me. You're the one who deserves it. Do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, of course not. Here you are.
Yeah, thank you. Would you be open to a proposition, White?
What kind of proposition?
Oh, I realize you probably have other interests, but I could make it worth your while, I think. There are 2 considerations.
Yes?
The first is the plain fact that my affairs are getting a little beyond me. As you know, I'm retired and haven't time to look after them properly. I think you're the man to take over.
But, Mr. Brewster,
I'm a businessman. If it weren't a profitable deal for me, I wouldn't think of it.
I see. What's the other consideration?
I believe you're aware of that already. Vivian.
You approve?
I do.
May I have time to think this over?
Of course. Just let me know in a day or so.
There it is, Arthur, brief and to the point. Everything you ever wanted right in the palm of your hand. Open sesame, he said, and there it was. You go into the bar downstairs to think. There's only one thing in your way now, Ethel. You can't run away from that. You've got to make her see your side of it. You've got to go back to her and face it. Make her give you a divorce. You walk out of the bar, through the door, into the hotel lobby. And just as you're rounding the corner by the desk, something stops you in your tracks.
This is Ethel Winslow, 5769 Laurel Road, East Orange, New Jersey. Is that all you want?
Thank you, madam.
Could I see the register, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam, but we don't...
Well, I understand there's a Charles White registered here.
Charles? Oh, yes, madam. Room 132. Is he a friend?
Yes. Will this help?
Well, in that case, I could give you room 131 next door. The windows open onto the same balcony.
Oh, very well. 131.
It was too good to last, Arthur. Just a beautiful dream, and you're just waking up. It's all over. Go back in the bar and think. Ethel, your wife, here. She's found you. And she'll never let you go, will she? You know her too well, Arthur. Cold, calculating, heartless. She'd laugh at you, wouldn't she?
Yes, sir? What'll it be?
Bourbon, straight.
Right.
Just leave the bottle.
You're beginning to see now, Arthur, what makes a murderer. You couldn't get away from her. Just as Vivian said, you can't solve anything by running away. All you get is a build-up to nothing. Whatever made you think you could talk her into a divorce? There's no other way out, is there, Arthur? You sit in the friendly darkness of the bar all afternoon, late into the evening, thinking. It's almost 11 when you make up your mind. There's a phone booth near the door.
Hello?
Hello, Vivian. Vivian, I have to talk to you. It's important.
Why, Charles, what's the matter?
Never mind. Just listen to me, Vivian. Just listen. I'm a phony. My name is Arthur Winslow. I was running away when you met me on the train. I'm just an investment clerk. I have no money. I have nothing. Just $1,800 I won in a horse race. Listen, Vivian, I got a wife in East Orange, New Jersey. I've hated her for 10 years. I'd rather be dead than go back to her. I'm not going back to her. I'm telling you this, Vivian, because I love you more than I ever dreamed I could love anyone. And I probably won't ever see you again. Goodbye, Vivian.
11 o'clock, Arthur. You've got it all planned. Ethel is asleep in her room, room 131. A balcony connects it with yours. It's easy, isn't it, Arthur? Yes, there she is. And she's asleep. You take a firm hold on the heavy brass candlestick you picked up from the mantel in your room. A blunt instrument, the police will say. You can hardly breathe, Arthur. Your stomach is full of ice water. You feel your heart's going to burst. Careful, Arthur, careful.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about teeth and tires. They have a good deal in common, you know. For the good of your teeth, you see your dentist twice a year so he can catch small cavities before they grow big and endanger the tooth. And for the good of your tires, it's equally important to have your Signal gasoline dealer inspect them regularly so any small injuries can be repaired before they spread and ruin the carcass. Or so he can warn you before your tread is worn too thin for proper retreading. You'll find your Signal gasoline dealer is completely equipped to give you the finest in modern tire repair, whether it's a small patch or a full recap. For those friendly dealers displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign are much more than just a place to get Signal Go Farther gasoline and fine Signal double-check lubrication. Each Signal dealer offers a complete line of automotive services and fine accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
No, Arthur. When the cards were down, you couldn't do it. The wife you hated for 10 years at your mercy, and you couldn't do it. But you came close enough to see what makes a murderer. And now you're standing over her.
I can't do it.
Arthur.
I'm sorry, Ethel. I'm sorry I woke you up.
Well, turn the light on. Don't stand there.
Yes, Ethel.
Oh, hand me my other slipper.
Yes, Ethel.
Well, you thought you could get by with it, didn't you?
No, Ethel, I didn't.
Don't deny it. I know what's been going on, and I can prove it, you philanderer.
Ethel, I tell you... What did you say?
Well, I have a complete report on your activities for the last month. You weren't very clever, Arthur. The detectives say you left a trail a child could follow.
What are you getting at, Ethel?
Joe, listen, there's someone knocking on your door. A woman.
Ethel, come back. Where are you going?
This door, Miss Brewster.
Oh, Vivian.
A pretty picture. And you have the crust to ask me what I'm getting at. I've known about Miss Brewster all along. In fact, we've had a little talk. And for your information, Arthur, I'm leaving for Reno in the morning. In view of what's happening, I don't think you'll feel it's wise to contest the case.
Contest it?
We've waited 5 years for a chance like this.
We?
Mr. Dinwiddie and I.
Mr. Dinwiddie. Mr. Dinwiddie.
Arthur, what in the world were you doing with that brass candlestick?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Everett Tomlinson and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to introduce another one of my books for you. This story is called The Lady Was Lethal, as my hero, Johnny Eaton, found out. And in finding that out, he also found quite a lot of tension and trouble, which is my cue to quit and let Eaton carry on.
I always hated the place. The business had taken me there more than once. Now it had taken me there again. It was large, high, and cold. But then, death is always cold. I hated the hollow ring your steps made on the floor, and the way your voice ricocheted off the walls. The shape which lay shrouded on the table drew my eyes, and there was a dry sensation at the back of my throat as Lieutenant Jorgensen flipped the sheet away.
There he is.
Yeah. That's Hank Williams, all right.
That's all you got to say?
What do you want me to say? Happy birthday?
He was your partner, wasn't he?
He was my partner.
You're a tough guy, aren't you? Johnny Eaton, the man with the poker face. I show you your partner's body, and you react like it was a guy you'd never seen before.
You want me to bust out crying? What good would that do, Hank?
You guys have been in partnership for the last 5 years. Always acted like you were the best of pals. You were away in Detroit for 3 weeks on a job. You come back, I tell you Williams is dead.
So?
So I'm wondering, Johnny. Wondering whether you're really tough or just plain scared.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
Let's get out of here and I'll tell you.
Well?
I'm wondering how much you know about why Williams was knocked out. Maybe you're acting like a clam because you figure you'll stay alive that way.
You think I'd be wasting my time, Lieutenant, listening to your yakety-yak if I knew who killed Hank?
Could be. I'll have to keep an eye on you, Johnny. After all, we don't want to lose the other half of the best private eye partnership in town, do we?
No, we don't.
That's your jalopy?
Uh-huh.
New model Buick. Business must be looking up.
We get by. I guess I should say I get by.
Williams didn't have any family.
A sister in Kentucky someplace. She'll have to be told.
What happens to his share of the business?
I get it. His sister gets the rest. The dough in the bank, etc.
You should do all right out of the business.
We both made a will. Whoever went first left his share of the business to the other.
And by good luck, Williams went first.
Jorgensen There are times when I dislike you more than normally. This is one of those times. As I drove back to the office, the night sky was studded with star points, but their silver twinkle was rivaled by the gleam of garish neon stabbing above the streets. I let myself into the office, started going through Hank's desk. But I knew it was a forlorn hope. There was one thing I hadn't told Lieutenant Jorgensen. I'd come back from Detroit in answer to an urgent wire from Hank. It said he'd cracked something really big and needed my help. The trouble was that Hank was the sort of private dick who never kept notes. He kept everything inside his skull. And that skull was now silent. I was right. There was no hint of what Hank had got onto. And there was so much of him in the office. I had to get out. I needed a drink. It was a honky-tonk. I wasn't feeling like the black tie nightclubs. This dive had a sign outside which spelled the world's most beautiful girls. Inside, the world's most beautiful girls were dancing with sailors, small-time hoods, and suckers. They all looked bored, and most of them chewed gum while they danced. Romantic.
Your drink, bud.
Thanks.
Hey, you look kind of gloomy, kiddo. Why don't you cheer up and have a dance? 50 cents a ticket.
Go away.
Well, you don't have to be rude. If you don't want to have any fun, well, okay.
Go
but...
splash in the sea.
Oh, now look, there ain't no call to be...
Beat it, babe.
What?
I said beat it.
Oh, well, okay. There's no need to get tough about it.
Dames. Mind if I park?
Suit yourself. If you can find a glass, you can even have a drink.
No, thanks. Cigar?
No, thanks.
You're Johnny Eaton, that right?
Yeah.
I was looking for you.
So, now you've found me.
How much do you want?
For what?
You know what. How much?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Quit stalling, Seamus. Name a price.
Look, let's play a little game. Let's pretend I really don't know what you're talking about. So you tell me, and then if I've got it and it's for sale, I'll name a price.
Okay. I'm talking about the thing your partner, Hank Williams, had. He didn't have it this afternoon, and it wasn't in your office. So he either sent it to you or he parked it someplace and told you where. Now, put a tag on it, Buster. I ain't got all night.
You mean Hank was murdered for this thing, but you couldn't find it?
Sure.
Why, you
Don't
dirty...
start anything. You can't finish, Buster. I've got company.
That little punk propping up the jukebox?
Plenty of good guys have been perforated by a punk.
That's a point.
So, how much?
$40,000.
That's a lot of dough. Maybe it'd be cheaper to have happen to you what happened to your partner.
Will that get you what you're looking for?
Maybe we might sort of persuade you to tell where it is first.
Maybe. $40,000 is the price.
I'll have to find out. Could take a little time. See you tomorrow and tell you. Be in your office.
I'll be there.
Okay, Seamus. Don't do anything foolish, will you? Not like Williams did.
I watched him clamp the cigar in his teeth, signal to the thin little guy, and the two of them walked out. Just then the blonde who'd tried to sell me a dance moved past the table. I called her.
Yeah? What do you want, mister?
I've changed my mind. I'll buy some tickets.
How many?
$10 worth.
Oh, attaboy. Now you're getting hip.
Sit down, have a drink.
Sure.
Hey, buddy, another glass. Here, Blondie. The $10.
Oh, thanks. Here's your tickets.
Keep them.
What's the big idea?
You've got the $10 and the tickets. So you've just made a $10 profit, right?
Yeah, but...
A glass. Thanks. Remind me to endorse your Emily Post diploma sometime. Here. Give your stomach a shock.
Oh, thanks.
Now, that $10 you just made, that's for information.
Now, what do you want to know, honey?
The big guy who said scram and you scrammed, who is he?
Mister, I think I'd better give you back your $10. You sound like trouble to me.
No, not trouble. I'm just curious. I've been out of town. I don't know anymore who runs with who.
Oh, well, he's Tiny Laven. I don't know who he works for, but he hangs out in the blues club. Yeah, that's what the name says, all blues and stuff.
Who was the other guy with him?
Oh, he was on his own.
No, it was a little pastry-faced guy by the jukebox.
Oh, that's Babyface Brill. He's a mean character. Well, mister, that get me $10?
Sure does, and thanks.
Sure you wouldn't like to dance? I'll give you a dance for free.
Some other time. I gotta be moving. You know, business?
If business means trouble with Tiny Laven, you won't tell him who told you.
Over my dead body.
With Tiny Laven, that could be easy.
The Blues Club. A high-class dive. Cloths on the tables. No taxi dances. A floor show. 6 girls were just finishing a routine as I sat down and ordered a drink. They wobbled off the floor, and the lights dimmed down to a single spot as a compere breathed one word into the mic. Chilly. I thought he was talking about the weather, until a dame appeared in the spot. And what a dame. A tall brunette with a figure dreamed up by a perfectionist and then improved on.
Your eyes are blue, your kisses too. I never knew what they could do. Can't believe that you're in love with me.
I listened to her low, husky voice and started to remember things like that Hank was like me. He could be a sucker for a dame. And if Tiny Laven was tied in with this place, and Hank had something Laven wanted, then it wasn't impossible that Hank had met Chilly.
Always placed you far above me.
As I watched her, I decided it was more than probable that Hank knew her. Chilly was the last thing a guy would feel next to Chilly. And Hank liked to keep warm more than most guys.
Believe that you're in love. I can't believe that you're in love with me.
She finished her number. They yelled for more, but she just waved and wove off. I called the waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to Chilly.
Sir, you stand at the end of a long line of gentlemen with the same ambition.
There's a 5-spot going begging for someone to take it with the message to the lady.
What message, sir?
That I'd like to talk to her. How about my partner, a guy named Hank Williams?
I'll deliver your message, sir.
I never saw a $5 bill disappear faster from a table and into a pocket. I poured myself another drink, but I'd only had one sip when he was back, with his eyebrows touching his hairline.
Chilly will see you.
Don't look so surprised. I'm a guy who makes friends and has influence. The waiter led the way, and as I followed, I was congratulating myself. It looked like I had lighted on a lead at last.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Any person in the private eye profession runs the risk of sudden death. But the death of Hank Williams, my pal and partner in the firm of Williams and Eaton, came as a double shock. Because Hank had wired me that he was onto something big. And when I got back, it was too late to ask him what it was. Also, Hank was a guy who never put anything on paper, so I had nothing to give me a lead. But I found that it involved a muscular male named Tiny Laven and a mean mobster called Babyface Brill. It also seemed to involve the singer at the blues club, a girl named Chilly, who was anything but.
You're the man who sent the waiter with the message?
That's right.
You wanted to talk to me about Hank Williams.
Yes, he was my partner. I'm Johnny Eaton.
Glad to know you, Johnny.
I'm even gladder to know you.
Oh? Why?
Look in your mirror. For a couple of good reasons. Chili, you knew Hank, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
When did you last see him?
2, maybe 3 days ago. I'm not sure. Why? Nothing's happened to him, has it?
Only one thing. He's dead.
No. Oh, that's not true. It can't be.
I'm afraid it can, and it is. This afternoon.
Poor Hank. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him it was dangerous.
What was?
Oh, whatever he was doing. He kept telling me he was onto something big, that he was saving it for his partner, but I knew it was dangerous by the way he talked.
Dangerous enough to kill him. You know a guy named Levin, Tiny Levin?
I've heard the name somewhere.
Comes into this club, they tell me. Big guy, smokes cigars.
I think I know who you mean. What about him?
I think he had something to do with it, that's all.
I liked Hank. He was a nice guy. Anything I can do to help Johnny, I'll do.
Thanks.
Come in.
Julie, I heard that... Oh, sorry, I thought you were on your own.
Oh, it's okay. This is Johnny Eaton. He's Hank Williams' partner. You remember Hank?
Sure, the private dick.
This is Hal Waltham, Johnny. He owns the Blues Club, which means he employs me.
That makes you a lucky guy, Waltham.
And I know it. How's Hank?
They're looking after him very well down at the morgue.
You're joking.
No, Hal. He was killed this afternoon.
Well, of all the tough breaks.
I was telling Johnny that anything I can do to help, I'll be only too glad. But Hank never talked about his work.
No. Well, the same thing goes for me, Eden. Anything I can do, anything at all.
Nice of you, Waltham. If there is anything, I'll look you both up. Particularly Chili. What she's got is worth looking at. I picked up a cab from outside the Blues Club and gave him the address of my apartment. When I put the key in the lock and opened the door, there was a light coming from the living room. Automatically, I reached for my gun. Then I remembered I wasn't carrying it. I moved into the living room and got a surprise. A beautiful blonde surprise with tear-filled eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I didn't know when you'd be back, and I just had to see you.
Well, how flattering can a blonde be?
You are Johnny Eaton, aren't you?
Unless I've changed in the last 10 minutes.
The superintendent of the building let me in here. I'm Helen Williams.
Hank's sister. But you're in Kentucky. I wired you about Hank.
That's why I came up. Got in an hour ago. The caretaker at Hank's apartment house sent me to the police. I saw Lieutenant Jorgensen. He told me what had happened. And then I came here.
Well, it's tough, Helen. I know Hank was a great guy.
Yes. Yes, he was.
You go ahead, honey. If you want to cry, it won't worry me any. You could weep a few tears for me, too.
No, I mustn't. Could I have a drink?
Sure. We'll both have one. What'll you do now, Helen? Go back to Kentucky?
No, not until Hank's murderer is behind bars. I'm staying until he's caught.
Your drink. That might take a long time.
I don't care.
Where are you going to stay tonight?
I hadn't thought about it. I couldn't go back to Hank's apartment. Not now. Maybe I could find a hotel.
Not at this time of night. Tell you what, you stay here. I'll take the sofa. You can have my room. In the morning, we'll find you an appointment.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Thanks a million.
Don't look at me with those trusting eyes.
Why not?
Because I don't know that I'm too trustworthy. Not with a bewitching blonde.
Well, I trust you, Johnny. And since I'm going to stay, I might as well be useful.
Anyone as decorative as you doesn't have to worry about being useful.
Well, I'm going to be. You'll meet someone in the office now that Hank won't be there. I'll be your secretary.
That's fine. Anything that keeps you close by suits me.
Jerk your mind off my gender and think about justice. For Hank's killer.
Okay, Helen, you're right. I better give you the story so far. The next morning, while Helen was out arranging for Hank's funeral and then seeing about an apartment, I sat in my office waiting for the promised visit from Tiny Levin and Babyface Brill. My desk drawer was open, and the gun in it had the safety catch off.
You're here, huh, Seamus?
I said I would be, Mr. Levin.
That's smart of you, Eaton. Real smart.
Thanks. A compliment from Babyface Brill is really something.
You know our names, huh?
I get around.
Well, here it is, Seamus. $40,000 is too high. $25 grand is the most the boss will pay.
And who is the boss?
Are you kidding?
Okay. Sorry, Laban, the price stays where it is. Otherwise, it's no sale.
You don't want to talk like that, Eden.
No. You might wake up dead.
Bumping me off still doesn't get you what you want. You won't find out where the stuff is from a corpse.
Like I said before, we might be able to persuade you to tell us before you kick off.
You know what the recipe for fried chicken says? First catch your bird.
You won't be hard to take.
Why don't we do it now? I get tired of listening to its voice.
Just try it, babyface. Me and this 38 are waiting.
All ready for us, are you? Your partner Williams figured he was tough, too. We'll give you 24 hours to change your mind, Eaton. After that...
Don't slam the door on your way out, boys.
You fresh punk.
Calm down, babyface. You'll have plenty of time to devote to Mr. Eaton 24 hours from now, if he doesn't wise up.
Yeah. Take a tip, Eaton. Change your mind. Otherwise, I'll have fun changing your face.
Johnny Eaton.
Johnny, it's chilly.
Not with your voice warming up the wire.
I've been thinking about what you were telling me last night. I might be able to help a little.
That's fine.
Could you come over and see me?
Sure, let's see. It's just on 6 o'clock now.
I won't be through at the club until nearly midnight, and I don't think it would be a good idea for you to come there. My apartment would be better.
Much better. Just you and me and a bottle makes 3.
The address is apartment 16, 248 Parkview.
Great. See you at midnight. Midnight is the witching hour, they say. And Chili at midnight was one wow of a witch. We sat side by side on the sectional sofa with the drinks handy. And I told Chili all about Tiny Laban.
You have no idea what this thing is that Laban wants?
No, like I keep saying to people, Hank wasn't a guy to make notes. He carried it all in his head. I pulled the gag that I'd got it on Laban just to see the reaction. I don't suppose he'd believe me if I told him the truth.
Probably not. And according to Laban, they searched the office and they must have searched Hank's apartment and they didn't find it. So what did Hank do with it? Whatever it is.
You got me. I can't even begin to guess.
I think I might be able to help you, Johnny. But you'd have to trust me.
That's a song I've heard before.
I lied a little last night. I know Laban quite well. And the other one, Babyface Brill. But I wasn't sure last night whose side you were on.
Go on.
I could help you, but you mustn't ask questions.
Oh, I mustn't, huh?
I like you, Johnny. I want to help you, but I can't help liking you as well, can I?
It's the fatal Eton charm. And every time a dame tells me it's working, I find I've lost my wallet later on.
You're a cynical character.
I've been around a long time.
But not around me. Still cynical, Johnny?
I'm not sure how you describe the feeling, but I don't think cynical is the word. You were going to tell me about Laban.
He and Brill are a couple of strong-arm men.
I didn't think they were chartered accountants.
They're tied in with the Blues Club.
Huh?
It really is a club, but its membership is secret.
So that's what Hank was onto.
I guess so. I thought it was just me.
Who runs the place?
Hal Waltham is the manager, but he's only paid. I don't know who really owns it. Laban gives the orders.
Maybe Hank had some proof. Maybe that's why they murdered him. To stop him turning it over to the cops.
Be your age, Johnny. A joint the size of the Blues doesn't exist without protection, which includes protection from the cops. Hank must have had something more than that. Anyway, why did he get so interested? Why would he stick his nose into a tough setup like the Blues?
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes I'm so dumb I can hardly believe it myself. Of course he had a client.
Sure. So find his client, and you might get some idea of what he had that they want so badly.
Yeah, it's a bright thought. The only thing is how do I find him?
You should know. Here's the detective. Who could that be at this hour?
Well, it's not opportunity. That only knocks once.
Oh, I guess I'd better go and find out.
As she walked out of the room, I thought that with things as they were, I'd be happier safe than sorry. So I eased the gun out of my shoulder holster and stood behind the door so that I was hidden from anyone coming into the room.
What's the idea?
Inside Chili, like a good kid. Sorry about this, but it's nothing personal. Just orders.
Whose orders?
Just orders. I'll give it to you nice and quick. You won't know nothing about it, honest.
Like you gave it to Hank Williams?
I wouldn't know anything about that. But I can't stand you yabbering. And it won't do your nerves any good either. So long, Chili. Nothing personal, you understand?
Sure, she understands. What?
Oh, Johnny, am I glad you were here. Oh, I believe you're as tough as they say.
Babyface didn't seem to like you.
Brill neither likes nor dislikes anybody. It's just a job as far as he's concerned. A job he's paid to do.
The interesting thing is, who's paid him to rub you out?
I don't know.
Well, whoever it is, it's a sign they're getting scared, which means they might make a mistake. And when they do, I'll be right there.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I was working in the dark, and I wished someone would turn on some light. With the firm of Williams and Eaton deprived of the services of Hank Williams by sudden death, it left me, Mrs. Eaton's little boy Johnny, carrying the ball. The only drawback was that I didn't know what the ball was supposed to look like or where I was supposed to boot it.
Well, what did you do with this Babyface, Brill, after you knocked him out?
Hal Waltham, the Blues Club manager, came over, and I gave Babyface to him.
What does it all mean, Johnny?
Helen, I wish I knew.
It certainly looks like it's all tied in with Hank's murder.
That is for sure. Your brother had something or knew something. Why the heck the dumbox always insisted on playing his cards close to his chest, I'll never know. If only he'd left a note, some hint.
Even if he had, you'd still never have found it. That Laban man would have got it first.
Yeah, I guess so. How's the apartment, Helen?
Oh, it's all right, Johnny. I'm afraid I can't take much interest in anything till Hank's killer is...
Yeah, I know, honey. I know. Now, who's that, I wonder?
I can tell you. It's a man named Stokes. He called up this morning and wanted to see you. I told him you'd be in the office about this time.
Okay, Helen. Let him in, huh?
All right, Johnny.
Mr. Eaton?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in the small office there. Won't you go in?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Eaton. My name is Stokes.
Good morning. Shut the office door. We'll be nice and private. You wanted to see me? What can I do for you, Mr. Stokes?
I read about your partner's death. A terrible business.
His sister and I agree with you.
I have his murder on my conscience, Mr. Eaton. You see, I am the man responsible.
You mean you?
Oh, no. I don't mean I'm the man who pulled the trigger, though I might just as well have done so. I'm the man who hired your partner for the investigation that led to his death.
The client? Hank's client?
Yes. I hired Mr. Williams to investigate the Blues Club and give me proof of the bribery and corruption which came from it.
Can I ask why, Mr. Stokes?
I'm a rich man, Mr. Eaton. I had a daughter. She went to the Blues Club a few times. I suppose she thought it was exciting, that they knew her, knew where she came from, knew that there was money behind her.
Go on, Mr. Stokes.
You know the story, Mr. Eaton. It's an old story. Not even a very exciting story, except to the people directly concerned. She spent her allowance, she sold her jewelry, her clothes, she stole things from the house. And then finally she couldn't stand it any longer.
I'm sorry. I can understand how you feel.
I think perhaps you can, Mr. Eaton. I know how your partner felt about you, and I imagine you felt the same way about him. I wanted him to get me proof of the Blues Club's activities, and proof that it was allowed to exist by a number of people holding positions of public trust. And I think he had it.
Yeah, I've got reason to think that, too.
The morning of the day he was killed, he called me. Said he had something really big, and that he was sending you an urgent wire to come back and help him with it. The next thing I knew was the notice of his death in the papers.
You're going to ask me if I have that proof, Mr. Stokes. I haven't. But I know the people concerned haven't got it either. He hid it somewhere, and we don't know just where.
but it must turn up sooner or later.
I can only pray that it does, Mr. Eaton. I came here this morning to ask you to take over where Mr. Williams left off.
Well, I'm doing that in any case.
Of course. But I should like you to consider this check as bringing the retainer up to date.
$2,000. That's a lot of hay.
I told you. My feed bag is well filled. Here's my card. You can reach me at that phone number or address.
Right, Mr. Stokes. I'll keep you informed.
You may believe me, Mr. Eaton, when I say that once I get my hands on whatever Williams unearthed, I shall know the best quarters in which to make use of it. Good morning, Mr. Eaton, and good luck. Goodbye, young lady.
Goodbye, sir. Well, who was he, Johnny?
He was your brother's client.
Johnny? Then you know what it's all about?
I've got an idea, and tonight I'm going to make sure. Tonight, I'm paying the Blues Club another visit. I got there early. The club was only half full. The waiters were looking bored, and after a couple of drinks, I donned the dull expression, too. I folded a couple of 5 spots in half, held them prominently in my hand, and signaled the guy who'd served me.
Same again, sir?
No. This is a bit slow. I'd like to go upstairs.
Upstairs, sir?
Don't kid me. A pal of mine told me all about this joint. I want some fun. How about it?
I'll inquire, sir. If you'll just wait.
I waited, with my fingers crossed and my eye on the entrance in case the hefty hunk that was Tiny Laban showed up. Then the waiter was back.
If you'll follow me, sir.
Sure. We went past the band to a doorway next to the kitchen. And up a narrow staircase to an iron door at the top. The waiter rapped on the door.
Yeah. A new member. Okay. Come on in. New member, huh? What's the name?
Hyde. Jekyll Hyde.
Cost you $50 entrance fee, Mr. Hyde.
Sure.
Okay, you're in. Through that door. Help yourself.
It was a large room, well supplied with gambling tables. It was also well supplied with babes. One of them, a red-headed, swivel-hipped model with the latest type chassis, swayed over.
Hello there. You're a new member?
That's right.
I'm Anna.
Nice to know you. I go for a girl with your manner, Anna.
Would you like to play?
That's what I came for. What can you offer?
There's roulette, baccarat, shimmy, or dice.
Dice is strictly for the proletarians. I think I'll have a whirl at the wheel.
Have some more champagne, honey?
No. Like the man in the song, I get no kick from champagne.
Try one of the other tables.
What for? I dropped $400 on the roulette. What makes you think I'll be any luckier at the others?
Say, you're really down, aren't you, sugar?
Right down. Down where you can't get no downer. I want something exciting. Something new. Something with a real lift in it.
Maybe I could do something about that. Come with me. In here. Give me $200 and I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Just wait here.
I lit a cigarette and waited. I thought I was getting closer. Closer to finding out what Hank had found out. Then I remembered he'd got killed for it.
Here you are, honey.
Just 2 pellets? Comes high, doesn't it? $100 a pellet.
That's the real thing. You ought to be grateful.
I am, baby. And I'm going to demonstrate my gratitude to you.
You are, Sugar? How?
Like this.
Oh!
Sorry, Anna, but it's time I was going. I wouldn't want you to stop me. I got past the gorilla at the iron door with no trouble and walked through the club with my gun in my pocket and my fingers cold round the butt. Half an hour later, I was in my apartment, and the 2 little white pellets were safely stowed away. Whether they'd make evidence or not, I wasn't sure. I thought I'd ask Lieutenant Jorgensen sometime. But at last, I knew exactly what went on at the Blues Club.
Good morning, Johnny. Do you always get into the office this early?
Sure, Helen, when I'm breaking in a new secretary.
You can't call me new. I've been working here for 3 days now. Did you get anywhere at the Blues Club last night?
Yep, I got into their private rooms.
And you found out?
A few interesting items.
Well, here's another interesting item. This letter and package arrived here.
Uh-huh. Addressed to you in Kentucky and forwarded on.
Yes. The day after I came here, I wired back leaving your office as my forwarding address. Here, read the letter first.
But it's Hank's handwriting. Dear Helen, this is terribly urgent or I wouldn't be bothering you. Enclosed is a package. It is vitally important. Please put it in your safe deposit till I send for it. Johnny Eaton is on his way back from Detroit, so I can't send it to him, and I daren't carry it around with me. When I get some time, I'll tell you all about it. When are you coming over for that holiday? Love, Hank.
When am I coming over for that holiday?
No, take it easy now, sweetheart. See, let's take a look at that package.
It's a notebook.
Hey.
What is it?
Wait a minute. Well, I'll be... Wow.
What is it?
It's dynamite. It's loaded. No wonder they wouldn't stop at murder to try and get it back.
But what is it?
Well, without looking at it from beginning to end, it looks like a record of payments, a record of bribery and corruption, of people they paid to keep their mouths shut. City Hall, state politics, the police, and the narcotics squad.
Narcotics?
Yeah, that's one of the items I found out last night. The Blues Club's a front for dope peddling. Honey, this little book will lift the roof off the city if it ever hits the press. It'll smash prominent people, people in positions of trust, respectable people. Say, you don't believe it until you see it. And now we've got it.
Johnny Eaton, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of using this little book as bait. We might hook quite a lot of fish.
Isn't that dangerous?
Sure. It was dangerous for Hank. I owe them something for that. And this is paying off time.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The light had broken. The motive for the murder of my partner, Hank Williams, was clear, contained in the notebook he'd sent his sister, and which now lay on the desk between us in my office. I stared at the notebook, and my thoughts turned to the past, to when Hank Williams and Johnny Eaton were a team, a first-rate private detective team. And now there was only Eaton left. Well, they were going to pay for it.
What are you planning to do, Johnny?
Listen, and you'll find out.
Who are you calling?
The Blues Club. This is where the hook gets baited.
Blues Club?
I want to talk to Mr. Laban.
Who's calling?
Tell him Johnny Eaton. He'll talk to me.
Hold on. Laban, you're late calling to tell me you've changed your mind, Seamus. The 24 hours I gave you is over.
That's not what I'm calling for, Laban.
So, what do you want?
Just to tell you that I've definitely got the goods you want. All done up in a neat little book.
Yeah?
40,000 is the firm price. You've got till tomorrow morning. Otherwise, it goes to Washington, and they can sort it out on a federal level. So make up your mind fast, won't you?
Now, listen.
Goodbye, Laban.
Oh, Johnny was that smart. They'll be after your blood.
And I'm after theirs.
Where do we go from here?
To my apartment. I'll feel safer when we're both there. The only way in is through the front door. The windows look out on a sheer drop of 7 floors, and the fire people are always complaining because we've got no fire escapes. So long as we watch the door, we're set. Once we got to the apartment, Helen headed to the kitchen to rustle up coffee. I set about a little work. I found a piece of oil silk, carefully wrapped a notebook and my gun in it, and tied a piece of wire around it. I went downstairs to my car, took off the petrol filler cap, and carefully slid the package into the petrol tank, attaching the wire to the screw thread on the cap. It was as good a hiding place as I could think of.
Johnny?
Yeah, it's me, honey.
Coffee's ready. Here you are.
Thanks, honey. Say, what have you done to yourself suddenly?
Nothing. Why?
I don't know. You look a different girl somehow.
I'm the same girl, only now you're beginning to notice me. Johnny.
Okay, I'll go.
Who is it? Me, Jorgensen. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Come in, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Who is it, Johnny?
Lieutenant Jorgensen. Pour him a cup of coffee. Let's go in the living room, Lieutenant.
Okay, but I haven't got time for coffee.
You know Helen Williams, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Sure you want to have coffee?
No, thanks.
You don't look happy, Sleuth. What's your trouble?
You know a dame called Chili? Real name Elsie Kuchenheimer?
I know Chili. I never met Elsie.
You never will. Now, someone shot her about an hour back, 3 times.
That's tough. But why tell me?
Because I've got to take you in, Johnny. Captain's orders.
Take me in for what?
To be held as a material witness.
You're kidding, Jorgensen.
No, this is on the level. The captain wants to talk to you.
We'll see about that. I'm calling my lawyer.
No, Johnny.
Why, the artillery, Jorgensen.
The captain wants to talk to you without any lawyers. You carrying a gun? If you are, you better let me have it.
I'm not healed.
Okay, then let's go.
Helen, it won't be long. Remember what I told you about the door?
All right, Johnny.
Come on, let's move.
Things must be getting tough in the police department, Lieutenant.
Why?
Can't afford any squad cars to make a pinch. Just you in an ordinary auto. No other cops.
The captain wants it done the quiet way.
Hey, this isn't the road to the precinct.
The captain's over at 23rd.
Oh. What's the idea? What are you stopping for?
The book, Johnny. I want it.
Oh. Because one of the names in it is yours, Jorgensen?
Because one of the names in it is mine. I've been 15 years on the force, Johnny. I'm not letting anybody take that away from me.
Well, what do you know? A crooked cop worrying about his good name.
You got a choice, Johnny. You can give me the book, I'll burn it and forget we ever talked about it. Or you can stay clammed up and I'll turn you over to the others.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I gave you a chance. Now I'm going to give you something else.
Oh.
He's coming too.
I'm glad. I wouldn't want that sock you gave him to kill him, Jorgensen.
I just tapped him.
Shut up, all of you. He's conscious.
Yeah, I'm conscious. And I wish I weren't. Looking at a prize collection of rats is not my idea of entertainment. Waltham, Latham, Babyface, and Jorgensen. What a quartet.
All right, Eden, you've said your piece. Now there's only one thing for you to add. The whereabouts of the book.
He's definitely got it because he knew my name was in it.
Why that dumb dame ever had to keep a book?
She had to keep one, or everyone else would have thought she was shortchanging us. Where Chili was dumb was that she could never resist a good-looking guy. So when Williams came along and made like he knew everything, she started confiding in him. After him, Eaton. That's why she got dangerous.
I hope he plays it tough. I'll enjoy breaking him down.
I think I'll be getting along. When you get that book, burn the thing.
What do you think we're going to do? Frame it?
Okay. I'll beat it then.
So long, Lieutenant. Don't forget to polish the badge.
All right, now, Eaton, you can make things easy for yourself. Tell us where the book is.
Go fry a couple of dozen eggs.
Okay. Babyface, go get the surprise we have for Mr. Eaton.
Sure thing. You'll like this, Seamus.
You got company. See?
Helen.
They came, Johnny. They grabbed me. But don't worry. I can't tell them where the book is because you never told me where you hid it.
But you're going to tell us where, Eaton. Otherwise, we start on Miss Williams.
Oh, don't tell them, Johnny. It doesn't matter about me, but don't tell them.
Don't make the mistake of thinking we're bluffing about working the girl over, Eaton. We're not. You know how much that book means.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Johnny!
Where is it?
You wouldn't find it yourself. I'll have to come with you.
Where to?
My apartment.
It's not in your apartment. We looked.
That's right. But my car is outside the apartment. And that's where it is.
What are you fiddling with a petrol cap for?
Because that's where it is. In the tank.
Well, aren't you the ingenious boy? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get it out. The necks of these tanks are narrow.
Come on, hurry it up.
If you want it, you'll have to let me get it out. Okay. There it is.
Give it to me. Well, that's in the right hands at last. Let's go. Back to my car.
You got it?
Right here.
You gotta burn it now?
Burn it? Don't be a dope, Tiny.
But Jorgensen said...
Jorgensen. That dumb cop? Why, this book is the best insurance we've got. If any of them feel like getting difficult, all we've got to do is remind them of the pages in here.
Yeah. I didn't think of that. Where to now?
I'm going back to the club.
That's what you think. Oh! He's got the gun! That's right, Duck Helen!
Okay, sweetheart. You can get up off the car floor now.
I think on my bones. Johnny, you shot both of them and knocked out Walter.
Well, I had the advantage of surprise. Plus the 38 they didn't think I had.
I didn't think you had it either. Where did you get it from?
Out of my petrol tank. I got it out while I was bending over for the book. And it's the finest fuel my tank's ever held.
Yeah. Okay, Dick. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got the book. I'll hold it till you and your boys get here. See you.
Everything's all right, Johnny.
Couldn't be better. That was a pal of mine in the FBI. They'll be here in the morning to handle the whole thing.
I'd have thought you'd take a holiday and not come to the office today.
Oh, I'm expecting a client. I called him. He should be here now. And here he is, right on cue. Let him in, Helen.
All right.
Mr. Eaton asked me to come here this morning.
In here, Mr. Stokes.
Ah, I hope you have good news for me, Mr. Eaton.
Well, I've had some success. I've found what Hank Williams had.
That's first-rate work, Mr. Eaton. Oh, what is it?
A little book full of names. People connected with the Blues Club and its activities.
Splendid, splendid. Well, I don't wish to appear rude, but time may be vital. If you let me have that book, I'll start some action.
I won't keep you long, Mr. Stokes. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Hank, the way he was, the way he felt, especially about crime and criminals. He hated them. He was a kind of crusader in his own way, an honest crusader.
Yes, I'm sure he was.
Hank was so honest that he'd never forget to note down a client in my absence. But what do you know, Mr. Stokes? I couldn't find a word about you.
I don't see...
I salute Chilly, now chilled for good. She was subtle when she wanted to be. She sold me the idea that Hank had a client, then provided the client. She sent you along, Stokes, all cut and dried. So that if I did find the little book, I'd probably turn it straight over to you and save everyone a lot of bother.
Confound you, Eaton.
I'm not going to stop you going, Stokes, because the FBI boys are on the job, and you won't get far.
Confound you.
Well, that client didn't stay long, did he?
No, honey, and we're not staying any longer either. Shut up the office, we're through. Tomorrow morning, I hand over the book to the FBI, and then I start concentrating on my next assignment.
And what is your next assignment?
You, baby. You.
This is Carter Brown. I can't help it. I always like it when the hero wins, which is why my heroes mostly do. But the hero of my next book, Sinner You Slay Me, finds a lot of complications to cope with before he does. It's a story of a mouse meeting murder, and the mouse is my hero, Marcus Mouse. He's one character whose answer to the question, are you a man or a mouse, is both. So this is Carter Brown saying, so long for now, be seeing you.
In The Lady Was Lethal, you heard our star James Condon as Johnny Eaton. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. For the past 18 weeks, a gang of safe men have been breaking into large grocery stores all over the city. They work fast. You can't localize their operations. Your job? Get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 16th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. It was 7:45 a.m. when I got to the service station on the corner. The phone booth.
City Hall.
2524, please.
2524.
Burglary, Rubles.
Hi, Dick. This is Friday. Romero there?
Hold on, Joe.
Thank you.
Hey, Romero, take two. Romero.
This is Friday, Ben.
Yeah, where you been?
Wow, my car again. Something's wrong with that distributor. I'm going to leave it at the service station. I'll grab a streetcar down, huh?
They hit again, Joe. This one makes 37 jobs.
Where at this time?
Wilson Brothers Market at Melrose and Green. Drilled the safe and walked out with $462.
Well, our stakeouts are doing a lot of good, aren't they? I'm worn out from last night.
I didn't get any sleep either. Just had time to go home and brush my teeth when this thing broke.
Okay. You said Melrose and Green?
Yeah, that's right. I won't wait for you. I'll go right on out there.
Okay.
Armstrong and Rubel just left.
Right. I can get over there as fast as I can.
Old man was down here bright and early. Things are jumping.
Okay, I'll see you later, huh?
Oh, Joe, just a minute.
Yeah.
Skipper just came in. Who you got on the other end there? Friday. You on your way to Melrose and Green? That's right. The minute you get back, I want to see you two in my office. Right. I guess you heard it.
Yeah, I did.
Guess you could tell from the tone of his voice.
Yeah. Sounds a little upset. How's he look?
Same way.
For 18 weeks, Ben and I had been assigned to this same case. The burglary gang was victimizing only Wilson Brothers markets throughout the city and in surrounding towns adjacent to the city of Los Angeles. Their criminal activities had given them well over $100,000 stolen from these various markets. Additional officers were assigned from the Metropolitan Division, and the case had grown to large proportions. It was 12 minutes past 8 when I arrived at Melrose and Green Streets, the latest Wilson market to be victimized.
Same thing, Joe, just like all the rest.
Yeah. The crime lab find anything?
Been here and gone. They found a few particles of cloth, probably from the guy's gloves, some metal shavings for spectrographical analysis. Same as on all the other jobs.
Well, how'd they gain entry?
Same way, around front. Looks like a tire iron. Pried the door open.
How about the burglar alarm?
No problem. There's a ladder. Climb up and take a look.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah, I see it. Cut the key leads again, huh?
Nothing's different, Joe. Just exactly the same. All around.
Well, that really tears it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
252 men on stakeout last night, and they know just which market to hit, one that isn't covered.
When you figure Wilson's got over 300 stores, we can't cover them all.
You think we might have some of the luck? We're sure overdue.
Nobody could be this lucky this long.
Well, they're out to break the record. Haven't turned up anything new at all, huh?
Not so far. I've been looking around. Come on.
Yeah, all right. Rubles and Armstrong in the store?
Yeah, they're checking the back of the store, stock room, employees' locker room.
And how much was taken?
Told you on the phone, $462. Some checks, about $200 worth.
Well, this is Wednesday. I suppose the thieves have discontinued the weekend jobs?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Here's the box.
Yeah. Sure a good, clean job. A lot different than those first ones, huh?
Yeah, they've come a long way.
Well, the safe was certainly well lighted, wasn't it?
200-watt bulb up there. Still burning when we got here.
Doesn't do much good with all those boxes piled up over there in front of the window, though.
Manager says he weren't there when he closed up last night.
Well, nothing seems to bother them, does it? They move in, don't chance turning out the light. They just pile crates up between themselves and the street, and then they take their time drilling the box.
That's it. There's the usual empty pop bottles, 3 of them.
Yeah, the cooler bits of it, yeah.
Hi, Friday. Didn't know you were here yet.
Oh, hello, Rubles. How are you?
Yeah, but we got something.
Yeah?
Fished these out of the drain in the bathroom.
What do you got?
Looks like they tried to get rid of them. Some of the checks torn up and this fishing license ripped in two.
Well, could I see those bits?
Hey.
Charles W. Royal, issued last month.
Good chance he might have carried the license in his pocket and got it mixed up with the checks. First, maybe he was going to take the checks, but changed his mind, tore them up, the license with him.
Well, let's hope you're right, Dick. But it might just belong to some employee here.
Well, we've been kind of figuring these jobs might have an inside connection. Maybe this is it, huh?
Let's check it out.
Well, maybe this is the break we've been looking for. We went back to the office and checked the name Charles W. Royal through R&I. No record. We contacted the management of the Wilson Markets. He had been an employee at the store, which was just held up. He had been transferred 6 months prior to their Van Nuys branch. In checking back, we found that the Van Nuys Market was one of the first stores to be burglarized. He was placed under surveillance for several days, and during this period, another Wilson Market was burglarized. The officers conducting the surveillance accounted for all of Royal's time during the burglary. He was brought in for questioning and cleared of any complicity in the burglaries. Monday, September 28th, 8 a.m., we met with Captain Wisdom.
The reason for Royal's fishing license being in with those checks was because he left it behind at that store when he was transferred.
That's right. Manager of the store confirmed it. Said he kept it in a safe for him so it wouldn't get lost.
Well, that lead went nowhere.
None of them go anywhere. We don't get any leads.
Been no kickbacks on any of our teletypes, APBs, or radiograms.
Between Armstrong, Rubles, and Ben and I, the girls in the stats office think we're on the payroll down there. We're wearing out the cards, having to make runs on the gang's M.O. for us.
How about that last stuff Burton from CII sent down?
Well, we checked all 3 of them out. Nothing.
Boys in the crime lab got a lot of physical evidence if they could make something out of it.
That's just it. You can't make something out of nothing. You haven't got much up there. A few steel shavings off those safes, a couple of broken bits, handful of cotton fuzz they think is off the guy's gloves. Can't work miracles.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think we've overlooked anything, Captain. Every neighborhood in the vicinity of every burglary has been checked and rechecked.
And all you turned up was that one woman?
Yeah, the one that saw the 3 men out in back of the Wilson Market over on Vermont. She thought they worked there. Didn't know she'd witnessed a burglary, we told her.
Mm-hmm. She couldn't identify any of them, huh?
No, she couldn't.
I just checked with the sheriff's office. These burglaries are driving them crazy, too. No leads.
Boys from the parole office have been trying to give us a hand. We've checked out everything they sent us on dischargees and parolees. Nothing fits.
Well, did the markets seem to be cooperating, holding up their end as they were instructed?
Well, as far as we can tell, right to the letter, yeah.
All the safes that were concealed in any way have been moved out in a more conspicuous spot, all well illuminated.
The Wilson Company has bought better-made safes to replace the ones that were broken into. They're replacing their old models as fast as they can. Doesn't seem to stop them.
Yeah, all that's according to the book. Doesn't figure with all those precautions they'd be foolish enough to tip off the thieves.
What do you mean?
Well, here, take a look at this.
Yeah.
Larson and Gunn turned this up at that Venice Boulevard job night before last.
Mimeograph stakeout instructions. Huh?
That's right. Put out by the management of the markets. Every time we inform them of a stakeout night, they put these inter-store memos out.
Yeah.
That was for the purpose of informing all the different store managers of the police department's plans so they'd be sure and comply with our instructions.
Yeah.
Motive was okay, but the effects have been causing us more trouble than we know.
Well, weren't these destroyed after the store managers read them?
Apparently not. We notified the management of the stores to be staked out a week in advance so that they could quietly let the stores know about it. Whether we wanted the lights left on or turned off to move the safe out of hiding, all the various instructions.
And the management of the market chain just took it on themselves to send out these memoed sheets, huh?
And not only that, in checking the last couple of jobs, either these sheets were in the manager's desks or they were posted in the store someplace.
All the thieves had to do was go through a desk or check a bulletin board and they knew right where we'd be, huh?
Without this advance information, maybe it'll slow them down. Maybe we can write in on part of the luck. We're due.
Yeah.
Now, come on over here to the pin map. Well, here you are, Friday. A red pin for you and one for you, Romero.
Mm-hmm.
You put them in. I got calluses on my thumb from trying to keep up with those thieves.
Yeah. Venice Boulevard and Rockwell.
Mm-hmm.
Vermont and Marathon.
Yeah, just look at them on there. They're going to run us out of pins if we don't blow the whistle on them.
Well, I'm getting a little sick of it myself.
Take a good look at the map here. All the red pins of these market jobs in and around here and through here.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, Wilson's got stores throughout most of Southern California.
Yeah.
They've hit in and around the metropolitan area, Pomona, Glendale, a couple of times at the beach cities. But look over here.
That's Eagle Rock.
Yeah. Now, for some reason, they're leaving Eagle Rock alone. There's 7 Wilson markets out there, and not one of them had been touched.
Well, maybe they'll hit there next, huh?
And we double-checked all cruiser units out there, told them to be doubly alert. Also to report any suspicious moves around any of the stores. I want to report on any and all cars driving below normal speeds anywhere near those markets. Anything even remotely out of line. There's 7 stores in and around that area. Excuse me. Burglary wisdom. The highball. Who's that? They did. Colorado and Bryce. Yeah, right away. Yeah. That was Lieutenant Vaughn, Highland Park. I was wrong. There's only 6 stores in Eagle Rock now.
What do you mean?
They knocked one over last night.
The preliminary investigation of the Wilson Brothers Market in Eagle Rock yielded no additional physical evidence, but it definitely showed that we were dealing with the same gang of thieves. In this last burglary, they got away with $1,852. 1:34 p.m. After 5 hours of continuous checking in the immediate neighborhood of the latest market to be burglarized, Ben and I located a Mrs. Olive Rebard. We felt sure that we'd reached a turning point in the case. Mrs. Rebard had seen 2 of the gang members at work in the Wilson Market at Colorado and Bryce in Eagle Rock. She agreed to come downtown and go through photographs of criminal suspects.
No. Not any of these.
Let's try the next 2 pages.
Certainly are a lot of them, aren't there?
Yes, ma'am. There's still a lot more to go here.
I see it. No. No, none of these.
Well, that finishes this book.
How many does that make that we've been through?
I believe this one makes 15.
Just looking at all those faces makes you wonder, are there any honest people?
Well, these books represent an accumulation of many years, you understand.
You keep pictures of everybody? Ever been in prison?
Well, within our jurisdiction, yes, and a great many more besides.
I see.
Ben, how about that Folsom book up there for 45 and 46?
All right. I'll put this one back.
Fine. 46, yeah, that's it.
All right, here we are. You ready, Mrs. Rebard?
All right. No. No, I don't believe it's any of these.
All right.
Turn the next page there.
Now, how about these?
No. This one, no. No. That one fellow looked a little like one of them. I thought he did it first.
Which one was that?
This one. No, I was wrong. He looked familiar at first glance.
Well, now, we told you before, Ms. Rebar, if any of these men, their ears, eyes, nose, chin, any part of them looks like any part of the men that you saw, we'd like to know that. We'll have our Sergeant Putoff up in our crime lab drop a composite for you.
You mean you put all the different features together?
Yes, ma'am. If you think it might help in any way, I mean, it'll certainly help us.
I didn't realize that you were that thorough.
Oh, we have to be.
Well, I'm just not that sure about any of their features. It was just like I told you, I didn't get too good a look at them, but I thought I might remember. There's so many pictures here.
Well, would you like to rest a little while, Ms. Rebar? We've been going at this thing for about 2 hours now.
No, that's all right. No, I want to help if I can.
I think I'll open this door, little Joe.
All right.
Got a little draft in from the hall. Yeah. Gets a little stuffy in here sometimes.
Thank you.
I wonder if you'd like a cold drink of some kind. Coke, something like that?
No, thank you. That's very kind. I don't care for one.
All right. Would you like to go on?
Yes, I guess.
All right.
No. Mm-mm. You understand that when I saw these men in the store, I had to look through the front window. They must have been at least 40 feet away from me. I had to shout to be heard.
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
They didn't come over to me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't believe that they were really those lightning burglars. Isn't that what the paper called them?
Yes, ma'am.
They were just as big as life. They were standing behind the meat counter. They even had on butcher's aprons. Still hard to believe, because they didn't act like burglars at all.
Sometimes they don't.
Well, the only thing that struck me funny was that anybody be working there on a Sunday. I've seen men in there before. It just didn't seem right that they'd be working there. I wanted to get in to pick up a box of starch. They told me to come back Monday morning when they were open.
Well, if you could have seen over the counter from where you were standing, you would have seen the floor safe right there in the meat department. They were trying to open it.
I never would have known it. You sure you people couldn't have made a mistake?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. We've checked there, and there was no authorized employees in that store yesterday morning.
That's so. Well, must have been them then.
Yeah, we're pretty sure it was. Here,
let me help you there, Mrs. Rebar. These pages are stuck together.
Thank you.
There. There you are.
I've seen so many photographs, they're all beginning to look alike to me.
Mm-hmm. If you'd like to rest a while, that's fine. Maybe you'd like to go home and come back a little later with it.
You know something?
What's that, ma'am?
I'm positive now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know those men if I saw them.
You are listening to Dragnet. From beginning to end, Dragnet is the authentic story of your police force in action.
Once more, what appeared to first be a good lead dissolved into nothing. The stakeouts were continued. Everything possible was being done to apprehend them. The burglaries of the Wilson markets continued. On the night of October 3rd, officers D.B. O'Connell and P.W. Murphy were working a stakeout on one of the Wilson markets in Eagle Rock. At 2:33 a.m., they had observed a gray Ford coupe, California license 9 Robert 9813, driving at normal speed until reaching the storefront and then slowing down perceptibly, showing unusual interest in the market. Lieutenant Armstrong and Sergeant Rubles checked the license number through DMV. The car was registered to a Clyde R. Bingham, 233 South Carmona Place in Eagle Rock. He was placed under surveillance while we made a thorough check into his background. We located him at the neighborhood bar on Colorado Boulevard. We talked to him for an hour.
So that's it. I'm not your man.
You sure you didn't drive past that Wilson market on Bellevue Avenue?
I didn't say I've never driven by it, but not on the night you said.
Well, have you driven by it on other nights?
I wouldn't remember that. I live out here, and I drive down Bellevue a lot, but I don't know if I've ever been by that market. I suppose I have.
We have your license number and the word of 2 officers who saw you.
I'm afraid they must be mistaken. You have the word of Benny and Walt. You just talked to them. I told you I was here on the night of October 3rd. I stayed here until almost daylight talking to Walt. He closed up at 2, and we sat around and talked.
Where'd you say your car was parked all this time?
Right out in front. Ben Walt told you that, too. I'm telling you, I never left this place the other night.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible you could have forgotten?
Not all 3 of us.
And you didn't loan your car to anybody?
No, sir. I never loaned my car. Stayed right out there in front.
What'd you say you did after this place closed?
As I said, I sat around and talked to Walt. He owns the place.
Mm-hmm. What'd you talk about?
Oh, I don't know. This and that. I don't recall exactly.
Did you go to work the following day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Seems funny you'd sit up all night talking, then go to work.
I don't have to be to work until I please. You know, I'm my own boss.
Yeah, well, you run your business all by yourself, do you?
No, I have 2 secretaries. They make out checks, keep the books.
What kind of business did you say you were in?
Business management. You know, the thing that bothers me is why you're asking me all these questions.
Routine investigation.
Doesn't sound very routine to me. I don't understand.
We're on an assignment. During the course of that assignment, it became necessary to interrogate you.
I still don't understand. Anything else you want to know?
No, sir. I think that pretty well covers it.
Something I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Is there a law against slowing down in front of a market?
Ben and I felt that Bingham was lying for some reason that we were not aware of. All efforts were made to determine that reason. We made a complete search of his residence. His relatives, friends, and associates were interrogated. The 2 men who had alibied for him were checked out. No evidence was obtained to connect him in any way with the Wilson Market burglaries. The surveillance was continued on the 3 men. During the next 2 weeks, another market was burglarized. None of the 3 men could have been involved in any way. Another month went by. The burglaries continued unchecked. The newspapers had dubbed them the Lightning Bandits. There was only one exception to the title. By this time, they'd begun to repeat on markets, to hit again where they had burglarized a safe previously. December 3rd, 4 a.m. Ben and I were cruising the central area, the section not covered by stakeout.
I figure there's only one way to beat this thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Ask for a transfer before they offer us one.
Well, it seems like every way we turn, we're stopped. No leads, nothing.
Here it is almost Christmas again. Those market thieves started last Easter.
Yeah, I know. Well, we got everything covered again tonight as best we can.
We could just keep all the markets covered at one time.
Well, that's been done a couple of times, you know that.
Yeah, I know that, but keep them covered all the time till we get to them. If we had the manpower, we could do it.
Yeah. You want to swing in close to the curb? Here's another market.
Yeah. You see anything?
No, nothing on this side. I can't see the safe in there, can you?
No.
Those vegetable counters are partially blocking it. Lights on, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this side's clear, too.
Rear of the store backs up against that other building, doesn't it?
Yeah, only a front and side entrance. You swing around again. Will you make a U?
You see something?
No, I'm not sure. Just pull back up in front again, huh?
All right.
Okay, this is fine. You want to kill your engine?
Mm-hmm.
You hear that?
I'm not sure.
Come on. You hear it now?
No, it stopped.
Come on.
They're throwing vegetables at that front window.
They're trying to draw our attention here. Now, you cover the side. I'll try to force them to you.
Right. There's the news right.
Right, I see it.
All right, hold it right there. Get your hands in the air. I got him, Joe.
You want to shake him down?
Yeah, right. All right, stand still.
Cover him, Joe. I'll see if there's any more besides these 2.
Right.
Who tipped you off?
If we'd have had a tip, we'd have gotten you a long time ago.
That's it. Just these 2.
Somebody must have tipped you off. You couldn't be this lucky.
Why not? You've had your share. The 2 men were taken into custody and were identified as Wilfred Lawson and Thomas Greenfield. A check with R&I showed no previous record on either man. After a short interrogation, Wilfred Lawson admitted his part in all of the burglaries of the Wilson Brothers markets. He steadily refused to give us any information as to the other possible members of the burglary gang. Thomas Greenfield was interrogated. He was the more timid of the 2. He claimed that this was the first job he'd been on with Lawson, that he did not know of any other members of the gang, that he'd only served as lookout on this particular burglary, and that he was not deeply involved. In further investigation of the 2 suspects, Armstrong and Rubel found that they had been seen in the company of still another man. It was impossible to get any kind of lead on the remaining suspect. We took the matter up with Captain Wisdom. It was our combined belief that we should allow Thomas Greenfield to be released on the grounds that we believed his story about his slight part in the crimes. He was placed under close 24-hour surveillance. Thursday, December 6th, 2 days after we released Thomas Greenfield, we were called into Captain Wisdom's office.
Guess we played it the right way in letting Thomas go.
How do you mean?
Well, first of all, we passed one up last October. You remember Bingham? Guy driving slow past the market in Eagle Rock?
Yeah.
Well, he's the one we want. And these 2 letters, both postmarked today, we picked them up on that mail stop on Lawson.
Where are they from, Thomas?
Yeah, a couple of choice parts. Yeah, listen to this. Client says to tell you he's not sore anymore. Ever since that mix-up, him and Walt and Benny decided this was the best way to play it. He says he don't want no part of what's yours. And then there's a lot more here. It says he'll get an attorney for Lawson, and he thinks he really put one over on us. Anyway, all 3 of them are in it all the way.
Well, how does Bingham figure in it? We had him under surveillance, didn't we?
You know, listen to this from this other letter. Oh, yeah, here it is. I've been talking with CB. Clyde Bingham, getting real clever now using initials.
Yeah.
I've been talking with CB several times only on the phone. He's really not sore. He only laid out since that time. He figured he might be hot. That's enough, isn't it?
It's all there. It adds.
Okay, you got one to roll on.
Yeah.
Go out and pick him up. This time we'll keep him.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 22nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. All 3 suspects, Wilford George Lawson, Clyde Robert Bingham, and Thomas Llewellyn Greenfield, were filed on for burglary in the 2nd degree. Wilford G. Lawson was filed on for 12 counts, Clyde R. Bingham for 6 counts, Thomas L. Greenfield for 3 counts, sentences to run consecutively. They are now serving their time in the state penitentiary. In view of the fact that the authorities were unable to prove the defendants were armed at the time of the burglaries and the stores were not inhabited, they could only be filed on for burglary in the 2nd degree. 2nd degree burglary is punishable by a term of not less than 1 nor more than 15 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to gratefully acknowledge the Michael Award presented by the Academy of Radio and Television Arts and Sciences. The Academy voted Dragnet the finest program of its kind. It is with deep humility that Dragnet accepts this citation, the highest award bestowed by the radio and television industries.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy next over most NBC stations.
Jerry, look. Miss Slade is all out of step and sort of stumbling.
Yeah, something's the matter with her.
Yes, Jerry, she's falling.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Dance of Death. There are hundreds of small nightclubs like the Blue Mirror in New York. Smoky, blatant, garish places by night, lonesome and shabby by day. Like today, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's one difference between the Blue Mirror and the hundreds of other small clubs like it. And that difference is Ruby Slade.
Let's take a break. Harry?
Okay. I'm going to make a phone call.
All right.
Oh, that was swell, Ruby.
Oh, Cliff.
I mean it, Ruby. It was just terrific.
Thanks. You got smoke?
Sure. Here.
Light?
Yeah. Look, Ruby, why don't you knock off? We could go for a ride.
I can't, kid. I have to have this new routine ready for tonight.
Well, it's ready. Look, we could drive up the Parkway, up to Terrytown.
No,
maybe,
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Why not? I've got Dad's car.
And where's Dad?
In the office.
Then that's your answer.
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, your father told me to have this number ready for tonight. And it isn't ready till he sees it and says it's ready.
But he can't make you work all day and all night, too. The way he drives you makes...
Forget it, kid. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Ruby.
Cliff.
Ruby.
For me. Cliff, look.
Ruby.
Well. You're getting to be a big boy, aren't you?
Ruby, I love you.
Cliff!
Oh, Dad.
Come here.
What do you want?
I'm here.
Oh, you better go, Cliff.
See you later.
In my office.
Okay. Well?
You little... I told you to stay away from that girl.
Dad!
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it!
Didn't I?
Dad! Stop it! Stop it. What's the matter with you? Have you gone crazy?
I'm sorry, Cliff.
Here, sit down.
I'm sorry.
Sit down, Dad.
Yes, yes. All right.
There.
I'm sorry, Cliff. I shouldn't have done that. I don't want any trouble between you and me.
Neither do I, but you...
I'm only thinking of you.
I can take care of myself.
I wonder. I hate to see you get mixed up with that girl, Ruby.
What's the matter with her?
She's no good, Cliff. Believe me, no good. I want you to stay away from her.
Is that an order?
If you don't want me to give her a fast boot out of here...
The way you treat her, that's probably the best thing that could happen to her.
She doesn't think so. Not the way I'd pay her. There's a girl who knows the value of $1, Cliff. Believe me, that's all she's interested in.
I don't get it. If she's so bad, why do you keep her around? Why do you pay her 2-3 times more than she ever asked for?
Never mind.
And then pull a thing like you have today, making her get a whole new routine ready in one day. You seem to enjoy trying to make her just as miserable...
That's enough, Cliff. Now, how I run this club is my business. I'm just telling you for the last time, stay away from that girl. Understand?
Golly, Jerry, did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Yeah, aren't they, though?
Say, what are you talking about?
Her legs.
Oh, I was talking about her dancing. It's so smooth, so easy, so graceful.
Yeah. And that figure.
Maybe I shouldn't have been so eager to come here, but everybody said she's something to see.
How right they were.
A shame.
What?
But she has to be in this little place. She should be in one of the big clubs where lots of people could see her, and a big band behind her instead of just a tinny piano.
Yeah.
I know. Ralph.
Who? What?
He's just the one.
Ralph who?
Whitney. Isn't he producing another musical this season?
Hey, that's right.
Well, why don't we tell him about this girl?
But better still, we'll bring him and show him if he hasn't heard about her already.
Oh, you just want an excuse to come again.
And you gave me one. Oh, that's what I love about you, darling. Always obliging.
Well, I do think it's a good idea. Wait a minute. Maybe I don't.
What's the matter?
Well, she's not doing this number well at all. She's all out of time and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, Pam, something's the matter with her.
You're right, Jerry. She's falling. Well, come on, Jerry. Gee, I wonder what happened.
I don't know. She just seemed to go limp all of a sudden.
Ruby. What is it, Ruby?
Well, what happened to her?
I think she just fainted.
Oh, Ruby. Ruby, are you all right?
Yeah, sure, she's all right. All right, folks, if you'll just get back to your seats, please. Stop crowding around. All right, get up, Ruby. There's nothing the matter with you.
In a minute, Mr. Gross.
Leave her alone. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pushed her so hard all day.
Dancers are supposed to rehearse.
Not the way you drive her. Every minute, no
That's
let
enough,
up.
Cliff. Now, stop it. You, Ruby, get up, go into your dressing room.
Here, come on, Pam. Let's help her up.
Yes, Jerry.
Thanks.
All right, take her to her dressing room. Ruby, you lie down in there. I'll send in a drink. You can rest until the next show. I want you to be ready when it starts.
She isn't dancing anymore tonight.
Nobody asked you.
I'm telling you, she's through for the night.
Ruby,
Yes, Mr. Gross.
you heard what I said. Go lie down. When the second show starts, you be out there.
Come in. Oh, it's you.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay, Cliff.
You're not going to try to do the next show, are you?
You heard what your father said.
I don't care. I'm telling you, you're not going to do
Now,
it.
look,
I mean
kid,
it.
When you start signing a paycheck around here, you can mean it, Cliff. Until then, I do what Papa says.
Ruby, what is it?
What's what?
Between you and Dad, why does he treat you the way he does?
Ask him.
There must be some reason.
Suppose there is, but you figure it out. I can't. All I know is he hates me.
Well, why do you take it?
Because of something called money.
It isn't worth it.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Ruby, quit.
Huh?
Tell Dad you're through. That you're not
Are
going to...
you crazy?
Well, why won't you?
Because I can't. I got a contract.
You can break it.
Maybe, but then what? Then what do I do? Do I go to work in some other bandbox for half the money I'm getting here? Oh, grow up.
You don't have to go to work anywhere. Ruby, I love
Cliff,
you. And you love me.
Do I?
Yes. Ruby, marry me.
And let your father support us both.
I'll get a job.
Doing what?
I don't know, but I'll
Don't you think you better find out?
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, don't be a fool. You're a swell kid. I like you. Maybe I love you. I don't know. But I'm not going to marry you. At least not until I know how we pay the rent and buy the groceries.
You'd rather go on here, letting Dad treat you like dirt, wiping his feet on you, making
As
you...
long as he pays as much as he does, I can take it. Now, I better get ready to go on.
Ruby?
Come in.
Ruby, the second show is about... Cliff, what are you doing in here? Didn't I tell you that...
Yes, you told me, and now I'm telling you, Ruby's through for tonight.
Cliff.
The show's starting, Ruby. Get out there.
All right, Mr. Gross, I'm ready.
Stay where you are, Ruby.
Please, Cliff, don't...
Get out of here, Cliff.
I'm through standing around while you act like a little Hitler.
Get out!
Why, you...
Cliff! Oh, Cliff, you shouldn't have.
He's been asking for it. It's time somebody gave it to him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out of the club. Go home, get your clothes, and get out of my house. I never want to see you again.
That suits me. Ruby, come with me.
Go on. Go with him if you want to. Ungrateful.
You shut up. Ruby, please. Come with me right now.
No, Cliff. I'm sorry, but I can't.
She's good, Jerry. Very good. All that you and Pam said she was, and a little more.
We thought you'd like her. How about another drink?
Oh, fine.
Sam? Sam?
What? Oh, sorry, darling.
What the devil are you so interested in?
That woman over at the corner table. The way she just sits and scowls into her glass here.
Yeah.
I wonder what's bothering her. She was here last night, too.
Oh, she was?
Mm-hmm. And she sat by herself then, too. It's strange. She seems to have plenty of money. Look how she's dressed. Evening gown, mink stole. But she just sits alone and drinks. One martini after another.
Well, maybe she likes olives.
From the look of her, she doesn't like anything.
Well, it's none of our business. Besides, I'd rather watch Ruby. Do you think you can use her, Ralph?
If she'll agree to terms, and I think she will. She can't be making much here.
No.
Well, now we'll see. I sent a note asking her to join us after her number.
Well, I should think she'd jump at a chance to get in a Broadway show.
Yeah, and to get away from here where they work her until she passes out.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, here she comes.
Mr. Whitney?
Yes, I'm Whitney.
Oh.
And you know Mr. and Mrs. Noah.
Yes. Hello.
Sit down, Miss Slade.
Thanks. Oh, we certainly enjoyed your performance.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to see you about. Might as well come right to the point.
Excuse me, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but it'll only I'll only be a minute. I have to talk to Ruby.
What is it, Mrs. Groves?
Jerry, she's the woman who was sitting alone in the corner.
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find Cliff, Ruby?
Yes.
Oh, I thought so. If anyone would know, you see, he had a fight or an argument or something with his father, and he left home. I don't know how to reach him.
He's here.
In the club?
Waiting for me in my dressing room.
Oh, thanks, Ruby. I'll go see him. I gotta talk to him.
Sorry about the interruption, Mr. Whitney. Now, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
I spent the whole day trying to find you, Cliff. I called everywhere,
I'm sorry, Mother. I should have got in touch with you.
What is it, Cliff? What happened between your father and you?
He didn't tell you?
Oh, he won't talk about it. Does it have something to do with Ruby?
What makes you think that?
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a fight over the way he treats her.
What difference does it make to you?
A great deal. I happen to be in love with her.
Cliff. Oh, Cliff, no.
What's so wrong with that?
Does your father know?
I should have at least a vague idea by this time.
And Ruby? Is she in love with you?
Yes, she hasn't said so, but she is. I know she is, and she'd marry me, but she's afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of being broke. Of giving up the money Dad's paying her. But I'm going to get a job.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Oh, forget Ruby. For your sake, for her sake, forget her. Something terrible would happen if you married her. I know it would.
What do you mean?
Your father would rather see Ruby dead than married to you.
Mother.
He would. I know your father, Cliff. I know him better than he knows himself.
Then tell me why he hates her.
Cliff.
What is it between them? What's going on? If you know, Mother, you have to tell me, because I swear if Dad does anything to hurt Ruby, I'll kill him.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Oh, you must love her very much.
And Dad hates her, and I want to know why. And if you know, tell me.
Because sometimes people hate the things they want and can't have.
Yes? Who is it?
Ruby.
Come in.
May I talk to you a minute?
About Ralph Whitney?
Oh, you know.
I saw you sitting at his table with that couple that was here last night. What did he want?
Well, he offered me a spot in a new musical he's producing.
Oh? What did you tell him?
But I'd take it.
You didn't mention that you're under contract to me?
Well, yes.
And?
I said I thought you'd release me.
What made you think that?
You won't?
No.
Mr. Gross.
Your contract has another 7 months to run.
But if Mr. Whitney would agree to buy it
Your
from
contract isn't for sale.
But he might be willing to pay you a lot.
At any price.
Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want? You're never satisfied with the thing I do, but you won't let me go.
Has it ever occurred to you that it might be for your own good?
My good, oh, nothing. The switch, you thinking of my good.
If you weren't so blind, you'd know that's all I think about. Oh, all I care about.
What?
I picked you up when you were nothing, when you were nobody. When you could hardly keep from stumbling over your own feet when you danced, but I didn't care about that.
Then what did you care about?
For 2 years, not a person that came in here came to see you.
Well, then why'd you keep
but
me?
I strung along with you. I paid you more money even when I was losing money. You know that?
Yes, I know it, but why?
I've done everything I could for you, but have you ever shown any appreciation, any gratitude? No. No. No, you hate me. All I am to you is just a fat, ugly old man.
Oh, that's it. You're in love with me.
In love with...
Yes.
You're crazy.
That's why you treated me like dirt. Not because you hate me, but because you love me. You're afraid to do anything about it. You're afraid I'd laugh in your face.
Get out of here.
It's true, isn't it?
No.
You want me. You want to hold me in your arms. You want to kiss me.
Get out.
Oh, here I am, Anna. Why don't you take what you want?
Oh, Ruby.
This is what you want, isn't it, Anna?
Yes, Ruby. Yes. Ruby.
You let go.
Ruby.
Let go, you pig.
What?
That's all you are. You're a filthy pig.
I'll kill you.
You haven't the nerve.
I will. I'll kill you.
You better go, Miss Slade. Go while you're still enjoying yourself. Glenn.
I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Well, Pam, Jerry, thanks again for the tip. That girl's just what I've been looking for.
Yeah, I'm glad you like her, Ralph.
Well, we're glad for her sake, too.
Well, now I'd better run. Now, let's see if there's a taxi.
Now, wait, we can take you. Our car is right in the next block.
No, it's late and I'm out of your way. Thanks anyway.
Oh, really? We don't mind.
Oh, you've done enough. Oh, there's a cab. Taxi! Well, I'll be seeing you.
Good night, Ralph. Well, come on, Pam.
Oh, why do we go through that alley alongside the club? Isn't that a shortcut?
Yeah. Goes through to the next street. Right. Mm-hmm.
Golly, Jerry. She certainly is modest, isn't she?
Miss Slade?
Of course. Who did you think I was talking about?
Miss Slade.
Well, I was, so why did you ask?
Well,
And she is, isn't she?
modest?
Well, naturally. What did you think I meant?
Modest.
Well, I did. You know, she seemed actually amazed that Ralph was interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think a girl with her ability would know she's good. Well, I guess... Jerry,
That was a shot from inside the club.
what do you think of it?
I don't know. Yeah, but there's a side door. Let's see if it's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's see. Here's the hallway.
Yes.
We heard the shot through the alley window, and it sounded like it was close to the window.
That open door down the hall looked like it might lead into a room with a window.
Yeah, come on, let's see.
Jerry, it's Clifford Gross. He's bending over someone lying on the floor.
That's his mother.
Mrs. North.
What happened?
I don't know. I heard a shot. I came running in, and I found Mother lying here.
Clifford,
Take it easy, Mother.
help me up.
Yes.
We heard the shot, Mrs. Gross.
I know. In there. In Arnold's office.
Dad's office?
Come on.
It's Mr. Gross.
Dad.
Oh, Jerry.
We'd better call Bill Wagenpan. Gross is dead.
And where were you when the shot was fired, Mr. Gross?
Going down the hall to the alley door.
Mm-hmm.
I came to take Miss Slade home. She was ready, so I was going to get the car and drive it around front.
I see. When you heard the shot,
Well, I turned around, ran into the office. I found Mother on the floor. I thought I heard someone drop out the window in the alley, but I'm not sure.
We didn't see anyone climb out the window, Bill.
Well, maybe we were already inside, Pam.
go on, Mr. Gross.
Well, then Mr. and Mrs. North came in. They told you what happened after that.
Yeah. Miss Slade,
Yes?
did you hear the shot?
Yes, but at the time, I thought it was just a backfire.
Where were you?
In my dressing room.
Alone?
Yeah, Cliff had just gone for the car like he told you.
Uh-huh. All right. And now you, Mrs. Gross. Where were you when the shot was fired?
In the hall. And when I heard the shot, I ran into the office. See, when I saw what happened, I fainted.
Did you see anyone climbing out of the window?
Well, I think maybe...
You think? You don't know?
Yes, I guess I did.
Aren't you sure? It isn't something you'd be likely to forget.
I'm afraid I was kind of confused. You see, I've been drinking, and
But you're absolutely certain you were in the hall when the shot was fired. You're not in doubt about that.
No.
Then why didn't your son see you?
What?
He said he was down the hall, and when he heard the shot, he turned right around. But he didn't see you until he got into the office.
Oh, well, I guess maybe I wasn't in the hall. No, come to think of it, I was in the office.
When your husband was shot?
Yes.
Well, then you must have seen who shot him.
Yes, it was a man.
Uh-huh. What'd he look like?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't see his face. He had his back to me. He shot Arnold, and then I screamed and fainted.
Well, we didn't hear anyone scream after the shot, Mrs. Gross.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't scream. I just thought I did. I don't know.
Mrs. Gross.
Yes, Lieutenant.
If you didn't see the man's face, how do you know he was someone you'd never seen before? Well?
You think I'm lying, don't you?
I think that up to now, your story hasn't made very much sense.
I guess you're right, Lieutenant. I should have known you'd trip me up. I'd hoped to satisfy you so you'd let me go without having me searched. Because if you'd looked in my handbag, you'd have found this.
Jerry, a gun.
Yeah.
But I'll save you the trouble of searching me. My husband was no good. He deserved to die. Now get away from that door, Lieutenant. I'd hate to have to kill anyone else. You heard me, Lieutenant. Get away from that door.
You're not going anywhere, Mrs. Gross.
I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Mother.
Stay out of this, Cliff.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Gross.
You can't get away. You're only making things worse.
Give me that gun, Mrs. Gross.
Stay away from me.
Watch it, Bill. You're not going to use that gun on me.
Stay away.
Bill, be careful.
Any more than you used it on your husband.
What do you mean?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Gross.
I did. I had to. He said he was going to kill Ruby.
Why?
For what she did to him. For the way she humiliated him. He was in love with her. I don't think he knew it. Not really until tonight. Until she taunted him into admitting it. And then she laughed at him, called him names.
Well, then why did you kill him to protect her?
I did it for Cliff.
Mother, you don't...
He loves Ruby. He wants her. He could never have had her if Arnold was alive. And you see, there was nothing left for Arnold and me after what Ruby did to him tonight. So I killed him.
That's not true, Mrs. Gross.
It is. Now stay away from me. You take one more step, I'll shoot.
Then go ahead, Mrs. Gross. Shoot.
No. You...
Mother, no. Don't.
Cliff!
I've got to tell the truth. You're right, Lieutenant. She didn't kill my father. She was trying to protect me. I killed him.
Oh, no. Cliff!
Pick up the gun, Jerry.
Okay, Bill.
Cliff, why?
It was either him or us, wasn't it?
Bill,
Yeah, Jerry?
the safety catch is still on this gun.
I know.
You know?
Well, that's how I guessed that Mrs. Gross hadn't killed her husband. She would have known more about guns if she had.
Well, then she couldn't have shot you if she'd wanted to.
No, Pam, no. I wasn't being brave either. I was just using my head and eyes.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, darling.
Thank you, dear. Jerry,
Yes, darling.
there's a singer at a little club downtown. I understand she's wonderful. Why don't we go down tonight?
Oh, I'm tired, Pam. A tough day at the office.
But if she's half as good as they say, we might be able to help give her a break.
Now, look, we've done our good deed.
I know, but, well, they say this girl has an amazing voice
Mhm.
and an outstanding personality.
Mm-hmm. How about looks?
Well, I don't know, but she's Ruby Slade's twin sister.
What?
Yes, Jerry.
Oh, come on. Get your coat, Pam. We don't want to be late.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
It is now 45 seconds past 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. But remember, next week, Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock, it will be time for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Café Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Café Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Man They All Loved.
The Egyptian desert isn't the best place in the world for a man who likes to hunt. But once in a while, the fleet-footed gazelle makes things interesting. So a couple of friends and I decided to take the day off, drive up the Nile near Helwan, and try our luck. It was quite a ways, so I was up about 4 in the morning. I was still half asleep as I went down the stairs from my quarters to the half-lighted cafe. The tambourine still reeked with Oriental tobacco smoke from a few hours before. As I walked along the bar past the empty tables, I never felt so glad to get away from a place in my life. I was wondering what a little fresh air would smell like as I cut off the light by the front switch and threw open the latch on the door. When I opened up, I got some fresh air and a lot more. He plopped in with the door spread eagle, like a sack of overripe potatoes, and he didn't move. I bent over and got a quick look. First thing that struck me was his unusual dress. Frock coat, headdress, heavy shoes, all in black. Just then another figure moved from the shadows outside. A little beggar named Samak I'd seen a few times wandering the native quarter. All right, nothing here for you, Samak.
But what is it?
Imshi, move along.
A man drunk with the liquor.
Nobody's rolling him, Samak. On your way.
But why not, Effendi?
Anyhow, you're wrong. This guy isn't drunk. He's dead.
Why, it is true by the knife. So now it does not matter.
I said cut it, Samak. Get out of this pocket.
But, Effendi...
Yeah, give me that wallet.
I was first to find it, not you. Let go.
Give me that...
Effendi, look if there's a name in their wallet.
Sure. It's his identification.
Please let me see.
All right, keep your hands off.
Musquais!
What about it? Hey, come back here! Samak was gone just that quick. I caught the look in his eyes, and it was fright that sent him scampering off into the dark. Something about the wallet. So I took a closer look, and the name meant everything. It was the name of a man I'd heard a lot about, but had never seen before. Jonathan Mellow. Jonathan Mellow. A man of unknown nationality, he'd become a missionary for the Coptic faith, an ancient branch of Christianity centered in Old Cairo. Several years before, he had journeyed to the African interior to bring information to the native tribes. Since then, few outsiders had seen him. But ever so often, word had come as good works and personal sacrifices, and his name had become almost a legend throughout the Middle East. Yes, Jonathan Mellow was a man greatly loved and respected by everyone, and here he lay murdered at the door to my cafe. His name had meant something to Samak, too, and I figured the little beggar would soon be spreading the word around. So I got the body inside and latched the door. I had another look at the wallet. It was empty except for a receipt from the Pyramid House in Cairo, dated the day before. Then I put in a hurry-up call to Captain Sam Sabaya at his home. 15 minutes later, Sam was in my terrain looking down at the lifeless form.
So, this is the fabulous Jonathan Mellow.
Yeah, that's what the identification says.
That and his clothing leaves small doubt that he is the missionary.
Do you know he was back in Cairo, Sam?
It had not come to my attention, Jordan. He's sure he must have returned very recently.
Looks like he should have stayed in the Sudan.
Yes, it would have been better for all of us. Finding an enemy of such a man as this poses a very strange problem.
You haven't much to go on.
No. Jonathan Mellow was known to lead a most exemplary life.
Maybe there's some things we don't know.
True, Jordan. For example, why he should be found dead at your cafe.
Oh, now, look, Sam.
No, Jordan. You have many accomplishments, but the skilled use of the knife such as this is not one of them.
A lot of Coptics might not agree with you, Sam.
It is not necessary that they learn of your connection with this, Jordan.
Oh, they'll find out. Leave that to Samak.
Samak?
A little beggar who came up a couple of seconds after I found Mellow's body here.
And the beggar knows who this man is?
That's right. He got away fast when he found out.
I see.
You see where that puts me, Sam?
Yes, I do, Jordan. Jonathan Mellow's death will be a profound shock to his people. They will demand immediate justice.
Yeah, after Samak gets the word around. I bet it doesn't take him long.
Jordan, you say you were going hunting up the Nile.
That's the way it started out.
Let me suggest that you continue with your plans. Stay out of Cairo for a while.
You're suggesting I run away?
Only until this matter is cleared up.
Supposing it isn't cleared up, Sam. If I leave Cairo now, I'll never get back.
Do you not realize that it is for your own safety?
Sure, but you don't know me better than that.
Jordan, for once in your life, you must listen to me. It is my duty to protect you when it is possible, but I can offer no guarantees.
No good, Sam. I'm staying right here.
Very well. But you have been warned.
Sure. Thanks.
We will cart the body away secretly and trust that Samak does not spread the news.
Well, Sam took the body, and along about 10 o'clock, I opened up for business. That's when I knew Samak had been real busy. Not a single person came in that morning, and the tambourine was just as empty at 2 in the afternoon. Even the Muslims crossed to the other side as they passed, which meant they sensed trouble and didn't want to be around. I got out on the streets and felt the unrest growing. When a knife sailed out from somewhere and almost parted my hair, I decided it was time to get busy. I remembered the receipt in Mellow's wallet from the Pyramid House. It hadn't meant much, but it might put some light on Mellow's activities since he'd returned to Cairo. So I made for the place over on Sharia Rangoon. The sign on the window puzzled me, but I went on in.
I can help you, mister?
Yeah, with some information.
Sorry, I don't sell that.
Did you ever see this receipt?
Sure, Mike. I wrote it myself for a customer yesterday. Hey, wait a minute. Where did you get it?
That's not important. What did he buy?
Liquor. What else? Maybe I don't tell you.
You sold that man liquor?
What do you think I sell here? Elevator shoes?
What kind of liquor?
Champagne, scotch, bourbon, arak, gin. The very best. 50 cases.
What did the man look like?
All in black. Headdress, frock coat, heavy shoe. Wait a minute. You don't tell me where you got that receipt. I don't tell you.
Yeah, maybe you're mixed up anyhow.
You think I forget him? When I going to make him a special price for a big sale, but he pays me like that? All in cash for quick delivery?
Delivery? Where to?
His boat, the Delta Queen. Wharf 4 it was. Don't you ask me.
All right. Thanks, I won't.
Yeah, sure. I clam up for guys like you, mister. I don't gonna tell you nothing.
It didn't make a lick of sense, but there it was. 50 cases of expensive liquor purchased by the circumspect Jonathan Mellow. Well, that little receipt had set up a chain reaction that couldn't stop here, so I went on to the next link, located at Wharf 4 on the Nile. And the Delta Queen was some job. A sumptuous yacht that could have played stand-in for the Queen Mary. Brand new with lots of shiny brass from stem to stern. Looked like our lowly missionary had been spending potatoes on a lot of things. There was nobody on deck, so I wandered down below. A passageway led to a big lounge, complete with a big bar. There were some cigarettes on a side table, American brand, so I took one. I reached for a match, but I didn't need it. And I saw her walking toward me, the flame of the cigarette lighter glowing on her face, green eyes, tawny blonde hair, and round shoulders. The perfect piece of equipment to make a layout like this complete. I accepted the light. Thanks.
Not at all. Was I expecting you?
No, I'm an intruder.
Suppose I start screaming.
Suit yourself, lady.
I'm a little out of practice. Well, how do you like it?
Everything's real shipshape.
The boat?
Yeah, it's nice, too. All the comforts of life, huh?
Almost. But I like to keep looking around, meet new people.
Yeah. Your deal here looks good to me. Who comes with it?
Bourbon?
Sure. The expensive kind.
Our tastes are alike, aren't they? Maybe we have a lot in common.
Oh, money, boats.
I like Americans, too. I've been trying to remember. They grow them like you in St. Louis or Chicago.
You're right the first time. My name's Rocky.
I'm Corrine. Here you are, Rocky.
Thanks again, Corrine.
Why don't we sit down? Over here.
Maybe I ought to check the passenger list first.
We're alone, Rocky. For a while.
Okay. Now, why'd you ask me why I came here?
Is that important?
Makes good conversation.
Wouldn't you rather just...
You get on to sail fast, don't you?
We like boats, remember?
So does your boyfriend.
Do we have to talk about him?
Yeah. Tell me about Jonathan Mellow.
Don't you know about him?
Only that he's passed up just about everything most men want for the last 20 years. Yeah, all this is quite a switch.
He's been a good man. He's helped a lot of people. Now he deserves the good things in life.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a trick. Where does it go from here?
We're getting out of Africa. From now on, we're going where the bright lights are. See the world. Why don't you come along?
Just the three of us?
There'll be lots of people around. It would be easy. How about it, Rocky?
Corrine, you know where Jonathan Mellow is right now?
He's settling some business.
What kind of business?
I don't know. It's with the Prescott Exporting Company, Jared Prescott. Jonathan says as soon as that's settled, we're leaving.
Well, happy sailing, Corrine.
Rocky, you could wait for him here.
No, thanks.
Why?
Because I don't like things that don't make sense. And none of this does. The liquor, the yacht, you, and especially...
What, Rocky?
That's something you got to find out for yourself, Corrine. I don't want to be around when you do. There was no place to go now but to the Prescott Exporting Company. It had a big layout of offices just off one of the Mooski Bazaars. I liked the taboo the girl at the desk was wearing, but I didn't like cooling my heels. So the next time she went out for a drink, I opened Prescott's door and went on in. He was on the phone. He was a big guy with a crew haircut. He smoked a fat cigar. The ashes falling in his white vest as he talked.
Surely a man like Jonathan Mellow can be found in Cairo. You'll find him, that's all.
Maybe I can help you, Prescott.
Who are you?
My name's Jordan.
Jordan? Let's see here. I don't recall an appointment with you.
You can get one now, if you don't mind.
I do mind. What do you mean barging in here like this, Jordan?
Came about the big deal.
What deal? Get to the point.
With Mellow, Jonathan Mellow. I understand he wants it consummated in a hurry.
Why isn't he here? I had an appointment with him 3 hours ago. Have you seen him?
Yeah, saw him early this morning.
Well, it's not doing me any good.
Mr. Prescott, has it occurred to you that Jonathan Mellow won't be here at all?
That's ridiculous. Look, Jordan, I don't know what he's trying to pull on me, but you tell him ivory or no ivory. If he doesn't show up here before
Wait a minute. Ivory, did you say?
Certainly I did. Let's not beat around the bush, Jordan. And, by the way, what have you got to do with it?
Maybe there isn't any ivory.
Look, I'm nobody's fool. Why do you think I sent a safari to the interior myself to check on it?
My mistake.
Jonathan Mellow discovered the hoard of ivory himself. He has a right to sell, and I'm ready to buy.
For how much? $50,000, $100,000?
We deal in Egyptian pounds here, Jordan. Besides, nobody's going to top my price. Mellow knows that.
Just how much do you know about Mellow, Mr. Prescott?
That's beside the point. Everyone knows about him.
Yeah, I thought I did, too. A lowly missionary with a lot of high ideals. And get the picture now. Expensive liquor, a yacht, and a slick girlfriend to go with it.
How he spends the money is none of my affair.
But his own people will be interested. You know anything about the Coptics?
I'm a businessman, Jordan. I'm not interested in Coptics or anything else except a perfectly legitimate deal.
Okay, we'll leave it that way.
Jordan, I don't know who you are or what you want, but you tell Mr. Mellow I won't wait much longer. Either he shows up today or the whole deal is off.
Sure, I'll tell him. Next time I see him. I had everything from Prescott but the answer to the jackpot question. Who killed Jonathan Mellow and why? Well, I figured the ivory hoard he had uncovered somewhere in Africa had something to do with it. That's why I was scouting for a payphone to bring Sam Sabai up to date. I avoided the bazaar and had walked maybe a couple of blocks when I spotted a character hugging the shadows not so far back and staying on my tail. I stepped it up, figuring to double back at him, when all at once he was in the center of the street and yelling. It was Samak, the little beggar who found me with Mellow's body morning. That's when I timed for the sprint record. I left a lot of natives far behind, but Samak had his robe up around his knees and kept coming. Samak was lagging, too, by then. I slowed to catch my breath when I saw another native running from the other direction, right at me. Right then, I picked an alley. It was the wrong one. Not more than 30 paces ahead, it came to a dead end, with nothing but high walls between me and the man running in. He had a knife like nothing I'd ever seen. A great curve-bladed scimitar, a yard long. I waited with my back to the wall as he came in for the kill.
You are listening to The Man They All Loved, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Here's a special announcement for all you Rocky Jordan fans. Starting next Sunday, Rocky Jordan will come to you at a new time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Make a note of it so you can remember to tune us in next Sunday. The new time for Rocky Jordan is 5 Pacific Standard Time. Now we return you to Cairo and Rocky Jordan for tonight's adventure, The Man They All Loved.
Imagine a man with his back to the wall at the end of a dirty blind alley in Cairo, facing a character with blood-red eyes coming at him waving a huge curve-bladed scimitar. Well, that's me. Not the one with a knife, but the one backed against the wall. And the guy kept coming with Samak the beggar somewhere behind.
Kill Jordan by the scimitar, you die!
In the split second it took him to reach me, I thought of a million moves, but none of them worked. I knew one swing of that blade, and I was finished. My eyes were on the raised scimitar, so I didn't see a third figure enter the alley. But all at once he was there. A tall, dark-skinned man who had my assailant by both arms from behind, and the knife never came down. I had the feeling he could have crumpled the guy in his powerful hands, but he only slammed him back and rolling. Little Samak was already gone, and his chum got up running.
Another time, Jordan! We'll meet again!
And I was alone with the man who had saved my life. His intelligent eyes watched me as I got my breath. Well, maybe we better shake hands.
I'm most honored, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, Abyssinian, aren't you?
Yes. I am Jethro, an Abyssinian and a Coptic.
Then maybe you don't know why they're after me?
The beggar Samak tells everyone that he found you early this morning by the body of Jonathan Mellow.
Well, I still don't get it, but thanks.
I've helped you, Mr. Jordan. Now you help me.
You think I can help you?
We both share certain interests in this affair, do we not?
Yeah. Maybe you've been finding out some things about your missionary you didn't know before. Maybe he's not such a big man.
Mr. Jordan, no one grieves more for the death of Jonathan Mellow than do I.
How well did you know him, Jethro?
He was my greatest friend. To him I owe everything. He taught me kindness and understanding. It was he who provided the funds for all my education.
Yeah, I used to hear things like that about him.
It was his wish that with my training and education I would go back to the tribes and bring enlightenment to my people.
You mind if I ask you something, Jethro?
Not at all, Mr. Jordan.
When did you see him last?
Not for a long time. When he first brought me and my family to Cairo.
Were you expecting him back?
Yes. Let me explain that my father and I have a small construction business here. About a month ago, we received a letter from Jonathan Mellow, who was then in the Sudan. It stated that he would soon be in possession of a great deal of money with which he wanted my father and I to construct schools and other installations for the tribes of Sudan. He was to arrive here a few days ago.
But you never saw him?
The next I heard was the news of his death. I wish to know why he died and why he did not contact us upon his arrival.
Well, I can't answer the first one, but you'll find the second answer down on the Nile.
I do not understand.
It's all his. Brand new. And loaded with all the provisions for a big joyride around the world. Looks like all that money turned his head a little.
Mr. Jordan, have you said that you will help me?
Of course, anything.
I wish to see Jonathan Mellow's remains, if you can arrange it.
Right away, Jethro. Let's go. A handsome young Abyssinian stayed with me, and I finally got to a phone and talked to Sam Sabaya. I briefed him real quick and then asked him about viewing the missionary's body. He said to come on down, and in another 20 minutes, Sam was leading Jethro and me down some steps at headquarters that led to the morgue.
This way, gentlemen.
Right behind you, Sam.
I had the remains moved to a room off the main hall. You will understand why.
Oh, sure.
Every precaution was taken to conceal his identity, Jordan. However, many people already know of Jonathan Mellow's death.
Yeah, I found that out.
You would still do well to take my advice and hide out for a time.
Yeah, not interested, Sam.
In here.
Was this the one?
It is.
Yeah.
3 stab wounds. Any one would have brought instant death.
Somebody sure wanted him out of the way.
Indeed. Would that be all, Jethro?
Jethro only nodded his head and moved silently out. He had nothing to say to Sam, so we left headquarters. We were soon walking away down the Sharia Nagoon. The desert twilight had given way to sudden dark, and a dim street lamp every 4 or 5 blocks didn't help much. In spite of my being with him, he seemed alone and lost. It was hard to know what to say. Tough, was it, Jethro?
Yes, but not a surprise, Mr. Jordan.
How do you mean?
That was not Jonathan Mellow.
Say that again.
The man lying in the morgue is not Jonathan Mellow.
Are you sure?
I knew him too well to be mistaken.
If it's not Mellow, who is it?
I can tell you that too, Mr. Jordan. His name is Matson, a hunter whom I saw often before coming to Cairo. A man who would not hesitate to kill.
Did he know Jonathan Mellow?
He did. Their paths crossed often in the Sudan.
Why would he want to switch identity with your missionary?
That is quite obvious, is it not, Mr. Jordan? And now I can be certain that the real Jonathan Mellow is dead. At the moment, that is all that matters.
Look, Jethro, how about coming back to the tambourine with me?
No, Mr. Jordan. I wish to think on this alone.
We parted there, and I headed back for the tambourine. It occurred to me that I hadn't eaten since 4 that morning, but something else interested me more. There wasn't much question why the disappearance of Jonathan Mellow, but that didn't explain the killing of his imposter, the Hunter Matson. Well, I got back to the cafe, and good old Chris, my bartender, was real busy swatting flies. The tambourine had just one customer.
Rocky.
Oh, you got better liquor on your yacht, Corinne.
Rocky, I've got to talk to you alone.
Okay, we'll go into my office. Yeah?
Rocky, where is he? Where's Jonathan?
You asking or telling me?
I don't know. He was to come back. I've got to see him.
You'll never see Jonathan Mellow, Corinne. Fact of it is, I don't think you ever did.
I don't understand you.
Then sit down and get it once through.
Tell me, Rocky, what are you driving at?
Jonathan Mellow was never anything but a good missionary. But in his travels, he happened onto a fabulous hoard of ivory. Worth enough to build a lot of schools and hospitals.
I know that.
Wait a minute. Before he could do anything about it, a hunter named Matson found out the whereabouts of the ivory. He killed the missionary, assumed his identity, and came to Cairo to sell the ivory and use the money in his own way.
Oh, that's impossible.
Oh, no, it isn't. Mellow had been gone a long time. Few people would recognize him. You, for instance.
His name made no difference to me.
No. Only the money.
What about Matson?
He's dead.
How do you know?
Because I found him that way at the door of my cafe. Me and Samak.
Who's he?
I'm beginning to wonder. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence Samak showing up when he did. I figure he was working for someone. He made quick work of spreading the word that I'd done the killing.
Then you're in trouble, Rocky.
A lot of Coptics don't like me.
Rocky, listen, the yacht, it's ready to go. We can get away if we hurry.
You make a quick switch, don't you, lady?
You know how I feel about you, Rocky. I think you feel the same way. It'd be wonderful, you and I.
We've been all over that.
Look at me, Rocky.
Hurry, get back.
The English Jordan is still afraid. He knows his time is short. He cannot escape the Coptic revenge. The brave Mr. Jordan!
The beggar Samak was back on the job. I forgot all about Corinne right then and went through the broken window. Samak was already scrambling away and running hard. He kept to the alleys, always a few steps ahead of me. As he entered a dark passageway with buildings on either side that almost touched at the top, I realized he knew where he was going. I had to catch him quick. I was almost on him when suddenly there was another shadow and a flash of the scimitar. I ducked back in time. As I did, my feet struck something. My hands made a grab and came up with a piece of iron pipe. That was all. Against the biggest knife I ever saw. This time, Samak's buddy was at it for keeps. He swung the huge blade with both hands. I parried the first one, then the next one. Third time I was lucky, and now he was swinging wild. I followed the blade, ducked it, and came around with the iron pipe flat against his face. The scimitar landed 20 feet away. He piled up at my feet. I looked around for Samak, but he was gone.
You're not through yet, Jordan.
The light from the room inside hit me as the door opened. He took one step into the alley, a cigar in one hand and a gun in the other.
Right on time, Jordan.
I didn't have an appointment, Prescott.
Yes, you did. Drop what you have there.
Samak led me to the right place, did he?
He carried out his assignment very well.
Only his pal with the scimitar bungled the job again.
As a businessman, I should have known. When I want something done right, I have to do it myself.
Yeah. Now, who gets all the ivory? Just you?
That is my plan.
You put on a great act for me back in your office. You knew Jonathan Mellow and Matson were dead all the time. But I'm wondering how you know about the ivory hoard.
When a man has ivory to sell, who else should he write to but a reputable dealer like myself?
Sure. When you got Mellow's letter, you sent Matson out to locate the stuff, got rid of Mellow, and came back in his place.
All I had to do was get rid of Matson, and the road was clear. Except for you.
I'm next?
Sometime tomorrow morning they'll find you here, the victim of the Coptic's attrition. Come closer, Jordan. You see, I'm a very thorough man. I don't intend to miss.
The shots echoed back and forth on the sandstone walls, and I wondered why I heard. Prescott hadn't moved. Then I saw the two spots in his white vest. The gun suddenly dropped from his hand. He pivoted slowly and fell back down into the dirt of the alley.
You all right, Mr. Jordan?
Yes. Thanks to you, Jethro. Oh, there's a second time today.
It will not be necessary again.
No. Samak's still loose, but nobody to work for.
The police will find him soon enough.
You know, I'm wondering something, Jethro.
Yes?
Why did you do this? Just to get Prescott or to save me?
How can I say, Mr. Jordan? I only know that now the way is clear for the great work Jonathan Mellow wanted done. I'm happy for that.
You can be happy for a lot of things.
No. You see, he taught me the ways of peace, not violence. Tonight I've killed a man.
I think Mellow'd understand.
Yes, he would understand. That is why we all loved him so much.
It's CBS at a new time next week, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles in the title role, is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Remember the new time next week for Rocky Jordan, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The program you are now hearing is one of the most popular on the air. It's listened to in millions of homes. This means that we of the Equitable Society have a very serious responsibility. We must key our Equitable Society messages to home and family problems and give our listeners real help in solving those problems. Tonight's Equitable commercial will tell about the Equitable Education Fund. If you have children, be sure to listen to this important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society, coming in 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Half-Pint Horse Players.
Your FBI has just completed another in its series of uniform crime reports. A study of crime and criminals throughout the 48 states. What the survey has to say about juvenile delinquency is frightening, because this refers to no local situation, but to a national emergency. You hear of crimes such as robbery, auto theft, fraud, and forgery, and you think of them as being committed by hardened criminals with long records. And yet, the unfortunate truth, as shown by this latest FBI survey, is that almost 1/3 of all the crimes in those categories committed during the first half of this year were committed by boys and girls under the age of 21. Tonight's file opens in a large room in back of a pool parlor. There's a long counter against one wall behind which men are taking bets on horses. Two boys, one of them 17 and the other 15, approach the counter.
Hey, Joe, that looks like the guy who runs the joint right over there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's talk to him.
Okay, Phil.
The first at Belmont, they got away at 1:35. They all went.
Hey, you the boss here?
Yeah, why?
Well, that guy down at the other end don't want to take my bet.
We don't bet with kids.
Hey, look, it's American money, ain't it, mister?
Yeah, let me handle this, Joe.
Say, how'd you kids get in here?
Through the pool room like everybody else.
Go out the same way.
And here comes the winner at New York. Big Dip, the winner. Happy Breed, second. Star Song, third. No prizes yet.
Hey, look, mister.
What is it?
I got a tip on this horse, and I got to get down someplace.
Someplace else, not here.
Listen, I was betting parlays when I was in grade school.
He used to work for a bookmaker back home.
Give him your action, then. I'm telling you for the last time, get out of here. Go on, blow.
Come on, Joe.
Right. Where are we going, Phil?
Let's find some other place where we can make a bet.
Hey, fellas. Wait a minute.
Hey, you calling us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk to you.
What about?
Well, I happened to be on the Erie when you were trying to get your bet down with Lou.
So what?
So I felt sorry for you.
Thanks. Come on, Joe.
Now, wait a minute. Well, I'm a horse player myself. I know how it is when you got a hot horse and you can't get any action. Look, if you want to hang around out there in the pool room, I'll make your bets for you.
Hey, that sounds okay.
Now, wait a minute. What's in it for you, Mac?
Well, if you have a good day, you stake me 10% of your winnings.
That sounds fair enough, Phil.
Yeah, it's okay.
A deal?
A deal.
Swell. Now, what do you want to bet?
Well, there's 40 clams. That'll be the next two at New York. Blackjack and Dusty Legs. 20 if, 20 in reverse.
20 if, 20 in reverse. You got it.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
You give us the results as soon as they come in?
Oh, sure, kid, sure.
Okay. Come on, Joe. Let's go on out and shoot a rack of pool, huh? Yeah, 6 ball in the corner. Okay, Joe, rack 'em up.
Phil.
Yeah, what?
We better stop shooting pool pretty soon.
Why?
We won't be able to pay the time. We gave that guy our last $40.
Don't worry, kid. We got a winner soon.
Why?
That system. Never goes more than 4 races in a row without a winner.
Yeah, I know, but... Well, if we don't win this one, we got no more cash.
Yeah, so what? We still got all the other stuff.
I know, but that ain't cash.
Hey, Joe, get out of my way. Let me take a shot.
Hey, wait. Here comes our guy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how do we do, Mac?
Well, you blew a picture.
Oh, another one?
Uh-huh. Tough break.
Oh, gee. This just ain't our day, Phil.
Well, what do you want next, kid?
I like a horse called Noble King.
All right, how much you want to bet?
I can't make a bet.
Why not?
I'm tapped out.
No cash left at all?
Nope.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, sorry you didn't have a better day. Look, if you get any fresh scratch, come back again, you hear? Now, you just ask for Charlie.
Hey, wait a minute, Charlie. I want to talk to you.
Hey, look, kid, if it's about dough, I ain't holding so good myself.
No. I don't want to put the bite on you. I want to sell you something.
Huh?
Yeah. Take a look at this.
Hey, that's a real nice piece of merchandise.
It's a genuine ruby.
Real nice.
Charlie, what's it worth to you?
Well, I couldn't say offhand.
If you don't want to buy that, Phil, we could show him that emerald pin.
Emerald pin?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you guys running? Teenage Tiffany's?
Yeah, we got plenty of stuff like this.
No kidding?
Oh, sure.
Look, fellas, let's go over and sit down where it's nice and quiet, huh? I think we can do some business.
Not more than 10 city blocks away from the pool room in a local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just greeting a fellow agent.
Hello there, Ellis.
Hello, Jim.
When'd you get back in town?
Just this morning.
You all finished up on the Wilson case?
Yeah. I've been assigned to the case you're working on.
Hey, that's fine. I can use the help.
What's the story on it, Jim?
Well, a local couple named Russell were returning in their car from a vacation trip to the Middle West.
Yes?
Last night, about 3 hours outside of town, they stopped and picked up some hitchhikers. three youngsters.
I see.
Shortly after the pickup, one of the youngsters pulled a gun on them. Stopped the car, ordered the couple out. The other boys tied them up, and they were left abandoned on a lonely road.
And the boys drove off in the car.
That's right.
Where did all this happen, Jim?
Across the state line, just east of Fairfield.
Has the car turned up yet?
Yeah, it was found abandoned here in town early this morning.
How much did the kids get?
Well, they got about $200 in cash from Mr. Russell, but they took luggage which contained Mrs. Russell's jewelry, about $14,000 worth.
Well, any descriptions?
Mm-hmm. Fairly good one on all three of the boys.
I presume you've already sent out an alarm.
Yes, I went out this morning, along with the story to the papers. I thought that the publicity might help us on this case.
I see.
We also gave the papers description of the pieces of jewelry that were stolen.
What about fingerprints?
Well, we found some around the car. We sent them down to Washington and to Fairfield.
To Fairfield?
Well, I didn't think we'd have those youngsters in our files in Washington, but I thought we'd take a chance that maybe they came from the town where the Russells picked them up.
I see. What do we do now, Jim?
I guess the only other thing left to do is go over this list of hotels and rooming houses and check on every one.
Uh-huh.
Here, Alice, let's split it up and get to work.
They're at the post at Hawthorne. Get your bets down.
Lou, excuse me, Lou.
What is it?
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, look, Charlie, this is my busiest time of the day.
Yeah, but it's important, Lou. Real important.
Another touch?
No, Lou, honest, I swear it ain't. No, I got a proposition that can mean a lot of money to you. Let's go into your office and talk, huh, just for a minute?
Well...
Now, please, Lou.
Okay, come on.
Ah, swell.
Hey, Walt. Yeah? You handle the payoffs. I'm going into my office.
Right.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, what's your deal?
Well, this is a chance for the both of us to make a real bundle.
How?
Well, you remember those kids who came in today and wanted to bet some horses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I got talking to them after they left here, see? And, well, we talked about horses, and then we talked about money, and they said they needed dough. One of them flashed a ring. I bought it off them. Here, take a look at it.
Hey, that looks real.
It is real.
Where would kids get a ring like that?
Well, that's what I wondered. Then I remembered a story that was in this afternoon's paper. I just finished reading it when I met him.
What about?
About a stick-up out on Fairfield Turnpike. Here's the story. $14,000 worth of jewelry was taken. 3 kids did the job.
Hey, let's see that.
Now, this ring is described in the story as one of the pieces that's missing. You see? Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the kids I've been talking to are the ones that done the job.
Say, the story says 3 kids here.
Yeah, well, the other one is waiting for him someplace with the rest of the jewelry. Now, here's the proposition, Lou. See, I made a deal with him. I told them I'd give them $5,000 for the whole lot. Well, they went for it big. Now, they're going to bring the stuff to my room tonight at 7.
Hey, where are you getting $5,000?
I ain't really giving them 5. When I get them up the room, I'm cutting them down to 2.
Where are you getting 2?
Well, I sort of figured that's where you come in.
I thought so.
Well, look at the action you're getting, Lou. $14,000 worth.
Why do you have to pay them at all? When they come up with the stuff, why don't you grab it and tell them to blow?
Oh, you can't trust kids. They're liable to scream or make trouble. Lou, believe me, this is a terrific bargain. As a matter of fact, I'll see to it that we not only get the rings and stuff, but you get your $2,000 back, too.
How?
Well, I'll bring them back to the horse room. They'll bet it back with you. What do you say, Lou?
Yeah, okay.
That you, Ellis?
Yes, Jim.
Hope you had better luck than I did.
No, couldn't find any trace of those kids.
No.
Anything come in while I was gone?
Yes, we received word from the Fairfield police.
Did they identify the 3 boys?
Yeah, the oldest one is named Phil Osborne. He's 17.
Who are the other 2?
The other 2 are brothers, Joe and Tom Schumann.
I see.
The Fairfield police also passed on a message from their parents. They said that if we catch the youngsters, to keep them. They didn't want to be bothered with them anymore.
That's nice. That's probably the reason the kids ran away in the first place.
That'd be my guess. You can't raise children by remote control. It takes work.
Oh, you're telling me. I've got 2 of my own. I work just as hard at home trying to help my kids grow up as I do here at the office.
Right. Pardon me. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yeah? He did? Yes. Yes, thanks very much, Lieutenant. Goodbye. That was Lieutenant Mitchell down at police headquarters.
Yes?
A special policeman at the Capitol Theater saw 2 boys answering to the description we sent out, leaving the theater about a half an hour ago.
Did he detain them?
Well, he tried to, but they got away from him.
Where's the special policeman now, Jim?
He's waiting up at the theater. Ellis, I think I'll run up there and talk to him.
Just a minute. Hiya, Charlie.
Oh, hello, fellas. Come on in.
Go ahead, Joe.
Right. Well, you got here right on a button.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you bring the stuff with you?
Uh-huh.
Ah, where is it?
And Joe's got it. Yeah, it's right here in my pocket.
Well, what do you say? Let's have a look at it.
Oh, sure. Wait a minute, Joe. Huh? Just keep it in your pocket.
Well, what's the matter?
We want to see some money first.
Oh, sure, kid.
Have you got $5,000?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
Well, I went all over town, dug up all the cash I could. The best I could raise was $2.
But you promised us $5.
I know, kid, but...
No more buts. We ain't interested. Come on, Joe.
Wait a minute.
Well?
You better change your mind.
Why?
I know where that stuff came from.
What are you talking about?
You kids did that job out in the Fairfield Turnpike. It was in the papers.
Yeah, so what?
So, if you don't do business with me, I blow a whistle.
You turn us into the cops?
That's right. Now, do we do business with $2,000?
You got it with you?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Sure. There it is.
Phil, are you going to take it? Yeah. With his gun.
Huh? Hey, what is this?
I got a gun, wise guy. Now let's have the dough. Come on. Drop it on the floor.
What about the rings and stuff?
We keep them.
Hey, now look, you can't just get...
drop that dough. I'm warning you. Drop it or I'll shoot.
Phil, wait, you can't shoot. I got the bullet.
Huh?
Now what do you do, big shot?
I use this end of the gun. Phil. What is it, stupid? Here's the bullets.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Close your eyes as you listen to one of those traditional college songs. You see the cheering section in the stadium, or the group around the fire in the fraternity house.
Yep, those were the days.
Yes, but don't forget they were days of learning, too. And believe it or not, there's a real tie-up between learning and earning. For instance, the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American. And that extra $72,000 is only half the story. The well-educated man has a keener appreciation of the finer things of life, a better understanding of what makes the world go round. That's why everyone agrees that college is the best investment loving fathers and mothers can make for their children.
I hope my children will get the chance.
Well, if I were you, Don, I wouldn't leave it to chance. Why not make sure they'll go? Make sure with an equitable education fund.
An equitable education fund? What's that?
It's a surefire plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. And it includes these important features. 1, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. 2, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him right there in the Equitable Education Fund. 3, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
Oh, sounds okay to me, Mr. Keating. Where do I get one of those equitable education funds?
The man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Give your children their chance to earn that extra $72,000 by getting in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Half-Pint Horse Players.
Any edition of your local newspaper will bring you fresh evidence of the fact that juvenile delinquency is one of the most pressing problems facing the nation today. Barely a day passes but that some new crime is reported that was committed by a boy or girl so young that the community is momentarily shocked into trying to fight the problem. But half-hearted measures or wholehearted temporary measures are not the answer. The answer to juvenile delinquency lies in the home of every child, where the problem starts. As has been said in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, it takes work to raise children. But only by investing that work can you, parents of America, help fight the number one law enforcement problem of the nation. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from his visit to the theater.
Well, Ellis, the special policeman didn't have anything to add to what we got from headquarters.
Too bad. Did you see these?
What's that?
This set of character notes on the 3 boys that came in from the Fairfield police.
No. What's it say?
Well, one of them, Phil Osborne, he's the oldest, is a horse player.
At 17?
Yeah. Joe Sherman, the 15-year-old, is a tremendous eater. And according to Fairfield, he's not too bright.
He can't be to get mixed up in something like this.
The 3rd boy, Joe's brother Tom, is a movie fan.
No?
He's been known to stay in a movie house for 10 hours at a stretch.
Oh, I get it. Special Agent Taylor. Yes, Lieutenant. Mm-hmm. What's that address again? Just a minute while I write it down. Hand me your pencil, will you? Thanks. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. I've got it. 37 South 15th. Thanks again, Lieutenant. This may be something else.
What's that, Jim?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell again. They just had a report that 2 young boys answering the descriptions we sent out assaulted a man in a furnished room.
Who made the report to the police?
Man's landlady. He's still in his room. Come on, let's get over there and talk to him. Mr. Brown?
That's right.
My name is Taylor. This is Mr. Anderson. We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want?
Your landlady reported to the police that you were assaulted here earlier this evening.
That's right.
Who did it?
2 boys. They said they were messengers when they came to the door. When I let them in, they knocked me out.
I see. What do you know about the boys, Mr. Brown?
Nothing. I never saw them before. Look, my landlady shouldn't have bothered busy men like you with something like this.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, no. Why don't you just forget about the whole thing and let me go back to bed? My head hurts.
You say you never saw these boys before, and that you didn't know they were coming here?
That's right.
That's not the truth.
Huh?
You told your landlady at 6:30 that you were expecting 2 boys to call on you and let them right up to your room when they came.
Ah, she's crazy.
Mr. Brown, before we ask you any more questions, may I see that ring you're wearing?
Huh? Oh, well, it's kind of hard to get off.
Oh, that's all right. I'll look at it right on your hand. Where'd you get this ring?
My father left it to me. It's been in the family for years.
I hate to tell you that you're lying again, but this ring is part of the loot from a job that was pulled last night on the Fairfield Turnpike.
I'm telling you, it was my father's ring.
Now, look, Brown, let's start all over again. And this time, let's try and tell the truth.
Oh, Joe, we're in good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 G's in cash. We still got the jewelry.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you know what we do tomorrow?
Nope.
We hop a train, go to New York. And we can go to the movies, the races.
Bill.
Huh?
I wish I was home.
What?
I mean it. Look at us. We got $2,000 and we can't even get a place to sleep in a hotel.
But I told you, the cops will be watching every hotel.
That's why I wish I was home, Phil.
Ah, come on.
I used to have plenty to eat when I was home, Phil. You don't let me eat unless you're hungry.
I ate too much.
But I like to eat. I like to sleep, too. I could sleep at home whenever I wanted to.
Now, look, Joe, your brother's waiting for us at the Capitol Theater. You can sleep there, okay?
Only till about 12 o'clock.
Look, it's open all night. Well, I'll sleep there tonight. And then tomorrow morning, the 3 of us go to New York.
Ellis?
Yes, Jim?
I think Brown is ready to tell us the truth now. Aren't you, Brown?
Yeah.
All right, now let's have the whole story. How did you meet the boys?
Well, they came to Lou Thomas's horse room to make a bet. I was there, and I picked them up.
I see. And did you know who they were?
No, not at first, but when one of them offered to sell me the ring, I remembered the description of the ring in the paper.
You bought this ring from them?
Yeah, for $50. Then I made a deal with them to buy everything they had.
Where were you going to get the money?
Well, Lou Thomas, the guy with the horse room, went in with me. He put up the money.
Thomas knew what the money was to be used for?
Sure. He was my partner.
I see. Go on, what happened then?
Well, then I made a date with the kids to buy their stuff from them 7 o'clock tonight.
And they came up here and held you up?
That's right.
How much did they get?
$2,000.
Brown, have you any idea where they might have gone when they left here?
Well, I wasn't altogether knocked out when they left. I think I heard one kid say they were going back to the movies to meet his brother.
That'd be the third boy, Alice. They didn't say what movie, did they?
No, they didn't.
Okay, Brown, get your coat.
What for?
We want you to come down to the office with us.
Okay. What do we do about this man, Lou Thomas, Jim?
Want to put up the $2,000?
Yes.
He's implicated. We'll have him picked up.
Why, those dirty little crooks.
What's the matter?
Oh, one of them punks took my sport coat and left this dirty leather jacket.
Here, let me look through that jacket.
How do you like those guys? What thieves?
Find anything, Jim?
Yeah, I don't know how much help it's going to be, though. 3 ticket stubs from the Capitol Theater.
That's where they went today.
Yes, that's right. Alice, let's take Brown down to the office, and then let's go see a movie.
See a movie? At this time of night?
That's right. Come on, let's go.
Here, in the midst of all this green foliage, we come upon many rare and beautiful specimens of the orchid. Nowhere in the world are so many different varieties to be found. And they constitute one of the main sources of export revenue.
Jim.
Yeah?
Jim, you think we ought to ask the manager to throw on the house lights?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary, Alice. We should be able to spot them if they're here. It's a pretty small audience.
Here, you see them being packed.
Why don't you look up on the balcony while you work the orchestra?
Hey, that's a pretty good idea. Go ahead.
In 2 days, they'll be in your florist's window.
Alice, wait a minute.
What is it, Jim?
Take a look at those 3 kids sitting down there.
Yeah, they look like the ones we're looking for.
I'm sure it's them. Come on, let's get down there.
And so you see how much the airplane has meant to the economy of Panaloa.
Jim, I don't know how you figured they'd come back to the Capitol Theater.
You remember how many ticket stubs there were in that leather jacket?
Yes, 3.
That meant that all 3 of them came in here today. But the special policeman only saw 2 of them come out.
Say, that's right.
Then there was one other thing. Remember in the notes from the Fairfield police, they said that one boy was a movie fan, could sit and watch the same movie for 10 hours?
Well, of course.
All of the Panaloans are expert sailors, of course. And this canoe racing is their main sport. It takes 2 years to build one of these canoes. But once built, they are sturdy enough to last a lifetime.
Hello, boys.
Huh?
You're Joe and Tom Sherman?
Yeah, that's right.
That other boy there's Phil Osborne?
Yeah. Be quiet, you dope. Who are you? What do you want?
Special agent of the FBI.
What?
Now, don't raise your voices. You're coming along with us. Come on.
Yeah, but you don't
now,
understand.
no arguments. Come on, boys.
And so, with the last beautiful glimpse of the sunset sinking into the bay, we say farewell to the beautiful island of Panaloa.
Bill Osborne and the 2 Sherman brothers were committed to reformatories until they are 21 years of age under the Federal Juvenile Delinquency Act. Lou Thomas and Charles Brown were sentenced to 3 and 5 years, respectively, for violating the National Stolen Property Act. And thus, 3 young boys were halted in their careers of crime by your FBI and given fresh chances to straighten out their lives and to become decent citizens. Every child deserves that chance. And the fact that there are as many juvenile delinquents as there are is not the fault of the children themselves, but of the adult population. When the parents of America face that fact honestly and try to do something about it, then and only then will the most important step have been taken. Law enforcement agencies like your FBI fight juvenile delinquency with every facility at their disposal. But they cannot hope to win their fight without support. Support from you, the parents of America.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Fathers and mothers, the sure way to increase your child's chances of success in the future is to start an equitable education fund now. Remember, the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American. So don't delay. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a case that emphasizes the inherent viciousness of the professional criminal. Its subject, interstate theft. Its title, The Friendly Frame-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. And inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Friendly Frame-Up on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Red Death.
Come, Watson, we're off to the docks.
Right you are, Holmes.
Not a word to a soul about where we're going. That applies to you also, Mr. Edwards.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a horrible panic than the knowledge that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
You owe it to yourself to look your best, even in the crushing heat of summer. And that's precisely why you should choose a Clippercraft summer suit. When you wear a Clippercraft suit of special, lightweight construction, you keep cool because millions of tiny woven windows afford such perfect ventilation. You look cool, too, because Clippercraft suits are so perfectly tailored, they retain their crispness long after other suits are heat-crumpled and saggy. From every angle, a Clippercraft summer suit is a fine investment. For only $33.75 to $42.50, your Clippercraft suit will be envied by men who pay much more. Clippercraft is one of the greatest values in America because you benefit from the economies of the unique Clippercraft plan, whereby more than 1,200 independent merchants from coast to coast pool their tremendous buying power. So look better, feel better, and save money. Look for the Clippercraft label. Dr. Watson, what did you mean when you gave tonight's memoir the title of The Adventure of the Red Death?
Well, it was a type of death criminally administered by a certain gentleman in our story, Mr. Harris. The adventure began at a waterfront cafe by the London docks, which extend from the Tower Bridge to beyond North Woolwich, mile upon mile of quays, warehouses, great basins that are bursting with shipping from the farthest corners of the earth. At the West India docks, there was a cafe called the Smiling Duchess. It was frequented by men of all the seven seas. In the back room, the owner, Peter Nichols, sat by a huge oaken table in the flickering candlelight, talking to a very attractive young lady named Vicky, who was employed there as a waitress.
Is he here, Vicky?
Yes, Peter. Waiting just outside that door.
Have much trouble bringing him here?
Oh, he acted up now and then. Oh, it's to be expected. He's come from a home for the criminally insane, you know.
Bring him in.
Come in, Captain West.
I don't remember this place. Was I ever here before?
Oh, easy, Captain, easy. Sit down.
I don't remember you either. Or this girl. Why was I brought here? The doctors won't ask more questions, will they?
No, you're out of that place, you see. Now sit down. I'm Peter Nichols. You remember old Pete of the Smiling Duchess now, don't you?
Oh, you certainly remember me, don't you? No man that comes here forgets Vicky.
Now think, Captain. It was just a few years ago. Every time your ship docked here in London, you'd stop by for a swig of rum.
Peter Nichols. Oh, yes. Now I know you.
You're out of the insane asylum, Christopher West. Can you understand that? Now listen to me. You're free. We got you out. Me and Vicky.
You did?
We needed you. We needed your talent. So Vicky spoke with the guards at the asylum. I gave her money. She used her charms. The guard let you out and turned you over to her.
Ah, I see. I was confused. It happened so quickly. I'd fallen asleep in a cell. The guard woke me up.
You're going to enjoy yourself now, Christopher West, the way you like to. We're going to find whatever equipment you need, and you're going to start fires for us.
Yes, a fire. They wouldn't let me. Most people won't admit the satisfaction, you know, but I do. Did you ever see how a man's eyes light up when he sees a fire? I want to see things burn. The flames eating away at the guts of the building till it's a black hulk. Where? When do we start the fire?
Soon enough.
Why do you want me to start it? Do you like to see things burn? Do you love the flames as I do?
Yes, Captain West. That's why. There's a warehouse nearby on Cuba Street by the Southwest India Dock Pier. I want to see it burn. That's why we took you out of that awful hospital.
I am grateful for that. They wouldn't let me start fires. And when I can't, there's pressure in my head. I can't stand it.
We need you. You can start fires so quickly, so easily, so surely. And no one will know.
When?
Tonight, Captain West. Tonight! You have the equipment, Captain West?
Yes, Peter. I'm ready.
Go on. We'll meet you back at the inn.
Good. At the inn.
Go on, Captain. Start the fire. That's it.
Now hide behind these bales, Vicky. I'll watch him. Wait. Shadow's disappearing, see? In the dark there? Now, wait. There, the flames. See them?
Yes, they're spreading quickly.
A marvelous idea of mine, eh, Vicky? West doesn't know what we'll do now while the fire's blazing. If they suspect arson, they'll chase him, not us. We can always deny having anything to do with him if he talks. He's legally insane. Irresponsible.
Flames. They're furious now. We better leave. We've our part of the job to do now.
Come on.
Your name is Edwards, sir?
George Edwards, Mr. Holmes. I'm the director of the Hampton County Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Are you a physician, sir?
No, Dr. Watson. Mine is a political post, which is why I've come here to Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Just why have you come here?
A patient has escaped. Terribly dangerous man. Captain Christopher West, a pyromaniac. He's been responsible for the destruction of millions of pounds worth of property, the hospitalization of hundreds of fire victims, and the death of a considerable number of others.
Yes, I see. Why haven't you adopted the ordinary procedure and alarmed the police?
If I were to tell the police, Mr. Holmes, there'd be an investigation. My political opponents would charge me with incompetence, and I'd lose my post. You must find this maniac. Will you, Mr. Holmes?
Can you describe this Captain West?
I brought our file card, his portrait and characteristics.
Yes. Intriguing. The circumstances of his escape, Mr. Edwards, you've looked into that, I presume?
I have, Mr. Holmes. A guard was careless. He left the cell door open. West must have stolen down the hallway and then over the wall.
Well, is it a simple matter to climb over your protective wall?
Are you gentlemen implying that I've been lax?
Well, it's curious, sir, that an escape from a home for the insane, which should be child's play, a glance in the wrong direction by the guard, and the entire city of London's menaced. Curious juxtaposition of facts, Mr. Edwards.
Your juxtaposition, Mr. Holmes?
Come, Watson, a cab. We're off to the docks.
Why the docks, Holmes?
Because of this dossier I've read about Captain West. He was a sea captain with a great passenger ship. He was ordered to retire by his firm. He refused. When the firm insisted, he became furious. He desired revenge. He set fire to their ships as they lay in the docks.
Yes, but I don't see...
He found there was an immense satisfaction in creating fires. He became a pyromaniac. Always in the area of the sea. Always a fire that threatened a harbor and the ships at anchor there. We're off to the docks, Watson, and Mr. Edwards. Not a word to a soul.
I shall be absolutely mum, Mr. Holmes.
The silence is not so much in your interest as in that of the good people of London. Can you conceive of anything more likely to start a panic than the fact that tonight a pyromaniac runs amok in the city's streets?
One of America's proudest traditions is the saga of the staunch clipper ships. These wonderful vessels established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Today, quality is identified in finer men's suits by the Clippercraft label, symbol of quality and economy, guarantee of finest tailoring and choicest materials. The fine independent local merchant who sells Clippercraft clothes invites you to inspect his great collection of lightweight Clippercraft suits at only $33.75 to $42.50. Compare them with suits costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in lightweight summer fabrics, such value in style and workmanship. Undoubtedly, Clippercraft clothes represent one of America's greatest clothing values. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, you and Mr. Holmes were dashing to the docks of London to find Christopher West, the escaped pyromaniac.
Yes, so we were, Mr. Harris. That night our carriage raced across the cobblestones by the edge of the water. As the silhouettes of countless ships passed to our right, London's fabulous docks flew past. The giant granaries, the endless acres of bales and packing boxes, the crates of wool and ivory, the pungent odors of oil and coffee, spices. Well, Holmes, you know as well as I do that London's docks are 45 miles long. How shall we find this Captain West?
He's already announced his whereabouts, Watson.
He has?
Smoke. See it? Curling up toward the sky from that warehouse on Cuba Street.
Well, Jove, he's been here, and it worked, too.
Evidently the fire's been extinguished. We shall steal into this warehouse and see what we may see. Stop here, driver. Step down, Watson.
Yes, all right.
Keep the change, driver, and wait here. Now, let us hope that this smoldering ruin's been abandoned except for a watchman or two. Then we may examine this warehouse without incompetent meddling from the police. Careful, Watson, it'll be extremely dangerous.
Yes, rotting wood, loose beams, this blasted smoke.
Yes, keep your handkerchief over your mouth. We shall proceed very quietly into this wreckage. Slowly, carefully. The maniac may be hiding here.
Well, we've searched extensively, Holmes. Any clues?
I can confirm, Watson, that this fire is of incendiary origin. Most likely, therefore, the work of Christopher West.
How can you confirm it?
By those dark stains upon the floor.
They look like ink.
Quite. In carrying his bottle of ink, West spilled a few drops accidentally as he ran.
But why ink, Holmes?
This ink, Watson, is the type frequently employed for marking purposes at a laundry.
Well, I must confess I'm more mystified than ever.
Certain laundry inks, Watson, contain a compound that may be made highly explosive, so much so that they'll ignite themselves. Of course, assisted by bits of cotton and sawdust or paper, they'll soon create a considerable blaze. This is an empty warehouse. It's most unlikely that laundry ink would be found here unless it were brought in by a saboteur.
Look, Holmes, through the window. Another fire.
Run, Watson. You must reach that fire. Unless we make haste, we shall never find Christopher West.
Well, here goes the last of the firemen, Holmes. They've managed to extinguish the second blaze. There'll probably be a third shortly.
Yes. Watson, doesn't the geography of these two gutted warehouses strike you as fascinating?
The geography, Holmes?
Yes. Think of their positions. Then of the fact that both were deserted before the blaze began.
Where does that lead you, Holmes?
Close to the solution, Watson.
Then you know where Christopher West can be found?
Not just yet. But that may be determined quickly.
Yes, but how?
By my retiring to the King Neptune, which is a popular tavern nearby, for a glass of beer.
What the devil, Holmes? Hundreds of persons may be trapped and burned alive in the next few hours because this pyromaniac is scurrying about, fiendishly starting fires. You're retiring to a tavern, a glass of beer?
Oh, I've no use for the stuff, I assure you. It'll offend my taste. My preference for wine and for a certain vintage cannot be satisfied, however, at the King Neptune. Therefore, I must drink beer. Wait by our carriage, Watson. I shall rejoin you shortly with the exact site of Christopher West's next attempt.
We're doing well, Captain West. Very well tonight.
I'm proud of my work, Peter. Did you see the last warehouse? Like a great candle in the sky.
Let him start another fire, Peter. Just one more. We need one more.
That's foolish, Vicky. The fires so far will appear to be accidents. At least till we've taken care of our end of this business.
We haven't enough, Peter. I want a bit more.
A third fire'd be too much. You're greedy. You should be content.
Greedy, am I? After all these years as a grubby waitress, putting up with anything those drunken sailors did just to sell another glass of beer? Oh, no, Peter. You've a fine idea we're going to see it through for all it's worth.
Greed's been the ruin of more than one, Vicky.
Will you let him start one more fire? If not for yourself, then for me. Oh, Peter, we can go away together. You, do want to be with me, don't you?
All right. But then we get out. Out of London, out of England.
That's it. Do you know where the next fire should be?
I do. Come, Captain.
There should be more fires, Peter. Many more. No, I'm like an artist who hasn't finished an exquisite painting.
Now, this way. Quietly and hurry. There we are, Captain. That warehouse.
I see it.
How will you start this one?
This candle and this bucket of lime. Both will leave no trace. They'll be destroyed. I take the candle so, and with one delicate stroke, the magnificence of a great fire is born. The lime is clever of me, eh, Vicky? Kerosene leaves an odor. It'd make them suspicious. Not lime, though.
Now, go on, West. We'll see you after. Come on, Vicky.
I'm with you, Peter.
Now I do it again. I'll step into the warehouse. Just lift this window and climb in. And now, Christopher West, that wonderful moment again. That moment before you start the fire. You're alone, free, no one to disturb you. The match.
Who's there?
The watchman. I'll wait behind this post.
I said who's there? Here I heard you.
You break my neck. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll break your neck. I can snap it like this. I'm going to start a fire and you won't stop me. You won't live to see that they take me back. I won't go. I won't start the fire the way I planned, though. I've a much better idea. I'll start it with you. I can hold you and put the candle to your clothes. There. Clothes are burning, see? Soon the flames will reach deeper. Your face, your eyes, your hair. Burn! Burn!
Watson. Your coat, Watson. Take it off. Smother those flames. I'll keep an eye on West.
Right, Holmes. Coat, I'll put out the flames here.
Merciful God, thank you.
Don't attempt to run off, Captain West.
But I just wanted to...
The watchman all right, Watson?
Yes, Holmes, yes.
Who are you?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. John Watson. The gentleman before you is Christopher West, an escaped pyromaniac.
Glory be.
We shall return you to the Hampton Hospital, Captain West.
No, I'll never go back.
You won't have to go back. This revolver in my hand makes sure of that.
Pigeon Nichols.
Now, don't reach for the revolver in your coat, Dr. Watson. Just stand where you are. You too, Mr. Holmes?
You were just in time, Peter.
Yes, so I was, Vicky. Come along, Captain. We'll go. All of us.
Holmes, he'll kill us.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I'm a mite too wise for that. You see, if I know if they ever catch up with me, I'll serve time. But I won't hang for murder.
You'll serve time, Peter Nichols, for robbing the warehouses adjacent to those where you had West start the fires. Perhaps the robberies haven't been discovered yet, eh? The silks, the perfume, the furs you plan to take during this third fire?
They'll have to catch me first, Mr. Holmes. Come on, Captain. Vicky. Let's get out of here fast.
Run, Vicky. Run.
Right behind you.
Don't try to follow us.
Let's go after them, Holmes.
Don't budge, Watson. He might change his mind and shoot. Just wait. Wait. Now, Watson, your revolver. Take it. If they want to play hide-and-seek in and out of these countless crates and bales along these docks, we'll play their game.
I'm exhausted, Holmes. My leg. See any sign of them?
I saw a glimpse of Vicky's colored dress off to the left by the gangways of the wine vaults.
Well, let's go in.
Very quietly, Watson. They may be concealing themselves behind a stack of wine barrels. I could swear I saw Vicky.
Think the three of them are there?
Yes.
Shall we look?
No. They might be waiting for us to do just that. Then they'd pounce upon us. Now, we'll take a chance.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Fire in that direction.
Yes, right. Oh, it's gushing from the barrels where I shot. But Peter, the captain, the girl, no sign of them?
Oh, yes, you got them.
How can you be sure?
Look there. Spattered on the base of the barrels, Watson. Blood.
Well, Holmes, before you light your pipe and relax into one of your typical Baker Street reveries, from which I do not dare to disturb you, tell me, how did you know Christopher West would be at the particular warehouse where you found him?
Will you recall, Watson, my mentioning the geography of the burnt warehouses?
Yes, I do.
I observed that although each was empty, each was also directly beside another warehouse which contained priceless merchandise.
Go on.
It occurred to me that this was a maneuver whereby someone, Peter Nichols as it developed, had deliberately freed Captain West and set him loose to start fires. Peter, who was an old hand at the wharves, must have known the West case and the merchandise. The fire, you see, distracted the police. And during the excitement, Peter and Vicky would sneak into the adjacent warehouse and help themselves.
Aha, I see. But how did you know exactly which warehouse would be next?
Well, you recall I left you to visit the King Neptune Tavern. By drinking a beer with the seamen there, it was a simple matter to listen to their eternal gossip and to determine which warehouse had recently received a shipment of highly priced goods. That indicated the spot where West would most probably strike next.
Bless it, Holmes. Why do these things seem so utterly obvious after you've explained them?
Because weak minds are like a microscope, magnifying trifling things, but unable to receive the larger ones. However, for your humble servant, elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Well, Dr. Watson, the Red Death was a gripping adventure. What became of Edwards, the director of the asylum?
Well, he was innocent enough, Mr. Harris. He discharged the guard bribed by Vicky. Peter and Vicky, of course, received long prison sentences. And Christopher West was safely returned to the hospital.
Well, Dr. Watson, you know, usually at this time I ask you what you've planned for next week, and we look forward eagerly to another exciting adventure with you and Mr. Holmes. But I'm very sorry to say that We've reached the end of our current series, Doctor.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Harris. Someone is with us again. Time for all of us to go scooting off on our vacations. So I regret that we shan't be together for a while.
Well, we'll be waiting for you, Dr. Watson. These evenings with you and Holmes have been most enjoyable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. And our thanks also to the makers of Clippercraft clothes. May I wish you and yours a pleasant summer holiday?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you the last in the current series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories were based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by John Stanley and Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. And this is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light?
It's light as leather.
Smart?
It's smart as leather.
And wear?
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
WOR, New York. 710 on your dial.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing with the Great Gildersleeve. It's the morning before Thanksgiving. There's a white blanket on the ground, a brown turkey in the oven, and our rotund water commissioner is in a holiday mood.
Up and at 'em, Leroy. Time for breakfast.
Okay, Unc. Wait till I tie my shoelace.
Well, hurry up. Time and untied shoelaces wait for no man. Well, not bad before breakfast.
Uncle Mort?
Yes, Marjorie?
Uncle Mort, just look at my hair.
My goodness, is that your hair? What happened to it?
I shampooed it, and there isn't enough water to rinse the soap out.
Oh, well, I have noticed the pressure's down a little.
I wanted to look pretty for the Thanksgiving game tomorrow. What's wrong with the pressure?
Yeah, it was so low last night I couldn't even take my bath.
Leroy, let's not say that like it's the only thing you have to be thankful for.
Well, you just have to do something about it, Unky.
I'll call Charlie Anderson at the reservoir as soon as I get to the office.
But the soap's drying. How will I wash it out?
Why do you want to wash the soap out, Marge? It looks better all gooed up.
Quiet, you.
Which one has the soap suds, Tony?
Oh, shut up.
Now, Leroy, I'll look into it, my dear.
Please do.
Oh, my goodness. Nobody seems to realize how busy I've been lately. Engaged to Adeline and Leela at the same time, and trying to get disengaged from Leela. I've been a busy man.
I'll say.
Leroy, your opinion has not been solicited.
Okay. Water pressure's pretty bad, though, huh, Unc?
I don't want to hear any more about it from anybody. Pass the toast.
Sure.
Morning, Mr. Gilsleeve, Leroy.
Hi.
Morning, Bertie. How are you this morning?
I'm okay, but the water's sure low.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, and with all this cooking for Thanksgiving, we need a lot of water.
I know, Bertie.
It sure is slowing up things in the kitchen.
I understand that, Bertie.
I turned on the faucet full force this morning. All I got was trickle, trickle, trickle.
I'll take good care of it, Bertie, believe me.
That's good. Because yesterday I got a big trickle. Today, just a little trickle. Who knows what kind of trickle I'm going to get tomorrow?
Yeah, just leave everything to me, Bertie, and don't worry.
Oh, I ain't going to worry. Working for the Water Commission, it'd be silly to worry about water.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
You sure is slowing up things in the kitchen. Trickle, trickle, trickle.
Sounds like a complaint. These things should be handled through the office, not at the breakfast table.
Hey, Unc, it's Thanksgiving vacation. Can I go down to the office with you?
Leroy, why do you want to go down to the office?
Well, gosh, Craig's got a cold and Piggy's got the measles. I don't have anybody healthy to play with.
Leroy, the pressure's down and I'm going to be busy.
Well, that's why I want to go. How's a little kid going to learn anything if he doesn't learn it from his uncle?
What?
I want to see how you handle those big problems.
Well, it is something to see.
Sure, like you say, it's time I knew how to do things. I'm not going to be in school forever.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Leroy. Well, I guess you can come along.
Oh, boy. It's swell of you to let me come to the office, Unc.
You won't enjoy it, Leroy. People will be calling me all morning to ask about the water.
What makes water pressure go up and down, Unc?
Well, Leroy, it could be any one of a number of things.
Like what?
Well, perhaps the snifter valve isn't working or something.
What does a snifter valve do?
What does it do? Well, that's sort of top drawer information, Leroy. You tell too many people what a snifter valve does, and pretty soon everybody has a water plant of his own.
Gosh, you have to know a lot to be a water commissioner, don't you, Unc?
Well, you can't be a dunderhead. The door's locked. Where is that Bessie? What a secretary. Can't even remember to come to work.
Last night you said you gave her the weekend off.
Oh, yes. Bessie's going over the river and through the woods to her grandmother's house for Thanksgiving.
Here, I'll pick up your mail and newspaper off the floor, Unc.
Yeah, just give me the newspaper, Leroy. Those letters with those little windows don't look very important from here.
Here you are. Hey, Unc, since Bessie isn't here, can I be your secretary and answer phone calls?
Well, I guess it won't do any harm.
Gee, thanks, Unc. And let me know if you want me to take a letter, Mr. Commissioner Gildersleeve. I'll be right in with my pad and pencil.
Yeah, just answer the phone, my boy. If there are any complaints, tell them I'll call them back. Who came in? The judge.
Hello, Gildy. Greetings of the season.
Yeah, hello, Judge.
And Leroy, felicitations.
Hi.
Felicitations.
Care to have a chair, Judge? I'm Bessie this morning.
Thank you, Leroy. You make a very handsome Bessie.
Oh, brother.
And now, if you don't mind, Bessie, I'd like to have a word with the commissioner about the water situation.
What? You too, Hooker? Leroy, step into the outer office.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy?
But, Unc, I'm your secretary. I get to hear these things like Bessie does.
Well, here's a quarter. Go get a malt like Bessie does.
Gee, thanks. So long, Unc. Judge, you take the phone calls. You can be Bessie till I get back.
All right, Leroy. I'm Bessie.
Bessie. Look more like Bessie's grandmother. Or the wolf. Close the door, Leroy.
Gildy, you seen this morning's paper?
What do you mean?
Let me read you this editorial.
Huh?
Quote, what has happened to Summerfield's water pressure? Citizens ask Mayor Terwilliger for answer.
Citizens? Oh, for...
Is the slow trickle out of water faucets due to big drip in water department?
Oh. Let me see that.
Wait a minute, Gildy. Wait a minute. Look at this cartoon on the next page. It's a picture of you and the mayor.
It is?
Dressed up like Jack and Jill, carrying a water pail.
Give me that paper. Well, does look a little like me at that. I'm not quite that fat around the knees, but what does it say?
Jack and Jill are going over the hill if they don't fetch a pail of water. Not very far from the truth, Gildy. Has the mayor called you yet?
Well, no. I guess I'd better go see him, Judge, and beat him to the punch.
I'd do it right away, Gildy, without a moment's delay.
Quit rushing me, Horace.
Just trying to build a fire under you, Gildy. Now it's up to you to get enough water to put it out. Happy Thanksgiving!
Be careful of that gobble hooker. Everybody doesn't have his turkey yet. What'll I tell the mayor? Better call Charlie Anderson and find out. I always hate to call Charlie when there's trouble. He's such a cantankerous old rooster.
Hello, Summerfield Reservoir speaking. Sure, Nichols, start talking.
Charlie, Commissioner Gildersleeve. Charlie, have you read the paper this morning about the water pressure being down?
I don't have to read the dad-blasted paper to know that, Commissioner. I'm on the job.
Charlie, let's show a little respect. What's the matter with the water pressure?
We're going dry, that's what's the matter. Water's so low in the reservoir, every time a duck lands, he scrapes his fuselage on the bottom.
This is no time for jokes.
Well, it ain't the problem the paper's painted to be, Commissioner. All you got to do is drive up the hills and open the floodgates of the storage reservoir.
Oh, yes, storage reservoir.
You know we got one, don't you? You're the water commissioner. Says here in fine print.
No, Charlie.
You better give me some water down here, Commissioner. Your name's going to be mud, like the bottom of the reservoir.
Watch it, Charlie.
Let's get on the ball, Commissioner.
Oh. He hung up. Shouldn't have called him in the first place. Fine day you picked to come to the office with me, Leroy. Everything's gone wrong.
This is fun. What are you going to tell the mayor, Unc?
Well, the water commissioner's figured out a plan already. Don't you worry. You wait here in the mayor's reception room, my boy.
Hey, magazines, just like a dentist's office.
Yeah, they're older, Leroy. Terwilliger's been in office a long time.
Oh, Democrat.
Little Leroy.
That you out there, Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor. Thought I'd drop in for a little chat about things.
Who came in with you?
A little nephew, Leroy.
Oh. Gildersleeve, that cartoon in this morning's paper was very embarrassing to me. Very embarrassing.
Well, let's not take it too hard, Mr. Mayor.
Why, just look at this, Gildersleeve. You as Jack, and me, the mayor, made up like Jill with a dress on.
Well, I'm in knee pants.
Gildersleeve, this is bad publicity. It's so humiliating, I'm going to take charge of this water situation myself.
Now, Mr. Mayor, that won't be necessary. All I have to do is drive up to the storage reservoir and release more water. That'll take care of the situation.
Naturally. Any dunderhead knows that.
Yeah.
But it won't answer the press, Gildersleeve. We've got to do something spectacular, something dramatic, something that will make headlines for the city water department.
I could go up there on snowshoes.
No, Gildersleeve. I have a real stunt in mind, and I'm going to handle it personally.
But, Mr. Mayor, I'm the water commissioner.
Yes.
Water is my responsibility, and I insist upon meeting my responsibilities.
No, Gildersleeve, this is quite a daring plan. It calls for a lot of nerve.
Well, if there's anything I've got, it's nerve. And I'm willing to do anything for the good of the water department.
Very well, then, if you insist.
I insist.
Splendid spirit, Gildersleave. Under the circumstances, I think you deserve the limelight.
Well, that's very nice of you.
So you can fly up there in the helicopter.
Helicopter?
Yes, I've hired one to come over here from the Hub City Airport. You and Charlie Anderson will take off tomorrow morning at 7 for the upper reservoir.
But, Mr. Mayor, is this trip necessary? I mean, in a helicopter.
Oh, they're getting a lot of publicity, Gildersleeve. Landing on buildings, delivering mail, doing stunts.
Stunts? But, Mr. Mayor...
Hey, Uncle, you going up in a helicopter? Oh, boy, Keen.
I don't know, Leroy. I'm not sure I know much about them.
Why, you've seen them, Gildersleeve. Those planes with 2 propellers.
Yeah, no wings.
No wings? Oh, yeah.
They're swell, Unc. Can I go along with you?
I'm afraid there won't be room, Leroy.
Come to think of it, I hate to have you miss this trip, Mr. Mayor. You sure you don't want to reconsider and go up in my place?
Now, Gildersleeve, the newspapers will make a lot of your flying over the reservoir. You'll make a big splash.
That's what I'm afraid of.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Well, hello, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Everything all set for Thanksgiving Day dinner?
Yes, sir. You ought to see how I'm going to fix that turkey.
Bet it'll be good.
Going to have parquet and biscuits?
Sure am. And that turkey?
Nice part is with parquet, you can be sure the spread you use is just as nourishing as it is delicious.
Going to use scabs of parquet on my mashed potatoes, too. And about that big roast turkey.
Sure, parquet's wonderful on potatoes as well as biscuits. After all, it's prepared like a rare luxury food from selected products of American farms. And you can pile it on those potatoes because it costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads.
Mr. Wall, there's something I want to say about basting that turkey.
Basting the turkey? Oh, I thought we were talking about tasting parquet.
I'm talking about good tasting basting, that's what. I'm saying that turkey's going to be good tasting because of the basting I give it with parquet.
Oh, I get it.
I'm saying it don't make no difference how you use parquet because it tastes so good. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, friends, why not put parquet on your table? That's Parkay, the margarine made by Kraft that tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Good tasting every which way, basted or biscuit.
Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve. The man who's never been higher off the ground than when he got a hot foot at the Jolly Boys Club is slated to go up in a helicopter tomorrow morning.
No wings, eh? Of course, Marjorie, if you children don't want me to go.
What?
My first obligation is to my little family, not to the water department. A lot of families feel funny about their breadwinners going up in the air.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Unky.
You do? Of course, some families don't care what happens to their breadwinners, I guess.
Unky, don't be silly. We love you dearly.
I don't know.
If helicopters weren't so safe, we'd never let you go up. Besides, we want to see your picture in the paper.
Oh, yeah, big splash. What's that noise?
Sounds like a plane. Hey, come on outside. It's your helicopter.
Oh? Didn't think they were flying it over here till tomorrow.
Oh, let's go out and see it, Unky.
Yeah, I guess I better go out and have a look at it.
Look, Unky, it's just hanging there right over the street.
Leroy, don't stand under it.
Okay.
And put that slingshot away. You come up here on the porch.
Look, Unky's bending sideways, standing right up on his tail. Oh, look at him. Isn't that breathtaking?
Silly daredevil.
Look, he's waving down at somebody.
Oh, Marjorie, you go inside.
Oh, Unky.
Fresh show off. The idea. And to think I have to go up with that maniac.
What's going on out here, Miss Gilsleeve?
Just watching the helicopter, Bertie.
Patty who?
Yeah. Helicopter.
Oh, what's that thing doing around here? Has the Cold War got hot?
No, Bertie.
That's the plane Unky and Mr. Anderson are going up in tomorrow. Hey, look at it go! I'm going to chase it! You going up in that thing, Miss Gilsleeve?
Well, I'm considering it.
You must be a brave man. You wouldn't catch Bertie stepping into that thing, no, sir.
Nothing to worry about, Bertie. Looks safe, doesn't it?
Safe? What happened to the wings, Mr. Gilsleeve? They fall off?
No, Bertie, that's the way it's built. No wings.
Then what holds it up?
Well, that big propeller holds it up.
Oh, so that's what that thing's for. Looks like an egg beater gone crazy.
Now, Bertie, it's not that flimsy. I don't think.
You wouldn't catch Bertie risking her life limb in pursuit of happiness in that thing, no, sir.
It's not that bad, Bertie.
Mr. Gilsleeve, what do I do with your turkey dinner if you don't get back?
Bertie!
In time to eat it, I mean.
Just save me the wings, Bertie. No wings, eh? Fine Thanksgiving tomorrow's gonna be. Think I'll stop in and get a Thanksgiving cigar and smoke it tonight. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Give me a cigar, Peavy.
Your customary brand, El Lobo?
No, not today. Give me a Havana.
Well, the festive type cigar. I imagine you're having a big turkey at your house tomorrow, huh?
Oh, yeah, big turkey.
Well, Mrs. Peavy and I thought we'd stuff a small duck.
Oh?
We don't particularly care for turkey, so when Thanksgiving comes around, we always duck the turkey. Duck, turkey, that was a little witticism, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That was a very little witticism, Peavy. And I'm in no mood for it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve. You do seem a little out of sorts. Care to have a Coke on the house?
Thanks, Peavy. Guess I am a little upset. Excuse me. The mayor wants Charlie Anderson and me to go up in the hills to the storage reservoir tomorrow to release some water. Have to get the pressure up.
Oh. Well, I didn't want to complain, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I've noticed at the fountain all I get on fizz drinks is fizz.
Now, we'll take care of it, Peavy, if all goes well with the helicopter.
How's that?
That's the way we're going up there. How do you feel about helicopters, Peavy?
Well, I was reading about them in a magazine just the other day. Said the average U.S. housewife can fly one.
Well, that may be, but I'm not the average U.S. housewife.
No, I guess you're not.
I've never been up in the air, Peavy. I'm not so sure I want to leave the ground.
Oh, you'll come back to it, all right. There's the old saying, all that goes up must come down.
Oh.
Law of gravity.
I'm aware of gravity. That's what bothers me.
Well, flying up there should be an exhilarating experience. Like the song goes, off we go into the wild blue yonder.
Peavy! You seem to think this is nothing but a lark. I suppose you'd grab at the chance to fly up there.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, just as I thought.
Well, I don't know if I could stand the altitude, huh? I'm not a young man anymore.
Peavy, you're no older than Charlie Anderson, and he's going up. Say, maybe Charlie Anderson shouldn't try to stand that altitude either. If the engineer can't go, there's no use in me going. Peavy, I'm going out and see Charlie Anderson.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. We forgot to drink our Cokes.
Oh, yeah. Well, bottoms up.
I'd like to propose a toast.
Oh?
As we lift our Cokes on high, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may...
Oh, put me on. So, Charlie, as you know, I've always prided myself on thinking of my employees first. I don't think you should go. Of course, if you don't go, I won't get to go either.
But, Commissioner, I want to go.
You're an old man, Charlie. What if something happens?
I've lived my 70. I kind of hope something does.
Charlie, don't say that. At your age, you don't dare take chances.
You'll be surprised some of the chances I've taken in my young life, Commissioner. Oh, you kid.
All right, Charlie.
Could it be, Commissioner, you're a little afraid to go up?
Charlie.
Of course, I can understand why. It'd be pretty hard to get you off the ground with all that ballast you carry.
All right, Charlie, I'll see you out there at 7 o'clock. We'll see who's afraid. No wings, eh? That's 7 o'clock in the morning. Hate to go up at that hour. Hate to get up at that hour. Wonder what Adeline will think about this trip. She has something to lose, too. Say, maybe she'll try to talk me out of it. And the mayor can't blame a man if his wife-to-be won't let him go. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Come in, lover boy.
Thank you.
Oh, just think, Throckmorton. It won't be long now.
Huh?
Until we'll be married, and you won't have to ring the doorbell to come in.
Oh, yeah. Adeline, when you come over tomorrow for Thanksgiving, I want you to promise you'll enjoy the dinner, even though I may not be there.
Why won't you be there, Throckmorton?
Well, I'm going on an expedition for the water department. An emergency has arisen.
Oh, I read what they said about you in the water department in this morning's paper, and I resent it.
Well, I'll make them eat their words if it kills me. Did you hear what I said, Adeline?
What?
I said if it kills me.
Good, Throckmorton. I'm all for you.
What? But, Adeline, you don't understand. I'm flying to the upper reservoir.
You're flying up there?
In a helicopter. First thing in the morning.
Good gracious. Have you thought of the danger involved?
Well, no, but I thought you might.
Oh, you have responsibilities, Throckmorton.
Well, yes, there's Marjorie and Leroy. But you know how children are. They never think of the future.
Well, I'm thinking of my future. And let's not forget that sweet little baby we're going to adopt.
I know, Adeline. But it's my job and my duty. I must go up.
Oh, Throckmorton.
I know you don't want me to go, but I'll be back. I'm pretty sure of it.
Oh, you're so brave, Throckmorton. You sound just like my grandfather Bedford Devereaux when he stepped into the basket of that balloon.
Balloon?
He told Grandmother Devereaux he'd be back for lunch, and he didn't show up until supper 2 weeks later.
Of course, Adeline, if you don't want me to go, I won't.
What?
I shouldn't just think about my duties at the water department. It isn't fair to you and the little baby.
But, Throckmorton, I want you to go. Huh? I'll make the sacrifice.
You will? But Adeline...
A good woman should never keep her man from doing his duty. I'd rather have a deep respect for your memory.
Well, there's my little helicopter warming up. Still no wings.
Well, good morning, Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
I see you're here on the dot, 7 o'clock.
Well, I could have been here at 5. I was awake. Where's Charlie Anderson?
Oh, he'll be along. Come over here, Gildersleeve. I want you to meet your pilot.
Pilot? Oh, yes. I've seen him in action.
Mr. Clark, this is Water Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve. How do you do? Makes a lot of noise, don't it? What happened?
The motor cut out. It's a little cold this morning.
Wonder what'll happen up there where it's really cold.
Well, don't start it again till we've had our pictures taken for the press, Mr. Clark.
Right.
Gildersleeve, you stand on that side, and I'll stand over here with my arm around the pilot.
Yeah, all right.
Take about 5 of them, boys. That's why we're doing this, isn't it, Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's why we're doing it. Say, Clark, you're a little young, aren't you?
Young? I'm 21.
21?
Oh, you've got nothing to worry about, Commissioner. I can turn one of these hot rod spiders inside out.
Well, don't do it while I'm up there.
Besides, if anyone should be nervous, I should. Huh? Of course, I've flown a lot of freight, but you're my first human passenger.
I am?
What's going on there, Gildersleeve? Smile for the camera.
Oh, yes, smile. I'll try.
Hold the camera! Hold the camera! You've got to get the engineer in them pictures. Well, here's Charlie. Oh, what's the matter, Commissioner? You look a little white around the gills.
Gills? Oh, I'll be all right, Charlie. I think I'll step over to the fountain and get a drink of water before we take off.
Hey, Commissioner, don't turn on the water.
Charlie, my mouth's dry. I have to have a drink. It may be my last.
Oh,
right in the face. Charlie, what's happened to the water pressure? That's more than we ever had.
Dad, blast it, Commissioner. Why'd you have to go and spoil everything?
What's that, Charlie?
We got so low on water last night, I hiked up there and opened the gates.
You mean the pressure's up? Charlie, why didn't you tell me before?
What, miss a trip in this newfangled helicopter? Think I'm crazy?
Yes. Hey, you hear that, Mr. Mayor? The pressure's up. We don't have to go.
What's this, Gildersleeve?
Yeah, but let's take some more pictures, this time with my arm around the pilot.
One taste of crisp toast topped with parquet margarine, and you'll be convinced that this margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food. For parquet tastes like a luxury. It's delicious on rolls, pancakes, crackers, as well as bread. It's nutritious and economical. Though parquet costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, it gives you all their nourishment plus 15,000 units of vitamin A. Tomorrow, get parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Be sure to listen next week. We're going to announce the winners of Ford sedans in Parquet's final contest.
So you didn't have to go up in the helicopter, huh, Unc?
No, Leroy. But I would have gone up. I was all prepared. Help me off with this overcoat. It's heavy.
Oh, gosh, Unc, you're putting on weight, aren't you? You sure look fatter in this overcoat.
Well, Leroy, I wouldn't want you to tell anybody, but there's a parachute back there.
What a character.
Yeah. Now, let's go eat the turkey. Good night, folks. Happy Thanksgiving.
Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Good night, John.
Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you had a hankering for some of that old-fashioned, aged, natural American cheese? Then you'll be glad to know that now, for the first time since before the war, Kraft has plenty of those mellow golden wheels and longhorns. For the past several years, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, at long last, Kraft has enough to supply your dealer with all he wants. Ask him for a big wedge cut from a golden wheel of mellow, good, aged, natural American. Just be sure to get the kind that's been carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. It's one of those gray, chill December days in Summerfield. The kind of a day when it's nice to stay in and bask in the warmth and comfort of home. And that's where we find the Great Gildersleeve this Saturday morning, contentedly toasting himself before a warm fire in the living room.
Well, guess I'm about done on this side. I'll turn around. This is nice. Wish I didn't have to go to work this morning. Why did I have to be a water commissioner? Just a slave to the public.
Oh, you still here, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
Aren't you going to work this morning?
Yes, I'm going. I don't have to be there at the crack of dawn, you know.
No, sir. Did you know it's 10 o'clock, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I can see the clock.
Yes, sir. 10 o'clock's pretty late to be going to work.
Bertie, you just run the house and let the commissioner run the water department.
Okay, Commissioner, but this house would sure be a mess if I didn't start to work till 10 o'clock.
Guess I should get started. Well, a few more minutes won't hurt.
Oh, hello, Unky.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. Whoa. Who's your little friend crawling on the floor there? Hello, baby. You certainly get around these days. Where do you think you're going?
I better put her on the couch.
Yeah, good idea. I'll do it. Come on, baby. Oh, my, you're getting heavy. There. Sit still now.
Uncle Mort, aren't you going to work this morning?
Work? Of course I am.
Well, aren't you going pretty soon? It's 10 o'clock, and you only work half a day on Saturday.
I know that. Why is everybody trying to push me out of my own house? Of course, I'm not entitled to any rest. I'm just the man who pays the bills around here, that's all.
Oh, Unky.
Well?
Can I see the paper a minute?
Yeah, certainly, my dear.
I want to look at the ads. You know, it's time to start thinking about Christmas shopping. Hi, Unc.
Good morning, Leroy.
Hey, aren't you going to work this morning?
No, Leroy. I've quit my job. We're going to live on my pension from the Spanish-American War.
What? Oh, you're kidding. Can I have $12.75?
What?
I just figured out my Christmas list, and that's what I need to buy presents. $12.75.
Is that so?
Yep. I'm not going to wait like I did last year. I'm going to do my Christmas shopping early.
Well, that's fine.
So if you'll just give me the money.
Just a minute, young man. Has it ever occurred to you that you might try to earn a little money yourself?
Huh?
You heard me. You don't have to run to me for every penny. Wouldn't hurt you to go to work.
Go to work? A little kid like me?
Leroy, I'm not sending you to the coal mines, you know. I'm just talking about a part-time job. That's the only way you'll learn the value of money, my boy. It'll build your character. Why, George, I worked when I was your age. You want to grow up to be like me, don't you? Leroy?
Oh, sure.
All right, then. It'll be good for you. Lots of boys work after school.
Of course. Francie's brother does. Francie's brother does.
No. What do you say, Leroy?
Well...
You don't have to work forever. Just earn your Christmas money. Working will be a lot of fun. The feeling of independence, the pride of accomplishment.
Gee, I don't know where to look.
Well...
Here's the paper. You can look in the want ads.
Great idea, my dear.
Orange, why don't you mind your own business? I don't have to.
No, infants. Let's see here. Personals. Lost and found. Here we are. Help wanted. Accountant. Bartender. No. Oh, yeah, this sounds just like the thing. Boy wanted to deliver telegrams, part-time. Must have bicycle. See Mr. Marshall immediately, Summerfield Telegraph Office. That's just the job for you, Leroy. Good, healthy outdoor work. And you love to ride a bicycle.
Gee, I don't know, Unc.
Well, Leroy, it's up to you. I'm not going to force this on you. Just thought you'd like to assume a little responsibility. Earn some money of your own. But if you want to take a job, you don't have to.
All right, I won't.
You will, too. Come on, young man. I'm going to deliver you to the telegraph company. Well, here we are, Leroy.
Yeah.
There's the telegraph office. All the bicycles out in front. See it?
Yeah.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Can't you come in with me?
Leroy, don't be a fraidy cat. Just walk in the door like a little man and ask for Mr. Marshall.
Maybe he already hired somebody.
Now, we don't know that, so go on now. He won't bite you.
Okay.
That's a boy. Good luck, Leroy. My goodness, walk faster than that, Leroy. They don't hire snails to deliver telegrams, you know.
Okay.
Can't blame him for being nervous. Just a kid. There he goes in the door. Little Leroy. Little Leroy going to work. Well, every little bird has to leave the nest someday. And you can't tell. A lot of great men started as messenger boys. But if he works hard, minds his P's and Q's, someday Leroy might be president of the telegraph company. Think of that. We'll be able to send all our telegrams free. Oh, here he comes. He's running. Must have good news. Yes, sir. Here comes the future president. Well, Leroy, did Mr. Marshall give you the job?
Nope. I didn't ask him.
What?
When I got in there, I was too scared.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, gee, Unc, he made me nervous. I got all tongue-tied.
Didn't you say anything to him?
Yeah. I asked him what time it was.
What? Ye gods, what's the matter with you, Leroy? Well, you're not going to get out of it this easy, young man. If you won't go in and ask for that job, I'll go in and get it for you. Will that be all right?
Sure.
That's fine. You wait here, Leroy.
Okay.
I don't know what kids are coming to, afraid to ask for a job. Well, I'll help them out this time. Show them how to handle a situation like this. Here goes. Mr. Marshall behind the counter there. No wonder Leroy was scared. Old bushy eyebrows. Mr. Marshall?
Yes?
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you like to send a wire?
Huh?
Just write your message on the blank there. And please, print plainly.
But, Mr. Marshall, I didn't come here to send a telegram.
What?
I want to talk to you about a job.
Job?
Yes. You advertise in the paper for a messenger boy. No. Now, you see,
You're a little old for a messenger boy, aren't you?
I know that.
We did hire some old fellows during the war, but they didn't work out very well.
What? Now, look here.
Some of them had rheumatism so bad they could hardly ride a bicycle.
For your information, I don't have rheumatism.
Well, maybe not, but anyway, you're too fat.
Oh!
We don't have a uniform big enough to fit you.
I only wear a 44. Now, see here,
If I were you, I'd try some other line of work. Tubby?
Oh, goodbye. Tubby. If I didn't have my overcoat on, I'd have punched him right in the nose. Wouldn't have Leroy working for a man like that if he never... Huh?
Did you get me the job?
Well, no. I changed my mind, Leroy.
Huh?
I don't think that's the right job for you.
Oh, boy, then I don't have to go to work, huh?
I didn't say that, Leroy. There were a lot of other jobs advertised in the paper.
Oh.
The nerve of that fella calling me Tubby.
What'd you say, Unc?
Yes, nothing, Leroy. Hand me the want ads. Wonder how Leroy's making out. Should be an easy job for him, wrapping packages. Been there quite a while now. Maybe he's... Oh, here he comes. Did you get the job, Leroy?
No.
Well, what happened?
Well, he wanted to try me out, so he had me tie a package.
Then what'd he say?
Get out.
Yeah. Well, let's try another place. Well, did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was too small.
Did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was too big.
Did you get this job, Leroy?
No, he said I was...
I know. Never mind. I'll take you home. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
Well, you can give me a hot cup of coffee. I've been driving around in the cold all morning.
Very well. It is a little nippy out today.
Yeah,
there you are.
Thanks. Yeah, thought it wouldn't hurt Leroy to earn a little Christmas money, so I've been out with him trying to find him a job.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Funny he couldn't get one. You'd think anybody would jump at a chance to hire a boy like Leroy. Don't you think so, Peavy?
You care for some cream, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Thanks. Say, Peavy, I just thought of something.
Yes?
Leroy worked for you last year, didn't he?
Well, he was down here.
Yes, sir, by George. And if he worked for you last year, there's
have
no
a
reason...
donut, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy?
They're very good with coffee.
Peavy, I'm trying to talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
The Christmas rush is just starting, and you're going to be pretty busy around this drugstore.
Well, I hope so.
And you certainly could use some help around here the next few weeks, couldn't you?
Yes, I believe I could.
And a schoolboy would be just the thing. Young, active.
Yes, sounds like the type, all right.
Well, what about Leroy?
What about him?
He's looking for a job.
Yes, I hope he finds one.
Oh, Peavy, what's the matter with you? Leroy is just what you need around this drugstore.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Come on. You tell him, Bertie. No, you tell him, Mr. Wall.
Oh, go ahead, Bertie.
But, Mr. Wall.
Oh, come on, Bertie. You tell him.
But, Mr. Wall, you ought to tell him. That part about Parquet's nutrition, that's your specialty.
Well, those nourishing qualities in Parquet margarine are pretty important, you know, Bertie.
Sure, Mr. Wall, sure. Parquet's just busted with units and essentials.
You mean that it contains 15,000 units of essential vitamin A?
I knew you'd say it much better, Mr. Wall. That's your specialty.
And, friends, nourishing as it is, Parquet costs only about half as much as the most expensive spreads. Now, that's something when you consider that Parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food from the selected products of American farms. But you know, the really important thing is the delicious Parquet flavor.
And the real important part, that's my specialty.
Parquet's got a light, delicate taste.
Tastes so good. That's what you mean. Tastes like it should cost twice as much. Hot bread, waffles, toast, biscuits, pancakes. Parquet tastes scrumptious on all of them.
Friends, why not try Parquet margarine this week? That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. That delicate Parquet flavor will be your specialty once you try Parquet. Once you find out it tastes like it should cost twice as much. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so busy this morning trying to find a job for Leroy that he never got to work himself. It's lunchtime now, and we find the great man, cold and disgruntled, clumping up the front walk.
Looks like Leroy will never get a job. Guess I'll just give him the $12.75 and forget about it. Getting colder. Be glad to get in the house.
Hiya.
Oh, hello, Leroy. I'll be right there, Leroy. Wait till I take off my overcoat. Huh? You eating already?
Yeah. Say,
Leroy, I think we'll just forget about you working. I'll just give you the money.
I don't need it, Unc.
What?
I got a job.
You did? Where?
Selling papers for the Summerfield Indicator.
Well, little Leroy got a job. I'm proud of you, my boy.
Thanks.
I'm glad you didn't give up. How'd you get the job? Just go in and ask for it like a little man?
Well, no. Piggy got sick and he asked me to take his place.
Oh. Well, anyway, you got a job. When do you start?
Right away, Unc. I'm going right down and pick up my papers. I got the corner at 8th and Main.
8th and Main? Well, that's fine. Choice location.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort. Is lunch ready?
Yeah, just about, I guess. Leroy's eating early. He has a job, you know.
Yes, I know. And I don't think you ought to let him go.
What?
I think it's too cold for him to stand on that corner all day.
Well, do you think so, Leroy?
No, I'll be okay.
It's going to be awfully windy down there.
Who cares about a little wind? I'm no sissy.
Well, all right, my boy. Want me to drive you down? I'm going to Floyd's for a haircut pretty soon.
No, thanks, Unc. I'll ride my bike.
Leroy, a little working man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Hello, Bertie.
Here's your pie, Leroy.
Thanks. I'll eat it on the way. I gotta get to work.
That's right. Leroy's a little working man now.
Yes, sir. Leroy, you bundle up good now if you're going to stand on that cold corner all day.
I will.
And don't forget your muffler.
I won't. Well, here I go. X-ray, X-ray, read all about it.
Oh, dear.
X-ray, X-ray.
Leroy, maybe you better save your voice when you get down there.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye, my boy, and good luck.
X-ray!
There he goes. I'm glad he's down on 8th and Main, though. A little breadwinner. He's all right, that boy.
Yes, sir. I hope he stays that way.
What?
This ain't no day for a little boy to be standing out on a cold corner.
No, Bertie, he'll be all right.
No, sir. Freezing out there on that corner just to make a few pennies.
Bertie, it's not the money. It's the principle of the thing.
Principle of the thing ain't going to stop him from catching pneumonia, and that's what he's going to get standing on that cold corner.
It is awfully cold today, Unky.
Now, Marjorie.
I can just see him shivering there on that cold corner.
Now, Bertie.
And it looks like it's going to snow.
Poor little fella standing on that corner covered with snow.
Now, Bertie, it isn't snowing, and Leroy is going to be all right. Let's forget about the whole thing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, what am I going to have for lunch?
Mr. Gilsleeve, you're going to have hot soup, hot meat, hot gravy, and hot cornbread. And while you're eating it, Leroy's going to be standing down there on that cold corner.
Oh, my goodness. This is one of my bad days.
Commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Well, if it isn't our esteemed water commissioner.
And look who's in the barber chair, the Honorable Judge Hooker. What are you doing? Getting your whiskers trimmed, you old goat?
That was supposed to be a humorous remark, Floyd.
Just take off your overcoat, Commish. You're next.
Yeah, thanks.
Kind of cold out today, huh?
I don't know. I don't feel it.
You know what they say, where there's no sense, there's no feeling.
Yes, I suppose that was a humorous remark.
Well, there you are, Judge. That ought to hold you till next time.
Thank you, Floyd. There you are.
Thanks, Judge. All right, Commish.
Come on, get out of the way, Judge.
Well, Gildy, I suppose you're getting all prettied up to see your intended Miss Fairchild.
Well, I am going to see her after a while.
Be sure to give her my best. And say hello to your family. I suppose they're all home around the fireside on a day like this.
Well, all but Leroy. He's working today.
Working?
Yes. Just got a part-time job to earn a little Christmas money. He's selling papers at 8th and Main.
He's down on that corner on a cold day like this?
Judge, don't you start that. A little cold isn't going to hurt anybody.
Well, it seems to me, Gildy, a boy of his age.
It seems to me, Gildy.
Just keep your 2 cents out of this, Hooker. I know what's best for my family.
Now, fellas.
Well, I was only making a comment.
The trouble with you is, Judge, you comment too much, you old windbag.
What? Who are you calling a windbag, you fathead?
Fellas, gee whiz. I'm Leroy's uncle, Judge, and when I want any advice from a shyster lawyer like you, I'll ask for it.
Shyster? Well, look here, Gildy.
Oh, go chase an ambulance.
Yeah. Good day.
Good day. I sure told off that old Budinsky, didn't I, Floyd? Huh? I don't know what everybody's worrying about. Leroy will be all right. Don't you think so, Floyd?
Well, like you say, you're the kid's uncle. It's up to you.
But, Floyd...
If you want to let Leroy freeze out there, it's none of my business.
He's not...
I guess the kid's health don't matter as long as he makes a few measly bucks.
What? Floyd, do you think I'd do anything like that?
Well, if the pants fit, put 'em on.
I wouldn't do anything to hurt Leroy. You know that.
Ha!
Honest, Floyd, I didn't think it would hurt him.
Oh, I suppose it's good for the kid, shivering on some corner, standing in the snow.
Snow?
Take a look out the window there. What do you think that white stuff coming down is? Goose feathers?
Oh, my goodness. It is snowing. Let me out of here, Floyd. Get my coat. See you later. It is cold. Look at that snow. Glad I wore this heavy coat. Poor little Leroy. Standing on that corner. I better get down there right away. It's all my fault. If I let him go, he's probably frozen blue by now. Leroy! I'm coming, my boy! There's the corner. I wonder if he isn't here. That's funny. He said 8th and Main. He might have... No, his papers are here on the stand. What's that sign say? Back soon. Please put money for papers in tin can. Leroy printed that sign all right. Nobody else would spell please with a Z. Probably went someplace to get warm. Poor little fellow. Just wait here for him. Better straighten out his papers. I'm getting a little wind blown.
Boy, give me a paper, please.
Huh?
I want to buy a paper.
But, madam...
Never mind, slowpoke. I'll help myself.
Yeah.
Here's your nickel.
Yep.
Slowest newsboy I ever saw.
Oh, my goodness. She thinks I'm... Well, anyway, I made a sale for Leroy. Wish he'd hurry back.
Hello there.
What?
Remember me? I'm Mr. Marshall from the Telegraph Company.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I see you finally got a job.
Yep. Mr. Marshall, I'm not...
Don't apologize. There's nothing wrong with selling papers. It's good, honest toil.
Yes, I know.
Many of our great men got started that way.
Mr. Marshall,
Anyway, this is better work for you than being a messenger boy. Here's a dime for good luck.
Now, look here.
That's all right. Glad to help you, Tubby.
Oh, bye. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I wonder where Leroy is. I'd like to get in a warm place myself. When he gets back here, I'm going to take him home. I wonder how much he's made today.
I can get my hand in this little can. Pretty tight squeeze.
Just a minute there, Bud.
What? Oh, hello, officer.
What are you taking that money out of there for?
Well, I was just going to count it.
Yeah?
You see, it belongs to my little nephew.
Tell that to your Aunt Minnie.
Who?
Get your fist out of that can.
What? Oh, sure.
Well, hurry up.
No, I'm trying to. It's a little tight.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, stealing pennies from a newsboy?
Now, just a minute, officer.
With Christmas coming, too? Oh, that's pretty low. I ought to run you in.
Now, just a minute. I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
So what?
I happen to be water commissioner of this town.
Sure, and I'm the governor of Idaho.
You must be new on the force, so you'd know that. Why, every policeman in town knows me.
I'll bet they do.
Oop. I tell you that Well, here comes a friend of mine. He'll identify me. Oh, Judge Hooker.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, thank goodness you come along, Horace. I was waiting here for Leroy, and this policeman tried to accuse me of taking his paper money.
He did?
Yes, isn't that silly? He refuses to believe I'm water commissioner.
Is that so?
So, Horace, old friend, if you'll just tell this greenhorn flatfoot who I am.
Oh, do you know this man, sir?
I never saw him before in my life.
Judge!
I'm not a judge. I'm just a shyster lawyer.
I was only kidding, Horace. Judge, where are you going?
Sorry, I must be off. I've got to go chase an ambulance.
Well.
So I'm a greenhorn flatfoot, eh?
You are? Did I say that?
I think I will run you in, stealing pennies from a...
No, just a minute, flatfoot. I mean, officer. Why would I take a few pennies? I've got money. See? There's a $5 bill.
Well,
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give it to the newsboy. I'll put it in a little can here. There. How's that? $5.
Well, okay, I'll let you off this time, but get moving.
But I'd like to wait here for my...
Beat it! Water commissioner.
Oh.
That you, Miss Gill, please?
Yes, Bertie. Leroy come home?
No, sir.
Wonder where he is.
Guess he's still down there standing on that cold corner.
Well, no, he isn't, Bertie. I was just down there. He was gone.
Gone? Poor little fellow probably got pneumonia and they carried him away.
Now, Bertie.
Down there, that cold corner.
Oh, my goodness. Hope nothing has happened to Leroy. I wonder if...
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, you all right, my boy?
Sure.
You didn't catch cold or anything?
Catch cold? Of course not. I was in a nice warm movie all afternoon.
What? You were?
Sure. You know, selling papers is a cinch, Unc.
It is?
Sure. It got kind of cold, so I just left a tin can for people to put their money in. And I went to a movie. Pretty slick, huh?
Yeah.
I sold a lot of papers. And what do you think, Unc? I found a $5 bill in the tin can.
Oh, really?
The policeman said some fat guy put it there. Wasn't that nice of him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Bertie.
Wonder if I ought to take that $5 back. Nah. Let him keep it. What the heck?
Here they are, winners in the final week of Parquet's $50,000 contest. 4 more entrants who won 1949 Ford sedans. Mrs. Robert Bowers of East Aurora, New York. Mrs. Harry Rogers of Miami, Arizona. Mrs. J.C. Walker of Birmingham, Alabama. Mrs. D.M. Greenland of San Francisco, California. Congratulations to all of you.
Yes, indeed.
And to the 140 other winners. By next week, we'll be able to announce the name actually chosen for the Gildersleeve baby. And we'll also be able to tell you who submitted that name and won the grand prize. Be sure to listen next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are interested in planning for the future. There's that home we want to buy someday, or that trip we want to take, or that college education for our children. Well, the way to make those plans come true is to start saving now. And one of the best ways to save is to buy United States savings bonds regularly. Savings bonds are safe, they're profitable, and for every $3 invested, you get back $4. And they're convenient to buy. Use the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Pave the way to your future with United States savings bonds. Thank you, and good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do that.
Say, do you like mellow-aged natural American cheese? You know, the kind that comes in the big golden wheels? If so, then you'll be happy to hear that now, at long last, Kraft has plenty of this taste-tempting old-fashioned cheese. For the past several years, people have been wanting so much cheese that it's been difficult to set aside enough for aging. But now, Kraft can supply your dealer with all he needs. So ask him for aged natural American, the Kraft kind, the next time you shop. Take home a big wedge cut from a golden wheel. The whole family will enjoy the mellow goodness of natural American cheese that has been so carefully aged by the master cheesemakers of Kraft.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.